Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1. Ding-a-ling. Accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, a sleepy boy in pajamas walked out of the room. The bright sunshine shone through the window into the corridor. A broom was sweeping the floor by itself, followed by a mop swinging wildly behind it. There is a picture frame on the wall of the corridor at intervals. Some of the picture frames are landscapes, and some are portraits. At this moment, a feather duster is floating in the air and cleaning them carefully. Ha! After stretching deeply, the boy finally opened his tearful eyes. His eyes were very special, they were purple. Purple represents mystery and nobility, just like the boy's short, shiny, black hair that is as lustrous as ebony, although at the moment its shape is similar to a chicken coop. Reaching out his hand and casually scratching his hair twice, the boy walked past the mop and broom and down the corridor. Soon, he arrived at the kitchen door. The fire on the kitchen stove is burning brightly, and the pot is bubbling with an enticing aroma. A spoon is stirring the ingredients in the pot clockwise at a constant speed to ensure that the ingredients do not stick to the bottom of the pot and cause it to get burnt. There is also a boiling kettle next to it. I walked over and picked up the kettle. A cup on the shelf next to it very smartly jumped from the shelf to the table. As the reddish-brown liquid flowed into the cup, the refreshing tea aroma lifted the boy's spirits. As the tea poured out of the spout of the kettle, it suddenly turned milky white, accompanied by a milky aroma. When no more water can be poured out of the kettle, the ratio of tea to milk in the cup is exactly 3:2. Picking up the cup of water, the young man walked out of the kitchen, and after nodding to a moving portrait on the wall, he came to the hall. At this moment, an old man with white hair was sitting on the sofa in the hall. If someone from the magic world saw this old man, they would definitely scream, because he is the legendary alchemist in the magic world, Nicholas Flamel. "Oh, Remy, you're up. What do you think about what I told you yesterday?" Nicholas Flamel put down the newspaper in his hand and asked kindly, while extending his hand to signal the boy he called Remy to sit down. Sitting next to Nicholas Flamel, Remy reached out and opened a small wooden box on the table in front of him, and took out a grey translucent cube the size of a sugar cube and placed it in the cup. The cube melted instantly as soon as it was placed in the cup. After taking a sip of the fragrance, Remy seemed to be more energetic. "Master, I still want to go back to Ying country to study," Remy said. "Are you sure you won't think about it again?" Nicholas Flamel asked. "There are many more female students at Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry than at Hogwarts, and they are much prettier too." Remy immediately rolled his eyes. "Do I look like that kind of superficial person?" "Okay, but Hogwarts is a magic school in the UK, and I'm afraid it can only provide your most hated food. But Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a magic school in France, and the school provides all your favorite French cuisine," Nicholas Flamel continued. After taking a sip of milk tea, Remy shook his head. "I have to correct you. Although I do hate French food, my favorite is not French food, but Huxia food." "Oh? I haven't heard you say that. Then let's have Huxia food today? Would you like to have crab wontons? Maybe the store will also give us a fortune cookie," Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. When Remy heard Nicholas Flamel mention crab meat wontons, he suddenly felt his stomach surging like Nezha making trouble in the sea. "No need to bother, thank you. I don't feel like eating Huxia food at all now," said Remy. "Really?" Nicholas Flamel smiled and handed the newspaper to Remy. "You insisted on going back to Yingguo to study. It should be for him, right?" I glanced at the newspaper and saw the headline on the front page, "Shock. The boy who lived will be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year, to study." "Remy. What third-rate tabloid published this newspaper?" "Oh, the Daily Prophet. That's okay, I'll just assume it's just my ignorance. Half and half. My main purpose is to learn magic from Mr. Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of this century. I have been studying here for 2 years, but you refuse to teach me any magic," Remy complained. "You don't even have your own wand, how can I teach you magic? Am I supposed to teach you how to cast spells without a wand? Sure. You just need to discipline me, and I'll leave the rest to miracles." Nicholas Flamel shook his head helplessly, picked up the coffee cup on the table and took a sip of coffee. You will soon have your own wand, and then you will naturally be able to learn magic. Standing up, Nicholas Flamel walked towards the kitchen, leaving Remy alone in the living room. After taking another sip of milk tea, Remy put down the cup and picked up the newspaper to read the description of the boy who survived the disaster, his mind full of thoughts. As a time traveler, if I travel to Harry Potter's magical world, instead of looking for Harry, can I look for Voldemort? Even if we go find Voldemort, Voldemort is in Ying country, not France. Besides, Remy had already learned about the management system of Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry from Nicholas Flamel. It was much stricter than Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He didn't want to go to jail in Beauxbatons School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After reading the newspaper for a while, Nicholas Flamel called Remy to the restaurant for dinner. Remy has been living here since he was taken in as an apprentice by Nicholas Flamel 2 years ago. Nicholas Flamel took care of him like his grandfather and taught him the basics of the magic world and alchemy anecdotes. But he never taught Remy any magic, nor any alchemy formula, not even the theory. In the words of Nicholas Flamel, Remy is still young and there is no need to waste his best years on such boring things. What's more, Remy is a natural master of alchemy. Even without any formula, he can refine the alchemical items he wants, as long as he can afford the price. The essence of alchemy lies in equal exchange. Nicholas Flamel prepared a table full of dishes today, as if he had already anticipated that Remy would choose to leave. The meal was very sumptuous, a standard French feast, with great color, aroma, and taste, and the presentation was also very exquisite. In the world of ordinary people, even the top chefs would not be able to prepare so many dishes by themselves in such a short time. So this is the magical world, the unscientific magical world. By the way, Remy, how is the magic baby? Are you sure it has not developed independent consciousness? Asked Nicholas Flamel. It's steady, don't worry, master. Remy said. How can I be assured? After all, this has never appeared before. Nicholas Flamel said helplessly, when you arrive at Hogwarts, go find Dumbledore and ask him to help you. He is better than me in magical attainments. Remy paused for a moment, nodded and continued eating. Chapter 2. The sun is scorching in July, the weather is warm in September, the sky is blue and the air is cool in August. After leaving the airport, Remy subconsciously tightened his coat and quickly got into a taxi. Little boy, where are you going? The driver asked kindly. An authentic London accent, so authentic. This is London, after all. Go to 101 Maple Road west of Hyde Park. This is a bit far, are you going home? I have money. Oh, okay, please fasten your seat belts. If you're not in a hurry, you can take a rest. It will take us about half an hour to get there. Okay. The driver drove steadily and not very fast, which gave Remy plenty of time to enjoy the scenery outside the window. But I got bored after watching it for a while. It's just a city. He had seen a lot of it in his previous life and was already tired of it. The taxi drove at a steady speed and arrived at the destination smoothly after 20 minutes. After paying and getting off the car, the driver helped Remy take out her luggage from the trunk. It is said that one becomes more nervous when one is close to home. Remy did not feel anything in the car before, but when he arrived at the doorstep of his home, he suddenly felt a little nervous. Taking a deep breath, Remy pulled his suitcase to the door and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong! Ding dong! After a while, a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and blue eyes opened the door and appeared in front of Remy. They looked at each other, both confused. You are? Remy came back to his senses and subconsciously glanced at the house number. It is number 101, for sure. Did I remember it wrong? Hello, ma'am, is Mr. Barrett here? Remy asked. Are you a relative of Mr. Barrett? The middle-aged woman glanced at the luggage next to Remy and smiled. Mr. Barrett moved away a year ago. Remy. WTF. Why didn't you tell me about the move? Nicholas Flamel has a phone. Looking at Remy, whose face was in a mess, the middle-aged woman stepped aside to make way for him. If you don't mind, come in and sit for a while. I have Mr. Barrett's private phone number. Thank you so much, what should I call you? My name is Remy. You can call me Miss Sandy. I'm a middle school teacher. Okay, Miss Sandy. When I entered the house, I saw that many of the furniture in the living room were still familiar styles. It seemed that they were not taken away when the house was sold. Teacher Sandy first poured Remy a cup of tea, then took out a small notebook from the cabinet and searched for a phone number. After dialing the phone and waiting for a while, Teacher Sandy made an OK gesture to Remy. Hello, is this Mr. Barrett? I'm Sandy, the person who bought your house a year ago. No, there's nothing wrong with the house, everything is fine. I called you to ask where you moved to, because a kid named Remy just came here to see you. Remy. The sudden increase in volume startled Teacher Sandy, and even Remy, who was sitting on the sofa, could hear it clearly. Oh, it's okay. Okay, I'll let him answer the phone. Teacher Sandy said as she motioned for Remy to come over. Remy stood up and walked over to answer the phone. Remy didn't say anything, and neither did the other party. If it weren't for the constant subtle noise coming from the phone, Remy would have suspected that the other party had hung up. Where did our family move to? And why didn't you tell me in advance? Remy asked. Teacher Sandy looked at Remy in surprise. Ahem, your mother has been depressed since you left, so I moved our family to Canterbury to help her relax. It's not a big city, the pace of life there is slower, and the environment is nice. Are you on summer vacation? When Remy heard the last sentence, he exploded instantly after feeling somewhat relieved after hearing the previous parts. Summer vacation? What date is August already? I have to start school tomorrow. Oh, time flies. Then why are you going back to Ying country? Are you going to transfer to another school? Go to school first, and I will handle the transfer procedures for you in a while. Transfer? Remy raised his eyebrows. My dear father, do you still remember which school I went to? Yeah, what school did you go to? A magic school? Did you learn any magical skills? Remy got even angrier when he heard the sudden excitement in the other person's voice. I'm not old enough to go to school yet. I won't start until tomorrow. Before now I was just living at Mr. Flamel's house and studying with him. Where are you now? Come pick me up. The person on the other end was silent for a while before coughing awkwardly, and his voice became much lower. Your mother and I are in Australia discussing business. Remy. Blanche. Remy's full name is Remy Barrett. He is a relative of Barrett, the inventor of the Barrett heavy sniper rifle and magnesium. His parents both work for Barrett Corporation. Because they live in Ying country, Remy's parents are mainly responsible for the business in Ying country. Their job is to lobby cabinet ministers to purchase guns for the army. Actually, they are salesmen. The arms business is similar to the antique business. If you don't open for 3 years, you can make a profit for 3 years after you open it. Before Remy went to study with Nicholas Flamel, the two of them often took Remy around the world, under the pretext of expanding business, but in fact it was a funded tour. Now they say they are doing business in Australia, but Remy doesn't believe a word of it. He must be traveling again. Otherwise, what's the point of Australia buying Barrett sniper rifles? To snipe kangaroos? If the kangaroo knew about this, he would probably call it a violation of martial ethics. Are you going to go through the admission procedures? Do we have to be there? But even if we book tickets now, we can't get back to Ying country within a day. Can I use the fax machine to send a statement of entrustment of guardian to Mr. Nicholas Flamel? Mr. Barrett asked weakly. Forget it. A teacher will pick me up to go to school tomorrow. You guys can have fun over there. What are you playing? My dear son, your mother and I are really. Honey, what do you think of this dress? Does it look good? I think it's perfect for taking photos with kangaroos, and that one, it must be beautiful standing with penguins, and... Ahem, well, I have something else to do, so I'll hang up first. Hope you have fun at school. No, I hope you study hard. That's all. Bye. Beep, beep, beep. Remy. I really want to treat you to a big watermelon." After hanging up the phone with a gloomy face, Remy politely thanked Teacher Sandy, picked up his suitcase and was about to leave, but Teacher Sandy stopped him. "Where are you going? You should sit for a while and wait for your father to pick you up." "It's okay," Teacher Sandy said. "Wait for them to pick me up?" They were obviously going to pick up kangaroos and penguins. "My father is in Australia now, and he asked me to stay at my aunt's house first." "Oh. Then I'll drive you there." "Thank you, but no thanks. I know the way to my aunt's house. It's not far from here." Chapter 3. First-year students need to prepare 3 sets of plain work robes and a wand. "It's just basic equipment, Harry. A pair of dragon hide gloves, Hagrid. Are they real dragon skin? It can't be the skin of a penguin, right?" On the subway, a little kid named Harry was talking loudly with a giant man in a floral dress and fluffy hair, oblivious to the people around him. Others looked at this strange pair curiously and listened to the incomprehensible words they said, thinking that they were doing performance art or filming a movie. They just didn't know where the camera was hidden. "And a crucible. Can you buy these in London, Hagrid?" "Of course, as long as you know the way." "Where are we going to buy it then?" "Oxford Street." "No, we're going to Diagon Alley." "Diagon Alley? Where is that?" "Are we going to Diagon Alley now?" "No, we have to pick someone up before we go to Diagon Alley. He, like you, will also be enrolled this year." As he spoke, Hagrid took out a pitiful little piece of paper that was smaller than his palm from his dirty coat pocket and held it in front of his eyes to look at it carefully. "Well, we should get off at the next stop," Hagrid said. "Yeah." Harry put away the acceptance letter, feeling both excited and nervous about the person he was about to meet. "Are you going to meet someone like you? What kind of person is he? Does he have magical powers like Hagrid?" Harry's mind was in a mess until Hagrid told him to get out of the car. After wandering around a bit, Harry followed Hagrid to a residential street. Continuing along the street, Harry soon saw a very strange person. It was a man who looked about the same age as him, but taller. He was standing under the street lights in the early morning, drinking something from a teacup in his hand, and a full set of tea set was placed on the suitcase next to him. He saw Harry as Harry saw him. At the same time, Hagrid also noticed this strange boy. "Muggle-repelling charm? You are Remy Barrett, right? I didn't expect you to have mastered this level of magic. By the way, I'm here to take you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This is your admission letter." Hagrid walked forward and said. "Thank God you're finally here. The tea I was waiting for is almost cold." Remy took the letter with a sense of relief and quickly opened it. "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Magic, President of the Wizarding Association, First-Class Magician of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Barrett, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to study at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The semester is scheduled to start on September 1st. We will be waiting for your owl to bring your reply before July 31st. Sincerely, Vice Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall. I'm afraid I won't be able to reply to Professor McGonagall before July 31st. My teacher won't let me play with the time turner," Remy said. "That thing is indeed dangerous, but why are you standing here instead of at home?" Hagrid asked puzzledly. "Don't mention it. My parents moved away without telling me, and I'm embarrassed to stay in someone else's house, so I have no choice but to wait here." "All right." Hagrid shrugged and then suddenly remembered something and pushed Harry. "I forgot to introduce you to him. He is Harry Potter. Maybe you have heard rumors about him." Hagrid said. "So you are the boy who lived. I was thinking of going to find you when I get to Hogwarts. My name is Remy Barrett." Remy said, stretching out his hand. "Thank you." Harry shook Remy's hand, but he was confused. "But what do you mean by the boy who lived? I don't quite understand. Haven't you heard the legend about yourself?" "No." Harry shook his head. "Can you tell me what they say about me?" Why do they say I'm the boy who lived? How do I put this? Remy scratched his head, then picked up the kettle and poured 2 cups of black tea and handed them to Hagrid and Harry respectively. In the magic world of Ying Country, there once appeared a little jerk called Puff. Hagrid, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat out the tea. Fortunately, he was tall enough, so even though he was facing Remy at the moment, he didn't spray Remy in the face. Ahem, we usually call him the Dark Lord here. Hagrid said. Oh, there's this little jerk called the Dark Lord. Hagrid. Well, if you are happy. He calls himself Voldemort. Blanche. Hagrid's eyes suddenly widened and he quickly reached out to cover Remy's mouth. Remy, don't call him by his name directly. He has cast a magic on his name. He will know it as long as someone says his name. Hagrid said. Pulling Hagrid's hand away, Remy rolled his eyes in annoyance. If he knows, then so be it. What can he do if he knows? What good would it do even if I knew? Hagrid was stunned. At this moment, Remy stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. Voldemort, I'm going to cross you. Silence, silence for 3 full seconds. 3 seconds later, Remy calmly poured himself another cup of tea. Look, that little jerk didn't do anything to me, did he? Am I still alive and well? Hagrid. Harry. Do your family members know that you are so fierce? By the way, where was I just now? Remy asked. There's a little, Dark Lord named Voldemort who wants to rule the entire wizarding world. Harry reminded weakly. Did it take me so long to even begin? Well, anyway, that little punk wanted to rule the wizarding world, and your parents didn't submit to him, so he wanted to kill your parents. When you were 1 year old, he killed your parents, but you, who were with them, survived, and the little punk disappeared after that. Remy said quickly. That's why people in the magic world call you the boy who lived. Some people also think that you defeated that little jerk and call you the savior. Hagrid listened silently, speechless. It is clearly an epic poem with magnificent waves and passionate spirit, but when you speak it, it sounds as ordinary and unremarkable as a fight between thugs. So, my parents were killed by that man called Voldemort? Harry asked. It is said that so, but I didn't see it with my own eyes. Hagrid, where are we going now? Diagon Alley. Remy asked. Ah, yes, we are going to Diagon Alley to buy the items you two will need for school. Following Remy's words and changing the subject, Hagrid took the 2 of them to the subway station after Remy packed up the tea set. Chapter 4. Remy, did you grow up in a magical world? Do you know a lot of magic? No, I just moved in with my teacher 2 years ago, and the place we live in is not considered a magical community, and I don't know any magic. Really? But didn't Hagrid just say that you can use Muggle? Muggle. Muggle repelling charm, Hagrid reminded. Yes, it's the Muggle repelling charm. I didn't perform that magic myself. Reaching into his pocket and pulling out a card about the size of a bank card and handing it to Harry, Remy continued to explain. My teacher is an alchemist. This is a magic card he created. You only need to inject magic power to activate the magic stored in it. I used it to cast the Muggle expelling charm before. That's amazing. Does that mean I can use it, too? Yes, as long as you know how to control the magic power in your body. Can you let me see it? Harry glanced at Hagrid and reluctantly handed the magic card, which was not yet warm, to Hagrid. Carefully taking the magic card, Hagrid looked at it left and right but couldn't figure out what it meant. He could only look to Remy for help. Can I try it? Hagrid asked Remy eagerly. Remy nodded, of course. But don't inject too much magic power at once, do it little by little. Hagrid's face lit up with joy, and he immediately controlled the magic power in his body and injected it into the magic card in his hand. 5 seconds later, even Harry, who had never been exposed to magic, felt that some changes seemed to have taken place around him, and Hagrid's face turned red with excitement. Great! This invention is so great! Remy, Nico, does your teacher have any extra magic cards? Can you sell me some? Hagrid asked excitedly. You're not trying to resell it to the squibs in the wizarding world, are you? They can't use it. They can't control the magic power in their bodies, otherwise they wouldn't be squibs. Remy teased. No, 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 I'm not going to resell it, I want to use it myself. At this point, Hagrid suddenly became a little shy. To tell you the truth, well, because of some things, the Ministry of Magic forbade me to use a wand, so. I see. Remy nodded and thought for a moment. I don't have any extra ones at the moment, but I can write to the teacher and ask him to make some. What kind of magic do you need? This needs to be customized in advance. Thank you so much. Hagrid rubbed his hands excitedly after returning the magic card to Remy. I don't need very powerful magic, just the magic that can be used in daily life, such as levitation, ignition, lighting. Harry listened curiously as Hagrid said the names of the spells one by one, imagining how they would be performed in his mind, and his yearning for the wizarding world increased a little more. The subway sped along the track, and after passing 3 more stations, the 3 of them left the subway station together and came to the ground. Looking around, it's just an ordinary commercial street. It's not prosperous, but it's not bad either. At least you can see people. Following Hagrid all the way, Hagrid finally brought them to a blunt corner. Between 2 extremely modern shops, there stands a strange-looking shop with only a tightly fitted wooden door. It looks very out of place, and the color of the facade is very dark. Remy couldn't help but think of a sacred shop, the coffin shop. As he got closer, Remy noticed that words had quietly appeared on the sign, which had originally been blank, Vixen Bar. Ahem, it's the Leaky Cauldron. As he approached, Harry felt a familiar feeling. Were Muggle-repelling charms cast here as well? Harry asked. You are indeed a magical genius, Harry. You will definitely become a great wizard. After praising Harry, Hagrid pushed open the door and a loud noise came out immediately. The tables were filled with people of all kinds and people who didn't look like humans. Some of them were drinking normal drinks, while others were drinking unknown liquids that were bubbling and emitting strange heat. Several old witches who looked like cat-like women were smoking their big pipes and staring at the door with glowing eyes, which was extremely weird. Welcome to the wizarding world, how does it feel? Hagrid asked. Harry, that's cool. If I were a Muggle parent, unless I was crazy, I would never let my child go to study in the wizarding world alone, said Remy. Why? Hagrid asked, confused. A dark and dirty tavern, with ugly creatures drinking unknown liquids. Oh my god, some of them even eat raw meat. Oh my god, which parent would be so bold as to let their children stay with these people? Remy said. His voice was not loud, but not small either. As he spoke, the tavern suddenly became much quieter. Ahem. Actually, there's more than one entrance to Diagon Alley. This is the one used by wizards. Hagrid explained patiently, then turned around, glanced around the pub and shook his shoulders. With his huge size, such a move was quite intimidating, and the tavern quickly returned to normal. Are you here? Still the same as before, the tavern owner greeted Hagrid. No, Tom, I'm on duty. I see, you're taking the freshmen to buy study supplies? I never thought you'd get such an assignment. Oh, my god, this is... Could this be Harry Potter? It's my honor to have you come to the Leaky Cauldron. The bar owner ran out from behind the bar excitedly, grabbed Harry's hand and shook it violently. Harry Potter? Really Harry Potter? Oh my god, I waited for so long that I thought the Daily Prophet was talking nonsense again, but I didn't expect to actually wait for Mr. Harry Potter. Mr. Potter, it's an honor to meet you. Welcome back to the wizarding world, Mr. Potter. There was a loud crackling noise, and everyone in the pub stood up and came over to shake Harry's hand. Their arrival immediately pushed Remy out. I'm not envious at all. With a sour grumble, Remy was about to pour himself a glass of wine to get drunk, but suddenly he smelled a strong smell of garlic that was getting stronger. I turned around and, hey, guess what? Professor Quirrell, a typical professor, was tiptoeing towards Harry like a wronged young wife. Tisk, luckily I was squeezed out, otherwise I would have been suffocated to death. It was a blessing in disguise. Remy sat on the high chair and quietly watched Harry, whose face was flushed with excitement, clumsily responding to the compliments of wizard after wizard. Remy believed that Harry's mind must be blank at this moment. After a while, the huge Hagrid was also squeezed out by the crowd. Noticing Remy, Hagrid suddenly slapped his forehead in annoyance. Chapter 5. I'm so sorry, Remy, Actually, you don't have to envy Harry too much. When the day comes when you reveal your identity, you will definitely be more popular. Hagrid walked up to Remy and said softly. People's joys and sorrows are not shared, I just think they are noisy. Okay. Speechless, the two waited quietly for the crazy crowd to calm down. When the excitement faded, Hagrid squeezed back into the crowd and led Harry out, then called for Remy to follow. Leading the two of them through the bar to a small patio surrounded by walls on all sides, Hagrid took out his umbrella and pointed it at the wall while muttering to himself. Count 3 from the top, and 2 from the side. Damn it, why do I have to change it every once in a while? It's really unfriendly. Okay, we found it. You two stand back. As he spoke, Hagrid tapped the wall 3 times with the tip of his umbrella. The stone bricks he hit immediately shook and began to move. Not just that one brick, but a large area of bricks around it were moving, and in the blink of an eye, an archway wide enough for Hagrid to pass through appeared. On the other side of the arch is a winding cobblestone alley. Welcome to Diagon Alley. He saluted like a gentleman, as if he were a butler, but it looked a little funny considering his huge size. Harry turned to look at Remy, who shrugged and extended his hand to slightly signal Harry to go first. Harry nodded, took a deep breath and walked through the archway. His back revealed a resolute determination, as if he was going not to Diagon Alley in September, but to the execution ground in July. After passing through the arch and looking back, I saw that the bricks on the wall moved again and turned into a solid wall again. Remy, follow me. Oh well. I took a few quick steps to catch up with Hagrid. The dazzling sunlight was shining on the street and on the storefronts on both sides of the street, making them sparkle. Harry looked at everything around him curiously, his head almost spinning like a rattle. Remy took out the letter Hagrid had given him and looked at the appendix at the back, while thinking about what else he needed to buy. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students need to 1. 3 sets of plain work robes, black. 2. A plain peaked hat for daytime wear, black. 3. A pair of protective gloves, made of dragon leather or similar materials. 4. A winter cape, black with silver buttons. Please note, all student clothing must have a name tag. Textbook. All students are required to prepare the following books. The Standard Book of Spells, Elementary, by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic, by Bathilda Bagshot. The Theory of Magic, by Adalbert Waffling. The Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, by Emery Sweech. 1000 Wonderful Herbs and Fungi by Phil Lita Spar. Magic Pharmacy and Potions, by Arsene Geiger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, by Newt Scamander. The Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Defense by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. A Magic Wand. A Crucible, pewter, standard size 2. A set of glass or crystal files. A telescope. A brass balance. Students may bring an owl, a cat, or a toad. Parents are kindly reminded that first-year students are not allowed to bring their own broomsticks. There are so many school supplies to buy, and I don't think I have enough money on me. Hagrid, let's go to Gringotts first. Remy said. I'm taking you to Gringotts now. By the way, I forgot to ask you before, did you bring the key? Did you lose it? Hagrid asked. Don't worry, I will never let anything go out of my hands. Granddad would kowtow to me and call me an expert when he sees me. Harry. This is the first time I've heard someone describe themselves like this. Walking in Diagon Alley, probably because school is about to start, there are not many people of the same age on the street, but there are quite a few children. They gathered in front of the windows of pet shops and flying broom shops, having heated discussions, commenting on the goods inside and expressing their unique insights on each product. Other magic supply stores such as bookstores are completely deserted by children. Following Hagrid all the way, they soon came to a tall white building at a fork in the road. The building was crooked, but it still looked much more imposing than all the surrounding shops. Especially its huge, shining bronze gate and the waiters standing beside the gate wearing red uniforms inlaid with gold. It is obvious that it is a high-end club place. This person is... Yes, he is the goblin I told you about this morning. After getting Hagrid's confirmation, Harry couldn't help but look at the goblin a few more times. This goblin is very short and seems to be quite old. His face is full of wrinkles and he has a pointed goatee. His ears are long and pointed and his nose is particularly large. When they reached the door, the goblin immediately bowed to them, and Harry was shocked and quickly returned the greeting. When he noticed that neither Hagrid nor Remy returned the greeting, Harry quickly stood up again. Seeing Harry's lips move slightly as if he was confused, Remy said, "Although goblins are allies of humans, they have betrayed humans before, so there is no need to be too polite to them, and this place is like a bank in the Muggle world, we are customers." "Oh, so that's how it is." After passing through the bronze gate and walking a few dozen steps on the marble floor, a second door appeared in front of them. The door was silver, with a few lines of text engraved on both doors. "Come in, stranger, but be careful. What will happen if you are greedy? Just asking for something without working for it will be punished most severely. So if you want to take a portion of our underground vault that was never yours, you have been warned, thief. Be careful, or you may attract bad consequences instead of treasure. See, like I said this morning, no one would want to rob this place unless they were crazy," said Hagrid. Harry nodded repeatedly, while Remy on the side curled his lips in disdain. If he had a system that could issue rewards for robbing Gringotts, he would guarantee that he would rob this place in minutes. Although he doesn't know any magic now, Remy is confident about his future, absolute confidence. As a time traveler, although Remy does not have a system, he does have plug-ins, and he has 2 plug-ins. One is a plug-in that comes with birth. Remy is a natural master of alchemy. Another cheat was created by Remy himself after his magic awakened. This acquired cheat is more powerful than the innate cheat that he was born with. Chapter 6. Passing through the silver door, the three entered a tall marble hall, led by 2 goblins who looked like lobby managers. There are long counters on both sides of the hall, and behind each long counter there are 4 or 5 fairies sitting evenly. Some of them were sitting on high stools, doing the accounting, some were using scales to weigh some gems, and some were using eyepieces to examine the jewelry. There were doors all around the hall, and many people were going in and out of these doors under the guidance of the goblins, making people dizzy. Hagrid didn't look anywhere else. He walked straight to the middle and highest counter at the end of the hall. The counter was very high, and even Hagrid could only look directly at the goblin behind the counter, while Harry and Remy could only be looked down upon by him. This made Remy very unhappy. In today's magical world, human wizards are in an absolute dominant position. How dare a tiny goblin treat all human wizards in such a condescending manner? He really has evil ambitions. "Morning." Hagrid greeted the goblin behind the counter. "We need to get some money from Mr. Harry Potter's safe. Have you got his key, sir?" "Oh, yes, wait a moment and let me look for it." A flash of panic suddenly flashed across Hagrid's big head, and he took out everything from his pocket and put it on the counter. It was just that he was tall enough, and the others would probably have to squat on the ground to search. "Found it. Phew." With a sigh of relief, Hagrid handed the goblin a small and exquisite golden key. The goblin looked it over carefully and nodded to Hagrid. "Although there are a lot of dog biscuit residues on it, it should be fine. Oh, by the way, I also have a letter from Headmaster Dumbledore. It's about the thing in the underground vault No. 713. Hagrid said, taking out a letter from his arms and handing it to the goblin. He preserved the letter very well. Apart from some slight wrinkles, there was no other damage. The goblin took the letter and read it carefully, then returned it to Hagrid. "I can find someone to take you to these 2 underground vaults, but there is another door in that vault. If you don't have the key, you can't enter." "Don't worry, we have the keys." Hagrid glanced at Remy and said. "That's good, Griphook." An elf came running over, adjusted his appearance, and took a breath before leading the 3 people through a door and out of the hall. What's in the underground vault number 713? It actually requires 2 doors. Harry asked. I can't tell you that. Hagrid said mysteriously, this is an absolute secret about Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hearing Hagrid say this, Harry suddenly became even more curious, so he looked at Remy inquiringly. Don't look at me, I'm just a key manager, I don't know what's inside. Remy said. Hagrid laughed and patted Remy on the shoulder. What a coincidence. I'm also a keykeeper at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We're in the same industry. Remy bared his teeth immediately. How could his small body withstand the beating from the huge Hagrid? Noticing that Remy's expression was not right, Hagrid also realized his own problem and quickly apologized to Remy. After passing through another door, the 3 of them saw a stone corridor in front of them. It was much shabby compared to the hall outside. The light inside was very dim, with only torches on the wall providing illumination. This is a typical example of all show and no substance. Muttering softly, Remy followed Hagrid along the stone corridor. This stone corridor is a sloping downward passage with a bumpy road surface and a railway track at the end. Walking on it, Remy couldn't help but wonder if someone fell here and a car happened to come on the track, would he be hit and killed? If he was really hit and killed, would Gringotts compensate him? As he was lost in thought, he came to the end of the stone corridor. Griphook blew a whistle, and an old-fashioned mine cart roared over. Please get in the car, distinguished guests, said Griphook. Hagrid looked at the small seat and couldn't help but look embarrassed. He let Harry and Remy go first, and then he took a lot of effort to squeeze himself into the seat. Remy even heard a crackling sound as if something was breaking. The mine car goes very fast, comparable to the roller coaster Remy has ridden before. The track layout here is as exciting as a roller coaster, but overall it still spirals downward. When passing by an underground lake, Harry suddenly pointed at the stalactites on the rocks next to him and said loudly, I have never been able to figure out, what is the difference between stalactites and stalagmites? Stalactite is spelled with an S. Hagrid replied palely, don't talk to me now, I feel like I'm going to vomit. Stalactites grow from top to bottom, while stalagmites grow from bottom to top like bamboo shoots, Remy explained patiently. Oh, thank you, don't you feel uncomfortable? I mean, don't you feel uncomfortable sitting in this car? Harry asked. No, I think it's quite fun, it would be better if the speed could be faster. Remy said with a smile. Hagrid. Are you afraid you are not a human being either? At least he doesn't look like a purebred human. For some reason, Hagrid suddenly remembered what Remy said in the bar before, people's joys and sorrows are not shared. At this moment, Hagrid had a deeper understanding of this sentence. If the person who said this was still alive, I would definitely treat him to a drink. Hagrid thought silently in his heart. But when he thought of wine, and then thought of being drunk, Hagrid suddenly felt his stomach getting even angrier. Quickly covering his mouth with his hands, Hagrid took deep breaths repeatedly, and finally did not vomit before the mine cart stopped. Hagrid immediately pulled himself out of his seat and sat on the ground leaning against the aisle. If you didn't know him, you would think he had just experienced some horrific battle. At the end of the passage, Griphook took out a key and opened the door to the vault. As a burst of green smoke came out, a pile of gold coins, silver coins, and mountains of copper coins appeared in front of everyone. If the Weasleys saw this, they would probably faint from shock, right? Remy thought silently and at the same time had a question. Why did Harry's parents store so many copper and silver coins in Gringotts? They could have exchanged all of it for gold coins, but they kept so many silver and copper coins. Could it be that they were both hoarders? They took out cash every time they bought something, and then put the rest back in? Although he felt that this way of spending was a bit absurd, Remy couldn't figure out how else it was possible to save so many silver and copper coins. Chapter 7. Gold coins are galleons, silver coins are sickles, and bronze coins are newts. 1 gold galleon equals 17 silver sickles. 1 sickle equals 29 nath. This exchange mechanism gave Remy a headache. He really couldn't understand why there had to be zeros and integers instead of decimals. Even 20 or 50 would be fine. Wizards' math skills are obviously worse than each other, but they make currency exchange so complicated. I really don't know who came up with this idea. Waiting quietly outside the door for Hagrid to help Harry get the money, Harry hesitated for a moment as he looked at Remy leaning against the door and yawning in boredom. Hagrid, I think my money is a lot, right? Harry asked in a low voice. Of course, the money you have makes you rich even in the entire wizarding world, said Hagrid. Then I'll take some more, maybe. Remy will need the money. Harry continued in a low voice. Hagrid was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. It's a good idea that you have this intention, but you don't have to worry about him. Although I don't know how much money he has, he is definitely not short of money. Harry didn't quite understand what Hagrid said, but he could only nod his head. After the two men had withdrawn their money, Remy stood and followed them. Next, take us to Vault 713, but can you drive slower? Hagrid asked. There's only one speed, sir. Oh, that's too bad. I suddenly don't want to go. After complaining dejectedly, Hagrid put on a tragic look as if the wind was whistling and the Yi River was cold, and the hero would never come back, and stuffed himself into the car again. After everyone was seated, the car started again and continued to move quickly downwards. Perhaps it was because Hagrid had adapted a little after the experience just now, his face looked much better this time than before, even though the car was actually going faster and faster as it went downwards. Because the further you go down, the steeper the track gets as the depth increases. At the same time the temperature is lower. When the car stopped again, Harry shuddered and exhaled a cloud of white steam with every breath. This safe is unusual at first glance because it has no key. Griphook walked to the vault door and opened it with just a swipe of his hand. The security level was -10,773. Fortunately, after the vault door was opened, there was another magnificent golden door inside. I can't open the door at the back either, you guys figure it out yourself. Griphook said as he walked to the side. Hagrid nodded and looked at Remy, and Harry also looked at Remy curiously. Remy squatted down, laid down the suitcase he was carrying and opened it. Under Harry's curious gaze, he saw that Remy's suitcase had a terraced structure like a makeup box, and each layer was a separate drawer. Pulling open the top drawer, Remy reached into it. The drawer looked to be only about 5 centimeters high, but Harry was surprised to see Remy put his entire arm in it. Found it. Remy closed the box with his foot and walked towards the vault door holding a shining golden key. As the key was inserted into the keyhole, the entire door suddenly disappeared like a mirage, and the key disappeared along with it. Wow, this is pretty cool, eh? Remy's eyes lit up. I saw an open box in the vault, which was full of shiny gold coins. On the left side of the box is a stone platform, on which is placed a small package wrapped like a rice dumpling. Remy feels that it should be filled with candied dates. Zongzi is a magical food that breaks the common regional preference of sweet food in the south and salty food in the north. The reason is actually very simple. Flower growers generally prefer salty food for meals, but prefer sweet desserts, dim sum, and snacks. Therefore, the sweetness or saltiness of a snack in the local taste can roughly determine the status of this snack in the local eating habits. Remy is a little special, he likes to eat spicy rice dumplings. Hagrid went to get the rice dumplings, while Remy reopened the box and bent down to move it. In the end, it didn't move. Harry came over to help, but the box remained motionless. This is not because the box is enchanted, but because the box is too heavy. This box is 1 meter long, half a meter wide and half a meter high, which is 0.25 cubic meters. If it were filled with pure gold, it would weigh a staggering 4.8 tons. Although the gold coin does not completely fill up all the space at this moment because it is round, and the gold content of the gold coin is not 100%, its weight is still measured in tons. So after putting 20 gold coins into his pocket, Remy had to ask Hagrid for help. Hagrid, please help me pour the gold coins in the box into my suitcase. Remy said. Hagrid's eyes widened immediately. You want to take all the gold coins? Are you sure you have thought it through? There is no commercial street in Hogwarts. You don't need to carry so many gold coins with you. I know. I will exchange all these gold coins for magic materials later. Remy said. Well. I bet the vendors outside will faint from joy soon. There's no other way. Learning alchemy is too expensive. But you can also make money after you finish your studies. Hagrid said as he bent down and picked up the box. Even with his physique and strength, his face turned red when he picked up the box. Remy quickly opened a drawer in the box and then helped Hagrid pour the gold coins into it. Harry watched curiously as the gold coins continued to flow into the small drawer, but he could never fill the drawer up. His curiosity could no longer be controlled. Is this box also enchanted? Why is it never full? Harry asked curiously. The Traceless Extension Charm, this is a magic that can increase the storage space of items. My teacher helped me with it. Remy replied. Your teacher is so nice to you. Harry said enviously. It's okay. In some aspects, he is really good. But he didn't teach me magic. He insisted that I go to the magic school after I entered the entrance grade. Remy grumbled as he threw the last handful of gold coins into the drawer before closing it and covering the chest. It's done. Hagrid let out a long sigh, and the first thing he did after putting down the box was to touch the pocket where the rice dumplings were. After making sure it was still there and intact, Hagrid called the two to get in the car. The way back was much slower than the way there because it was all uphill. This made Hagrid look much better, and he even had the leisure to tell the two where to buy school supplies and their approximate locations. The minecart rushed all the way, and when it arrived at the initial boarding point, Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of relief. Walking out of Gringotts and basking in the sunshine, the three of them felt refreshed. The underground vault is definitely not a place for people to stay. If Gringotts also had a service scoring mechanism, Remy felt that he would give this experience a negative score without hesitation. Chapter 8. After leaving Gringotts and walking on the streets of Diagon Alley, Remy and Harry did not go shopping immediately, but took a walk first. As for Hagrid, he was probably still suffering from the after effects of his previous ride, so he left first, saying that he wanted to go to the Leaky Cauldron to have a few drinks with some shrews to relieve his fatigue. But Remy thought he was lying. He probably just wanted the two of them to experience shopping in Diagon Alley by themselves. What should we buy first? How about I go with you to buy the magic materials you want? To be honest, I'm quite interested in them. Harry said. Sure, let's go then. As he spoke, Remy walked into a nearby store, which made Harry stunned. Remy, this is... Welcome, my friends. Would you like to buy a cauldron? We have. Give me 10 of each type of crucible, please. The store manager's eyes suddenly lit up, and the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. No problem. Please sit down and rest for a while, I'll go get the goods. While inviting Remy and Harry to take a seat, the manager enthusiastically poured them 2 cups of tea and went into the warehouse. After a while, a series of tinkling sounds were heard from inside. Remy, is this how you buy things before? We don't know the price yet, what if? It seems that you don't have an accurate understanding of the financial resources that I and you have. With the money that we have, we can at least empty out their warehouses without any problem, let alone buy out the entire Diagon Alley. Remy said calmly while drinking tea. But there is one thing he didn't say, that is, even if he didn't have enough money, he could call for support. For Nicholas Flamel, who possessed the Philosopher's Stone and could turn everything into gold, money was useless except for taking up space. Remy had already reached an agreement with Nicholas Flamel that Nicholas Flamel would provide him with unlimited financial support until he came of age. However, when Remy comes of age, not only will Nicholas Flamel no longer provide a penny, but Remy will also have to repay the money he used previously in installments within 100 years. I've never bought anything like this before. I barely even had pocket money before. I lived with my aunt and her family treated me very badly, Harry said. Look at the bright side, at least you still have a home. I don't even know where my home is now, said Remy. Harry was stunned for a moment. What will you do on holidays? Oh, by the way, does Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have holidays? Or do we have to live in the school all the time? There are holidays. Remy nodded. If I have holidays, I might go to my teacher's house, or stay overnight at school. It doesn't matter where I stay. Anyway, even if I go home, my parents will definitely take me around the world, and I will still have to stay in a hotel, so it's better to stay overnight at school. Really? I would like to stay if I can. I don't want to go back to my aunt's house. That's great, we can form a group then. While chatting and drinking tea, the store manager soon brought over the things Remy needed on a cart. There were several carts and at least 100 different crucibles. He opened the suitcase and asked the store manager to help him put the things in. The store manager couldn't help but look at Remy twice. It's rare to see new students having this kind of equipment, the store manager praised. It will become very common in the future. Remy said with a smile as he took out the money to pay for the goods. After the store manager put all the crucibles into the box, Harry quickly took out the equipment list to buy crucibles as well, but he didn't buy a lot, and asked about the price in detail before buying. Harry, leave your things here with me, it's more convenient, we have a lot of things to buy later. Remy said. Oh, okay, thank you for your help. It's just a small matter. After leaving the crucible, Remy took Harry and headed straight to the potion shop across the street. I thought Remy would make indiscriminate large purchases again this time, but he didn't. He didn't buy a single bottle of potion, but instead bought several boxes of test tubes, empty bottles, and raw materials needed to make potions. But after arriving at the bookstore, Remy returned to his true nature and packed up all the magic books in the bookstore. The price of magic books was very expensive, and almost every book was priced in galleons, which made Harry feel a little painful when buying textbooks. Although he didn't know how many pounds 1 gold galleon was equal to, he had bought ice cream before and knew very well that galleon's purchasing power was very strong. This set, and those sets over there. No, don't give them to me. I don't want these sets. Pack up the others for me. In the clothing store, Harry was once again surprised by Remy's shopping method. He had never thought that there was such a way to buy clothes. He wanted to imitate it, but in the end, Harry couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart, and finally only bought the school uniform and work clothes mentioned in the equipment list. This store doesn't seem to have any dragonhide gloves, have you seen any? Harry asked as he looked at the equipment list. The dragon leather gloves should be in a magic equipment store or a potion store. We'll go check it out later. Now, we should go buy a wand. Remy said. I had just picked up my suitcase and was about to go out when a handsome young man with platinum hair walked towards me. Who else could it be but Draco? Oh, platinum hair, you should be a descendant of the platinum family, right? Remy asked. You, who are you? Draco asked with a slightly stiff expression as he looked at Remy and Harry, as if his rhythm was disrupted by Remy's first words. Well, we'll know each other after school, right? We still have to go buy wands, so I'll leave first. Bye. With that, Remy waved to Harry and walked out of the clothing store. Harry glanced at Draco curiously, then caught up with Remy. Remy, what is the Platinum family? Harry asked curiously. The Platinum family is the Malfoy family, one of the 28 pure-blood families in the wizarding world, and one of the oldest pure-blood families. Hearing the voice, Remy and Harry stopped and turned at the same time, only to see that Draco had followed them out for some reason. My name is Draco, Draco Malfoy. Draco said as he held out his hand to Remy. Remy was a little surprised, but still shook hands with Draco. Remy Barrett. Barrett? Draco frowned, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. If I remember correctly, there seems to be no Barrett family in the magic world. To be precise, there is no such family in the magic world of Ying country. My family is quite famous in Mei country. Remy said with a smile, playing a little word game by the way. He only said that the Barrett family was famous in Magnesium country, but he didn't say that they were famous in the Magnesium magic world. Chapter 9. In Western culture, there is a contempt chain for hair color. At the bottom of the contempt chain is red hair. People with red hair are considered stupid, backward, poor, and uncivilized, because most people with red hair are Northern Irish and Celtic. For example, Ronald in the Iron Triangle has red hair, is not very smart, and comes from a poor family. Slightly better than red hair are flaxen and brown hair, who are considered mixed-race civilians. Hermione, the Muggle-born member of the Iron Triangle, has this hair color. Above tan are blondes like Draco. Most people with blonde hair and blue eyes are Germans. Interestingly, there is a certain mustache guy who advocates that blonde hair and blue eyes are the most noble, but he himself has black hair. Black hair is the hair color of the Romans, and it is undoubtedly the hair color at the top of the contempt chain. In many Western cultural works, the male and female protagonists often have black hair. At this moment, Draco caught up with them and took the initiative to talk to them to clarify their doubts. His attitude was pretty good. Although he was a little proud when talking about his family, there was no contempt in his eyes when he looked at the two of them. Remy felt that it was probably because he and Harry both had noble black hair. I've only heard of the existence of magnesium, but I don't know anything else. Does magnesium also have a wizarding world? Draco asked curiously. Of course, magnesium not only has a wizarding world, it also has its own magic school called Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which was founded in the 17th century and is located on the top of Mount Greylock in Massachusetts. Magnesium. By the way, the aunt of the founder of Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin, so to some extent Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry can be said to be of the same lineage. Remy said. Hearing Remy's words, Draco's eyes suddenly lit up, and it was unclear whether he was impressed by Remy's profound knowledge or because Remy mentioned Salazar Slytherin. So that's how it is. I didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. Draco sighed, and suddenly looked at Harry with embarrassment on his face. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to Harry. Are you his brother? I don't know what your name is. My name is Draco. I'm not his brother, my name is Harry, Harry Potter. Harry said. Harry Potter. Draco's voice suddenly rose 3 octaves. Are you really Harry Potter? Oh, I mean, are you really the legendary? Harry nodded, and at the same time lifted up his hair to show Draco the lightning mark on his forehead. There were many people in the bar who didn't believe it before and expressed their desire to see the legendary mark. Although Harry didn't know what was so good about this mark that he had had since childhood, at least he knew that this mark could be used to prove his identity. Oh, it's so nice to meet you, Harry. Draco excitedly shook Harry's hand again. I hope we can be assigned to the same house. Needless to say, someone like you will definitely be assigned to Slytherin, and Remy, I really hope we can be assigned to the same dormitory. Maybe. Let's talk about it when we get to Hogwarts. We still have a lot of things to buy. If we don't hurry up, we might miss the train to Hogwarts in the afternoon. Remy said. Oh yeah, sorry I was careless. Draco quickly let go of Harry's hand. Then I won't bother you anymore, see you on the train. Okay, bye. Bye. As soon as he finished imitating Remy's words, Harry suddenly felt that something was wrong with this sentence, because Remy said it in Huxia. Remy, what does this sentence mean? Does it mean goodbye from the magnesium side? Harry asked curiously. You can understand it that way, although it is actually a variant word that was transliterated after the Ying language was introduced to an Eastern country, but it does mean goodbye. Oh, you are amazing. You know so much. It's okay. After all, I used to drink 6 nuclear bombs to nourish my brain since I was a child. 6 nuclear bombs? What kind of drink is this? Why does the name sound weird? Following Remy in confusion, just as they were walking towards the wand shop, someone suddenly called them from behind. It turned out to be Hagrid. Oh, thank God I finally found you. Have you bought everything? Hagrid asked. The only things left to buy are the wand, dragon skin gloves, and the owl. We are just about to go buy the wand. Remy said after thinking for a moment. Oh, that's great, well, I mean you guys go buy wands. I won't go with you. I'm going to buy something over there. Hagrid said. OJBK, bye. Harry imitated him and waved his hand, OJBK, bye. Hagrid. What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Could it be French? Thinking of Remy's identity, Hagrid immediately felt relieved and went about his business. On the other side, Remy and Harry came to the door of the wand shop and looked up at the slightly mottled golden billboard above. Ollivanders, making fine wands since 382 BC, specializing in wand making for 2000 years. Come on, let's meet this staff-making master. Oh well. When I pushed open the shop door, a small bell suddenly started ringing, alerting the store owner that someone had come in. However, after the two looked around in the store for a while, the manager did not come out. Just as Remy could no longer control himself and went to take the small boxes that were stacked up like a wall, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Scare. Remy was so frightened that he shuddered and turned around helplessly. Mr. Ollivander, could you please make some noise when you walk? Can't you see that I'm concentrating on stealing? Harry. Ollivander. Is it my fault? Should I let you steal the things and come out? Or should I come over here to remind you that someone is coming? Ollivander was stunned by Remy for a moment. Hello, Mr. Ollivander, Remy didn't mean that, he just... Harry was interrupted by Remy before he could finish his explanation. Stop talking nonsense and get down to business, Mr. Ollivander. Take out the most powerful wands you have. I want them all. Remy said with an air of wealth and generosity. Bang! Harry slapped his forehead helplessly and thought to himself, I knew it would be like this. Oh, my dear child, everyone only needs one wand. No one can cast a spell by holding a bunch of wands, otherwise they won't be able to cast any magic at all. Ollivander explained patiently. Only? Really? I don't believe it. Chapter 10. Indeed, even the greatest wizard of all, Albus Dumbledore, only used one wand. Ollivander said helplessly. Oh, that's okay, I'll buy a few more to use in rotation. No, 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 the wand cannot be replaced easily, because it is the wand that chooses its master. If you replace the wand easily, the wand will think you have abandoned it. Oh? You mean the wand has its own consciousness? Yes, it does have its own consciousness to a certain extent. Really? I don't believe it. Ollivander. How come I didn't find this so annoying before? Remy. Harry tugged at Remy's clothes. You should listen to Mr. Ollivander. He is a professional wand maker. He knows more about wands than we do. A master of staff making? Ollivander's mouth twitched suddenly. For some reason, he always felt that this name was an insult. Mr. Ollivander, has the Ministry of Magic issued any laws stipulating that each person can only buy one wand? Remy asked. That's not the case. That's it, then? Take out the most powerful wands you have. It's not like I won't pay you. Ollivander sighed helplessly and rubbed his forehead with a headache. He didn't understand why the excuses that had always worked in the past were of no use to this child. As a master wand maker, and a hereditary wand maker who has been making wands for generations, Ollivander undoubtedly cherishes the wands he makes, and each wand is like his child. Because of this, Ollivander also hopes that the little owners of the wands can cherish their wands as much as he does. For this reason, he would warn every young wizard who came to buy a wand that the wand had its own consciousness and it was the wand that chose the wizard, not the wizard who chose the wand. However, today he found that his words seemed unable to convince the child in front of him, but he was ready to try again. Your name is Remy, right? Ollivander asked. Yes. Remy nodded. My name is Remy, Remy Barrett. Okay, Mr. Barrett, I think I need to explain to you how I make wands so that you can understand them better, said Ollivander. Remy nodded, and Harry looked at Ollivander curiously, his eyes full of anticipation for hearing a story. The wand can be divided into two parts. One is the body, which is made of wood that contains magical powers. Usually ebony, oak, holly, etc. are used. These woods not only contain magic power, but also have their own unique properties. Combining them with suitable core materials can increase the power of the core and give the wand unique properties. Ollivander said, with a hint of obsession in his eyes, as if he had entered his own spiritual world. So, what about elderberries? Remy's question brought Ollivander back to reality and he frowned. Oh, it seems you have heard of the legend, but to be honest, I don't think elder is a good wand material, so I always think that the legend is wrong. I have also experimented with elder, but the results were not ideal. Neither the phoenix tail feathers, dragon heart nerves, nor the unicorn tail hair can work well with it. Ollivander said. He scratched his hair and looked a little depressed. Perhaps just as he said, he didn't quite understand why the legendary wand would use elderberry, a wood that he didn't think was excellent. Maybe you can try the wand core material with the attributes of doom and death. After all, that magic wand will always bring doom and death to its owner. Remy said after an idea came to his mind. I tried it. Ollivander shook his head. It was even worse. Remy. MMP. You didn't even give me a chance to fill my cup with tea. Well, actually I have a general understanding of magic wands, but my situation is quite special and I do need more than one wand. Remy said helplessly. Oh? Really? I don't believe it, said Ollivander. Remy. Ahem. Remy cleared his throat to cover up his gaffe and continued, I'm learning alchemy, but when I'm doing alchemy, there are often inexplicable explosions. Every time there is an explosion, I can only protect myself and have no time to take care of other things. Therefore, the life of the magic wand in my hand cannot be long. Ollivander thought for a moment and nodded, then looked at Remy sincerely, Kid, that means you don't have the talent to learn alchemy. I suggest you give up alchemy and learn something else. For example, potions is a good subject. After all these years, you are the first person to say that I have no talent for alchemy. Remy smiled and said, You may have heard of my teacher. He lives in France. France? Alchemist? Could it be that? Ollivander's eyes widened and he looked at Remy in disbelief. Remy nodded, indicating that he was not wrong. Oh, this is incredible. I didn't expect you to be his student. In that case, please wait a moment. Let me give this person. Ollivander suddenly stared at Harry with eyes wide open in disbelief. Oh, you must be Harry Potter? Your eyes are exactly like your mother's. She got her first wand from me. It seems like it happened just yesterday. It's 10¼ inches long and made of willow wood. It's a very good wand that is perfect for performing magic. Ollivander exclaimed. Your father's was different. He liked mahogany wands. I mean, in the end a mahogany wand was chosen by your father. 11 inches long, very flexible and very suitable for transfiguration. Remy. Harry. You just said something wrong, didn't you? You must have said something wrong. In fact, it is not the wand that chooses the wizard at all. Seeing that Remy and Harry were looking at him with empty eyes, Ollivander realized that he had accidentally said something out of excitement, so he quickly took out the measuring tape and measured Harry's arm length while changing the subject. Which hand do you prefer? Right hand. I usually use my right hand. Okay, raise your arms. Okay, turn around again. Ollivander used a measuring tape to measure Harry's arm length, waist measurements, head circumference, shoulder width, distance between his eyes, and even the distance between Harry's nostrils. All that was left was to measure little Harry's height as well. After finally finishing the measurements, Ollivander nodded with satisfaction, and then began to recommend wands to Harry. Mr. Potter, try this wand first. It is 9 inches long and made of beech wood and the heart nerve of a dragon. Ollivander said. Don't just stand there, try swinging it. Harry came back to his senses and waved his wand a little nervously. The next moment. Bang! Chapter 11. Oh, it seems that this is not it. Looking at the shattered vase, Ollivander shook his head. He snatched the wand from Harry's hand and handed Harry a new wand. Try this one, the maple one. Harry was very picky. He tried more than 10 wands but none of them satisfied Ollivander. Remy, who was bored, discovered another secret, a secret about Ollivander. Mr. Ollivander, I have a question I would like to ask you. Remy said. You say, Mr. Barrett, said Ollivander. What are those statistics you just measured about Harry for? Remy asked. Oh, that's to calculate the most suitable wand length for Mr. Potter to wield, so as to narrow the range. Ollivander explained. Yet. Remy shook his head and walked to the table, which was already piled with wand boxes and wands. Harry just tested a total of 16 wands. The shortest wand was only 7 inches long, while the longest was 12.5 inches. Isn't the range a bit too large? Or was it that Harry was constantly growing taller and shrinking, growing taller, and shrinking again during the experiment just now? Remy asked jokingly. Ollivander opened his mouth, but no words came out. At this time, Remy continued, Mr. Ollivander, I have no objection to you, but Harry and I have to take the Muggle subway to the train station. We don't have that much time to waste. Please show your true ability and choose the most suitable wand for Harry as soon as possible. As he spoke, Remy picked up a magic wand and waved it around. The next moment, a blinding light and a bang instantly made Remy's eyes go white. Ah! My 24K pure titanium alloy dog eyes! Harry, who was also trapped in the white world, was panicking at first, but after hearing Remy's cry, he couldn't help laughing out loud for some reason. After about 20 seconds, the three regained their vision one after another, and then they were all stunned. There was only half of the wand left in Remy's hand, and the broken end was charred black, obviously not broken by bending or falling. Remy blinked, looking a little embarrassed. Well, don't worry, I will pay for it, just consider it as my purchase. Ollivander, who was holding onto the table, frowned and shook his head. It shouldn't be like this, how could it explode? This kind of situation shouldn't happen. As he spoke, Ollivander reached out and snatched the wand from Remy's hand, looking at it again and again, then he lay on the ground looking for the remaining half and the debris in the middle that was blown away by the explosion, muttering to himself all the time. Seeing Ollivander, who seemed to be ill, Remy and Harry did not dare to disturb him. They just stood there obediently without moving. After a long while, Ollivander finally stood up. He looked around the small shop like an eagle with sharp eyes, then walked to the wall and pulled out a box. Mr. Barrett, please try this wand. Ollivander said seriously. Remy nodded, took the wand and waved it gently. The next moment, a strong wind blew violently. At the same time, the wand in Remy's hand exploded again with a bang, and this time only the handle was left. As the wand exploded, the strong wind stopped. Harry looked at Remy with horror, while Remy frowned at the remains of the wand in his hand. Ollivander also frowned as he looked at the remains of the wand. For a moment the store became eerily quiet. Boom! A wand box fell from the top, setting off a chain reaction like dominoes. A whole wall of wand boxes fell to the ground, scaring Harry so much that he quickly moved away. This incident awakened the instigator and the owner of the wand shop. I think I know why Master didn't teach me magic. I think I know what's going on. The two said almost at the same time. At the same time, in France, at Nicholas Flamel's home, Madame Flamel poured 2 cups of tea and left home, leaving space for Nicholas Flamel and Albus Dumbledore, who had just arrived. Nicole, did you ask me to come here because you are worried about the Philosopher's Stone? Don't worry, I have made all the preparations and there will be no problem with the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore said. It's just a rock. I'm not worried about that. Nicholas Flamel shook his head, then took the box from the table, placed it between the two of them and opened it. Looking at the grey translucent crystals as big as sugar cubes in the box, Dumbledore's eyes suddenly fixed. Such powerful magic, are these all Philosopher's Stones? Dumbledore asked. In a sense, they are indeed the Philosopher's Stone, but they are not the Sorcerer's Stone. As he spoke, Nicholas Flamel lightly tapped his fingers, and a crystal floated out of the box and floated in front of Dumbledore. This thing is called magic crystal. Even a magic crystal the size of a sugar cube has the same magical power as that of an adult wizard. Nicholas Flamel introduced. Dumbledore nodded, having felt it. So, what does it do? It's about the same as a sugar cube. Nicholas Flamel controlled the magic crystal to fall into the teacup in front of Dumbledore, and the magic crystal melted when it came into contact with water. Magic crystals can be dissolved in water. Drinking melted magic crystal water can replenish a large amount of magic power, and in a sense, it can also add flavor to the drink. Dumbledore nodded. After the magic crystal melted, he found that the ordinary cup of tea in front of him suddenly became extremely tempting, but when he smelled it carefully, he found that it actually did not emit any aroma. The appetizing aroma is actually an illusion caused by the body's desire for magic power. What a great invention! If I had enough magic crystals, maybe I could still defeat Voldemort in a duel now. Dumbledore said half seriously and half jokingly. Nicholas Flamel did not respond, but took out another magic crystal and put it into his teacup, then raised the cup and toasted Dumbledore. After taking a sip, Dumbledore's eyes lit up and he nodded. It tastes unexpectedly good. It feels like a riverbed that is gradually drying up and suddenly receives a rainfall. I feel very satisfied. As he spoke, Dumbledore took another sip, nodding as he savored the drink. How many cups of tea like this can you drink in a row? Asked Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore thought for a moment. Well, if it was an extreme case, I think I could probably drink 10 glasses in a row. If I say that someone can drink it as ordinary water under any circumstances, including when their body is full of magic power, would you believe it? Asked Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore was stunned at first, then fell into deep thought. Chapter 12. Drink this tea like water? Under any circumstances? Dumbledore, who had already felt the effect of this tea on replenishing the magic power in his body, couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This is a bit challenging to his cognition. Even if a person has a lot of magic power, he will be able to hold on if he replenishes the magic power when his body is full, right? Does the person you are talking about have any special talents? Dumbledore asked. Nicholas Flamel nodded. You know Obscurus well, don't you? Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. Yes, of course I understand. Have you discovered any new Obscurials? Dumbledore asked. Nicholas Flamel shook his head. I ask you, how did the Obscurus come about? Wizard children are forced to suppress the magic in their bodies due to physical or psychological abuse. They will experience extreme emotional pain and create a dark parasitic magical force called Obscurus. What exactly do you want to say? Dumbledore asked puzzledly. He didn't understand why Nicholas Flamel asked him this question. There was no reason why Nicholas Flamel didn't know the reason for the formation of the Obscurus. This made his emotions a little bit out of control. Yes, that's how Obscurus was created. But have you ever thought about what would happen to a child's body if he never suppressed the magic in his body, squandered it all every day, and lived a very, well, heartlessly happy life every day? Asked Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore frowned immediately. He had a hard time understanding Nicholas Flamel's hypothesis, because, Nicole, how could the situation you described happen? Even for an adult wizard who has mastered spells, it is almost impossible to squander all the magic power in his body every day, let alone a child who has not mastered spells. Dumbledore asked. The wizarding world they belong to does not advocate strength above all else, so who would practice spells all day long until exhaustion? Boom boom boom. Nicholas Flamel tapped the box containing the magic crystal on the table with his old fingers. My disciple, Remy Barrett, is a natural master of alchemy. These magic crystals were invented by him. Before he met me, he used his innate alchemy to consume his own magic power to condense these magic crystals. Nicholas Flamel said. Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, then he understood something. Okay, I have a rough idea. So, my old friend, tell me about him. Dumbledore looked at Nicholas Flamel and said seriously. I'd better tell you about the new magical creature in his body first. Nicholas Flamel smiled and said. When I met him, he already had that thing in his body, and he named it Shenbao. Kidney, treasure? Looking at Dumbledore with a forehead full of question marks, Nicholas Flamel showed a helpless smile. Yes, you heard it right, although I couldn't understand why a little kid like him would give it such a name. But later on, at my suggestion, he changed the name of the creature, and now it's called Mabao. Dumbledore nodded and motioned for Nicholas Flamel to continue. The existence of the magic treasure has brought Remy terrifying magic power and magic power recovery speed. The magic power he possesses now. Nicholas Flamel looked at Dumbledore. Well, it is about 5 times that of yours, and it continues to increase every day. 5 times as much as me. Hiss. Dumbledore quickly drank some tea to calm himself. Initially, the magic treasure only provided Remy with a huge amount of magic power and magic power recovery speed, just like a dead object. Nicholas Flamel continued. But as Remy and it grow together, the magic treasure now has instincts similar to those of living creatures. Whenever Remy is in danger, it will actively release a large amount of magic power to protect Remy. Therefore, I have always been worried that it will develop a true consciousness one day and escape from Remy's control. Dumbledore nodded seriously. If a magical creature with such enormous magical power were to get out of control, the magic world would be in trouble, and it wouldn't just be the magic world that would suffer. How do you test it? Does the magic react to all magic, or just dark magic? Dumbledore asked. All. Nicholas Flamel said. Not just magic, any attack that can cause irreparable damage to Remy will trigger the magic treasure, including Remy's usual alchemy failure and explosion. Even if Remy falls from a high place, as long as it exceeds a certain height, it can trigger the magic treasure's protection. Will the magic treasure also protect you if it falls from a high place? Dumbledore's eyes widened immediately. Doesn't that mean he is invincible? You can understand it that way. At this point, Nicholas Flamel suddenly laughed. If you ever come into a fight with Voldemort and Remy happens to be nearby, you can use him as a shield, he can even block the killing curse. How could I possibly treat a child as, wait, a killing curse? You used a killing curse on him? Dumbledore asked in disbelief, taking a breath. He is your apprentice. And he is just a child. How could you have the heart to do that to him? Because I'm really curious. Nicholas Flamel nodded and said with a smile, besides, I haven't studied the killing curse specifically. The power of the killing curse I used is definitely not enough to kill him. Okay, but how does it block the killing curse? Dumbledore asked curiously. The way the magic treasure protects Remy is to release a large amount of magic power to form a magic shield on the surface of Remy's body. The magic shield is composed entirely of magic power and can be regarded as a physical entity, so it can block any magic. Nicholas Flamel explained. I see. This means that the target was not hit at all because Remy was protected. Dumbledore nodded, a hint of regret in his eyes. He couldn't learn this method of defending against the killing curse. It's so luxurious. I understand. I will train him well. Don't worry, my friend, said Dumbledore. At this moment, a picture suddenly occurred to Dumbledore. In the picture, Remy strolled through the colorful spells like a stroll in the garden. In the stunned, shocked, and even collapsed gazes of Voldemort and a group of Death Eaters, he walked up to Voldemort leisurely and cast a magic to defeat him. However, Nicholas Flamel's words soon brought Dumbledore back to reality and shattered all his fantasies. I really want you to take special care of him this time, but I hope you don't teach him magic. Don't teach him any magic. Dumbledore. Chapter 13. Don't teach him any magic? Are you sure he is your apprentice and not the child of your enemy? Why? Are you worried that he will turn bad in the future? Dumbledore asked. Nicholas Flamel immediately shook his head. No, Remy is a very good child. Although he likes to play, he is not extreme and loves peace. Then why don't you want me to teach him magic? Because his magic power is so huge that it is far beyond his control. Nicholas Flamel sighed heavily, then took out a card and handed it to Dumbledore. This is a magic card I made with his inspiration. You only need to inject magic power to activate the magic inside. It is exactly the same as the magic power you need to consume to cast magic yourself, and it also saves the trouble of chanting spells. Dumbledore took it, looked at it, and then injected magic into it. The magic card suddenly lit up with a ball of white light. It turned out to be a fluorescent magic card. It's a great invention, but does it have anything to do with what you just said about his powerful magic? Dumbledore asked doubtfully. This is a teaching prop I made for him, but it exploded when he used it. Nicholas Flamel said as he reached out and tapped the magic card. In order not to undermine his confidence, I improved the magic card without his knowledge. Try it again now. Dumbledore nodded, injected magic into the magic card again, and then frowned. Why no response? Dumbledore asked. The improved magic card needs to be injected with 10 times the magic power before it can be activated when used by a specific person. But even so, Remy still needs to be very careful when using it, as the slightest carelessness may cause an explosion. Nicholas Flamel said helplessly. Dumbledore nodded and continued to inject magic into the magic card. After activating the magic card again, Dumbledore silently put down the magic card, then picked up the tea and drank it. The consumption is a bit high, he needs to replenish some mana. I made improvements secretly because I didn't want to destroy his self-confidence, so Remy always thought that his control over magic had improved, but in fact, the speed of his control over magic was far behind the speed of his own magic growth. He was like running on a conveyor belt moving in the opposite direction, always marking time, and even regressing if he relaxed a little. Nicholas Flamel said with a sigh. Everything has its limits. Who could have thought that such outstanding talent, with such strong capital, would end up like this? I see. I will pay more attention to him after he starts school. I guess you came to me and told me all this because you don't want me to directly forbid him from learning magic, right? Dumbledore asked. Yes. Nicholas Flamel nodded. I don't want him to be isolated because of this kind of thing, so I'll have to trouble you to take care of him in the future. Learn. Dumbledore nodded, then glanced at the clock on the wall. Is there anything else I need to know? It's getting late and I have to go back to prepare for the welcome dinner for freshmen. Dumbledore said. Nothing else. Oh, by the way, he has an unusual hobby and dream. I'm afraid you may need to spend more time to guide him. Oh? What's your hobby? Remy's parents' family is in the arms business, so Remy has loved guns since he was a child. He once told me that his dream is to make magic guns that even ordinary people can use to fire magic by pulling the trigger, and sell them in large quantities. Dumbledore. You call this a little hobby? If this kind of magic firearm is produced and sold in large quantities, not only the magic world, but the entire world will be in chaos. At this moment, Dumbledore suddenly felt that preventing Voldemort from resurrecting was not important at all compared to preventing the advent of magical firearms. What do you want me to do? Just guide him instead of stopping him? Dumbledore asked in a deep voice. Nicholas Flamel blinked, then took a sip from his teacup and shook his head. He doesn't need a wand or a spell to perform his innate alchemy, and he doesn't even need magical materials. And because of the existence of the magic treasure, you can't trap him with magic, so, you can't stop him. Dumbledore. Why is there such a supernatural power in the world? If I insist on using up my magic power every day, will it be too late? You've really given me a difficult problem. Dumbledore sighed. It is indeed a difficult problem, but if he can be given the right guidance, with his abilities he will definitely bring about major changes to the wizarding world, said Nicholas Flamel. Change. A trace of reminiscence and pain flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. I don't like change, said Dumbledore. Nicholas Flamel looked at Dumbledore and smiled, but said nothing. He certainly knew why Dumbledore didn't like change, but he also knew that Dumbledore actually always liked change. On the other side, in Diagon Alley, Ollivander took the wand from Remy and placed it gently on the table. Mr. Barrett, the magic power you possess is beyond my imagination. If you don't mind. Remy's heart tightened when he heard Ollivander's words. Mr. Ollivander, I can actually control. Can you give me some of your hair? I can pay for it, and I promise that it will only be used for research and will never be leaked. I can make an unbreakable oath with you. Huh? Want my hair for research? You scared me, I thought you were going to say you couldn't sell me the wand. Looking at Ollivander's burning gaze, Remy breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Of course the hair is no problem, but you can see my situation. I need a lot of wands to practice control. No problem. Ollivander nodded immediately without thinking. Mr. Barrett, if you need as many wands as you want in the future, just tell me. I can, well, maybe we can trade. You give me a hair and I'll give you a wand. How about that? A hair for a wand? If I remember correctly, a magic wand weighs 7 galleons, and a person's hair weighs about 100,000. If I choose to go bald, I will get 700,000 galleons. Remy did a quick calculation in his mind and was immediately shocked by the amount. This is too little. How could his handsomeness only be worth 700,000 galleons? No, 1 hair for 10 wands. I have much more magic power than those magical creatures, said Remy. That being said, you have much more hair than a phoenix's tail feathers, so the magic power of each hair may not exceed that of a phoenix's tail feathers. I can only offer a 1-to-2 ratio at best. Remy and Ollivander had a heated argument over the exchange ratio, leaving Harry confused as he listened. Chapter 14. Remy knew he had a lot of magic power, but he didn't know exactly how much, or how it compared to other people. Before buying the wand, Remy always thought that his current magic power might be second only to Dumbledore and Voldemort, but in the future he could surpass them and become the first. Now that he has exploded 2 wands in a row, and even the knowledgeable Ollivander has said that the magic power he possesses is beyond imagination, Remy has a new understanding of his own magical level. This made him very happy, and he simply accepted Ollivander's offer of 1 hair in exchange for 2 wands. Only. Hey, what are you doing? Are you going to pull my hair out? Seeing Ollivander reaching out his hand, Remy quickly stepped back. Are you kidding? Just because he agreed to sell his hair doesn't mean he agrees to have others pull out his hair. There is an essential difference between plucking and cutting. Cutting hair will not make you bald, but plucking too much hair may really make you bald. And it won't get stronger. To use hair to make a wand, you naturally need complete hair. Ollivander said as a matter of course. You've used human hair to make wands before. Not really human, I once used the hair of a half-Vila to customize her wand. Oh, then you can also customize the wand for me, and I will pay for the rest. Ollivander's eyes showed deep regret, but he still agreed to Remy's request. After discussion, Remy evenly plucked 5 strands of hair from his head and handed them to Ollivander, then stepped aside and waited for Harry to finish selecting his wand so that they could make their big purchase. After receiving Remy's hair, Ollivander carefully put it away, then took out a wand from the shelf and handed it to Harry solemnly. Come on, boy, try this one, said Ollivander. Harry nodded and took the wand, and the next moment, before he could wave it, BGM, fans, lights and other special effects suddenly appeared on him. Needless to say, this must be Harry's dream wand. Sure enough, everything is destined. Ollivander looked at Harry with a complicated expression. I once sold a magic wand that used the tail feathers of the same phoenix as this wand. It can be said that it is a brother of this wand. It was this phoenix that left this lightning mark on your forehead. Really? What a coincidence. Harry nodded. What kind of wood is this wand made of? Holly, with phoenix tail feathers, 11 inches long, an extraordinary combination. Ollivander explained. Harry nodded, not knowing whether he understood or not, and paid the money. Seeing that Harry had chosen his wand, Remy immediately waved his hand and asked Ollivander to recommend 10 phoenix tail feather wands, 10 dragon heartstring wands, and 10 unicorn tail hair wands. And he made an agreement with Ollivander that if he ran out of them, he would buy more from him using an owl. Just as I had finished selecting all the wands, selecting only based on appearance, and was about to pay, a knocking sound came from the window. Remy and Harry turned around and saw that it was Hagrid who came. He was holding a cage in his hand, and in the cage was a snow-white owl. To be precise, it is a snowy owl, Xiao. Harry, happy birthday, this is the birthday present I prepared for you. Hagrid said after opening the door and squeezing into the wand shop with difficulty. Oh, really? That's amazing. Can I touch it? Of course. It's yours now. Remy blinked as he watched Harry ecstatically take the cage and poke the snowy owl inside. Is today Harry's birthday? Remy asked curiously. No, Harry's birthday was yesterday. However, when I picked him up yesterday, I forgot to bring him a gift, so I only prepared a birthday cake for him," Hagrid said embarrassedly. "Oh, that's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to think of what birthday present to give him in such a short time because I have difficulty making choices," Remy said. "Ha ha ha ha, I spent a long time choosing before deciding on this gift for Harry. It's very practical and cute, right? Yeah, I think I need to buy an owl too. It's pretty practical." He walked over to Harry and teased the snowy owl, which Harry had named Hedwig, for a while. After paying Ollivander for the wand, Remy followed Hagrid out to buy his own owl. Remy doesn't have any requirements for the owl's appearance, only its body shape. With the dual recommendation of Hagrid and the store manager, Remy finally did not listen to their advice. Hagrid and the owl shop manager both recommended the eagle owl to Remy. The eagle owl is the largest owl on average, and the snowy owl is also a type of eagle owl. But Remy ultimately chose a fishing owl native to Asia. There is a huge range of sizes between different species of fishing owls. The one Remy bought is the hairy-legged fishing owl, which can grow to be larger than the largest eagle owl. Moreover, its main food is fish, and there happens to be a large lake next to Hogwarts Castle, so perhaps a lot of feeding troubles can be saved. With the owl in place, the three went to buy the mist essentials, including dragonskin gloves, and then the three left Diagon Alley together. As soon as they left Diagon Alley, Hagrid said with difficulty that he had other things to do and had to leave first, so he couldn't take them to the train station. Remy immediately said that there was no problem. Hagrid gave them 2 tickets before leaving. Looking at the platform 9 3/4 written on it, Harry was confused. "Remy, do you think it's possible that these 2 tickets were printed incorrectly? I've never heard of a 3/4 platform," Harry said. "Have you ever heard of magic before?" Remy asked. "Don't forget, we are going to a magic school, not some ordinary school." Harry suddenly realized what was going on and quickly followed Remy with the owl cage in hand. Each of them was carrying an owl cage, and they attracted a lot of attention along the way. Remy didn't care at all about this, but Harry couldn't stand those curious and surprised looks. "Remy, can your trunk hold owls? I mean, won't they suffocate to death in it?" Harry asked. "Of course not. What's wrong? Are you tired?" Remy asked. "No, sort of. Okay, I'll help you put it on." Harry hesitated as Remy only packed Hedwig into the suitcase. "Remy, I think you'd better pack your owl in your suitcase too, otherwise the subway might not let us on." "Does the subway here have such a rule?" "Okay." Remy packed the hairy-legged fishing owl, which had been named Long John's, into the suitcase, and took Harry to the subway station to their destination, King's Cross Station. Chapter 15. After wandering around but unable to reach the right platform, Remy and Harry ran around King's Cross Station like 2 headless flies, running east and west. Remy knew that platform 9 3/4 was a pillar, but the problem was that he didn't know which passage to take to get to the platform where the Hogwarts train stopped. King's Cross Station is a large train station, and they need to find the correct large platform first before they can look for the so-called platform 9 3/4. The way the passages here are set up it's hard to describe, just a mess. When he was almost getting lost after searching for a long time, Remy's eyes suddenly lit up when he caught a glimpse of the place. He saw a fat woman with red hair and made eye contact with her. The fat woman looked at Remy and then immediately looked away. She then called on the 4 children around her to follow her and get on the bus. "Oh, it's almost time, we should go get on the bus. George, take our things and don't leave anything behind. Ronald, check your stuff. These buildings built by Muggles are so complicated. Every time I come here, I get dizzy. You should follow closely and don't run around. If you get lost, you won't be able to go to Hogwarts." Her voice was quite loud, as if she was shouting on purpose. Remy heard what she said, and so did Harry. "Remy, they might be the same people as us. That lady mentioned Hogwarts, let's follow her," Harry said excitedly. "Oh, okay." Remy came back to his senses and followed Harry's footsteps to catch up with the people in front, but he was wondering in his heart whether the Weasley family in front was arranged by Dumbledore. Otherwise it wouldn't make sense that I would just happen to meet them when they needed help. More importantly, as a pure-blood family in the wizarding world, the Weasleys had no need to come to King's Cross Station to take the train. They could go directly to the real station through other passages. They don't live in the Muggle world, so why would they go all the way to London and take the train through the Muggle train station? I smell a conspiracy. Remy had a meaningful smile on his face as he watched Harry approach Mrs. Weasley. "Ma'am, are you going to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Oh, yes, I have to take my child to school." "Are you going to Hogwarts as well? Are you lost?" Harry smiled sheepishly. "Yeah, Remy and I couldn't find platform 9 3/4. That's terrible. Hurry up and catch up. The train is about to leave. We have to hurry." "Thank you so much. May I know your name?" "My name is Harry and his is Remy. You can just call me Mrs. Weasley. This is Ronald, he is also entering school this year. These two are George and Fred, they are twins, a few years older than you can ask them for help if you have any difficulties in school. This is my youngest daughter Ginny, she will not enter Hogwarts until next year." As they walked, Mrs. Weasley introduced her children to the two of them, and Harry and Remy politely nodded to each of them. From the way she walked, we could tell that Mrs. Weasley was a decisive and careful person. She walked very fast and from time to time she would urge George and Fred not to run around. Led by Mrs. Weasley, the group successfully arrived in front of a pillar that was nearly 2 meters wide. "This is platform 9 3/4. Just walk through and you will see the train to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry nodded vigorously, looking a little excited. He had sensed a familiar feeling, this feeling was that of a Muggle repelling charm. Subconsciously, Harry turned around and looked at Remy, his eyes seemed to be asking Remy if he felt it. His actions gave Mrs. Weasley the wrong idea. "Don't be afraid, you won't get bumped into. George, you can demonstrate it to the younger students first," Mrs. Weasley said. "Mum, I'm not George, I'm Fred, he's George." "Oh, sorry, Fred, you show them." "Okay." Fred pushed the cart to 5 meters in front of the pillar, took a deep breath, and then pushed the cart quickly towards the pillar. Without a sound, he crashed into the pillar. Noticing Harry's surprised look, Mrs. Weasley smiled slightly. "George, it's your turn." "Mom, he just lied to you. I am Fred and he is George." "Mrs. Weasley." The prank was successfully carried out, and George laughed and pushed the cart into the pillar. "Next, Luo." "I'll go first, Mrs. Weasley," Remy said suddenly. "Oh well." With Mrs. Weasley's consent, Remy pulled the suitcase to the pillar and walked towards it quickly after taking a deep breath. The moment he touched the pillar, Remy saw a brand new platform. The old steam train was blowing its whistle as if to remind passengers to get on board as soon as possible. The platform was full of people, far more than the platform outside. Most of them were adults, standing by the train saying goodbye to the children who were leaning out of the windows. Cats of various colors walked around people's feet and meowed non-stop, as if begging for food. Some cats with a strong addiction to cats were rubbing against the pants of every passerby crazily, leaving their pants covered with fur. Some of them stared at the owls in the little wizard's hands or on the cart, with their eyes wide open, and it was unclear whether they were greedy or wanted to recognize them as their relatives. Just as Remy was looking around, there was a sudden bang and someone bumped into his back. Ouch! Remy turned around and was immediately delighted to see that it was Harry. "You're running too fast, Harry," Remy said. "No, you're standing in the wrong place. Let's leave quickly." Bang! Bang! There was a loud rustling sound, and Remy and Harry lay on their backs among a pile of luggage, with Ronald's sad face in front of them. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay. We were standing in the wrong place. We shouldn't have been blocking the entrance." As he spoke, Remy stood up and straightened his suitcase, then helped Ronald put his luggage in place. Harry was fiddling with his glasses, which had sustained some damage from the collision. "I wish there were stores selling glasses in the wizarding world. I feel like my glasses might break down at any moment, Harry said with a headache. In the wizarding world, this little damage is nothing. As he spoke, Remy pulled out a stack of cards from his inner jacket pocket and handed one to Harry. Take it and play with it. Chapter 16. What kind of magic card is this? The repair spell can repair some broken things, but not humans. Oh, I see. It can only be used to repair items. Harry looked at the magic card curiously. He really wanted to use this magical thing right now, but considering the mess around him, he held back. The front carriage was already full, and even the aisle was filled with people, so Harry and Remy had no choice but to get off the train and continue along the platform to the carriage behind. They walked to the back of the train and saw that there was no one near the window. They breathed a sigh of relief and carried their luggage into the carriage. There was indeed no one in this carriage, not a single person. It seems that we are lucky, at least we can get on the train, Remy said. Harry didn't say anything. He sat down eagerly, then took off his glasses and held the magic card to his glasses. We just have to pump magic into it, right? Harry asked. Yes, but this may be a little difficult for you since it's your first day in contact with magic. You may need to try a few more times. As Remy spoke, he put away his suitcase, then sat opposite Harry and watched him fiddle with the magic cards. Just like Remy said, it was difficult for Harry, who was in contact with magic for the first day and didn't know any spells, to actively release his magic. Maybe it was because he was nervous because of Remy's stare or because he was trying too hard, but Harry's face turned red and veins could be vaguely seen on the hand holding the magic card. Relax, Harry. Releasing magic is not like giving birth to a child. You don't need to use so much force, said Remy. Harry. Your analogy is both wonderful and confusing. How can I possibly know what giving birth is like? Nodding, Harry took a deep breath to relax before continuing his attempt. After a while, accompanied by a continuous whistle sound, the old steam locomotive shook violently, and then it started to run with a clanging sound. Hi, guys! A little red-haired boy waved awkwardly. He was swaying from side to side with the car body with his luggage. It was Ronald whom I had just met. The other carriages are full, can I come in? Ronald continued to ask. Harry glanced at Remy, then picked up his glasses that were on the seat. Of course, come and sit down, do you need help? No thanks, I can do it myself. After struggling to pull the heavy suitcase into the compartment, Ronald wiped the sweat off his forehead, hesitated for a moment, and sat next to Harry. Compared to Remy who was daydreaming outside the window and not saying a word, Harry was obviously easier to get along with. The first time they got together, self-introductions were inevitable. After the three of them introduced themselves, Ronald immediately turned into Harry's little fanboy. In the wizarding world, Harry is a top star. He has fans from everyone from the youngest to the oldest to walk, and he is popular with both men and women. Ronald and Harry had a heated discussion, introducing their pasts and complaining about their troubles. They hit it off right away and seemed to have become good friends. To exaggerate a bit, they are just short of sworn brotherhood. After a while, a standard train attendant came from the rear of the train pushing a small cart full of snacks. Harry immediately and generously said that he would pay for all the consumption today and let the two of them choose whatever snacks they wanted. Ronald took out a sandwich and declined Harry's treat a little stiffly, while Remy waved his hand. Leave the car here, otherwise we have no place to put our things, said Remy. Ronald suddenly stared at Remy with eyes wide open in disbelief, then quickly looked at Harry, only to find that Harry shook his head helplessly. I knew you would buy things like this. As he spoke, Harry took out a handful of gold coins from his pocket, which immediately made Ronald's eyes pop out. I don't know if this money is enough. If it's not, you can ask him for the rest. Harry pointed at Remy and said. The flight attendant smiled slightly, took only 6 gold galleons, and then gave Harry a handful of change. This surprised Harry, and at the same time, he had a more intuitive understanding of the purchasing power of gold galleons. Remy, Ronald, what do you want to eat? Harry asked as he pushed the cart to the middle of the seats. This little cart can be used as a table for them, and it has 3 layers. Give me a cake, I'm hungry. Remy said. Harry nodded, and after looking at Ronald, who seemed even more reserved but couldn't help but keep looking at the cart, Harry took out a large piece of cake, cut it in half, and gave 1 piece to each of them. No, 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 thanks. I'll just eat the sandwich. Ronald said in a panic, swallowing his saliva. Hey, there's so much food here, the 2 of us can't finish it all, just do us a favor. As he said that, Harry stuffed the cake into Ronald's hands. Remy took the cake and started to clean up the things on the top layer of the cart, moving them to the 2 layers below, and throwing some to Harry and Ronald. After clearing an area, Remy motioned for Harry to put down the remaining cakes, then stood up, opened his suitcase and took out a set of tea sets. Great, I was just thinking we'd be very thirsty if we ate like this, said Harry. Have a cup of tea, then. After pouring 3 cups of tea, Remy took out a small box filled with magic crystals. He took out a piece and put it in his cup. The tempting aroma immediately perked up the 3 people in the compartment. What is this? It smells so good. Ronald asked. Medicine. Remy said, mana-restoring medicine, which can make people more energetic. Do you want to try it? Medicine? Harry and Ronald looked at each other in surprise, and then a hint of sympathy appeared in their eyes. No, keep it for a rainy day, Harry said. Well, let's just have tea. Ronald said. Remy felt a little confused, but nodded and put the box away. Drinking tea, eating cakes and snacks, it's afternoon tea time now, how comfortable it is. While enjoying the beautiful view outside the window, Remy listened to Ronald introducing Harry to various snacks and listened to their casual chat to relieve boredom. After a while, noticing that there was no sound, Remy withdrew his gaze and looked at the 2 of them. Ronald was eating, while Harry was staring at a small card. What are you looking at so fascinated? As he spoke, Remy took the small card from Harry's hand. Phew! Druid Cleona, you're into that, Harry, Remy said jokingly. No, no. Harry's face flushed instantly, I just. Covering up is the truth. After returning the card to Harry, Remy bent down and took out a box from the suitcase, then took out a dozen cards from it and handed them to Harry. Looking at the portraits on the cards, Harry's eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 17. Wow, this is a great picture. This one is great too. I always thought I was only 2 away from completing the collection, but I didn't expect there were so many. Are these new releases? Ronald asked with shining eyes. No, these have been released a long time ago, but they are collector's editions exclusive to the French wizarding community and are not sold to underage wizards. Remy explained. So that's how it is, no wonder I've never heard of it before, it's awesome, said Ronald. He held a card in his hand, staring at it intently without blinking. If you like it, I'll give it to you. I have several sets of this thing. Remy said. Really? Thank you so much. Isn't this, not good? Harry lowered his head in embarrassment, but his eyes were uncontrollably directed at the sexy female wizard who was 1/8 Vila and was winking at him. With a slight smile, Remy handed the box to Harry, then took out another box and handed it to Ronald. Ronald cheered and took it quickly, then couldn't wait to open it and check it out. The more he looked at it, the hotter his eyes became. For a moment, the compartment was completely silent, no one was talking anymore, only the occasional sounds of pouring and drinking tea could be heard. You can tell from the gulp sound that the person drinking the tea is very thirsty. Leaning against the window and looking outside, I saw large tracts of farmland far away from the train, and a dark green hill opened its arms to welcome the train. This suddenly reminded Remy of a song. Thump thump thump. Remy stretched out a finger and gently beat a rhythm for himself on the cart and hummed softly. If you miss the train I'm on, you will know that I am gone. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. 100 miles, 100 miles. 100 miles, 100 miles. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Lord I'm 1, Lord I'm 2. Lord I'm 3, Lord I'm 4. Lord I'm 500 miles away from home. Halfway through a song, Remy suddenly stopped and turned to look at the door. At the door of the cubicle, a little girl with brown hair was standing there blankly, holding the door edge with one hand. Remy's eyes lit up as he recognized her as Hermione. The front teeth that were exposed when her arms were slightly open were the best evidence. Noticing Remy's gaze, Hermione blushed at first, then after a slight hesitation she took a deep breath and opened the door. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad? A man named Neville lost a toad," Hermione said. "No, we haven't left here since we got on the bus," Remy said as he flipped over a new cup and poured a cup of tea. He held the cup out to Hermione. "Would you like a cup of tea? I can hear that your voice is a little dry. You must have been looking for toads for quite some time, right?" Remy said with a smile. Hermione looked embarrassed, hesitated for a moment, walked in, took the teacup and whispered "Thank you." "Was the song you just sang a song from the Wizarding World?" "It was very nice," Hermione said. "No, it's an old song that's very popular in Magnesium. It's called 500 Miles, Remy explained. Hermione was stunned for a moment. "So you are also from the Muggle world?" "Yeah, don't I look like one?" "No. What's the difference?" "Not at all. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Remy Barrett, and I'm a real Muggle from the world." Looking at Remy's outstretched hand, Hermione frowned slightly in confusion, then reached out and shook it. "My name is Hermione Granger. I still feel like you grew up in the Wizarding world," Hermione said. "I bought a lot of books in Diagon Alley after receiving the acceptance letter. You give me the same feeling as the pure-blood families in the Wizarding world described in the books." "Oh? Really? It's not because I'm drinking tea, is it?" Remy asked with a smile, and then reached out to touch his face. "Or does my handsome appearance just happen to fit your fantasy of a noble young master in the Wizarding world?" Hermione blushed and quickly lowered her head to drink her tea. After drinking half a cup in one breath, Hermione raised her head again. "By the way, have you two seen Neville's toad?" As soon as she asked, Hermione was suddenly stunned. She noticed the special mark on Harry's forehead. You are not Harry Potter?" Hermione asked. "Ah, yes, my name is indeed Harry Potter," Harry said as he subconsciously lifted his veil to show the lightning mark to Hermione. "I heard everyone talking about you on my way here. You must have grown up in the Wizarding world, right? I wonder what magic you know? Can you show it to me?" Hermione asked. Harry was suddenly embarrassed and stammered, not knowing what to say. Although Harry is a well-known figure in the Wizarding world, he grew up in his aunt's house, which means that he actually comes from the Muggle world. Remy explained for Harry. Hermione's face was blank. She looked at Harry, then at Remy, and then at Ronald in confusion. "Well, it seems that I am the only one here who grew up in the magical world," Ronald said helplessly after swallowing the food in his mouth. "Oh? Then you must know a lot of magic." "This, I do know a little bit." "That's great. Show us." Ronald looked a little embarrassed when he heard Hermione's words. He hesitated and put his hand into his pocket as if he had grabbed something, but he didn't take it out for a long time. "Hermione, underage wizards are not allowed to cast spells outside of school. This is the regulation of the Ministry of Magic. If they violate it, they will be arrested and locked up by the Ministry of Magic." Remy helped Ronald out. "Is this true?" Hermione's eyes widened in fear. "But when I was at home. Because you hadn't enrolled at that time, and it was impossible for you to use powerful magic when you first came into contact with magic, so the supervision was not very strict. Now we are on our way to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You don't want to see Ronald being expelled before he even enrolls, do you?" Remy explained. Oh. Hermione suddenly realized what was going on, and then gave Ronald an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't know there was such a rule, I wasn't right." Hermione's head snapped up and she looked at Remy. "Didn't you just say that you were from the Muggle world? I've read all the books you were asked to buy in the admission letter, and it doesn't mention that there is such a rule in the Wizarding world. You were lying to me just now." Hermione stared at Remy and said. "That?" Harry raised his finger weakly and pointed at Remy. Remy not only bought the magic books mentioned in the admission letter, he also bought a lot of magic books that were not mentioned in the letter. Hermione was stunned at first, then there was an indescribable emotion in her eyes when she looked at Remy. At the same time, a strong aura emerged from her and pressed towards Remy. Remy's face changed. He was so familiar with this momentum. It is the legendary. Chapter 18. Legend has it that there is a kind of creature called Swiba, who can easily suppress another kind of creature called Sueza. Among the top students, there are different levels. Those at the top of the food chain are called the top students. The top student at the King of Curls level possesses a legendary ability, the Overlord Curl Aura. Even ordinary top students would tremble in fear when facing the domineering aura and dare not look at it. Poor students would be suffocated or even fainted when they are suppressed by it. Facing the overwhelming aura that was blowing towards him, Remy struggled to hold on, tremblingly picked up the teacup and drank a sip of tea to calm himself down. However, the next moment, the owner of the domineering aura suddenly sat down next to him, scaring Remy so much that he almost dropped the teacup. I didn't expect you like reading too. It just so happens that I have some questions I don't understand and would like to ask you. Hermione said. Here it comes, here it comes. That's it. There is provocation in the calmness, and mockery and disdain in the provocation. This is the legendary domineering chi scroll that can only be used by the top masters who possess the domineering chi scroll. Remy forced a smile, haha. Actually, I bought the books just to pretend, I never read. Hermione's pupils shrank suddenly, and a trace of solemnity appeared in her eyes. He could actually use the legendary power of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger that only the top students in the control grade could possess. She had only heard some rumors about masters of this level, but she didn't expect to see a living one today. Such an opportunity must not be missed. As long as I can defeat him, my Overlord Color Scroll Chi will definitely reach a higher level. Oh, just a simple exchange. How many newts are equal to 3 galleons? Hermione smiled and suddenly launched a sneak attack, triggering the first move, increasing the attack power by 20%. Boom! Ronald, who was sitting opposite, had never studied mathematics, so he foamed at the mouth and fainted instantly under the suppression of the domineering aura. Harry's mind was working rapidly, and he used addition to defend himself and managed to hold on. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. Remy uses multiplication to defend and uses mental arithmetic. 1 gold galleon is equal to 17 silver sickles, which is equal to 493 newts, so 3 galleons is equal to 1,479 newts. Remy said. Hermione nodded, her eyes becoming more serious. Not only does he know math, but he can even do multiplication. This person is really not simple. What's the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camajasm? Hermione continued to ask. They are just different names. They are all Aconitum. What kind of potion is needed to make the water of life and death? You can make the water of life and death by adding powdered narcissus root to the infusion of wormwood. What color are newborn unicorns? Gold. Unicorns are golden when they are born, and silver when they grow up. What magical creature looks like a house cat? A catkin, also called a lion-tailed cat. Well, there is actually another magical creature called Zawu that looks very similar to a cat, except that it is larger than a lion or tiger. I have always wanted to raise one, but unfortunately I have no way to get one. Hermione immediately covered her chest and looked at Remy in disbelief. Facing her attack, Remy not only blocked it perfectly, but also threw out something that she didn't understand or had never even heard of. This blocking and counterattack caused her to suffer considerable injuries. Hurried to adjust her state, Hermione continued to attack Remy and used a quick attack tactic. However, facing Hermione's questions one after another, Remy handled them all with ease. Although he had never studied magic, he had learned a lot of knowledge and trivia. In addition, what Hermione knew now was all from the first-year textbook, so those questions were not difficult for Remy at all. As more and more questions were asked, Hermione's health was reduced by Remy's defensive counterattacks, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Her lips became paler and paler, and her body even began to tremble slightly. Finally, when she had asked all the questions she could think of and could not think of what to ask next, she rolled her eyes and fell down in her seat. Her head fell right on Remy's legs, which scared Remy. Wow, I didn't expect that I am now a super academic master. I even defeated Hermione, a top student. Wait, is there something wrong with my focus? Suddenly realizing what was happening, Remy first looked across at the opposite side. Ronald and Harry on the opposite side had already fainted. At this moment, they were lying on their backs with foam coming out of their mouths. Their arms would twitch from time to time, as if they were having a nightmare. Hermione was lying on her side in the seat, her long, slightly curly brown hair covering her face, her two hands clenched into fists, as if she was still unwilling to give up. The little girl is really cute. Ahem, no, I'm a gentleman. Stroking Hermione's hair, Remy took out a piece of paper from the cart and wiped the sweat from her forehead, then poured her a cup of tea and drank it leisurely. Today's tea is particularly sweet and delicious. The train continued to move forward along the designated track, crossing endless plains, through mountainous canyons, and through several dark and deep tunnels in between. Before Remy knew it, his eyelids were fighting each other, but they finally put aside their grudges and hugged each other tightly. It was not until Remy was awakened by a violent shaking that he looked outside and found that it was already dark. What's wrong? What happened? Why did I fall asleep? Have we arrived yet? Huh? Remy, why is she, you too? Ronald pointed at Remy and then at Hermione, who was still lying on Remy's legs and was about to say something when suddenly, a voice came from the radio. This train will arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in 5 minutes. Please put on your school uniform and prepare to get off the train. Please put your luggage on the train and a house elf will help you get to school. The announcement was repeated 3 times in a row. Ronald ignored the gossip and hurried to look through his luggage for his school uniform. Remy, my school uniform, is it convenient for you to open the suitcase now? Harry asked. Remy looked down at Hermione, whose body stiffened for a moment, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. I think so, just wait a minute. As he spoke, Remy gently lifted Hermione's head and took a box of candies from the trolley for her to continue using as a pillow, then he stood up to get the suitcase. It looks like it's quite cold outside. I suggest you put your school robe over your coat, said Remy. Harry glanced at the condensation on the window and nodded vigorously. Remy, don't we need to wake her up? Ronald asked after changing into his school uniform. Wake her up? The witch cannot be disturbed. No need, didn't you notice that she was wearing a school uniform? Remy said. But she's about to get off the bus. If she misses it. Ahem. Harry tugged at Ronald's sleeve and said, okay, let's go out first. I don't want to be the last one to get off the bus. It would be bad if I fell behind. Chapter 19. Oh, yes, let's go. Remy, hurry up. Got it. I'll leave a note for the house elves to bring these snacks along for us. After writing a note and placing it on the cart, Remy looked at Hermione and thought for a moment, then he took out a coat from the suitcase and put it on Hermione. Everyone should be crowded in the aisle waiting to get off the train. It's quite cold outside. I'm afraid it's too late for you to return to your compartment now. This shirt is for you. After saying that, Remy straightened his wizard robe and walked out of the cubicle. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the compartment door close. After waiting for a while, until the train came to a complete stop and the announcement was made again urging people on the train to get off, Hermione finally opened her eyes. Looking at the clothes on her body, Hermione blushed slightly and fell into hesitation. There was a cloud of white mist outside the train, most of which came from the woods next to the station, and a small part was exhaled by the students. It is very obvious under the dim street light. The station was small and shabby, with many students crowded together. Some were walking along with the crowd, while others were standing there stupidly. Fortunately, at this moment, a loud voice pointed them in the direction. First-year students, gather here. Along with this loud voice, a huge lantern like a searchlight drew circles in the air, and it could be vaguely seen that a huge person was shaking it. "It's Hagrid. Harry, where are you? Come over here so I can see you," Hagrid exclaimed, before continuing to call for the first years to come over to him. Remy saw Harry and Ronald trying hard to squeeze forward, but he hesitated for a moment and did not follow. He doesn't really like crowds, at least not the kind of crowds that are crowded with people, especially when he is the one being squeezed. He prefers to watch people crowding together, and the more crowded it is, the better he likes to watch it. Following the crowd out of the station into a bumpy path, a cool breeze blew, and Remy tightened his wizard robe. It was indeed a bit chilly, a far cry from London at noon. The path was full of exposed stones, which had been rolled over by countless people with their shoes. Each stone was rounder than the other, and now became even more slippery after being wetted by water vapor. Unfortunately, this path is a steep downhill road, and people fall from time to time, sometimes even a large group of people fall. Remy watched from behind with a gloating look on his face, and kept sighing in his heart at his own wisdom. If he walks in a crowd, even if he doesn't slip, he may be pulled down by classmates who do. And now, he was walking alone behind the main group, it was impossible. "Ah! I'll go." Remy, who was almost dragged down, quickly steadied himself and hugged the person who was dragging him. When he saw who it was, Remy was immediately happy. "Are all girls nowadays so proactive? I am really ashamed. Okay, I have received your kindness, and I will seriously consider making you my 999th girlfriend," Remy joked. After hearing what Remy said, Hermione was so embarrassed that she couldn't say a word. She lowered her head and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. "Walk slowly, don't worry, you won't be late." Straightening Hermione, Remy continued walking forward. After taking 2 steps, Remy suddenly stopped and turned to look at Hermione, who was standing there in a daze. "But if you stop here, you will be late." "Ah? Oh." Suddenly waking up, Hermione lowered her head and walked forward silently. When Hermione caught up, Remy continued to walk forward at the same speed as Hermione. It was awkward to just walk forward with your head down, so Remy thought about it and decided to break the awkward atmosphere himself. It is impossible to expect a socially disabled person to take the initiative to break the awkwardness, never in this life. "I can sense that the arrogance you displayed when you first appeared on the train actually stems from your inferiority complex, because you care a lot about your background. You are actually worried that you are not as good as your peers who grew up in the wizarding world," Remy said. "Who said that? I didn't. I just. In fact, you don't need to worry at all. Your peers who grew up in the wizarding world only know more about some common sense of the wizarding world than you. The vast majority of wizarding families will not teach their children real magic before they enter school. In other words, children from Muggle-born and wizarding families are actually on the same starting line during school." "Real? Of course it's true. You are lying to me. Don't tell me you saw this in a magic book." "I don't believe there is such a thing in a magic book. I did grow up in the Muggle world, but 2 years ago I followed a teacher to live in the wizarding world. Actually, the place where he lived wasn't really the wizarding world, but I did learn a lot about it," Remy explained. "You will be able to learn most of this common sense after staying in Hogwarts for 10 days or half a month." Hermione suddenly realized what was happening, and then felt even more ashamed. "It turned out that I had misunderstood. Not only did I misunderstand, but I also questioned him one after another, and..." When Hermione thought about what happened on the train, her head was in a mess until she was suddenly pulled back to her senses. "You don't want to swim over there, do you?" Remy said, pointing to the castle in the distance. Hermione turned her head in confusion, and then found herself only 1 step away from the lake. Hurry up and get on board, or we'll really be left behind." "Oh, okay." Hermione didn't dare to raise her head as Remy pulled her onto the boat by her sleeve. It was not until the unmanned boat slowly started to move and a cool breeze blew that Hermione shuddered and subconsciously tightened her wizard robe. "Thank you for the clothes. I guess it was you who gave me the clothes," Hermione whispered. There was no response. After a while, Hermione quietly raised her head and looked at Remy, and found that Remy was staring at the castle on the other side of the lake in a daze. The huge castle towering into the clouds stands on the cliff, bathed in the bright moonlight, making people want to explore it. The moonlight shines on the mirror-like surface of the lake, with only ripples appearing where boats pass by. The moonlight shone on Remy's body, illuminating his short black hair and making his violet eyes look even more mysterious. For a moment, the two people on the boat were in a daze. It wasn't until the boat reached the edge of the cliff and the castle was no longer in sight that Remy came to his senses. Hermione also came to her senses soon after and quickly turned her head away. It's amazing. This ship can sail on its own without any human control. Bow your head. Remy placed his hand on the top of Hermione's head and pressed it gently, and at the same time he lowered his head. At this moment, the two faces were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing. Chapter 20. After passing through a curtain of ivy and a dark, winding tunnel, the boat finally arrived at a place that looked like a dock. An underground dock located in a tunnel with only one passage leading to nowhere. Seeing the boat approaching, Hagrid, who was standing on the shore, breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, Merlin's beard, I thought someone fell into the water. Come with me." "What would you do if someone really fell into the water?" Remy asked curiously. Well, then I'm afraid I can only notify the professor to rescue you, and then get scolded." Hagrid shrugged. After getting off the boat, Hagrid checked the boat again to make sure nothing was left behind, and then took the two of them to meet up with the main force ahead. The road from the train station to the Black Lake is a wet, slippery, and steep downhill road. Now on the way to the castle, the road conditions are not much better. It has just become a wet, slippery, and steep uphill road. There is even a river in the tunnel underneath, so the water vapor has nowhere to go and can only float upwards along the upward channel. The entire tunnel was filled with fog, and everyone was wet and sticky as they walked along. This is not the end yet. After finally climbing out of the tunnel, we had to cross a large muddy, overgrown meadow. The weeds were generally 20 centimeters high, and the leaves were covered with dew. As they walked, the blades of grass occasionally brushed against the ankles of the little wizards. The dew not only wet their trouser legs but also flowed into their shoes, making them slip with every step, accompanied by a popping sound. After many hardships, they finally arrived at the castle gate under the leadership of Hagrid. "We're here. Is everyone here?" Hagrid asked loudly. No one answered. Of course it was impossible for anyone to answer. After all, it is impossible for someone who hasn't arrived yet to appear here and tell Hagrid, "Wait for me, I'm not there yet." After waiting for a while, until Hagrid checked the number of people and made sure that everyone was there, he raised his huge fist like a battering ram and knocked on the door 3 times. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Remy vaguely saw dust rustling down on the door. Poor gate, I wonder how many more years it can last. But at least there was no problem at this moment. With a creaking sound, the 2 doors opened at the same time, and then a serious-looking female wizard walked out of the castle. She was tall and thin, wearing an emerald green wizard robe and a pointed wizard hat on her black hair. She looked like a teacher at least at the level of a dean of studies. In the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, only Professor McGonagall fits this image. "Thank you for your hard work, Hagrid. Leave the rest to me," said Professor McGonagall. Hagrid bowed and stepped aside, then without looking back, he disappeared into the night carrying his huge lantern that looked like it had been taken off a train. Professor McGonagall glanced at everyone and nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand and the 2 doors opened completely and automatically without any wind. "Come with me," said Professor McGonagall. Following Professor McGonagall into the castle, we were greeted by a hall. The surrounding walls were built by Dwayne Johnson, and there was a burning torch every 1 meter or so to provide lighting and bring a touch of warmth to the little wizards. The ground was paved with marble and was very slippery, especially at this moment when the soles and socks of the little wizards were wet, which forced them to walk very carefully. For a moment, many people's walking postures became very strange. With so much marble, the radiation level must be considerable. Could the wizard be a mutant who has been exposed to excessive radiation? Lost in thought, Remy followed the crowd through the hall to the staircase opposite, which was also made of marble. After going up the stairs, they passed through another corridor. After passing a door that sounded messy, Professor McGonagall led them to an empty room at the corner at the end of the corridor. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," Professor McGonagall said. "The welcome party is about to begin, but before you arrive at the auditorium and take your seats, you must first determine which college you will each enter. During your study at school, the college is your home at Hogwarts. You will attend classes, rest, and spend spare time with other students in the college, so the sorting is very important." Professor McGonagall's words immediately brought back Remy's memories. He remembered that when he was in school, the principal and the class teacher often told students that the school is their home, the class is their home, and they should take care of the class as their own home, and so on, especially when it was time for a general cleaning. However, once they go to sleep or eat snacks, they will immediately turn hostile and yell at you, "Do you think school is your home?" It's extremely double standard, and it's obvious. While Remy was lost in thought, Professor McGonagall continued to speak. "There are 4 houses at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. They are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your studies at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, your outstanding performance will win extra points for your house, and any violations will cause your house to lose points. At the end of each academic year, the house with the highest score can win the House Cup, which is a great honor. No matter which house you are assigned to, I hope you can bring honor to your house, instead of deducting all the points from that house. The sorting ceremony will be held in front of all the teachers and students in the school. It will begin in a few minutes, so I suggest that you tidy up your clothes and adjust your state now. That way you will look more energetic. After the previous difficult journey, are we in high spirits?" Remy rolled his eyes. "I'll come get you when it's ready over there. Now, just be quiet." Perhaps noticing Remy's eye roll, Professor McGonagall deliberately glanced at Remy before leaving. As soon as Professor McGonagall left, everyone hurriedly prepared their own funeral forms and prepared to go to the execution ground in September. After all, it is autumn now, and the executioner also needs the joy of harvest, right? Just as Remy was fixing his hair, there was a commotion behind the crowd, and then little Mago came over under the protection of 2 younger brothers who looked a bit burly compared to the other little wizards. "Hello again, Remy," Draco said, extending his hand. "Oh, hello, what's the matter?" After shaking hands, Remy asked with some confusion. "Why did this kid come to me instead of Harry?" Draco didn't say anything, but instead glanced at Hermione, who was half hidden behind Remy and carefully fixing her hair. A hint of hostility appeared in his eyes. Remy's heart skipped a beat when he noticed the change in Draco's eyes. "This boy, could it be that he is attracted by my beauty?" Chapter 21. "Remy, a noble like you should not make friends with such questionable people. If you need, I can introduce you to many friends," Malfoy said. "Noble?" Hermione's eyes widened and she looked at Remy in disbelief. Remy was also stunned, then she smiled and smoothed her hair. "Oh, pony. No, Malfoy, I think you misunderstood. I just told you that my family is in Magnesium, but I didn't say that my family is in the wizarding world of Magnesium," Remy said. "In fact, my parents are Muggles, and so are all my other relatives." WTF. Malfoy suddenly had a confused expression of old people, subways, and mobile phones. It wasn't until he heard laughter all around that Malfoy came to his senses and his little face turned red instantly. Feeling humiliated, Malfoy pointed at Remy with a trembling hand. Not knowing how he got off the stage, he suddenly became incoherent. You, how dare you lie to me? Remy, you cheated on my feelings. I'm going to tell my dad. WTF. Remy suddenly showed the same confused expression as Malfoy just now about the old man, subway, and mobile phone. At the same time, the other little wizards were silent at first, and then broke into a chaotic discussion. What's going on? This Remy cheated on that Malfoy. They are a couple? 2 men. Wow. I have a big melon to eat. I'm so happy. The magic world is amazing. Which of them is one? Need I say more? I can tell by listening, the one called Remy must be number one. He actually wanted to tell his father. Could it be that they have already? Are all wizard families like this? No, 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 I'm from a wizard family too. This is just an isolated case. Don't escalate it to all wizard families. Listening to the criticisms around them, not only Malfoy, but even Remy's face turned purple. My goodness, I never expected that Malfoy would be such a baby. He actually set a trap for me on the first day of school and labeled me with this identity. How can I pick up girls in the future? No, something must be done. Thinking of this, Remy's brain worked rapidly. When Remy caught a glimpse of Hermione, his heart skipped a beat. Bang! Putting his arm around Hermione's shoulders, Remy stretched out his hand and shook a finger. No 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 no, I'm a man and I like women, so don't be so self-indulgent and wishful thinking. You want to frame me by self-destructing? Maybe in the next life. Today I will let you know that the self-destruction trend has no future. At this moment, everyone's eyes were instantly fixed on Malfoy. The gazes were like scorching spotlights, making Malfoy sweat profusely and his face turn as pale as paper. Fault reports quickly flashed across his brain, and various warning pop-ups were stacked densely and continued to pop up. His entire brain suddenly froze due to insufficient available resources. You are lying. I don't believe it. How could you possibly, could it be? Swish. All eyes instantly shifted to Remy. Remy's eyes were solemn. He never expected that Malfoy would be so cunning. He could kill him with just half a sentence that he kept repeating. You must not continue to follow what the other party says at this moment, otherwise you will completely lose the chance to turn the situation around. But where should we break the deadlock? Just when Remy was getting anxious, suddenly, a pair of hands embraced Remy's neck, and then a soft touch gently touched his cheek. Remy was stunned. Remy is my boyfriend and we have been together for 2 years. Don't let your wishful thinking get in the way, said Hermione. Coming back to his senses, he looked at Hermione who was hugging him tightly with her arms, and Remy also put his hand gently on her back. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Malfoy shouted wildly, waving his arms vigorously. Remy, he can't be. How could he be with a mudblood like you? Mudblood? Hermione felt as if her heart was squeezed hard. Although she didn't know much about the wizarding world, she knew what the term mudblood meant. She had heard people talk about it when she was helping Neville find a toad on the train. Pursing her lips, Hermione lowered her head and was about to let go of her hand, but suddenly she realized that the hand that was originally on her shoulder was hugging her tightly and holding her in his arms. Thank you for helping me. Leave the rest to me. No matter what happens, don't speak. Remy said softly, holding Hermione in his arms with one hand, and then took out a silver. I'm boiling. Hand, pistol. A gun? That can't be real. Impossible? How could you bring a gun to a magic school? It should be a toy, right? But this metallic texture, why do I feel like it's real? Many young Muggle-born wizards around recognized the thing in Remy's hand and were so scared that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Then they started to discuss in a low voice. Some thought it was a real gun, while others thought it was a toy. Harry looked at Remy in doubt. Based on what he knew about Remy in just one day, it was possible that this guy was carrying a real gun. Hermione shuddered and was about to say something, but suddenly remembered what Remy had just said. After a brief hesitation, she continued to bury her head in Remy's chest. Let me introduce you to this thing. It's a weapon invented by Muggles. It's called the Colt Python Revolver, and it uses .357 Magnum pistol bullets. As he introduced them, Remy used the hand that was holding Hermione's to take out 6 bullets from the inner pocket of his coat and loaded them into the revolver's unique cylinder. At this moment, all the little wizards who knew what a gun was gasped and stepped back subconsciously. It's real bullets. This gun must be real. This lunatic actually brought a gun to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Due to the enormous power of being able to kill an opponent with just a hit to the torso, Colt once came up with a slogan that is now well known to everyone: God created all beings, and Colt made all beings equal. SS. Twist the cylinder with a little force and give it a handsome shake. With a click, the cylinder returns to its place. Then, Remy pointed the gun at Malfoy's head. Guess, can this muggle-made weapon kill you? Remy asked. Remy. Harry squeezed through the crowd, and stretched out his hand in shock and fear to grab the gun, but he didn't dare to, for fear that Remy would make a mistake and really kill Malfoy. Calm down, Remy. I don't know what he just said, but it shouldn't be this serious, right? Right, Remy, calm down. This is no joke. Put the gun down and talk it over. Remy, if you're upset I can help you scold him. Just tell me, whether you want to scold him or his mother, I can do both. What are you yelling at? Just beat him up. Remy, put the gun down first, and let us drag him out and beat him up, how about that? Under the fearful and earnest persuasion of the little wizards, Remy took back the gun and then pointed it at the door. Chapter 22. Although I grew up in the Muggle world, I was lucky enough to meet a teacher 2 years ago, and I have been living with the teacher ever since. Therefore, I know very well that many wizards in the wizarding world look down on wizards in the Muggle world, especially the so-called pure-blood families. Looking around, Remy glanced at the door to make sure no one was there. Today I will let you wake up a little, let you know how ignorant you are, and how ridiculous the things you are proud of are. After saying that, Remy pulled the trigger continuously. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. 6 consecutive loud noises came from the revolver, and the room suddenly became chaotic with screams everywhere, frightening even the little wizards from the Muggle world. This madman not only brought a gun to school, he actually dared to shoot. They even became more panicked. After all, the other wizards were just frightened by the loud noise, but they knew that compared to the audible sound, the invisible bullet fired at high speed was the real deadly thing. Malfoy was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. He couldn't believe that he had just faced such a terrifying thing, and it was right above his head. Just when the situation was in a mess, Professor McGonagall ran into the room in a panic and immediately saw Remy dumping bullet casings out. Quiet! Professor McGonagall shouted to stop the noise in the room, then looked at Remy sullenly. Mr. Barrett, I think you need to give me an explanation. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, even Headmaster Dumbledore can't prevent you from being expelled, said Professor McGonagall. Ding-a-ling. After dumping out the shells, Remy shook the gun to reset the cylinder, then pointed at Malfoy who had shrunk to the wall behind him. He affectionately called me a mudblood, so I enthusiastically introduced him to some little toys invented by Muggles. No one was hurt, and no guns were fired into the room, right? Remy said calmly. Professor McGonagall glanced at the horrified Malfoy and his expression eased a little. Such words were indeed something he could say. And what Remy said was true, no one was hurt. But then, Professor McGonagall frowned again. Mr. Barrett, even if this is the case, it is not a reason for you to shoot. Do you know how dangerous it is for you to do this? What if? Nothing will happen, Professor. Remy interrupted, a gun is just a tool, just like a wand. Whether it is dangerous or not depends on the person holding it. It is not dangerous in my hands. No, they are different. Professor McGonagall shook his head, the wand will not be lethal in your hands, but the gun is different. Professor McGonagall held out his hand to Remy. You can't use this dangerous weapon at will now. Give it to me for safekeeping. This gun of mine was custom-made, and my name is engraved on it. This gun cost me more than $20,000, which is equivalent to nearly 300 galleons, said Remy. I'm so mad. So expensive. Many young wizards from wizard families suddenly widened their eyes, and some of them doubted whether they had heard it wrongly. 300 galleons for a thing like this? Are you sure it's not CKR? Or NAT? Are prices so high in the Muggle world? Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but be a little surprised. Okay, I'll keep it safe. Nodding, taking Remy's gun away, Professor McGonagall glanced around, then clapped his hands. Now, you line up and follow me, said Professor McGonagall. Many little wizards looked at each other, and then consciously lined up behind Remy. It's not that they want to mess with Remy, but Remy is now standing closest to the door. There were some closer before, but they were all scared away after Remy fired the gun. However, Remy didn't want to be first. Patting Hermione's shoulder, Remy released her hand, grabbed her sleeve and led her to the back of the line. I was so scared just now. I thought you would be fired. Hermione said in a low voice. Don't worry, my teacher and headmaster Dumbledore have been good friends for many years. I have a strong backing, otherwise I wouldn't have shot just now. Remy said. That's too dangerous. Can you please not do such dangerous things in the future? Well, it's a little difficult, but I promise you I will try my best to control myself. For some reason, Hermione suddenly stopped talking again. Walking out of the room in a line, every little wizard couldn't help but gasp after seeing the bullet holes in the passage, especially those little wizards who had never heard of such things as guns. Remy and Hermione followed the procession out of the room and into the great hall at the end. The auditorium was magnificent, with 4 long tables stretching from one end of the hall to the other. Every table was filled with students, with only the area at the front being empty. The 4 long tables were filled with glittering golden plates and high-footed wine glasses. Fortunately, there was no food on the tables at the moment, otherwise it would have been a critical blow to the little wizards who had traveled across mountains and rivers to come here. There were thousands of lit candles floating in the air above the table, too many to count. They are not fixed, but are always moving, seemingly with a regular pattern and yet without a regular pattern. Under the gaze of many young faces, the young wizards lined up and walked into the auditorium. Walking along the aisle in the middle of the hall to the front, on the platform between the teachers' seats and 4 long tables, the young wizards lined up and looked at Professor McGonagall nervously. She placed a dirty-looking wizard hat on a high stool. This wizard's hat is dirty, old, and patched. If it were thrown in Diagon Alley, I'm afraid no one would pick it up. But it was obviously not as terrible as its appearance, because since it appeared, everyone in the auditorium had their eyes on it. After a while, it began to twist, and then a crack like a mouth appeared. Then, I heard it suddenly start singing. You may think I am not pretty. But don't judge a person by his appearance. If you can find a prettier hat than mine, I could eat myself. You can make your bowler hats black and shiny. Let your high silk hats be smooth and crisp. I am the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts. Of course it is taller than your hats. Any thoughts hidden in your mind? No one can escape the Sorting Hat's sharp eyes. Try it on and I'll tell you. Which college should you be assigned to? You might belong in Gryffindor. There is courage buried deep in my heart. Their courage, spirit, and chivalry to make Gryffindor outstanding. You may belong to Hufflepuff. The people there are honest and loyal. Hufflepuff students are tenacious and honest. Not afraid of hard work. If you are smart, maybe into the wisdom of Ravenclaw. Those who are wise and knowledgeable, they will always meet their fellow travelers there. Maybe you'll go to Slytherin. Make sincere friends here. But those cunning and sinister people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Come wear me. Don't be afraid. Don't panic. In my hands, even though I don't have any hands, you are absolutely safe. Because I am a thinking magic hat. Chapter 23. Hogwarts Great Hall. Dumbledore is the headmaster. 10 professors sat behind the stage. The 4 major colleges are listed on both sides. Sorting first, then taking your place. You are Dumbledore's apprentice. This sorting hat is unbelievable and sloppy, but it has great power. Snape, headmaster of Snake House, and deputy headmaster of Lion House. Snape, strong in potions, loyal and cold-faced. The vice principal is a cat girl, and she is ruthless in the classroom. Flitwick, dean of the Eagle Academy, said that appearance is not the best indicator of a dual champion. Sprout manages the Badger Yard, and is good at both planting and cooking. One by one, the little wizards whose names were called walked to the high stools, put on the sorting hat, and were sorted into different houses. Remy watched from the side and hummed a jingle he had made up in his heart, and he thought it was much better than the song the sorting hat had just sung. At least he didn't criticize anyone, unlike the Sorting Hat, which praised 3 houses and only criticized the Snake House, although there was a hint of sarcasm in that. Remy Barrett. Is it my turn so soon? They didn't come in the order of the queue, so why did they have to queue before? Formalism, bad review. Shaking his hair, Remy walked out of the line, walked to the high stool and sat down. Behind him, Headmaster Dumbledore suddenly perked up, his eyes fixed on the back of Remy's head. Next to the plate in front of him was a gun, which Professor McGonagall had just handed to him. Dumbledore was also a little surprised about this gun, but after all, he had already been warned by Nicholas Flamel. He was just surprised that Remy actually brought a gun to Hogwarts and used it. This old guy is trying to trick me again, but which house will you be sorted into? Dumbledore thought curiously. Before the gun appeared, Dumbledore thought Remy should be sorted into Ravenclaw House, but now, he was a little unsure. It seems that both Gryffindor and Slytherin are possible, especially Slytherin. If Remy went to Slytherin, where power is supreme, with his abilities he would have turned the place upside down, right? Thinking of this, Dumbledore suddenly got a headache. After Remy sat down, Professor McGonagall, holding the Sorting Hat, turned her head slightly and glanced at Dumbledore. After getting Dumbledore's nod, she gently placed the Sorting Hat on Remy's head. The huge hat instantly covered half of Remy's face. Let me see what qualities you possess and where you should go. The Sorting Hat suddenly stopped talking. What does it see? It saw a magic supplies store called Remy's Aid opened in Diagon Alley, and there was a constant stream of people going there to shop. It saw that in this store, Remy was happily introducing magical items called magic guns to customers, and shouted that these things were much more useful than magic wands. It saw boxes of magical items called magic grenades stored in the warehouse, and magic missiles on the shelves next to them. It saw that in a very deep basement, something called a magic nuclear bomb was being tested. It sees Azkaban. Dumbledore. Imprison him in Azkaban immediately. Right now. Right now. Immediately. Now. Azkaban? Is there such a house at Hogwarts? Is it newly built? Or a hidden academy? Some young wizards who didn't know the truth whispered to the people around them, while some young wizards who knew what Azkaban was looked at the Sorting Hat in surprise. They didn't understand why the Sorting Hat asked Dumbledore to send Remy to Azkaban, which was not a good place. However, what surprised them even more was that Remy cheered and jumped up when he heard the Sorting Hat's shout. Woohoo, take off! Thank you so much, Mr. Sorting Hat. I have long wanted to go to Azkaban to catch a Dementor for fun. Principal Dumbledore, did you hear everything? Mr. Sorting Hat sorted me into Azkaban, please send me there. Dumbledore. At this moment, Dumbledore felt that his future was bleak. A student with magical powers beyond imagination, a love for dangerous guns and the courage to use them, and aspirations for Azkaban, God knows how much trouble he will cause in Hogwarts. With an imperceptible sigh, Headmaster Dumbledore stood up, stretched out his hands and pressed them downward, signaling everyone to be quiet. Sorting Hat, although I asked you to play a joke on this student of my old friend, your joke went a little too far. Officially separate Remy into a new house. Dumbledore looked at the Sorting Hat deeply, with a warning look in his eyes, warning it not to talk nonsense. Seeing Dumbledore's statement, the Sorting Hat sighed helplessly. Although it has thoughts, it is just a magic hat after all. Since Dumbledore does not support it, it can't do anything. And it couldn't go against Dumbledore's decision. Apologize to Remy, and the Sorting Hat lets Remy put it back on. Remy, who was overjoyed for nothing, reluctantly put the Sorting Hat back on. Then the Sorting Hat made a series of humming and ehing sounds, and no one knew what went wrong with it. Remy became impatient after waiting for a long time without the Sorting Hat assigning him a house. There are so many people watching in the audience. How can he get off the stage if he continues like this? Have you thought it through? If all else fails, sort me into Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw as well. Okay. Gryffindor. Remy. Are you waiting for me to randomly name a college, having been hesitating here for so long? In stark contrast to Remy's speechless expression, after hearing the word Gryffindor. Harry and Hermione, who had not yet been sorted, both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know what exactly happened, they knew that Remy would not be fired, at least not now. Snap, snap, snap. Amid the applause, Remy wordlessly took off the sorting hat and handed it to Professor McGonagall, then walked off the stage and sat down at the Gryffindor table. Although he was the third student sorted into Gryffindor, he did not sit next to the older students, but sat in the middle, neither too close nor too far away. It's simple, it's just that this place is quite spacious and the competition pressure will be much less once the food is served. After a while, several more young wizards were sorted into Gryffindor, but as Remy had expected, they did not sit next to him. Until Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor House, she hesitated for a long time, and finally sat next to Remy, but there was one person between them. Remy smiled slightly and shifted his position to sit next to Hermione. Hermione was sitting so close to him, wouldn't it be foolish for him not to take the initiative? As expected, Hermione did not object to Remy's arrival. Instead, she took the initiative to talk about the ceiling of the Great Hall. After chatting for a while, suddenly, there was an unprecedented burst of warm applause and cheers all around. It turned out that Harry Potter came to the Lion Court. Chapter 24. As he wished, he arrived at Gryffindor College where Remy and Ronald were. Harry put down the sorting hat and walked quickly towards the long table of Gryffindor College. He didn't go looking for Remy, but patted Remy on the shoulder when he passed by Remy, gave Remy a thumbs up, and whispered, "Come on." Then he walked forward and sat down next to Ronald. Ronald glanced at Remy and Hermione, who were almost leaning against each other. For some reason, he always felt that something was wrong, as if a voice in the dark was whispering to him, "The plot shouldn't be like this, you are." The sorting is still going on, and one by one the little wizards are heading to their destined place under the judgment of the sorting hat. Everyone's arrival will be welcomed with applause from the students of that college. Although the applause is warm, there are still differences. For example, those who are good-looking or handsome receive obviously more enthusiastic applause than others. The magical world is also a world where appearance matters. Remy's heart was broken when he saw the beauties being sent to other hospitals one by one. Trying to mend his broken heart, Remy turned to look at Hermione. Hermione has a delicate face, but her long bangs and fluffy, somewhat messy hair almost hide her beauty, and coupled with her slightly conspicuous front teeth, all she needs is a pair of glasses with thick lenses to complete the look. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Under Remy's gaze, Hermione lowered her head in panic and wiped her face with her hands again and again. "No, I just feel that although you are very beautiful now, you will definitely be more beautiful if you change your hairstyle. It will be easy to become the campus beauty," Remy said. Hermione blushed and didn't respond, she just continued to wipe her face. At this moment, the last young wizard was sorted into Slytherin College, and the sorting ceremony officially ended. Professor McGonagall put away the scroll and nodded to Dumbledore, who then stood up. "Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to start a new school year," Dumbledore said. "Before the party begins, I have two things to say, idiot. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. Thank you everyone." It was not until Dumbledore sat down that the young wizards came to their senses. "Great. Well said." Remy stood up and clapped vigorously as he spoke. He liked principals who didn't give long speeches. Led by Remy, the little wizards in the auditorium also applauded and cheered. Amidst thunderous applause, every table suddenly appeared filled with a variety of delicious food. The little wizards stopped clapping in unison at once, even more orderly than when they heard the command to stop. Looking at the food on the table, Remy breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Hogwarts would give him a table to look up at the stars, but fortunately, they didn't. "Would you like a glass of orange juice?" Remy asked. Okay, thank you." Pouring a glass of orange juice for Hermione and one for himself, Remy then pulled the lamb chops in front of him and devoured them. There was no one around them, including on the opposite side. Couldn't they just eat whatever delicious food they wanted in this huge area? Perhaps she was influenced by Remy's delicious eating, or perhaps she was really hungry. Hermione also started to eat voraciously after elegantly drinking 2 sips of orange juice. The young wizards were all very hungry, and the seniors were eating very enthusiastically, perhaps because they had been waiting in the auditorium for a long time and were hungry. When most people were about 70% full, the little wizards slowed down their eating and started chatting with the people around them. "That gun should be bought for you by your parents, right? I once heard my father say that the gun control in Magnesium is much looser than in Britain, but do children there have guns?" Hermione asked. "Well, of course not." After swallowing the pudding in his mouth, Remy picked up the napkin and wiped his mouth. "At least for now, children in the country cannot own guns. But I heard that several gun giants have already started preparing guns for children. In another 20 or 30 years, maybe everyone can own guns. Is this so scary? Then why did your parents buy you a gun? Are they worried that you would be alone in Ying country and want to protect yourself?" Hermione asked. "No." Remy shook his head. "My parents both work for Barrett, a firearms company and a family business." "Oh, I see." Hermione nodded. "My parents are both dentists." "Really? Then you can eat as much candy as you want, right? Even if you have cavities, your parents can help you treat them." "On the contrary, my parents don't let me eat too many sweets." While they were chatting, suddenly, 2 big black rats came out from nowhere and appeared on Remy's left side. "Hi, Remy. ×2. 2 people who looked exactly the same greeted each other in unusually synchronized movements. They were the Weasley twins who had met once at the train station. "Hi, George Fred, what's up?" Remy asked curiously. "Oh, you gave us new names. Why not Fred George?" the 2 asked one by one. "I really can't explain this. How about you 2 have a fight and whoever wins gets their name on the back?" Remy said with a smile. "Well, I can consider it. But not now. We have something important to discuss with you. ×2. As they spoke, they both leaned their heads towards Remy at the same time. "We heard from Ronald that Professor McGonagall confiscated your gun, but not the bullets." Remy raised an eyebrow. "Why, you want it?" "Yes, we are very interested in it. We know where Professor McGonagall keeps confiscated items. We can help you steal the gun back." "Oh, you just quoted me a price? Are you so businesslike? Forget about the gun. Professor McGonagall just handed the gun to Headmaster Dumbledore. As for the bullets, I can give you some, but definitely not now," Remy said. "Clear. Thank you so much, we will give you some equally interesting toys later. We're leaving now and won't bother you anymore. Have a nice date." The 2 of them chatted with each other and then disappeared under the long table. Remy suddenly realized and thought, "No wonder I didn't notice them coming just now." It turned out that they were old Beijing people and they even walked under the tunnel. Hermione blushed and quickly lowered her head to continue eating. "Where were we just now? Oh, by the way, you just misunderstood. Actually, my parents also live in Ying country." "Oh? Where is your home then?" "Where is my home?" Remy's face fell and he immediately told Hermione how unreliable his parents were. On the other side, a group of young wizards were frightened by the sudden appearance of the ghost army. Some of them wanted to come over to scare Remy, but when they saw the 2 people almost leaning against each other, every ghost turned their heads away with a look of disgust. The strong stench there is so strong that even ghosts can't stand it. Chapter 25. When all the little wizards had almost finished eating and started to concentrate on chatting, the food on the long table changed from delicious dishes to sweet and delicious desserts, ice cream, pudding, and tea. Unlike the previous Yorkshire pudding which was similar to a bread roll, this time it is a dessert pudding. As the food on the table changed, tea parties broke out throughout the auditorium. Looking at Hermione next to him, Remy felt that he couldn't be so unsociable. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter to him, but Hermione might be ostracized. After talking to Hermione, they both stood up and sat down next to Harry. "Oh, you're here, Remy, we were just discussing you," said Ronald, who was sitting opposite. Across from them, Harry greeted Remy and Hermione. What bad things do you say about me behind my back? Remy asked with a smile. I'm not saying anything bad. We were discussing whether you can lead us to win this year's House Cup. I heard that Gryffindor hasn't won the House Cup for a long time. Harry explained. Count on me. Remy's eyes widened in disbelief. You expect me to give extra points to the house? Please, if I don't deduct a negative number from Gryffindor's score, it will be considered a poor performance, okay? Everyone. What kind of self-destructive wolf statement is this? Are you a spy sent by another college? Haha, are you kidding? Ronald asked. No, I really don't like studying. Remy said, I know a lot only because my teacher often told me some interesting stories when I was with him. I have never finished reading a serious magic book. I always fall asleep while reading. So I read it when I can't sleep. The hypnotic effect is great. Everyone. You really are here to be a spy, right? Just when everyone didn't know how to evaluate Remy, Hermione coughed lightly. If it's just a test on textbook content, I should be able to do it. I've already finished reading all the textbooks for this school year. If I'm given another 2 months, I should be able to memorize them. Hermione said. Already finished reading? Can I memorize the textbooks in 2 months? Hiss. A bunch of poor students immediately took a deep breath and offered to pass cigarettes to the big guy. No, they wanted to pass tea to the big guy. Seeing Hermione blending in smoothly and chatting about study and the House Cup, Remy turned his attention to the teachers' seats. Looking at a certain man with a bun who was whispering with the greasy Uncle Snape, Remy's hand was itching to shoot him on the head. He carried more than one gun, and not just childish weapons like revolvers. While he's off guard, I should be able to shoot Voldemort in the back of his head, right? No, that's not right. Voldemort should be in a possessed state right now. In this state, bullets can't threaten him. I'll shoot you after you're resurrected. Remy calculated silently. If the Dark Lord, who despised Muggles the most, was shot dead by a Muggle weapon, this news would be very exciting if confirmed, and it should be able to unlock a legendary achievement. It's a pity that it can't collapse now. Remy once conducted an experiment with Nicholas Flamel, and found that if the wizard was prepared, even the most common defensive spell could block the bullet without any damage. Of course, Remy wasn't experimenting on Nicholas Flamel, but on a magically protected piece of beef. Guns can only be effective when the wizard is caught off guard. In the teacher's seat, Dumbledore keenly noticed that there was something wrong with Remy's eyes, as if there was an unusually dangerous light in them. Following Remy's gaze, Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat. Could this child have noticed something? Dumbledore thought. At this moment, Professor Quirrell, who was being stared at by Remy, also noticed that someone was staring at him. He raised his head, noticed Remy, gave a kind and heartwarming smile and nodded. He throws me a peach, and I repay him with a plum. Remy also smiled slightly and used his hand as a gun to make a shooting gesture towards Professor Quirrell. Dumbledore was startled by what he saw, thinking, it's over, Remy must have seen something, the plan might go wrong. But Professor Quirrell obviously didn't understand the meaning of Remy's gesture at all. He even responded to Remy's table manners with a smile on his face, and raised his wine glass to gesture to Remy. Remy immediately laughed and raised his glass to signal Professor Quirrell, even though they were drinking fruit juice. Compared to the two smiling people, Hermione and Harry, who were sitting on Remy's left and right, looked at Remy with confusion. They understood the meaning of Remy's gesture just now. It was not a greeting etiquette. Well, it could be considered a greeting, but it was not friendly at all. Remy, did you and Professor Quirrell know each other before? Did you have conflicts? Harry asked. I don't know him. Remy said with a smile. Then why did you make that gesture to Professor Quirrell? He gave me a bad feeling. I felt there was something strange about him, so I wanted to test him. So what did you find out? Oh, I observed the sky at night and found that this person has two faces. He is one person in front of people and another behind their backs. He is truly a beast in human form. Harry. How did this suddenly get to the topic of observing the night sky? Divination. Hermione asked. Do you know how to do divination? I think divination is just a trick for kids. If magic exists, why doesn't divination exist? Remy said, do you know? The first time I saw you, I saw your future. See my future? Is this true or false? Seeing Hermione's suspicious and curious look, Remy smiled and held out his hand. Don't believe it? Give me your hand, I'll confirm it again and tell you your future. After a moment's hesitation, Hermione handed her hand to Remy. A smile suddenly appeared on Remy's lips. This trick of tricking girls into giving you their hands really works every time. In the Far East, there is a divination method called palmistry. Just by observing a person's palm lines, you can predict that person's future, said Remy. Is it true? Can you see the future by looking at your palm? Harry asked curiously. Look, this is called the lifeline. Hermione's lifeline is very long, but there are a few places in the middle that are not connected like other places. One of them is even broken beyond recognition. This means that Hermione will have a long life, but she will encounter several dangers in the middle. One of them will encounter several dangers in a short period of time. Fortunately, after she gets through it, everything will be smooth sailing. Remy spread out Hermione's little hand as he introduced her, and pretended to be serious as he looked here and poked there, taking advantage of her. But the person being taken advantage of is completely unaware of it. Are you kidding? How could I possibly be in danger so many times? Hermione said. Remy smiled and shook his head, then pointed to another line on Hermione's palm. This one is called the career line. Your career line is also very long, which means that your highest achievement in the future will be very high. Hi. What's wrong? What did you see? Hearing the urgency in Hermione's tone, Remy smiled slightly. Hooked. Chapter 26. Your career line is not starting at the right point. At this point 4 years later, you should still be in school. How can you have a small peak in your career? Remy frowned and scratched his head, looking extremely puzzled. Hermione smiled smugly. See, your way of divination is not reliable at all. Harry also smiled. Just as Hermione was about to take her hand away, Ronald, who was sitting opposite her, suddenly spoke. Could it be that Hermione joins the student union and becomes a prefect? Ronald said, if it's 4 years later, we'll just be in the 5th grade, and 5th graders can indeed run for prefect. My brother Percy is the prefect now. As if a keyword was triggered, as soon as Ronald finished speaking, Percy, who was sitting not far away, immediately took over the conversation. Yes, in 5th grade you can run for prefect, and in 7th grade you can run for student union president, but only the best students can take on these 2 jobs, Percy introduced, revealing a hint of pride. Well, it's not that hidden actually. After listening to Ronald and Percy's introduction, Hermione looked at Remy in surprise, and her hand, which was about to be retracted, unconsciously returned to Remy's hand. Remy was delighted and smiled at Ronald. Thank you, you are such a good wingman, I give you full marks for this assist. Looking at Remy's smile, Ronald didn't understand what was going on, but he just felt something was wrong. His intuition told him that he shouldn't have spoken out loud, let alone said those words. What the hell, what's with this inexplicable feeling of regret? After thinking for a long time without any idea, Ronald decided to continue eating. Opposite him, Remy, holding Hermione's little hand, continued to read Hermione's palm. I have already watched 2 of the 3 major plots, and only the love plot is left. Remy observed carefully for a long time, then he let out a sigh and smiled under Hermione's nervous gaze. It's not convenient to talk about the future of this line publicly. Come closer and I'll tell you quietly. Remy said. Hermione quickly leaned her ear over, and then she heard Remy whisper in her ear. I think you will marry me in the future. Boo! The real purpose is revealed. And Remy wasn't molesting Hermione. It's not polite if you don't reciprocate. Hermione kissed him without permission before, and now he kissed her back. This is called give and take. It's polite to give and take. Hermione was stunned when she felt someone kiss her face, and then her face quickly heated up. Nonsense! How could I possibly? You must be talking nonsense. I don't believe it. After lightly hitting Remy, Hermione fell on the table in panic and buried her head tightly in her arms. Seeing Remy suddenly kiss Hermione, everyone around was stunned, and then they all smiled. At this moment, no one cares whether Remy's divination is accurate or not. Anyone who is not a fool can understand that Remy has other intentions. Many people even looked as if they had learned something and were eager to look at the person they loved in their hearts. The dinner went on for a while and the auditorium gradually became quiet. Many little wizards yawned and looked drowsy. Especially the little wizards who just entered school this year. Seeing this, Dumbledore picked up a spoon and knocked on a golden cup, making a rhythmic and crisp sound. This sound could represent nobility to some extent, just like the sound of two high-end red wine glasses colliding. Well, it could also be the sound of a heart breaking. With a knock, the food on all the tables disappeared, and Headmaster Dumbledore stood up again. Everyone should be well fed and well drunk now. Before you return to your dormitories, I would like to tell you some things you should pay attention to when studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. First of all, first-year students, please note that the forest in the school is a forbidden forest. No one is allowed to enter without permission. Some senior students also need to pay special attention to this. As he spoke, Headmaster Dumbledore looked around at the students of the 4 major colleges, and focused on the Gryffindor table for a while. Secondly, the administrator of Hogwarts Castle hopes that I can remind everyone not to cast spells in the corridors during class breaks, otherwise it will be dangerous to yourself and your classmates. Also, students who are interested in signing up for the Quidditch team should find Ms. Hodge to sign up before the second week of this semester. Don't miss it. At this point, Dumbledore glanced at Remy, feeling a little hesitant. After a moment's thought, Dumbledore continued, "Finally, I must solemnly inform you that there are some new changes in Hogwarts Castle this year. If you don't want to suffer an unexpected and painful death, please be sure not to enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Drop, 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 drop." Remy's eyes lit up. The code has been received and decoded, set off immediately. Target, the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Now, let's sing the school song together. Dumbledore waved his hand, and music scores appeared in the air and floated towards the many young wizards. Everyone can choose their favorite piece. Ready, sing. Following the command, everyone started singing, either happily, helplessly or listlessly. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please teach us knowledge. Whether we are bald old men, or a child who broke his knee, our minds can accept some interesting things. Because now our brains are empty, full of air, dead flies, and trifles. Teach us some valuable knowledge. Give us back what we have forgotten. Just do your best and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we are reduced to dust. The rhythm doesn't exist, the singing skills don't exist, and even the off-tune doesn't exist. Because everyone's music is different, and different accompaniments are intertwined, there is no tune at all, so how can it be out of tune? Remy didn't even sing but just read it because he couldn't find the tune. After the Weasley twins, who had the slowest tempo, finished singing the school song with a funeral march, Headmaster Dumbledore happily announced that the prefects of each house would lead the new students of their respective houses back to their dormitories. This made everyone, including the professors, feel relieved. The previous school song segment was really messy. The young Gryffindor wizards stood up and followed their prefect Percy out. Remy was about to leave when he found that Hermione did not stand up, and she did not sing the school song before. "Are you asleep?" Remy poked Hermione and asked softly. When Hermione didn't respond, Remy rolled his eyes. "There's nothing I can do. At this time, it seems that only I, your boyfriend, can carry you back to rest." As soon as she finished speaking, before Remy could extend his hand, Hermione stood up and walked quickly towards the entrance of the auditorium. Remy smiled slightly and stood up to follow. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Remy saw the Hogwarts Castle Warden handing Percy a piece of parchment with the list of dormitories for this year's freshmen at Gryffindor College written on it. Chapter 27. Walking out of the hall, climbing the marble stairs, and passing through a long corridor full of moving portraits, Percy led everyone into a secret passage behind a curtain. Not long after walking out of the secret passage, Percy led everyone into another secret passage. I once heard from my teacher that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was originally established to shelter homeless wizards who were persecuted by ordinary people. Therefore, there are many secret passages in Hogwarts Castle to prevent ordinary people from breaking in and hiding in time. Remy introduced Hermione. Hermione didn't say anything, just nodded and hummed softly. After walking for about 5 more minutes, Percy finally led everyone to a huge portrait of a lady who looked very wealthy. "Password," said the portrait. "Dragon scum." As Percy responded to the command, the portrait slowly opened to reveal a circular passage behind it. Following the passage, everyone came to a round room filled with soft armchairs and sofas. There was also a fireplace on the wall facing the passage that was not burning at the moment. "The girls' dorm is on the left, and the boys' dorm can be reached by going upstairs through the door on the right. The boys will wait here for a moment while I take the ladies to their dorms." As he spoke, Percy motioned for the girls to follow him, but he suddenly noticed a stranger had mixed into the group. "Your name is Remy, right? I'm going to take them to the girls' dormitory now. You wait here and I'll take you to the boys' dormitory later," Percy said. "I know, I just want to go to the girls' dormitory and take a look," Remy said calmly, even acting as if it was a matter of course. "I am honest and I am proud." "Then you have to be disappointed. Boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitory, not even this passage," Percy said. "Oh, then why were you able to enter?" Remy asked. Percy puffed out his chest, "Because I'm a prefect." "Oh, so if you become a prefect you are no longer a man?" Remy asked. Percy was stunned for a moment and then shook his head. "The Gryffindor female prefect will have to come to Hogwarts 2 days later for some reasons, so I will take them to the girls' dormitory today." "Oh, tell me, how much did you bribe the female prefect?" "I'll pay double." "You?" Percy's face darkened and he immediately panicked because he noticed that the looks from people around him, both boys and girls, were not right. Especially his younger brother. "Remy, stop talking nonsense. Do you think everyone is like you?" Hermione said dissatisfiedly. Remy thought for a moment and nodded vigorously. "You still understand me?" Feeling that everyone was looking at her, Hermione blushed and walked quickly towards the passage on the left. Seeing Remy walking towards the sofa on her own, Percy breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly led the girls into the passage, and closed the door at the end. As soon as the door closed, Ronald immediately ran to Remy's side. "Awesome! This is the first time I've seen someone embarrass Percy like this. Even George and Fred haven't done it before." Remy looked at Ronald speechlessly. "Your brother was so embarrassed by me, and yet you are so happy? Your circle is so chaotic. I hope we can be assigned to the same dormitory, otherwise we will have to move our luggage later. I just want to sleep now," Harry said listlessly. "I really don't have any dreams. I just want to go to the girls' dormitory now," Remy said. "Harry! What kind of dream is this? You are clearly delusional." After a while, Percy opened the door and came out of the girls' dormitory area, then led the boys into the dormitory area. Going up the spiral staircase to the second floor, Percy took the parchment and began to assign dormitories to everyone. Remy and Harry were assigned to the same dormitory, which made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. In addition to them, there are 3 other people living in the same dormitory with them, namely, Ronald, Neville, and Seamus. There were 5 large beds in the dormitory, draped with crimson velvet curtains. Everyone's luggage had long been delivered to the room and was now placed against the wall not far from the dormitory entrance. "I choose the innermost bed. Is that okay with you?" Remy asked. The 4 of them shook their heads at the same time, all looking listless. "I'll take the one next to Remy. My luggage is all with Remy, so it will be more convenient for me to move things later," Harry said. "Then I'll take the outermost one, closer to the door," Neville said. I'll sleep in the middle," Ronald said. With no choice left, Simo didn't care and didn't even say a word as he walked straight to the bed and started taking off his shoes. He picked up the suitcase and walked to his bed. Harry quickly followed and said he wanted to get his pajamas. "Wait a minute, I brought a hanger." As he spoke, Remy took out several metal pipes of different lengths from the box and quickly put them together to make a floor-standing clothes hanger. This move immediately shocked the 4 young wizards who had never seen the world, and even made them more alert. Remy took out a lot of clothes for Harry, unloaded Harry's luggage piece by piece, and then sorted out his own things. First, he took out the boards, then Remy took out the metal pipes, and then he took out a lot of screws and tools. Under everyone's curious gaze, Remy began to piece it together into something that Harry thought looked very much like a display wall used to display goods in a supermarket, and there were indeed small hooks on it. "Move it to the wall, close to it," and Remy takes out a bunch of things and puts them together to make a table. Seeing this, Harry finally couldn't help himself. "Remy, are you opening a shop?" Harry asked. "Open a store? Not for now, but I will open it later." As he spoke, Remy bent down and took out the "I'm boiling." Harry and Seamus swore at the same time and stepped back quickly. Seeing their reactions, Ronald and Neville, confused, also quickly retreated. Why do you still have a gun? What do you want to do?" Simo asked in a trembling voice. "Is this big guy also a gun?" Ronald and Neville quickly retreated further away. "Don't worry, it's just routine maintenance." After saying that, Remy deftly disassembled it into a pile of parts and placed them on the table, then took out a piece of cloth and carefully wiped each component. "Don't worry, I have always strictly abided by the principle of separation of guns and bullets, so there will be no safety hazards. You guys go to sleep first, don't worry about me," Remy said. "Sleep? Sleep p. Who can sleep in this mess?" After putting the last part together, Remy pointed the gun towards the window and pulled the trigger. After making sure it fired normally, Remy nodded with satisfaction and then hung it on the assembled display wall. "Remy, do you know that your behavior has violated the laws of the wizarding world?" Ronald said. "No, I didn't break any laws." Remy turned around and looked at Ronald, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a smug expression. Chapter 28. I know that there is a special law in the wizarding world that controls items from the Muggle world, but it is obvious that the person who made this law does not understand the Muggle world, so there are many loopholes in this law. The current definition of a firearm in the wizarding world is a strange weapon made by Muggles that can fire bullets after use. At the same time, there are only 2 crimes in the wizarding world regarding firearms. One is the crime of possessing a firearm, and the other is the crime of using a firearm. As he spoke, Remy squatted in front of the suitcase, took out a rifle from it and placed it on the table, then took out a bullet from his pocket and stood it up next to it. "So when I kept the gun and the bullets separately, neither the gun nor the bullets met the legal definition of a firearm, which means they were not guns legally. So I did not possess a firearm, and naturally I did not commit a crime," Remy said. Ronald looked at the rifle, then at the bullet next to it, then at the bullet, and then at the gun next to it. His eyes began to circle. He has been confused. "But, you have used a gun before, and there were bullets in the gun," said Simo. Remy nodded, then shook his head. "This is related to the definition of possession in the law. Possession can be understood as continuous possession, that is, it is necessary to maintain possession of the item for a period of time to be judged as possession. And I didn't exceed 10 seconds in total before, so I don't meet the time requirement of possession, so I still can't be arrested for possession of firearms." The 4 of them looked at each other. Although they did not fully understand what Remy meant, looking at Remy's confident and calm demeanor, they felt that what Remy said was very likely true. "But, you used it," Harry suddenly said. "Doesn't that mean you used a firearm?" "You're right." Remy nodded and then shrugged nonchalantly. "But unfortunately, there is a law in the wizarding world called the Underage Wizard Protection Act that will protect me. Therefore, even if I use a gun, as long as it does not cause serious harm or loss to others, I will not be locked up. At most, it will be like what Professor McGonagall did today, confiscating the gun and giving me criticism and education. Everyone. Does this mean that the laws of the wizarding world can no longer stop you? You are the next Dark Lord, right? No, it should be called the Grey Lord. The Ministry of Magic has no reason to arrest you. I think I should write a letter to my father and tell him about it. My father works in the misuse of Muggle artifacts department at the Ministry of Magic, and that's what he's in charge of. Ronald whispered. You can write now. Oh, I forgot about the owl. Remy and Harry quickly got up and took out their own and Harry's owls. Seeing that the two owls were still alive, Remy and Harry both breathed a sigh of relief. No, I just said it casually, don't worry, I won't. I mean it. Remy interrupted Ronald. It takes time to amend the law. By the time the law is amended, I will definitely no longer need these things. My goal is to create a magical gun that is 100% made in the wizarding world and can fire magic. When Simo heard Remy talking about his goal, his eyes lit up, but then he became confused. I've seen my mother use magic. Now that I think about it, magic doesn't seem to be as powerful as a gun. Seamus said, why do you want to make magic guns? To use guns legally in the wizarding world? Of course not. Remy smoothed his hair and pointed at the gun on the table. I have done experiments with my teacher before. Not to mention this automatic rifle, even a powerful heavy sniper rifle can be blocked by entry-level protective magic. Even if a fired bullet happens to be hit by a magic spell like the disarming spell, although the probability is very low, once it collides, the bullet will stop instantly and fall to the ground, without any power at all. I also used a whole piece of dragon meat with dragon skin to do an experiment. Even armor-piercing bullets could not penetrate the 10 cm thick dragon meat. If it was an ordinary 5.56 mm bullet, even a single shot could not penetrate even a thicker dragon skin. And the fresher the dragon meat, the less damage the gun can cause. I guess it's because fresh dragon meat contains more magic power. It's a pity that the teacher didn't agree to let me go to the dragon farm to use live dragons for experiments, otherwise maybe I would have unlocked the Dragon Slayer achievement by now. Everyone gasped. Slaying a dragon? How dare you think about it? But at the same time, the four of them were happy. It turns out that the most common protective magic can resist firearms. I have decided that I must study hard when I learn about protective magic in the spells class. Okay, you guys take a rest first. I'll try to be as quiet as possible. Remy said, then turned around and continued to disassemble and clean the gun. After hearing what Remy said, everyone was immediately awakened from sleepiness. After watching for a while to get over the novelty, the four of them went to bed. It's just that everyone dreams about Remy and the gun at night. This is not a good dream. The next morning, when the four saw the display wall next to Remy's bed filled with various guns, they were devastated. Are you kidding me? Remy, this is too outrageous. What is he going to do? Open a gun shop in Hogwarts? Seamus complained. I can't understand how he brought so many things to Hogwarts, Neville muttered. Harry did not join in the complaints, but walked to Remy's bed and nudged Remy who was sleeping soundly. Remy, wake up, we should go to class. Harry said. What classes do we have today? Remy asked dazedly, rubbing his eyes. This morning we have History of Magic class. I heard that the professor teaching History of Magic is a ghost. I'm not interested. I won't go. No, I'll go after I wake up. Everyone. You wanna skip class on your first day? Did you mean what you said yesterday? Are you really here to deduct points from Gryffindor? We are Gryffindor, not Gryffindor. All three of them immediately looked at Harry, the meaning was very clear, you have the best relationship with him, you figure out a way. Harry nodded, gritted his teeth and continued to push Remy. Remy, we just arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hurry up and get up. Come back after class and then go back to sleep. It's the first class. How inappropriate would it be not to go? Be careful, the professor calls you parents. After much persuasion, Remy, who was fed up with the constant noise, had to reluctantly leave the warm and soft bed that he loved so much. Get up, change clothes, and wash up. Remy was in a daze the whole time and didn't even know how to get to the restaurant, let alone enter the classroom. He had no impression at all. He was maintaining the gun until dawn last night and didn't sleep for very long. After entering the classroom, Remy was so sleepy that he fell asleep immediately. Until Chapter 29. The earliest recorded record of wizards was around 500 AD, but the exact year is no longer known. The first wizard in recorded history was Merlin, so Merlin is known as the greatest wizard, the first wizard, the sage, the guide, etc. However, there has been controversy over these titles in the magic history community for hundreds of years, so there is no definitive conclusion. Remy was drowsy when he heard the almost transparent ghost Professor Binns talking about the origin of wizards and the first wizard Merlin. He suddenly became alert and raised his hand. However, Cuthbert Binns did not notice him at all, and even Cuthbert Binns did not look at any of the students at all, and just continued to tell the story of Merlin's life. Teacher, I have a question to ask you," Remy said. Remy's words interrupted Cuthbert Binns' story and attracted many curious looks, especially Hermione. She remembered what Remy had said to her yesterday, when Remy said he had no interest in history at all. "Oh, you are Remy Barrett, right? What's your question?" Cuthbert Binns thought for a long time and then nodded. "Well, you just said that the earliest record of wizards was around 500 AD, right?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "But when I bought a wand in Diagon Alley, I saw a sign at Ollivander's wand shop saying that their family had been making wands since 382 BC. Could it be that wands appeared earlier than wizards?" Hearing Remy's question, many students began to discuss quietly and looked at Cuthbert Binns curiously. They had all been to Ollivander's wand shop to buy wands, and many of them had seen the introduction. "My subject is history of magic, and I study facts, not myths and legends." Cuthbert Binns spoke in a calm and even tone, as if there was nothing agitated inside him. "The earliest record that can be found is around 500 AD. Anything before that can only be considered a myth. It is not within the scope of my research." "Is that so?" Remy nodded thoughtfully. "Any questions?" asked Cuthbert Binns. No, there is another question," Remy said. "Cuthbert Binns, do you know how the first wizard appeared?" "If you mean Merlin, the first recorded wizard, there is no historical record of who his parents were, only a legend," said Cuthbert Binns. Remy's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "What legend is that?" Cuthbert Binns frowned and seemed reluctant to speak, but he finally spoke. "First of all, I don't agree with this legend." "I don't agree with any legend. According to the legend, Merlin's mother was an ordinary human woman, a muggle, and she combined with a magical creature called the incubus to give birth to Merlin. But the magic world has not yet found a magical creature like the incubus, and there is no record of the incubus in history books," said Cuthbert Binns. "Could it be an alias? For example, Vila? But the people at that time or Merlin's mother didn't know Vila, so they gave her the name of a nightmare?" Remy asked. Cuthbert Binns shook his head, looking a little impatient. "I don't know this, and I don't study it. If you don't have any other questions, I will continue the class." "Oh, okay." Listening to Cuthbert Binns continuing to narrate the history of the past in his flat voice, Remy did not feel sleepy, but his mind was already floating in the sky. Until Hermione suddenly handed him a notebook with the words, "Didn't you say yesterday that you have no interest in history at all?" Coming back to his senses, Remy picked up the quill. "I am not interested in history, but I am very interested in the origin of wizards and want to study it clearly." Soon, Remy received another reply from Hermione, "Why are you interested in this issue?" After hesitating for a while, Remy wrote down his thoughts. If the origin of wizards can be studied clearly, perhaps ordinary people who are not wizards can be artificially given magical powers, thus turning them into wizards. Hermione was stunned when she saw Remy's reply. She had not expected Remy to have such ambitious goals. Then, she thought of her parents. If her parents could become wizards, if more parents of Muggle-born little wizards could become wizards. "I'll go to the library with you after class to look up information," Hermione whispered. I didn't say I was going to look up information." Looking up information is so tiring and boring. Blinking, Remy decided not to speak his inner thoughts. He felt that if he did, Hermione would think he was just an empty dreamer. But he really didn't want to look up the information, not only because it was troublesome, but also because if the library could find the information, this question would not have remained unanswered until now. I already have a plan for this, and I will tell you as soon as I come up with the results of my research. Remy wrote in his notebook and then handed the notebook to Hermione. As soon as she saw Remy's note, Hermione immediately became interested and asked Remy about the relevant plans. Remy did not hide it and told Hermione that he was a natural master of alchemy. Remy was born with alchemy skills, and the alchemy he mastered was very special, and he could use it even before his magic awakened. But at that time Remy couldn't make anything. He could only summon a scale that only he could see. It was useless except for looking at it. After the magic power is awakened, Remy can put magic power on one end of the scale and real objects on the other end, or neither. If you put an item at the other end, then this alchemy will be done with that item as the material. If you don't put it, then this alchemy will fail. The only exception is magic crystal. Magic crystal does not require a medium. Magic crystal is solid magic power created by Remy using alchemy. It takes 2 parts of magic power to refine one magic crystal. Initially, the magic crystals refined by Remy were inedible. It was necessary to use magic crystals as raw materials and consume magic power to refine them again before they could be converted into edible magic crystals. Since magic crystals can be created out of thin air, and magic crystals can be used as raw materials, in a sense Remy does have the ability to create things out of thin air. As long as he has enough magic power. The closer the raw material is to the desired final product, the less magic Remy needs to put in. At the same time, the more Remy understands and defines the characteristics of the desired final product, the less magic he will need to put in, and the success rate will be greatly improved. When Remy uses alchemy, if the magic power invested at one time is insufficient, or if he does not have a clear and distinct understanding of the final product, the alchemy will fail. As for the price of failure, it is naturally. Boom shakalaka. Chapter 30. Before meeting Nicholas Flamel, Remy had done some alchemy and had made some interesting little things, but the failure rate was extremely high. Therefore, after roughly figuring out what his alchemy was all about, Remy no longer continued to use alchemy to create anything other than magic crystals. He has been waiting and hoarding magic crystals. Now that he has undoubtedly improved greatly compared to before, and finally arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Remy feels that it is time to try to refine something truly useful. Start with something simple and go step by step. The biggest difference between Muggles and Wizards is whether they have magic power or not. There is also an intermediate group between Muggles and Wizards, and that is the Squibs. So I plan to refine magic cards first, to see if I can refine a magic card that can be used by Squibs. After class, Remy told Hermione about his ideas, and then remembered that Hermione didn't seem to know what magic cards were, so Remy gave Hermione 2 magic cards and explained them to her. Maybe because Hermione had already learned some daily magic, she had no difficulty using the magic cards and activated the magic inside very easily. This made Harry, who was eating at the same table, very envious. He still hadn't mastered the technique of using magic cards. That's a great invention. Was it yours too? Hermione asked. No, this is my teacher's invention. Remy said. Oh, but how can we turn them into magic cards that only Squibs can use? It needs to be injected with magic power before it can be used, but Squibs cannot control magic power. Hermione asked. I have 2 ideas at the moment. One is to use magic cards directly as raw materials to refine them so that they can be physically activated and actively absorb the magic power in the holder's body. The other is to create a peripheral device that can be physically activated, actively absorb the magic power in the holder's body and transmit magic power. Remy said. It sounds feasible. If you can really make this thing, which of these 2 options is easier to implement? Hermione asked after thinking for a moment. It depends on why the Squibs can't control their magic. Remy said, from what I know, Some squibs claim that they can't sense the magic in their bodies, while some squibs say that they can sense the magic in their bodies but just can't control it. If I can't sense the magic power in my body, that would be more troublesome. That means I need to add physical activation, active absorption of magic power, automatic stop after the magic power is full, or give feedback to the holder on the basis of the existing magic cards. That means at least 4 different effects. The more effects I add to the same item, the more magic power I need to spend, and the success rate will be greatly reduced. Even if I use multiple refining steps, if one of the steps fails, all the previous efforts will be wasted. Hermione and Harry nodded thoughtfully, only Ronald gave up listening after a while and focused on eating. This kind of academic stuff doesn't suit him very well. But if it's a peripheral, doesn't it also need so many effects? Harry asked after thinking for a while. Peripherals can be made up of multiple small parts, and I can attach different effects to each part and then combine them, just like a bunch of parts are finally combined into a gun, Remy explained. Now I understand when you put it that way. Harry and Hermione suddenly realized. Hermione even asked if the effect could be reduced if the squibs could sense the magic in their bodies, to which Remy answered in the affirmative. Looking at Hermione, who seemed to be deep in thought, Remy quickly reminded her that she couldn't ask the squibs directly about this kind of thing. Firstly, it was impolite, and secondly, they might not necessarily tell the truth. They might even have had illusions due to psychological reasons. The best approach would be to wait for him to make 2 different peripherals, then find a dud to experiment with. You will know the real situation once you try it. Maybe it's both, Hermione said, but who are you going to try it on? Mr. Filch, of course, said Remy. I heard from my brothers that Filch is a bad guy. His favorite thing to do is to punish students. It is almost impossible to persuade him to help. Ronald said in a muffled voice. What do you mean by asking him for help? It's clearly us helping him. If he doesn't want to, there are plenty of people who are willing. Remy said confidently. He didn't believe that any squib could resist the temptation of mastering magic. Even if someone says no, their body must be honest. After dinner, they chatted and rested for a while in the common room, and then continued their classes with other students. The afternoon class was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. However, to the disappointment of all the little wizards, in the first Transfiguration class, although Professor McGonagall demonstrated several transfiguration magics to them, he did not teach them. This is not only a theoretical class, but also a theoretical class with empty promises. After finishing a day's classes, many young wizards expressed their anticipation for tomorrow's classes, because tomorrow they will have defense against the dark arts and herbology classes. I heard that the herbology class will not be held in a classroom but in a greenhouse. Many young wizards showed great interest in greenhouse cultivation and various magical plants. The young wizards didn't know much about the defense against the dark arts class, but most of them seemed very excited when talking about this class, probably because the word dark magic in this class made it sound cool. But Remy didn't have any hope for this. How could Professor Quirrell teach them real skills? Rather than relying on what he taught them, they might as well rely on guns. After dinner, Remy immediately returned to the dormitory to prepare for his alchemy work. However, as soon as he entered the dormitory, he saw an uninvited guest, Principal Dumbledore. And at this moment he was looking at a wall of guns. Oh, you're back. I'm sorry to enter your dormitory without permission, but the house elf in charge of cleaning told me that very dangerous contraband was found in your dormitory, so I had to come over. Dumbledore turned around, pushed his glasses and said with a smile. Goodong. Harry and the others swallowed and immediately looked at Remy and then quickly looked away. Compared to their panic, Remy was just stunned for a moment. He was not panicked at all and even greeted Dumbledore enthusiastically. Hi, Professor Dumbledore, it's been a while since we last met. How have you been? Remy asked. He met Dumbledore once, but only met once before Nicholas Flamel sent him back to his room, saying he had something important to discuss. Dumbledore nodded. It was fine, but now it's a bit of a headache. What do you think I should do with these things? Should I call your teacher? Chapter 31. Using my teacher to pressure me? Then you have the wrong idea. With a slight smile, Remy did not continue what Dumbledore said, but walked to the wall and pointed at the gun on it. Whichever one Professor Dumbledore likes, I can give it to you. I guarantee that I can kill Voldemort with one shot. I can kill Grindelwald with 2 shots. Remy said with a smile. Dumbledore. Nicholas Flamel. What on earth did you tell him, old man? After calming himself down, Dumbledore reached out and took down a gun from the highest point and held it in his hand to examine it. So these guns are extremely powerful? Dumbledore asked. It's not bad. The gun in your hand is the most powerful gun here, and it's also the masterpiece of my family. As he spoke, Remy reached out and took the gun from Dumbledore. The gun was very heavy and he had a little trouble holding it. But this did not affect his enthusiasm in introducing this treasure to Dumbledore. The Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle is a large-caliber anti-materiel sniper rifle. It took Barrett 8 years to develop it, and it was not until October last year that it was put into mass production and delivered to the Magnesium Army for use. It uses the principle of short barrel recoil and semi-automatic firing. Although it can only fire single shots, it does not need to be reloaded after each shot like the old bolt-action sniper rifles in World War I. The adjustable bipod is compatible with the M60 machine gun, and the grip is compatible with the M16A2 rifle, which is very user-friendly. A scope and a folding mechanical sight can be installed on the top of the gun body. The one currently installed is the standard M3 optical 10x super scope. At this point, Remy took off the scope and handed it to Dumbledore. Dumbledore continued to listen to Remy's introduction while playing with the scope as if it were a monocular. The gun body is 1447.8 mm long, the barrel is 736.7 mm long, the empty weight is 12.9 kilograms, and the combat weight is 14.8 kilograms. It is definitely a big gun among sniper rifles, and it is very impressive to show it off. Click. Placing the gun on the table and removing the magazine, Remy reached into his inner pocket and fumbled around for a while before pulling out a giant bullet that was longer than his palm and thicker than his thumb. When this bullet appeared, not only did Harry and the others gasp, but even Dumbledore couldn't help but twitch his eyes. This gun has a magazine capacity of 10 rounds. The standard configuration is the same large caliber 12.7 x 99 NATO bullet as the Browning M2 heavy machine gun. It can also use the Norwegian Raufoss Mk211 armor-piercing incendiary bullet. The maximum range is up to 2,500 meters, and the effective range is up to 1,850 meters. You may not have any idea of the data I'm talking about, but let me put it this way. If you are hit in the chest by a bullet fired from this gun, your body will be instantly torn in two. It can even penetrate a train rail with ease. The body will be torn into two? Can the steel rails be easily penetrated? Remy's roommates broke out in cold sweats after hearing this. Because of its enormous power, it is mainly used in actual combat to remotely destroy sensitive enemy equipment, such as parked aircraft, radar installations, trucks, and various other important assets. The best part is that even though it's so powerful, its recoil is not that big among similar heavy sniper rifles. It can even be considered very small. Do you want to test fire it? It's never too late to buy more if you find it useful. Dumbledore. When did I say I was going to buy it? I'm clearly here for nothing, ahem, I'm clearly here to confiscate prohibited items. This kind of dangerous contraband is not something a young wizard of your age should be in possession of, said Dumbledore. Why are you saying the same thing as Professor McGonagall? This thing is neither dangerous nor contraband. Remy rolled his eyes, then told Dumbledore again the legal loophole he had mentioned to Harry and the others last night. After listening to Remy's speculation, Dumbledore was silent for a long time. But he did not remain silent because there were loopholes in the law, but was surprised that Remy had learned to exploit loopholes in the law at such a young age. This was horrible to Dumbledore. Even Voldemort was not as lawless as Remy, nor was he as shrewd as Remy. Remy, I don't think taking advantage of legal loopholes is something you should be proud of. Dumbledore said seriously. Coincidentally, I don't think banning Muggle items is something worth promoting. What reasonable reason does the Ministry of Magic have to ban Muggle items? Is it to prevent people in the magical world from discovering that Muggles have surpassed wizards in many ways? Remy asked. Dumbledore looked into Remy's violet eyes, pursed his lips, and finally shook his head. I don't know that. I'm just the principal of a magic school. I only know that keeping such dangerous contraband in the dormitory is a major safety hazard for you and your roommates. Dumbledore said solemnly. So I have to confiscate them, and the bullets in your pockets. Take them all out. I need them all away. Looking at the unquestionable serious expression on Dumbledore's face, Remy shook his head helplessly while taking out the bullet. You are too conservative, Professor Dumbledore. I hope you can think carefully about the future of the wizarding world in the coming time. To put it bluntly, if the wizarding world today goes to war with Muggles, any well-equipped Special Forces unit would be enough to sweep across the entire wizarding world, not to mention that Muggles have weapons that are far more powerful than these guns. Okay. Dumbledore nodded, I will seriously consider it. Remy took a box of bullets out of his pocket and placed it on the table. At first, everyone was surprised, and then they were shocked. Finally, when they saw the table full of bullets, Dumbledore and Harry's expressions were numb. It wasn't until the table creaked under the weight that Remy stopped and spread his hands to indicate that there was nothing left. Dumbledore, who had originally planned to test Remy to see if he had really taken out all the things after Remy stopped, had no intention of testing him at this moment. His only headache was how to take these things away and where to store them to ensure their safety. After thinking for a long time, Dumbledore took out his wand from his arms and used silent casting. With just a light wave of the wand, the table full of bullets and the guns on the wall all disappeared. Remy's eyes lit up. What kind of magic is this? The transference charm. You'll learn it when you reach 5th year. Dumbledore put away his wand and nodded slightly to the others. It's getting late, go to bed early, everyone. Before he finished speaking, Dumbledore disappeared in a flash. This move immediately stunned everyone including Remy, especially Remy. His eyes were full of envy. Noticing Remy staring blankly at the place where Headmaster Dumbledore disappeared, Harry came to his senses and stepped forward to pat Remy on the shoulder. Remy, don't be too sad. Headmaster Dumbledore didn't say he wouldn't return it to you. He should return it to you after the holidays. Harry comforted him. Remy glanced at Harry in confusion. Why should I be sad? As he spoke, Remy walked to the bed, pulled out the suitcase from under the bed and opened it. Under the incredulous gazes of Harry and his other roommates, Remy took out a gun from his suitcase. Chapter 32. You still have a gun? Ronald screamed and quickly covered his mouth. His eyes widened and his other hand trembled as if he had Parkinson's disease. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, let alone someone as smart as me. Remy shook his hair, called out to Harry, and threw the gun in his hand to Harry. One for each of you, take it and play with it. As you just saw, Headmaster Dumbledore just confiscated the guns. He didn't deduct any points or give me detention. After hearing Remy's words, everyone's eyes lit up, and their original fear of guns instantly turned into curiosity about guns. Before, they just watched Remy tinker with it, but now that they know Dumbledore's attitude, they can also confidently load the guns themselves. Each person got one, and even Simo asked if the Chicago typewriter given to him could be exchanged for a sniper rifle, saying that he liked sniper rifles. Remy will naturally meet this small request. Less than 5 minutes after Headmaster Dumbledore finished his dormitory inspection, the entire dormitory was transformed into a gun enthusiasts exchange meeting. I don't know if Principal Dumbledore will regret coming to check the dormitories after he finds out. After briefly introducing the composition of the guns to his roommates, Remy let them take them apart and play with them by themselves, while he took out a large pile of magic materials and began to select the materials needed for alchemy. It is not difficult to refine the items that Remy wants with the magic power he has now, but the difficult part is to refine them perfectly. That is, consuming the least cost. Fortunately, we are now in the experimental stage and do not need to consider the cost issue. We only need to consider the success or failure and what the final product will look like. As a senior member of the Appearance Association, Remy also has high requirements for the appearance of his works. After much thought, Remy decided to make gloves. The gloves are large enough and can be made from multiple pieces of cloth or leather, so I have enough parts. Thinking of this, Remy picked and chose among the magic materials, and finally Remy chose dragon skin and unicorn tail hair as the main materials. The untreated dragon skin is a little hard. Never mind, how can the first generation experimental model be comfortable? Spreading the dragon skin on the table, Remy took out a small silver knife that was about the same shape as a table knife from his pocket. With a light scratch on the dragon's skin with a knife, the tough dragon skin was immediately split into two halves. This knife was specially made by his teacher for processing magical materials. At least it was enchanted with sharpness level 8. Oink oink. In less than 2 minutes, Remy cut a large piece of dragon skin into a pile of 2 centimeter cubes, and then... bang! The table collapsed. Well, it looks like I'll need a dedicated workbench. Pretending to be calm, Remy squatted down and picked up a piece of dragon skin, then sat on the ground and fell into thought. What effect should I attach first? Let's start with the effect of autonomously absorbing magic power. Using alchemy, place the dragon skin on the right side of the scale and infuse magic power on the left side. This was what Remy saw, but from the perspective of Harry and the others, Remy was suspending the small piece of dragon skin in the air. This made them put down their guns and look at Remy curiously. 3 seconds later, everyone looked at the slowly falling dragon skin in confusion. What's going on? Failed. I don't know. It should be a failure, right? While the few people were talking in a low voice, Remy shook his head vigorously, then took out a box and grabbed a handful of sugar-like objects from it and stuffed them into his mouth. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and they recognized that it was Remy's medicine. Neville and Seamus swallowed at the same time. What is Remy eating? It looks delicious. What an alluring scent. Harry hesitated for a moment and did not tell the two what he knew. He felt that such private matters should not be told to others without permission. Over there, Remy, who had eaten a handful of magic crystals, felt the magic power in his body recovering quickly, and continued with alchemy after it was almost recovered. In order to ensure the success rate, Remy had to spend a lot of magic power every time to avoid accidents. This means that he needs to constantly consume magic crystals to replenish his magic power. Fortunately, the effort is always worth it. After a while, Remy completed refining the required dragon skin modules without failure once. This is not the end yet. Remy then picked up a small strand of unicorn tail hair and selected the 3 thickest ones to use as raw materials to continue refining. He wanted to add a magic transmission effect to these unicorn tail hairs. After refining the unicorn tail hair, Remy put it together with the dragon skin module and added some unprocessed dragon skin to ensure that the finished product would not be too small. Remy flashed 3 magic crystals in one breath, replenishing the magic power in his body until it was bubbling out, then took a deep breath and performed the final alchemy. This time, he wanted to integrate them together and make them into a real whole. Watching Remy suspend everything in the air at once, Harry suddenly realized. It looks like everything that has gone before has been successful. Now we have to proceed to the final step, Harry said. What exactly is he going to refine? I only heard him talking about alchemy when we were having dinner just now. What exactly is he going to refine? Neville asked. How should I put it? Remy wants to refine Harry thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to explain Remy's idea to Neville. At this moment, the dragon skin and unicorn tail hair suspended in the air suddenly flashed a bright but soft golden light. The 4 of them perked up and quickly turned to look at Remy. The golden light slowly dissipated, the dragon skin and unicorn tail hair disappeared, and in their place was a red glove that looked very domineering. The surface of the gloves retains the uneven granular texture of dragon skin, but is brighter red than real dragon skin, as if it had been coated with a layer of brightening oil. It is both refined and retains the wild beauty of the dragon skin itself. Remy himself is quite satisfied with this work, at least he is satisfied with the appearance. That's so cool. Harry exclaimed and walked forward to take a closer look at the gloves, and the other three also gathered around. How cool! It would be even cooler if the fingers could be decorated with dragon claws. Ronald said with shining eyes. That's a great glove, but what does it do? Seamus asked. Wait a moment, I'll show you. Remy smiled and put on his gloves. Although he was confident in his work, for safety reasons, Remy asked the four people to step back and not watch. This is a glove that can absorb the wearer's magic power and transfer it to other objects. As long as it is used in conjunction with a magic card, it can. Deliberately dragging out the words to keep the audience in suspense, Remy raised his gloved right hand and made a scissors sign, then took out a magic card of illumination and placed it between his index and middle fingers. As the two fingers came together to clamp the magic card, a bright light suddenly emerged from the top of the magic card, and then... boom! Chapter 33. With a loud bang, Harry and the other three were startled. Remy. I'm fine, cough cough cough, don't worry. Remy coughed and waved his hands to disperse the white smoke around him, choking to the point of tears streaming down his face. That doesn't make sense. I could clearly feel the magic power pouring into the magic card, and the magic card was even activated. How could it explode? Wiping away her tears, Remy muttered to herself that she was puzzled, staring at the half-finished magic card in her hand with a frown. Seeing that Remy was fine, Harry and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Could it be that too much magic power was injected? Harry thought for a moment and said, I remember you said that if too much magic power is injected, it will cause magic to become blocked. Impossible. The magic power I extracted is not even 100% of what I would get if I used magic cards directly normally. At this point, Remy suddenly got stuck. He suddenly thought of something. With his magic power, it usually takes several percentage points to use magic cards, so how do Hagrid and Hermione use it? Thinking of this, Remy suddenly remembered that when he first used the magic card, it would always explode, and then suddenly one day, he could use the magic card normally. Could it be that the teacher made some improvements to the magic card specifically for me? Now that I was wearing gloves, the magic card didn't recognize me, so it couldn't withstand such a strong magic power. Thinking of this, Remy decided to try the experiment on someone else. Oh, I think what you said makes sense. I do have more magic power. Harry, how about you help me test it? Remy asked. Harry hesitated, but curiosity finally overcame his fear. Okay, how do we test it? Harry asked. You just need to put on the gloves, then hold the magic card and put your fingers together to make a sword gesture. That's it, yes, this is how you can activate the gloves. If you want to stop, just stop making this gesture. After giving Harry an activation gesture, Remy handed the gloves to Harry. After putting on the gloves, Harry first clenched his fists. It feels a bit like a hard rubber glove, a bit big. These can be adjusted slowly later. As he spoke, Remy took out a stack of magic cards and selected them, then took out one and handed it to Harry. Harry took the magic card and took a deep breath, then imitated Remy's previous gesture of making a scissors hand gesture, then put the magic card on and clamped it. As soon as he clamped it, Harry's face suddenly changed and he quickly let go, even though the magic card in his hand had already gushed out a stream of clear water. What's wrong? Are you okay? Remy quickly grabbed Harry's hand and took the magic card away to prevent him from accidentally activating the glove again. Too fast, I can't stand it. Looking at Harry who was breathing heavily and even trembling slightly, Remy froze. What do you mean by this? Fortunately, after taking a breath, Harry gave a more detailed explanation. My magic power is draining away too quickly. I feel like my entire arm is being crawled by 10,000 ants. It's numb and a little painful, said Harry. Remy breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, why didn't you explain it clearly right away? I thought you had done something. However, even Harry's magic power couldn't withstand it. It seems that the speed at which this glove absorbs magic is indeed a bit outrageous. I'm sorry, I don't have a very clear concept of magic power. You should take a rest first. Helping Harry sit on the bed, Remy filled a glass of water and placed a magic crystal in it. After thinking for a while, Remy poured half a cup of water into another cup, then filled the original cup with water again to dilute it again. "Come, drink some water to replenish your magic power," Remy said. "This..." Harry hesitated. "What you just put in there is not what you use. What are they used for?" "What I just put there are magic crystals, which are specially used to replenish magic power." "Huh? That thing is used to replenish magic power. What do you think?" "Drink it quickly, in small sips, don't drink too much at once." Harry nodded, took the cup of water, took a sip and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Wow! This thing is awesome! It makes me feel like all my fatigue has been swept away," Harry exclaimed. When the people nearby heard this, they all looked towards Remy, their eyes full of anticipation. "Please bring your own water cups. This stuff is quite nutritious, so remember not to drink it in one gulp," Remy reminded. The remaining 3 people nodded repeatedly and went to get their own cups. Remy thought about it and simply put 2 magic crystals into the kettle and let them pour the water themselves. After drinking it, the 3 of them also praised it highly. Seeing that everyone had started drinking, the 2 owls in the dormitory looked at each other, and then called out in a coquettish voice at the same time. While flapping their wings, they picked up the water trough in their mouths and knocked on the cage, just short of saying that they wanted to drink too. "Are they drinkable?" Harry asked uncertainly. "It should be possible, right? Why don't you just try and know?" Taking the remaining half cup of water, Remy poured it into the sink of the Autumn Johns. "Since it is an experiment, of course I have to use my own owl first." This made Hedwig very anxious. She held her water trough in her mouth and kept BG on the cage. Her 2 big eyes looked eagerly at Harry and then at Remy, as if urging Harry to help. This scene immediately made everyone laugh. "Don't worry, I'll give it to you right away." Glancing at Long Johns who was drinking happily, Remy walked towards Hedwig with the cup of water. Hedwig immediately put down the sink in her mouth steadily, and even lowered her body as if to salute after Remy poured her the water. Look at the elegant Hedwig, and then look at his own idiot who only knows how to drink. It didn't even notice when Remy glared at it. What a disgrace! Be careful or I will roast you one day. The kind without cumin. I just want to ask you if you are afraid. As if sensing some malicious intent, Chu-Ku shuddered, thought for a moment, and then continued to drink. After giving Kyoku a hard glare, Remy walked over, picked up another piece of dragon skin, and used alchemy to give it the effect of actively absorbing magic power. "Ronald, help me test it." "Don't worry, I have optimized it. Its extraction speed is now only half of what it was before," Remy said. Ronald was a little scared, but after taking a look at the cup in his hand, he finally agreed to help. As soon as he took it, Ronald was about to ask how to use it, but the next moment he suddenly turned on the vibration mode and shook his hands wildly as if he had been electrocuted. As soon as Remy saw his expression, he realized that the power of this module was too high. "Wow, it's so exciting!" Ronald said with lingering fear as he collapsed on the ground. "Thanks for your hard work." Handing the water to Ronald, Remy looked at the remaining 2 roommates, which made the 2 men's anus tighten immediately. Chapter 34. After a series of experiments with 4 roommates, the power was reduced to 0 and then to half, but in the end the power was still a bit high. This made Remy very worried. He himself had no idea about the power of magic, so how could he do such a delicate job? It was very difficult for him to continue adjusting downwards, and he had to spend a lot of time debugging bit by bit. It's impossible to become fat in one bite, but he can squeeze his 4 roommates dry in one go. In order to protect these 4 valuable D-class personnel, adhering to the sustainable strategy of exhausting all resources, Remy announced a break for today. Everyone should eat, drink and rest, and continue the experiment tomorrow when there is time. That night, everyone slept particularly soundly, probably because each of them had a gun at the head of the bed. You have a gun, I have a gun, who is afraid of who? Although all the guns are empty, I feel at ease. The next day, Remy did not sleep in. Instead, he got up early, put his long johns on his shoulders and went out for a falconry walk. Hogwarts Castle was eerily quiet early in the morning, and with the cool breeze blowing all night, the walls in the corridor felt icy to the touch. Facing the stairs that moved back and forth leading to the first floor of the castle, Remy stood there and observed carefully for a long time, carefully analyzing their movement patterns, and finally, jumped. Bang! Remy dodged all the stairs perfectly and fell heavily on the first floor. He got up and patted his clothes calmly. He has a unique and efficient way of going downstairs. Don't just stand there like an idiot, come down quickly. Remy raised his head and said to the dazed Kyoku. This stupid bird didn't even try to save its owner when it saw him falling from the building. It will be cooked in the pot sooner or later. Hearing Remy's shout, Kyoku came to his senses, spread his wings and slowly circled down until he landed on Remy's shoulder again. He kept turning his head to observe Remy from all angles, as if wondering how Remy didn't die from the fall. Pushing open the door of Hogwarts Castle, Remy felt a cool breeze blowing in his face and immediately got goosebumps all over his body. Then the sunshine brought him a touch of warmth. It's great. The air is better in the morning. Stretching his muscles and legs, Remy signaled that the long johns would fly away by themselves, and he jogged along a path that seemed to lead to the Black Lake. Flying is indeed much faster than moving on the ground. In order to wait for Remy, Chuku had to come back every once in a while. It's really like the autumn johns flying southeast, hovering every 50 meters. There are many pine trees around Hogwarts Castle. Remy doesn't know the specific species, but it may be some kind of cedar, because in September they are full of pine cones that look ripe. Remy picked a lot of pine cones, and was even lucky enough to dig out a squirrel's nest, harvesting a large number of pine cones at one time. But Remy didn't take it for nothing. He left 2 boxes of high-calorie sugar cubes for the squirrel as the cost of buying pine cones. At the same time, for the purpose of experimentation, Remy also mixed 2 magic crystals into the sugar cubes. No one knows which lucky mouse will receive this special gift, and no one knows what will happen after it eats it. This unknown made Remy very happy. He likes the unknown, and he likes to gradually turn the unknown into the known. Arriving at the Black Lake, Remy took out a fishing rod from his inner pocket. After getting the lure ready, taking aim and casting the rod, Remy skillfully turned the lure reel and lifted the rod from time to time to give it a strong tug, looking very professional and artful. Kyoku tilted his head to look at Remy, then flapped his wings and flew towards the center of the lake. After circling 3 times, the crocodile glided across the lake at a very fast speed, stretched out its claws and grabbed hard, and a fish was instantly caught out of the lake. Holding the fish, Kyoku flew to Remy and landed, placing the fish in front of Remy. This made Remy look a little unhappy. I just started and you caught a fish. What does that mean? Could it be that this fisherman can't even feed a little fishing owl like you? Just kidding. I'm really good at fishing. What's so great about a small fish the size of a palm? Look, I'm going to catch you a big fish that's over a meter long. Remy said as he turned the lure reel to reel in the fishing line, then cast the rod again. This time, he used all his strength to throw the bait as far as possible, vowing to catch a big fish. The autumn trousers beside him seemed to understand what Remy said. It lowered its head and ate the palm-sized fish it had caught in a few bites. Then it flapped its wings again and flew towards the Black Lake. After a while, when Remy cast the rod for the 5th time, Kyoku brought back another fish. This fish was much bigger than the previous one, as long as Remy's forearm. Remy was silent for a moment, then shook his head in disdain. Too small, look, I'll catch you a 1.5 meter big fish. Kyoku tilted his head to look at Remy, then suddenly lowered his head and pecked the caught fish to death. Just when Remy thought Kyoku was going to eat it, he saw Kyoku grab the fish and fly to the Black Lake again. He dropped the fish nearly 100 meters away from the shore and then circled nearby. When Remy cast the 14th rod, Kyoku dived toward the lake, grabbed a fish that was almost as big as its body and flew into the air. The fish kept swinging its body, and the huge force even caused the long johns in the air to sway. Fortunately, it was still able to maintain its balance, and finally returned to Remy with its excellent gliding skills. Looking at the fish that Chiu-Ku brought back, which was already over half a meter long and heading straight for 1 meter, and then looking at Chiu-Ku who was holding his head high as if seeking credit, Remy's face turned pale and he felt like he had been slapped in the face. Well, you did perform very well, but, hi. Remy, who was about to compliment the Long Johns, was suddenly startled and quickly grabbed the fishing rod. A big shipment of goods, ha 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 ha. Remy was ecstatic and held the fishing rod tightly. He turned the lure wheel as fast as he could to reel in the line, and at the same time lifted the fishing rod with force. It didn't matter if I lifted it up, but with a bang, I saw. Huh? Kyoku tilted his head and looked at the water, as if he didn't understand why his owner suddenly jumped into the lake. Did he commit suicide out of shame because he couldn't catch any fish? After staring at the lake for 3 seconds, Chiu-Ku shook his head vigorously and suddenly realized that his master did not jump into the water by himself. He took off quickly, staring at Remy who was swimming quickly under the water with his big, kiss eyes and following his movements, ready to rush down to help at any time. At this moment, Remy, who was underwater, had excitement written all over his face. Although he was underwater, his body did not touch the water. All the water was blocked by an invisible barrier about 10 centimeters away from his body. Run? If I let you run away, I will never rest in peace. Holding the fishing rod tightly with one hand and both feet, Remy used his other hand to vigorously shake the lure reel to continue reeling in the line. As the lure reel turned, the big fish was getting closer and closer to, no, Remy was getting closer and closer to the big fish. Chapter 35. As the saying goes, if the mountain doesn't move, the water will move, if the water doesn't move, people will move. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Fishing is like a love relationship which is not a two-way street. If the other person doesn't come towards me, can't I still run towards him? As long as you have perseverance and persistence, a mace can be sharpened into an embroidery needle. It's impossible to cut the line. Not in this lifetime. My fishing line can even catch a whale. Shake. I shake it hard. Shake it until Grandma sees me and says it's wonderful. Remy shook the lure wheel vigorously and continuously, gradually closing the distance between himself and the prey. But underwater was not his home ground. Before he could get close enough to see the prey clearly, the prey had already dragged him to the deep, dark bottom of the lake. But Remy did not give up. He continued to reel in the lure in the darkness. After an unknown amount of time, Remy suddenly felt something was wrong. A turbulent current of water suddenly hit Remy, and then he felt as if he was thrown into a toilet and spun rapidly, making him dizzy and disoriented. On the water surface, when Remy could no longer be seen, Kyoku circled anxiously and kept chirping. Its cry attracted many owls, which hooted for a while, and then a group of owls flew towards the interior of Hogwarts Castle. After entering the castle, the owls split into 2 groups, one group went to Vice Principal McGonagall's office, and the other group went all the way up to the principal's office. 2 groups of owls held a concert in front of the doors of the 2 offices, and used the noisy noise to call out the owners of the 2 offices, who then rushed to report to the 2 men one after another. However, both Headmaster Dumbledore and Vice-Headmaster McGonagall said they could not understand what they were saying. In desperation, Chiu-Ku, who had followed his compatriots to find Dumbledore, stretched out his claws to grab Dumbledore's robe and flapped his wings vigorously, as if he wanted to take Dumbledore away directly. Wait, I think I understand. You said you want to take me somewhere, right? And there is some emergency there that needs my urgent attention. Dumbledore asked. A group of owls nodded quickly and chirped continuously. Okay, be quiet. You lead the way and I'll go with you. Dumbledore said. Walking forward with Dumbledore, Kyoku felt a little anxious at Dumbledore's speed. He stretched out his claws to Dumbledore again and barked a few more times. After a moment's hesitation, the other owls rushed forward, stretched out their claws to grab Dumbledore's robes, and worked together to pull Dumbledore off the ground. Dumbledore sighed in frustration, but this time he didn't stop him. As the owl carried him out of the castle through the window, Dumbledore suddenly felt happy. Not far away, Professor McGonagall was also being held by the owls and flying in the air with a helpless look on his face. "Minerva, where is your beloved broom? Are you reluctant to use it?" Dumbledore joked. Professor McGonagall sighed helplessly, "They are too anxious." "What happened?" "I'm not sure, but..." Dumbledore glanced at the Long Johns. "Maybe something happened to Remy. This owl seems to be his. It's really big. Hiss, its claws are very powerful." "Professor McGonagall. Is this what we should focus on now? Shouldn't the point be that something might happen to a Hogwarts student?" At the same time, Remy Underwater finally got rid of the double debuffs of dizziness and confusion and managed to sit up. Etc. "Sit up?" Remy sat cross-legged on the ground with one hand on his chin and thought for 2 seconds, then took out a flashlight from his inner pocket. As the switch was turned on, Remy nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the wet and sticky unknown liquid everywhere. "Sure enough, just as I guessed, I was swallowed." Remy was very happy to have successfully verified his guess, and then he jumped up and down in the belly of this unknown creature. "You are so brave! How dare you swallow me? Don't you have any idea who is the hunter and who is the prey? Who gave you the courage to think you were a hunter? You are not courting death. I think you are clearly seeking death." While cursing, Remy took out a bunch of cute little round things and a ball of sewing thread from his pocket. After tying up the chubby little cuties one by one with string, Remy shone the flashlight around and found that he was not in the stomach filled with a large amount of corrosive liquid. So Remy took out a bottle and 2 magic cards. Using the Transfiguration magic card, Remy transformed the bottle into a large glass barrel, and then used another spring spell magic card to fill it with water. Remy then took out another bottle. This time, Remy moved carefully. Carefully open the bottle with the word sulfuric acid on the label and carefully pour the liquid inside into the bucket. Although the bottle is small, the liquid inside seems to be inexhaustible and it has not reached the bottom even after pouring for a long time. Well, that should be about right. Putting away the bottles, Remy picked up a bunch of little cuties and put them all into the bucket. The little cuties tied up with ropes were immediately freed as they entered the sulfuric acid solution. They had been tied up with ropes and opened their arms one after another, counting down the seconds to give light and warmth to the world. At the same time, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall landed safely on the shore of Black Lake. Looking at the traces of people walking on the ground and an obvious sliding mark, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall frowned. Did Remy fall into the water accidentally? I'll contact the fishmen and ask them to help find him, Professor McGonagall said. Dumbledore nodded, his brow still furrowed. If you fall into the water, does that count as being in danger? If it counts, and the magic treasure's automatic protection of its owner is triggered, will there be any misunderstanding if the fishman is asked to go looking for it? But what if Remy really drowned in Hogwarts? Just as Dumbledore was struggling with his dilemma, suddenly, there was a loud noise that scared both of them and a group of owls. Boom! Headmaster Dumbledore subconsciously turned sideways to block Professor McGonagall behind him and drew his wand towards the source of the sound. At the same time, Professor McGonagall also drew his wand. As the two men stared in shock, they saw a huge column of water rising into the sky, at least 10 meters high. At the same time, accompanied by a loud laughter that sounded extremely rampant, a black shadow drew a parabola in the air and flew towards them. It was a man, someone they all knew. Hey? Principal Dumbledore. Great. Give me a slowing spell, thank you. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, and he silently put away his wand, while using his other hand to press down Professor McGonagall's raised wand. 2 seconds later. Bang! Chapter 36. Remy dove into the soft mud by the lake, and before he could pull himself out, he immediately raised a finger to express his most sincere gratitude to Dumbledore. Dumbledore's expression looked very unhappy, not because of Remy's current behavior, but because the huge explosion just now had attracted the attention of many students in the castle. Remy, I think you need to give me an explanation. What happened to the explosion just now? Do you have any weapons from the Muggle world on you? Dumbledore asked Remy, who was pulled out by his long johns. Professor McGonagall's face turned serious when he heard Dumbledore mention the weapons in the Muggle world and saw that Remy was not injured. Impossible. Am I the kind of person who hides things secretly? I definitely don't hide Muggle weapons. Remy wiped his face and said righteously. By the way, I added in my heart, I always carry it openly. Yet. Dumbledore glanced at Remy, then turned and gestured to Professor McGonagall. Wingardium Leviosa. Professor McGonagall waved his wand, and Remy immediately flew out of the water, floated in the air and slowly moved in front of Headmaster Dumbledore. Thanks, but why didn't you just, Remy, who felt himself being flipped upside down, suddenly felt something was wrong. No, what do you want? Ouch, don't shake, I feel dizzy. Scream, screech, screech. As if a shaking money tree could shake out money, as Dumbledore grabbed Remy and shook him around, a bunch of messy things fell out of Remy's pockets and piled up into a small mountain in the blink of an eye. There were bottles, cases, boxes, and all sorts of random things that Dumbledore couldn't recognize. Stop shaking. My brains are about to be shaken. Snap. As a glass bottle fell on the corner of a metal box and shattered, a large amount of colorless and transparent liquid gushed out. The splashing liquid instantly corroded a large hole in the hem of Dumbledore's robe. Dumbledore was shocked and quickly pulled Remy away. What is this? Dumbledore asked as he dragged Remy back. What? Ding! A crisp voice came from the pile of debris. Remy was stunned at first, and then his face changed drastically. This sound, could it be that the string on the grenade that I just loaded up and didn't use yet broke? Then my boxes. Quick! Protective spell. Use a protective spell to cover that pile of things. Quick! Hearing Remy's scream, Dumbledore reacted quickly, took out his wand and cast a silent protective spell. Professor McGonagall next to him also realized that the situation had changed, and he also used his real skills to silently and instantly cast a protective spell. What's going on? Now you can. Boom! Blocked by the protective spell, the huge explosion instantly shattered the ground. This is not the end. After a big pit was blown out, explosions occurred one after another in various places in the pit. Some were big, some were small. The only thing they had in common was that they were all continuing to expand the pit. Dumbledore's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly used the speed of his god's hand that had enabled him to be single all his life to cast 5 protective spells in succession in an instant, protecting a large area of the nearby ground. The rumbling sound continued, and Remy felt a chill in his heart. It's over, Barbecue is in big trouble now. Moreover, my family assets were also destroyed. Remy, who had already fallen to the ground, looked at the surging lake water and silently shed sad tears. Dumbledore waited for a while until there were no more explosions before putting away his wand, looking at the huge pit in front of him with a grim face. Not to mention Professor McGonagall, the bottom of the century-old pot is whiter, rosier, and more lustrous than her current complexion. In the castle in the distance, many students were attracted by the explosion and crowded around the windows to watch curiously. Some even brought out the astronomical telescopes used in astrology class. Suddenly, Remy's face changed and he rushed towards the huge hole created by the explosion, wailing. Magic crystal! My magic crystal! I saved up this magic crystal with great difficulty by living frugally. Falling beside the pit, Remy scooped up the lake water, his hands shaking. This is not water at all, it is clearly magic crystal solution. It's really a failure. Looking at the distraught Remy, and then at the lake water whose magical aura was becoming increasingly strong, Dumbledore frowned even more tightly. He could feel that this pit was not the place with the strongest magical aura. The place with the strongest magical aura was in the real Black Lake. There should be more magic crystals that were blown away by the explosion just now. Forget it. There's no good way to recycle it all now. Besides, the Black Lake is big enough so it should be able to be diluted. Let's first deal with the problem of Remy, the source of the unrest. Thinking of this, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief and told Professor McGonagall to arrange for someone to keep a close eye on the Black Lake and report to him immediately if anything unusual was found. Then, Dumbledore grabbed Remy's shoulders and the two of them disappeared in an instant, only to reappear in the headmaster's office. This incident has become such a big deal that many people have noticed it. The school directors must have informed the Ministry of Magic. I am also responsible for this matter. It was my fault that I did not confiscate all the dangerous items from you in advance. It was also because of my misapprehension that they exploded. I will take my responsibility when the trial comes. At this point, Dumbledore couldn't help but sigh, deeply regretting why he was so reckless just now. If he had been more careful, wouldn't this have happened? But you also have a lot of responsibility. I will write to your teacher now and ask him to come to Ying Country. With him coming forward and you being a minor, the Ministry of Magic will not put you in Azkaban. You can rest assured. Where was he imprisoned? Azkaban? Remy, who was originally in a daze, suddenly raised his head, and his eyes were brighter than ever. No, you don't have to write to my teacher, and you don't have to take the blame for me. Remy waved his hand with a heroic look. Everyone has his own share of responsibility. I was the one who blew up the Black Lake. I am the main culprit, the principal offender, the accomplice, and the peripheral member. Dumbledore. I really regret listening to you and using a protective spell to suppress the explosion. I should have thrown you in directly. Even if I couldn't kill you, it would have been great to blow you out of the jurisdiction of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You, Albus tired really want to retire. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Preaching? If preaching is useful, what is the point of having prisons? But the problem is that it seems like prisons are no longer effective. I can't understand, what attracts you about Azkaban? Dementors? Why are you interested in creatures that everyone avoids? Dumbledore asked in a muffled voice. There's a saying, I don't know if you've heard of it before. What? Everything can be feminized. Chapter 37. Everything can be feminized? Dementors, feminized? Dumbledore thought about it for a moment, then shuddered. The picture is so beautiful. The beauty is unbearable to look at. Remy glanced at Dumbledore with disdain. Just by looking at his reaction, Remy knew that he definitely didn't get the meaning of what he said. Ever since I learned about the appearance of Dementors, I have always thought that a Dementor in black veil and a zombie bride in white veil are a perfect match made in heaven. So I've always wanted to catch a Dementor, cut it up, and study it, in an effort to create a zombie bride. Zombie? Bride? A couple with Dementors? Dumbledore immediately showed the same expression of old people, subway, and mobile phone. No matter how he tried to convince himself, he couldn't connect these three concepts together. You, forget it, do whatever you want. If you are really imprisoned in Azkaban, I won't have to worry about it anymore. Sighing, Dumbledore walked to his desk, took out a pen and paper and began to write a letter. Although he said he didn't care about Remy, Dumbledore was still prepared to do what he had to do. As for what happened later, let Nicholas Flamel worry about it. He wanted to save some brain cells and live a few more years. On the wall, portraits of past principals looked at Remy curiously, and some even ran into the same frame and whispered to each other about something. Remy ignored them. It was just a moving portrait. He had seen it so many times in Nicholas Flamel's house that it no longer seemed new to him. Instead, it was the phoenix on the shelf next to the desk that attracted Remy's attention more. The phoenix was not originally called Phoenix. Its name is transliterated as Phoenix, and its official translation is Phoenix. In fact, the phoenix and the phoenix are two completely different creatures. The authentic phoenix is the king of birds and an auspicious animal. It does not have the ability to be reborn from the ashes like the phoenix. Even the term rebirth from the ashes was coined by a literati in modern times, and it first appeared in his poem Phoenix Nirvana. At the same time, the title of this poem is also the first word that combines phoenix and nirvana. The reason why he portrayed the phoenix as the image of the phoenix is because he believed that the western phoenix was the eastern phoenix. However, in fact, apart from having extremely high status in mythology, the abilities of these two creatures are not even remotely related, if not terribly different. It just so happens that he has a very high status in the literary world, so when he says something, others will believe it. It can be said that he has single-handedly distorted the image of the phoenix, and his contribution is truly invaluable. Let's not talk about the past anymore. What attracted Remy at this moment was not the story behind the name of the phoenix's species, but itself. I heard that the phoenix will never die and can be reborn from the ashes. Is that true? Remy asked. Yes, Dumbledore said without looking up. Can I give it a shot? No, can I strangle it to death and see how it achieves nirvana? Huh? The phoenix was stunned for a moment, then quickly flapped its wings and flew away from Remy. Dumbledore, who was writing a letter, looked up speechlessly and said, "Can you use your curiosity to study? Even if it means going to the library to study the eternal puzzle of the origin of wizards." Oh no? Remy raised an eyebrow. How did you know I was interested in the origins of wizards? Did you spy on me? Headmaster Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face, as if saying, "Are you really interested in this? I'm not spying on you." Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head, "But if you are really interested in this, I suggest you change your hobby. It's a confusing matter, and many people don't want to get the answer. What do they want or not? It's none of my business." Remy curled her lips in disdain. "I also hope that all the beauties in the world will fall madly in love with me. Is it useful? Dumbledore? Are you a little too precocious? Why are all the examples I give casually of this style? Is this the way a child your age should think?" Dumbledore lowered his head in silence and continued writing. After writing the letter and putting it away, Dumbledore called out to Fawkes, then handed the letter to his phoenix named Fawkes and asked it to deliver the letter to Nicholas Flamel. Remy was envious when he saw it. "Your Highness, Headmaster Dumbledore." Dumbledore's heart tightened when he heard Remy's words so politely, and he didn't even know why he had this reaction. "What is it?" Dumbledore asked. "Send me a phoenix, and I promise to take good care of it." "No. No way. Impossible. Remy. Are you so sure? I'm not going to use it to make a roast chicken." "Can phoenix be used to make a roast chicken? If using an open flame can lead to the phoenix rising from the ashes, then, what about a microwave?" Remy accidentally overthought again and quickly shook his head to calm his divergent thoughts. "Okay, but I heard from the teacher that you know the Pokémon Master, the Master of Magical Creatures, Mr. Newt Scamander, and that you have a good relationship with him. Is that true?" Remy asked. Headmaster Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's right." "Do you have anything to do with him?" Remy nodded quickly. Yes, can you ask him to help me get a Thunderbird from Magnesium?" "Dumbledore. I thought you wanted to ask him about magical creatures, or even learn how to raise a phoenix." "Okay, it seems I was overthinking it." "Well." With a heavy sigh, Headmaster Dumbledore shook his head, then leaned back in his chair, holding his chest. How he wished at this moment that he was a Muggle, so that he could take quick-acting heart pills to relieve his heartache, but he was not a Muggle, and this was not a Muggle world, so there were no quick-acting heart pills. "The winged demon will do. If that doesn't work, the wicked bird will do. I don't mind the poison leopard either, and there's also..." "No. None of that." Dumbledore was so angry. "If it were a docile creature, I might help you for Nicholas Flamel's sake, and it would be worth it as long as you could just leave it alone, but what do you want? Each one is more dangerous than the other. If you were really allowed to raise these creatures, Hogwarts would probably be in chaos. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Why are you so angry? Don't lose your temper easily when you are old. It's not good for your health." Remy said earnestly. "Don't be angry. Life is like a play, we are together because of fate. It's not easy to support each other until old age, shouldn't we cherish it more? Get angry over trivial matters, think about it and it's not necessary. I don't get angry when others get angry, but if I get angry and get sick, no one can replace me. Who would be happy if I get angry to death, and it's exhausting and tiring. Don't compare with neighbors and relatives, let children and grandchildren take care of trivial matters. Share hardships and joys together, even gods envy good partners." After hearing what Remy said, Dumbledore felt his blood pressure rising, at least 3 or 4 floors higher. Chapter 38. If it weren't for Nicholas Flamel, if Nicholas Flamel was not helping me with an important project, if you were not still a child, I will definitely let you see how elegant I was when I was young. He took 3 deep breaths to calm his blood pressure. Just then, Professor McGonagall came to the office with 3 people. The leader was a fat little guy. Even with a stern face, his face looked greasy and he was obviously a veteran. The 2 people behind him had serious faces and looked difficult to get along with. Dumbledore, what happened? I received a report that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry suffered a terrorist attack. Who did it? Could it be Death Eaters? Asked the fat man in the lead. Remy snorted coldly, took a step forward and puffed out his chest. What Death Eaters? I did it. The fat boy was stunned for a moment, then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed, Minister Fudge, this is what happened. Dumbledore told Fudge everything he knew, and after hesitating for a moment at the end, he did not emphasize his responsibility. Put him in Azkaban right now. Stop making me angry. Voldemort gives me less trouble than him. Remy on the side was a little surprised, because Dumbledore just talked about the Long Johns. Remy didn't expect that the silly bird was so loyal and smart, and even knew to come to Dumbledore to save him. I've decided. I must bake it well later, ahem, to reward it. Is that so? Minister Fudge looked at Remy with some embarrassment. Little boys, muggleborns, people with special quirks, this couldn't be more correct. How can he catch people? Seeing that Minister Fudge was slow to give orders, Remy became impatient. Hurry up, what are you standing here for? Why are you looking at Principal Dumbledore? Who is the Minister of Magic? The old ladies at Centenary Mountain are more decisive than you. Or are you from Brokeback Mountain? Remy sneered. Fudge's face suddenly turned dark. He wanted to ask Dumbledore again, but it was not a good idea to go and see Dumbledore at this moment. Okay, Minister Fudge, let's follow the rules. Dumbledore waved his hand tiredly and walked out first. Fudge nodded, raised his hand and waved gently. 2 members of the Ministry of Magic who were suspected to be Aurors walked up to Remy and each of them held Remy's shoulders with one hand. Don't grab my shoulders. I hate it when people press my shoulders. It makes me feel like a prisoner. Oh, sorry, I forgot that I am a prisoner now. Go on, go on. Everyone. You are really self-aware. As Remy was escorted out of the headmaster's office and on the way out of Hogwarts Castle, there were curious little wizards everywhere along the way. As a prisoner being watched, Remy felt that he should act more ashamed, but he tried hard and found that his performance level was a bit poor. So, Remy held his head high and chest puffed out like a winner about to step onto the podium, striding forward with high spirits and confidence. As they walked, Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw his dear D-class roommates. Harry, I still have 2 boxes of magic crystals in my suitcase. Please take care of my autumn johns for me. Remy shouted. Ah? Oh, okay, I will take good care of it for you, said Harry. Remy tilted his head, feeling that what Harry said was a little strange. Fortunately, I didn't ask you to take care of Hermione, otherwise it would have sounded even weirder. Remy thought so and saw Hermione the next second. Surprised, stunned, confused, and full of worry, Remy smiled slightly when meeting Hermione's complicated gaze. Don't worry, I'm just going out to play for a few days. You should study hard during this time and wait for me to come back. Remy raised his hand and blew Hermione a kiss. Remy thought Hermione would run away shyly, but he could still see Hermione until he was pushed out of the gate of Hogwarts Castle. After leaving Hogwarts Castle, Professor McGonagall, who had been following them, clapped his hands and closed the door, and at the same time closed the curiosity of the little wizards. No, how are you going to escort me to Azkaban? In a prison van? Remy asked curiously. No, we will send you to the Wizengamot for trial. If the trial finds you guilty, we will put you in Azkaban. Just after he finished explaining, Minister Fudge suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you mean by I'll put you in Azkaban? How come saying it doesn't have any deterrent effect? Thinking of this, Minister Fudge hastily added, I know that little wizards like you are curious about everything and will also question those rumors. But I can assure you that once you go to Azkaban, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Remy blinked, then looked at Dumbledore and pointed at Minister Fudge. "Principal Dumbledore, this man threatened and intimidated me, I will sue him." "Dumbledore. Fudge. Are you looking a little scared now?" When he came to his senses, Fudge no longer wanted to talk to Remy, not even a word. "Principal Dumbledore, I'll see you at the Ministry of Magic." As he spoke, Minister Fudge signaled the two Aurors to let go, then reached out and placed his hand on Remy's shoulder, preparing to use the apparition to apparate Remy to the Ministry of Magic. Unexpectedly, just as he put his hand on Remy's shoulder, Remy suddenly screamed, and he quickly let go of his hand in fright. "It's indecent." Bang! Dumbledore covered his forehead helplessly, and after a long while he sighed heavily. "Minister Fudge, although it is a bit against the rules, I will still take him there," said Dumbledore. Minister Fudge thought for a moment with a dark face and shook his head. "Let's just follow the rules." With that, Minister Fudge pressed down on Remy's shoulder again. This time, Remy didn't scream, but... "Minister Fudge, seriously, I really want to sue you, but I don't know where to sue the Minister of Magic." Remy asked. "The Wizengamot. Is this true? That would be perfect." Vomit. Minister Fudge felt relieved at once when he saw Remy suddenly falling to the ground and retching. "Don't worry, the first experience of using apparition to move long distances is always unpleasant, especially for a young wizard like you. You will get better after experiencing it a few more times," Minister Fudge said meaningfully. Minister Fudge's comfort did not have any effect. Not only did Remy not get better, but his body began to tremble, and the trembling became more and more severe. Minister Fudge's heart tightened when he realized something was wrong, and he quickly squatted down and hugged Remy. "What's wrong with you? Is it? Go. Quickly, go, evacuate everyone. My magic is disrupted." Dumbledore, who just arrived. Chapter 39. There are two kinds of magic in Remy's body, one is his own and the other is Mabeo's. Normally, Remy can mobilize the magic power of the magic treasure at will for his own use, as if he were controlling it with his own arms. But after experiencing what was probably a lousy apparition, some unexpected changes occurred in the magic in Remy's body. Minister Fudge was stunned by the terrifyingly powerful magic of Remy, and only came to his senses when he was pushed aside by Dumbledore. "Fudge, his magic is so strong that even I am not sure I can suppress it. Go and notify everyone to evacuate," Dumbledore said in a deep voice. "Ah? Okay." Minister Fudge nodded vigorously. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he directed his men to notify people nearby to evacuate while regretting it deeply in his heart. "Why didn't you agree to let Dumbledore bring the child to the Ministry of Magic? If something went wrong, the main responsibility would be on Dumbledore. Now, the responsibility is all on you. I regret what I did." Next to Remy, Dumbledore, with a serious expression, cast a series of protective spells around Remy, and after learning from his mistakes, he also cast protective spells on the floor. After a while, a team of elite Aurors, led by a lame Mad-Eye, apparat to Dumbledore's side. After seeing the situation clearly, they hurriedly cooperated with Dumbledore to cast protective magic around Remy. There is no need to say or ask. Anyone who is not blind can see the terrifying and almost tangible magical power emanating from Remy, and anyone who is not a fool knows what to do at this moment. The magic in Remy's body was becoming stronger and more violent. The Aurors and Dumbledore raced against time to cast protective spells to increase the protection as much as possible. Just as an Auror stumbled to the ground due to exhaustion, suddenly, a dazzling bright blue light emanated from Remy. The terrifying magical impact instantly tore apart all the defenses around Remy. Hundreds of protective magic cast by the Aurors couldn't even slow down its forward speed. Only the protective magic cast by Dumbledore could resist it a little. Seeing that they couldn't hold out for much longer, Dumbledore took a deep breath, stepped forward, and then waved his wand vigorously. A beam of white light came out of his wand and enveloped a small area around Remy. White light continued to emanate from Dumbledore's wand, struggling against the turmoil of magical power that enveloped him. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Dumbledore's forehead was sweating madly, and the hand holding the wand was shaking the whole time. Don't cast the protective spell yourself. Our protective spell is useless. Let's all work together to strengthen Dumbledore's protective spell. Mad Eye yelled, then took the lead in waving his wand. The Aurors behind also mobilized their remaining magical power to help. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Seeing the range of the blue light shrinking little by little, and even Remy in the middle could be seen gradually, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just when everyone thought victory was in sight, suddenly, the blue light transformed into a deeper purple light. Not good. Snap. In just a moment, the sudden surge of purple light broke through the restraints. Dumbledore's eyes were about to burst. How dare you pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger to launch a sneak attack? You have no martial ethics. You are really too babyish. He only had time to cast a protective spell around him to protect the people around him, and the next moment, Dumbledore and all the Aurors were instantly enveloped by a vast ocean of purple. Boom! Whoosh! Dang! Mad Eye appeared on the floor with Dumbledore on his shoulders and bent down to let Dumbledore, whose magic power was exhausted, sit down. Then he picked up the wand on the ground and put it back into Dumbledore's still trembling hand. Sniff, 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 sniff. Figures appeared around them, and everyone fell silent as they looked at the huge pit in front of them. Standing up and looking around at everyone, the lame man breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Dumbledore for protecting them just now, everyone is safe and there are no casualties. Fortunately, everyone else has evacuated, but what exactly happened? Professor Dumbledore? Mad Eye asked. It should be the first time he used apparition, and it disrupted the magic power in his body. Dumbledore struggled to stand up after catching his breath. Mad Eye saw him and hurriedly supported him. They walked to the edge together and looked at Remy at the bottom of the pit. Remy has a magical creature in his body that is more special and more terrifying than the Obscurus. He has always had two kinds of magic in his body. Just as they used their profound knowledge to speculate the cause of the incident, before everyone could express their surprise, several figures appeared beside them. Oh, thank God you're all okay. Under my command, everyone evacuated in time. There were no casualties, not even pets. And it didn't have much impact on the Muggle world above. At most, tomorrow's newspaper headlines will report a sudden but not serious earthquake. Are you listening to me? Dumbledore, what are you looking at? Minister Fudge, who was talking incessantly, suddenly froze when he saw Remy at the bottom of the pit. Are you still alive? This is really great. Someone capture the terrorist who attacked the Ministry of Magic below. Send him to Azkaban immediately. With that, Minister Fudge turned to look at Dumbledore. Principal Dumbledore, this matter is of great importance. Please provide detailed information about this person, including his family members and detailed address. The Ministry of Magic must conduct the most stringent investigation on him. Well. Dumbledore sighed, looking at Fudge with undisguised disappointment in his eyes. This guy must be thinking about how to pass the buck, at least he's thinking about how to put the main responsibility on Remy. But Dumbledore glanced at Remy at the bottom of the pit again. At this moment, Remy was not without any magic in his body. On the contrary, the magic power in his body was still amazing. I think even if I was imprisoned in Azkaban, it wouldn't be too dangerous, at most I would suffer a little. Thinking of this, Dumbledore nodded to Minister Fudge and said, I will give you the information later. Now, I need to rest. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, Headmaster Dumbledore. Go and arrange a lounge for Dumbledore that can still be used. No, I'll just take Professor Dumbledore. Mad Eye glanced at Fudge and helped Dumbledore away from this troubled place. After watching the two figures disappear completely, Minister Fudge used all his power to direct everyone to clean up the scene and repair as much as possible with the repair spell. When they heard Fudge's request to clean and repair the giant pit from top to bottom, everyone cursed in their hearts, what a pity. Chapter 40. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. Holding on to the iron window, I looked outside. What a wonderful life outside! When will I return to my home? When will you return to my... Bang! Remy, who was howling like a ghost, suddenly stopped howling and turned around to slap the Dementor next to him. Where are you running to? You want to escape from prison without a fight in 3 minutes? Are you getting carried away? Remy asked with his eyes wide open. The Dementor looked down at his feet in grievance. It was indeed floating, but this was not something it could control. It was born to float. Floating back to the corner silently, the Dementor felt regretful in his heart. A day ago, it was working as usual, diligently patrolling Azkaban prison with its colleagues. When it discovered a new arrival with a tempting aroma of food that had never been seen before, it was lucky enough to be the first to enter the cell and the first to enjoy the food. It flew over the food, lifted its veil, and prepared to give him a long and lasting French kiss. However, after sucking for a long time, it could not suck out a trace of sweetness, and instead woke the food up. Then, the nightmare began. The awakened food did not choose to run away. Instead, it pinned the 12-foot-tall cat to the ground with great ferocity, rode on it and delivered a series of punches to its head. While beating it, he was cursing, saying things like, "Hey, I jumped, don't you know you have severe bad breath, how dare you get close to this handsome guy when you are so ugly," and other words that the dog couldn't understand, which caused great harm to its body and mind. But its unethical colleague locked the prison door to prevent the food from escaping. God knows how it got through the whole day. It swore that if it was allowed to go out, it would throw the colleague who locked the door in and lock him up together with the food. "Hey, who allowed you to go there facing the wall? Come here," Remy said. The Dementor hesitated for a moment, then slowly floated towards Remy. Before it reached Remy, Remy kicked it back. "Do you understand that I must follow orders? Do it again. Come here," Remy said sternly. This time, the Dementors learned their lesson and came very quickly. "Get down." "Well, that's right." Patting the Dementor's head, which was now shorter than him, with satisfaction, Remy walked around the Dementor and looked at it carefully. This Dementor is scary, and it does look quite frightening. Its overall shape is similar to the first time Dementors appeared in Remy's memory, just like a little girl who is just about to get married, shyly covering her whole body, and wearing a headscarf that covers her entire face, but it's all black. Unlike after the rebellion, they dressed as revealingly as possible and had no sense of shame at all. The Dementor was tall and thin, and under his black robe he was not just skin and bones, but just some rotten flesh on his bones, which looked disgusting. Fortunately, there was no rotten smell on it, otherwise Remy would definitely kick it out and make it roll as far away as possible. Apart from the scary appearance, Remy didn't have much impression of the Dementor's abilities. He just felt that Dementors were too one-trick pony. After the Dementor's kiss failed to work on him, this guy couldn't even make a move. It would be fine if it had no fighting ability at all, but this guy was incredibly strong. After Remy used the 7 days lock of love stronger than gold, it was still able to carry Remy around. If another Dementor hadn't closed the door in time, Remy might have been carried away by it and flew away to who knows where. Such a big guy with great strength and the ability to fly was now being beaten by a kid like him. It's the best poached chicken among spicy chicken. Originally, Remy still had illusions about the strength of the Dementors and wanted to raise one for fun. Now that he has seen the true strength level of the Dementors, or the true intelligence level, Remy only wants to say to the Dementors, "Sons, Dad is very disappointed in you. Tell me about you, you are so ugly and have such a great reputation, why are you so useless?" While criticizing the Dementors, Remy lifted the Dementor's veil and then froze. There was no face under the veil, at least no facial features. There was only a faint outline where one could vaguely discern the positions of the facial features. It was as pale as a mannequin used in an unfinished clothing store. There was a hole where the mouth should have been, and no teeth. Looking at the hole, Remy suddenly had a bold idea. No, it was a question: why can this mouth absorb people's emotions, and only absorb positive emotions? What is the principle? "Open your mouth wider so I can study it better," Remy said. After waiting for a while and seeing no response, Remy raised his hand to hit the Dementor, which was so scared that it quickly dodged and used its skinny big hand, which was twice as big as Remy's head, to open its mouth, and then waved its hands, as if to say, "My mouth can only open so wide." "It can really only open this wide?" Remy asked, still unconvinced. The Dementor nodded hastily and vigorously. "I don't believe it." With a sneer, Remy reached out to pry open the Dementor's mouth without caring whether it was clean or not. However, no matter how hard Remy tried, he was unable to open the Dementor's mouth even a millimeter larger. "Okay, I believe it." Remy sighed and picked up the Dementor's robe to wipe his hands. "You know what, although the Dementor looks sloppy, its robe is very clean and of good texture." Seeing that Remy finally believed and gave up torturing himself, the Dementor breathed a sigh of relief, and the strong sense of humiliation made it lower its head involuntarily. It is the number one evil creature in the wizarding world, the Dementor, whose Dementor's kiss makes countless people shudder, and it is easy for it to stop a child from crying. But today, someone actually forced its mouth open. And when its mouth was pried open, it didn't even have the courage to take advantage of the opportunity to use the Dementor's kiss. "It's so, sniff, what is this? It smells so good." The Dementor raised its head suddenly and inhaled madly at the magic crystal that Remy had just created in his hand. If Remy hadn't known and confirmed that Dementors were blind, he would have doubted whether it was staring at him at this moment. "Are you interested in this thing? Want to eat it?" Remy asked. Yeah. The Dementor nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "It's not impossible to give it to you, but you can't get it for free, right?" Remy grinned and reached out to pat the soul monster on the head. "How about this, if you let me out, I will give you the magic crystal." The Dementor was obviously stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and never raised it again, as if to silently express his refusal. "No? I didn't realize you were so dedicated to your duties." Remy casually threw a magic crystal in front of the Dementor, walked to the corner and sat down, watching quietly as the Dementor impatiently pinched the magic crystal with his incredibly long fingers and swallowed it in one gulp. "I'm giving you two choices now. One is to leave here, I won't stop you. The other is to work for me, I have plenty of magic crystals. And you don't need to violate your professional ethics," Remy said with a smile. The Dementor floated up and looked at the cell door, then turned around and looked at Remy, and finally, floated in front of Remy and squatted down. Although it is humiliating to follow Remy, but the magic crystal is so fragrant. Chapter 41. Click. As the cell door opened, a Dementor floated out of the cell and closed the door in an extremely fast time. Feeling that Remy had not moved, the Dementor breathed a sigh of relief and then floated forward along the passage. When passing by the third cell, the person inside suddenly roared for some reason. The Dementor, who had just come out of Remy's cell, suddenly turned black in face, opened the cell door angrily, went in and started sucking the person hard. "If you can't afford to offend that little devil, can't I punish you?" Snort. The door slammed shut and the Dementor continued to move forward. After a while, the author didn't know how Dementors communicated with each other, but it successfully found its compatriots and persuaded one of them to have dinner with it. It brought its compatriots to the cell where Remy was imprisoned, opened the door and invited its compatriots to enjoy it first. When its compatriot rushed into the cell and pounced on Remy in the corner, it was not in a hurry but its hands were still quick to close and lock the cell door. After a while, there were sounds of "Ada" coming from the cell, as well as endless curses that only the Dementors could hear. About 10 minutes later, it reached out and knocked on the cell door. After attracting Remy's attention, it pointed at its mouth through the window and tried to make a cube with its stiff, slender fingers. "Don't worry, I'm a person who values honesty the most." Remy released his grip on the Dementor's neck and rubbed it against his body before walking over to the cell door. "One magic crystal for each Dementor. Here you go." Handing the magic crystal to the Dementor, Remy thought for a moment and handed it another handful of magic crystals, and patted its head. "I now officially confers upon you, I now officially bestow upon you a name, Soul Bullet, and confers upon you the title of Commander of the Soul Bullet Corps. Work hard and I will not treat you unfairly." Until Remy retracted his hand and turned around to continue educating the Dementors inside, the Dementors outside the door remained standing there in a daze. He gave me a name, called Soul Bullet? Do I have a name? After more than 400 years since it was created in the 15th century, I finally have my own name? What's going on with this feeling? Are you excited? Or is it the legendary, happy? Am I not the most evil creature who is like a walking corpse, with only a desire that resembles excitement when it comes to negative emotions, but in fact I have no emotions or even a soul? Why do I have this kind of emotion? It seems not bad. It raised its skinny hand covered with rotten flesh and pressed its hand against its chest. It didn't know why it did it, but it did it subconsciously, even though there was no heartbeat or heart. In the cell, Remy was struggling with the Dementors. After practice, Remy found that not every Dementor was as stupid as the previous one. At least this one quickly learned to use physical attacks to fight back after being beaten by Remy. Although its physical ability is terrible, it is very strong. Fortunately, Remy is not a vegetarian either. Although he is not strong, he can shield himself. With this shield in place, the Dementor had no power over Remy, but Remy also had no power over the Dementor. Dementors can't break Remy's defense, so Remy's fighting against Dementors is just like fighting a special plot boss in the game. At first glance, the damage numbers are soaring, but when you look up, hey, this boss doesn't even have a health bar. Brother, let me discuss something. Put me down and I'll give you the magic crystal, which is what I gave to the soul bomb just now. You should have noticed it just now, right? It's a super delicious treasure. Remy, who was picked up by the neck, had no choice but to change his strategy and choose bribery. However, what he didn't expect was that the Dementor in front of him not only did not let go after hearing his words, but instead reached out to pick his pocket. Remy's face suddenly turned dark. The current situation reminded him of what happened before, and then he thought of his belongings that had turned into nothing. Put me down right now. Do you hear me? If you don't let go, I'll kill you. No matter how Remy punched and kicked him, the Dementor remained motionless, still searching Remy's pockets and even trying to take off his clothes. Realizing that he couldn't stop it alone, Remy called for help. Soul Bullet! Come in. I need you. Help me. Just after he finished calling in broken English, suddenly, a blinding light shone into the cell. The Dementor quickly let go of his hand and put it in front of him, moving his body backwards. Click. Along with the sound of the cell door opening, the white light gradually dimmed. Looking at the person who walked in, Remy's eyes suddenly widened with an expression of disbelief. Beautiful, so beautiful. She was wearing a floor-length white wedding dress, holding a bouquet of white roses, with arms as white as mutton fat jade, a white veil on her head, and her whole body was shrouded in a hazy white light. She slowly walked to Remy's side, bent down, stretched out her hand, and gently helped Remy up. Remy came back to his senses and quickly turned his head and coughed. Ahem, that little Dementor can't hurt me at all. Even if I don't have a wand, I can still fight it with my bare hands. As he spoke, Remy adjusted his hair and then saluted her like a gentleman. May I know what your name is, beautiful lady? My name is Remy, Remy Barrett. Are you here to pick me up? Did Principal Dumbledore introduce you? Ahem, did Principal Dumbledore invite you here, or did Teacher Nicholas Flamel invite you here? Remy asked. She didn't say anything, but wrote in the air with her finger as a pen, I am Soul Bomb. Remy. WTF? Soul Bullet? Isn't that the name I just gave to the Dementor outside the door? Thinking of this, Remy quickly walked to the door and stuck his head out. It was quiet outside, without a single ghost in sight. You are really? I don't know if it thought he was going to escape, or if it wanted to escape on its own, but the Dementor suddenly pounced on Remy, and then... bang! The unidentified woman in a wedding dress who claimed to be the Soul Bullet swung the white rose in her hand and hit the Dementor against the south wall with a bang like hitting a baseball. The huge force even knocked the Dementor directly into the wall. Remy, who witnessed all this, suddenly twitched his mouth. Wow, not only is she a mute bride, but she's also an Iron Lady who doesn't like red makeup and prefers weapons? Remy took a deep breath, closed the door, then walked to the woman in the wedding dress and looked at her. The more Remy looked at him, the more he felt that the other party was fooling him. Can a Dementor become so beautiful? Cheating children? If Dementors could become this beautiful, I'm afraid all the bachelors in the wizarding world would have to line up to go to Azkaban, and they would have to apply for it. What's more, Dementors are 15 feet tall, which is a little over 4.5 meters, close to 4.6 meters. The one in front of me is estimated to be only 1.7 meters tall? Which Pokemon shrinks so much after evolving? I still don't believe that you are a soul bullet. If you really are a soul bullet, then lift up your veil and show me your face. Remy stared at her and said. She nodded and slowly lifted her veil. Chapter 42. Her veil is not like a wedding headscarf where you can see the back at a glance. It is thicker, so you can't see her face at all, but the style is similar to a wedding headscarf, and it is embroidered with delicate patterns, which is very beautiful. As she lifted her headscarf and saw her chin and mouth, Remy became excited. The mouth is a little like a cherry. Although it lacks blood color and is not rosy at all, it looks inexplicably delicate. However, when she lifted up her headscarf and saw her true face, Remy suddenly wilted, his aggrieved heart was broken. Her face and facial features still only have an outline. Although the outline is clearer, the slightly reflective white texture makes her look like a pure white porcelain doll that has forgotten to be painted. It is indescribably weird. If she went to a haunted house, she could definitely go straight to work. Okay, I believe you. You are indeed a soul bullet. Sighing heavily, Remy asked the ceiling speechlessly. Oh my god, I finally got my heart moved once, but you made me lose so completely. Chow. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He turned around and saw that the Dementor had already pulled him off the wall. Remy roared, rushed over, pinned it to the ground and started beating it up. The Dementor covered his head and remained motionless, allowing Remy to vent his emotions on him. Remy stopped only after he was tired. I'm so PD. Come on, why don't you evolve your face first? How can I, wait? Remy hurriedly ran to the soul bomb and lifted the soul bomb's veil, but not completely. He only lifted it to the height of revealing its mouth. Open your mouth, ah! The soul bomb opened its mouth obediently. Its mouth is like a black hole, pitch black and you can't see anything. It's okay. Although it's a bit soulless without a tongue, it's still usable. Remy calmly loosened her headscarf and made a comment, then walked to the wall and banged on it. I'm so angry, why is it that the head hasn't evolved well? Even if you can't open your mouth, as long as your face is beautiful, it will still be pleasing to the eye, right? Now, looking at the appearance makes me feel itchy, but when I think of that face and mouth, my heart becomes cold, okay. Before he hit the wall, Remy had already calmed down. He sat down against the wall and waved to the soul bullet. It's not appropriate for you to call it soul bullet now. I'll change your name. From now on, you can call. Before Remy could come up with a satisfactory name, Soul Bullet raised his hand and wrote in the air again, Master, I like the name you gave me, can you change it? Remy. You already called me Master, what else can I say? Okay, but, how did you become like this? Because of the magic crystal? Remy asked. Soul Bullet lowered his head as if thinking, and then wrote quickly in the air. I don't really know. But I was very happy when my master gave me a name. This is a feeling I have never had before. Moreover, the master also rewarded me with many magic crystals, which made me feel that you are very good to me. When I eat the magic crystals rewarded by the master, I feel very sweet in my heart. When I heard you, master, calling my name and saying that you needed me and needed my help, I was very excited, and then I became like this now. I'm sorry that I couldn't become someone that satisfied my master. No, I'm very happy with you now. I was just having a seizure just now. You don't have to mind it. Remy waved his hands and quickly extracted the keywords from Soul Bomb's words in his mind. Get a name, feel happy, no evolution. Take magic crystal, feel sweet, no evolution. Hear the call, feel needed, and evolve successfully. For 3 different conditions, is it sufficient to satisfy only the last one, or must all three conditions be satisfied at the same time to produce a qualitative change? New experimental project. Soul Bullet, tell me what changes have taken place between you now and before? Are you still immortal? Remy asked. As soon as he asked, Remy suddenly wanted to slap himself. What a weird name. Compared to Remy's annoyance, Soul Bullet didn't mind his name, and even seemed very happy when Remy called his name. After its introduction, Remy roughly understood its current status. Its immortality is still there, just in a different form. Now it is very similar to the Patroness summoned by Expecto Warden, which has absolute restraint on Dementors. At the same time, it is different from the Patroness in that it has a physical body. And its ultimate move, Dementor's Kiss, which could absorb other people's positive emotions, has undergone a 180-degree reversal, and now it absorbs other people's negative emotions. Everything has its limits, right? Remy nodded, then pounced on the Dementor that was creeping towards the door. Want to run? Forget about the door, there's no window. Soul Bullet, lock the door. Then come and help me beat it. Soul Bullet nodded, stood up, walked to the door and locked it. It was not until then that Remy realized that the Soul Bullet did not move by walking, but by floating like before. When the Soul Bomb came to him, Remy lifted up its skirt and saw that, as expected, his favorite long legs were not there. Remy, who was even more disappointed, turned his grief and anger into strength, and with the help of the Soul Bullet, he beat the Dementor again and again. Tired of fighting again, Remy used alchemy to create a handful of magic crystals, took out one and threw it to the Dementors on the ground, then Remy gave the remaining magic crystals to the Soul Bomb. Soul Bomb is not suitable to go outside in its current state. From now on, you will be responsible for bringing Dementors here for me. The price remains the same, 1 magic crystal for 1 Dementor. If you dare to go out and not come back, I will let Soul Bomb go out and beat you. Do you understand? Remy said. The Dementor picked up the magic crystal and swallowed it. His body suddenly shook and he nodded repeatedly, thinking in his heart, let alone giving the magic crystal, even if I don't give it to you, I will pull other Dementors over, I can't be the only one who is unlucky. Let the Soul Bullet release the Dementors. Remy walked to the bed and lay on it, thinking about how to do the experiment and how to take the Soul Bullet away. This is the only Dementor in the world with a limited edition newlywed skin. It's super rare. Still obedient. Such a wonderful magical creature, don't say Remy is crazy, unless he dies, there is no way he would leave it to the Ministry of Magic. Soul Bullet, when I get out of prison, if I can convince the Ministry of Magic to let you leave here, will you be willing to come with me? Remy asked. Wherever the Master goes, I will go. The Soul Bullet floated over and wrote in front of Remy, if the Master needs me, I can let you out now. It would be easy as long as you are willing to go with me, but now is not the time to leave, said Remy. Turning over, Remy lay on the bed and pointed at his back. Come and give me a back rub and a shoulder massage. Thinking of the miserable state of the Dementors just now, Remy quickly added another sentence. Don't use too much force, hit it gently first, let me feel the strength first. Soul Bullet nodded, floating in the air and reaching out to start rubbing Remy's back. In the wizard prison Azkaban, Remy's quality of life has improved instead of decreased. Chapter 43. After using 5 Dementors, spending 2 days, and conducting constant experiments, Remy finally gave up. He couldn't do it. No matter how he met the previous 3 conditions, he couldn't create a Dementor with a limited edition skin for newlyweds. But it's not a complete loss. At least we know that the importance of the magic crystal is not as high as we initially guessed. The most important reason for the evolution of the Soul Bomb must be the change in its own inner emotions. This kind of change is almost impossible to replicate. A new bride Dementor could not be created, and the previous plan to create a zombie bride by studying the Dementors had now been accidentally exceeded. Bored Remy could only wait quietly in the prison of Azkaban for the day when he would be released from prison. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait too long that day. Someone opened the cell door within a few hours. As soon as the cell door opened, Dumbledore, Nicholas Flamel, and Minister Fudge, who came to rescue him, were all dumbfounded. I saw Remy lying comfortably in a rocking chair. Next to the rocking chair was a high table filled with fruits and juices, and there was a bottle with a bouquet of white roses. A masked lady in a wedding dress stood behind the rocking chair and rubbed Remy's shoulders. Next to her, 2 Dementors were fanning Remy with 2 large fans. It was even more exaggerated in the corner, where 3 Dementors were clumsily playing guitar, drums, and harp. There were strange white symbols on the black turban covering the face of each Dementor. If they had learned Huxia, they would be able to understand them. Written on their faces were 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Seeing this scene, not to mention Dumbledore and Fudge, even Nicholas Flamel couldn't help but twitch his eyes. "You are not in prison here, you are here on vacation, right?" Minister Fudge's face turned pale, and he shouted, "Who allowed you to give him fruit?" Dumbledore glanced at Fudge and thought, "Is this the point? Shouldn't the point be why there is an inexplicable creature in the cell?" With his keen eyesight, he could tell at first sight that the soul bullet was not a human, but because he had never seen it before, he didn't know what kind of monster it was. "Hey, why are you making so much noise? Can't you let people have a good rest? Hunyi, go and bring the fruit plate to that little fat boy. Look how greedy he is," Remy said. As the 3 people looked at each other with different expressions, the Dementor behind Remy's left bowed respectfully, then put down his fan, picked up the fruit plate and floated towards the 3 people. Seeing the Dementors floating over, Fudge took a step back in fright, but he quickly reacted and hurried back to his original position. "Okay, you can go out now. The prisoner can be released now. There is nothing for you to do now," Fudge said. However, the Dementor ignored him and turned around and floated over to Remy, picked up the fan, and returned to his original position to continue fanning Remy. Fudge's face darkened instantly. "Are you FG going to rebel? Didn't you hear what I said? I, the Minister of Magic, now order you all to get out," Fudge roared. However, not even the Dementors, let alone the humans, paid any attention to him. "Remy." Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and walked into the cell. "Who is this behind you? How's the new maid from Azkaban? Is she okay?" Remy said. Dumbledore nodded. "It is indeed very beautiful, but, what kind of magical creature is it?" "Dementors." "Dementors?" "Yes, mutant Dementors." "Mutated Dementors?" Dumbledore was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered what Remy had told him before about creating a zombie bride by studying Dementors. "Has it really been researched? It's only been a few days? You are too fast. See, I told you Remy has the power to change the world, right?" Nicholas Flamel walked forward with a smile and looked at the soul bullet, nodding from time to time. It was unknown whether he saw something or was very satisfied with the appearance of the soul bullet. Taking this opportunity, Remy quickly put forward his idea, "Teacher, I want to take it with me, is that okay?" "No." Before Nicholas Flamel could speak, Minister Fudge refused outright. Trespassing into Azkaban is the most serious of all crimes. Even if she didn't do anything bad, she will be locked up in Azkaban forever. "Are you crazy? It's Remy." Nicholas Flamel interrupted Remy and then looked at Minister Fudge. "Minister Fudge, conviction requires evidence. Do you have any evidence to prove that this lady broke in from outside? Isn't it evidence that she is not a prisoner in Azkaban but is here?" Fudge asked. "Of course not." Nicholas Flamel smiled. "My disciple's attainments in alchemy have surpassed mine to an unprecedented level, and he does not need a wand to use alchemy. This lady was created by him based on the Dementors, not from outside. That won't work. In Azkaban. I know that you are not allowed to cast spells in Azkaban, but this prohibition on casting spells requires the Dementors to keep a close watch on the prisoners." Nicholas Flamel interrupted Fudge again. "Now that Remy still has the ability to cast spells, the responsibility does not lie with him, but with the Dementors. If you must punish someone, you should punish the Dementors. Well, by the way, you can also hold them responsible for giving Remy the fruit plate." After hearing what Nicholas Flamel said, especially when he heard about the fruit plate, Minister Fudge's face suddenly turned as dark as a black hole. Remy was surprised, He didn't understand how Nicholas Flamel could suddenly become as sharp-tongued as him and find legal loopholes. As a good student, he would ask questions if he had any, and Nicholas Flamel quickly told Remy the answers. I just learned this from your father recently. My father? Could it be that the Ministry of Magic has brought my father to the wizarding world because of me? The word catch isn't quite accurate. I just asked you to come over. Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. Your father really opened Dumbledore and me's eyes. He argued with the entire jury alone in the Wizengamot, not only leaving them speechless, but in the end he turned the tables and brought charges against Minister Fudge, who was presiding over the trial, in the Wizengamot, forcing Minister Fudge to temporarily adjourn the court. Minister Fudge's face suddenly turned darker. After a temporary recess, your father asked me for 5,000 galleons, saying that he was going to bribe the jurors, and finally returned me nearly 4,000. In the afternoon, the trial continued, and in just 1 hour, a resolution to acquit you was passed by a high vote, on the condition that you pay in excess of the losses suffered by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Even Minister Fudge voted in favor. He seemed to have reached some kind of cooperation with your father in private. Your father is really amazing! Nicholas Flamel exclaimed. Remy glanced at Fudge, who was so embarrassed that he turned to look out the door, and smiled smugly. Of course. My father graduated from Oxford Law School and then went to London School of Economics for further studies. He has been dealing with politicians since he started working. Bribery is as easy for him as eating and drinking. Chapter 44. You are so proud of yourself. And you, Nicholas Flamel, what's so praiseworthy about a man who loves to exploit loopholes and bribe? Dumbledore felt really tired. The parent is a litigator, the teacher has distorted values, the Minister of Magic accepts bribes, and Remy himself is so lawless that he is on vacation in Azkaban. Even the Dementors rebelled. As the only normal person, Dumbledore felt out of tune with these half-human and half-human creatures around him, and even their styles were different. Remy is like a ray of light shining in the darkest place in the wizarding world, but unfortunately he is a black light. Under his shining, the dark place becomes even darker. Now that everything has been settled, let's leave here first and talk about anything on the way. Dumbledore said tiredly. Yes, this is not a good place to chat. Nicholas Flamel smiled and signaled Remy to leave. Remy looked at Fudge, who walked aside silently to make way for the door, and immediately felt relieved. Soul 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You 5 must listen carefully to Minister Fudge in Azkaban and assist him in managing the prisoners in Azkaban prison while also assisting him in managing the other Dementors. Do you hear me? Remy said. The 5 Dementors bowed 90 degrees in unison, causing Dumbledore's eyes to twitch again. I really don't know what these 5 Dementors have been through in the past few days to make them so respectful to Remy. However, based on the past inference that Remy was about to destroy Fawkes as soon as he saw it for the experiment, one thing is certain, Remy will never use positive means such as truth, goodness, and beauty to influence them. Following Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore, Remy leisurely left the dreaded prison of Azkaban with the soul bullet, and boarded the flying carriage brought by Nicholas Flamel to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Flying carriage, okay. Flying cars, no. On the one hand, they emphasize the nobility of wizards and look down on muggles, and on the other hand, they are afraid of things invented by muggles. The magical world is so wonderful and absurd. I suddenly feel that inventing a kind of protective gear that can automatically defend against thermal weapons is more important than magic firearms. If every wizard can walk in the hail of bullets, the magic world may not be so averse to items made by muggles. Remy suddenly said with deep emotion. It's a good idea for you, but, right now you need to protect the lady next to you. Nicholas Flamel said as he glanced at Soul Bomb, who was serving tea to Remy. Remy shook his head. It doesn't need my protection. It is actually an evolution of the Dementors. Like the Dementors, it has immortality. We can see that, Dumbledore said solemnly, but we can also see that its evolution is related to positive emotions. Now that it has a soul, those dark magics filled with negative energy will certainly cause serious harm to it even if they cannot kill it. Yes. Nicholas Flamel nodded, took the cup of tea handed to him by Soul Bullet, thanked him and continued. There is only one such special lady, and you did not ask to take a few Dementors with you when you left. From what I know about you, this means that you created this lady by accident. After his secret was exposed, Remy's face turned red and he quickly drank tea to hide his embarrassment. It gives me a feeling similar to a patroness. It should be able to restrain Dementors, so there is no need to worry about the Dementor's kiss. But as Professor Dumbledore just said, curses cast with negative energy can definitely cause damage to it. If it is seriously injured, I guess it will most likely turn back into an ordinary Dementor. Nicholas Flamel continued. Degenerating into an ordinary Dementor? How is that possible? Remy frowned and nodded, indicating that he would definitely protect the Soul Bullet. Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were speechless when they heard Remy call the Soul Bullet. Fortunately, they did not remain speechless for long, because being around the Soul Bomb, their negative emotions were slowly dissipating, and they unconsciously relaxed and felt physically and mentally happy. After discovering this magical phenomenon, Dumbledore glanced at Nicholas Flamel and kept hypnotizing himself in his heart. Nicholas Flamel is not a person with distorted values. He must have been affected by the Soul Bomb because he was too close to it. It's no wonder that after this hypnosis, Dumbledore suddenly felt happier both physically and mentally. He was even in the mood to talk to Remy about the compensation. Principal Dumbledore, before I compensate Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, shouldn't you compensate me for my losses first? What you took out from me were not only items from the Muggle world, but also a large number of precious magic materials and magic cards given to me by my teachers, as well as the extremely precious magic crystals that I have saved up for many years by living frugally. Remy said with a smile, gritting his teeth. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed awkwardly twice and turned to look out the window, never mentioning compensation again. Remy just dug a hole in the open space next to the Black Lake. At most, he would have to compensate him, Professor McGonagall and the Owls for some mental damages. Compared with Remy's losses, they were almost negligible. If the matter is really investigated, he might not be able to afford the compensation even if he sold his underpants. Seeing Dumbledore's embarrassment, Nicholas Flamel comforted Remy with a few words and said that he would make a new set of magic cards and send them to Remy later. Speaking of the new magic cards, Remy suddenly remembered that he had promised Hagrid that he would help him customize magic cards. Remy immediately mentioned it to Nicholas Flamel and asked him whether the magic cards given to him had been tampered with. Nicholas Flamel did not hide anything in response to Remy's inquiry and quickly gave Remy a positive answer. After getting the answer he wanted, Remy didn't say anything. He was not an ungrateful person. He understood that Nicholas Flamel did this for his own good. There was no words for a moment. Remy looked at the sky outside the window and recalled the bizarre experiences of the past few days. On the second day of school, he first blew up the Black Lake, then his magic went out of control at the Ministry of Magic. Most likely he also blew up the Ministry of Magic, otherwise they wouldn't have asked him for compensation, and finally he was imprisoned in Azkaban prison. Remy didn't know how long he had been unconscious or asleep. He only knew that he had only been in Azkaban for 2 days after waking up, and now he has been acquitted. My experiences over the past few days have been really bizarre. Do you think if I write them into a book and publish it, will it be a big seller? I've even thought of a title for the book. It's called Teaching You How to Join the Hidden School of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Azkaban. What do you think? Remy asked. Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore. Not very good. Chapter 45. The flying carriage did not land inside Hogwarts Castle, but at a station nearby. Nicholas Flamel left shortly after Dumbledore and Remy got off the car, without staying for long. Remy, who still remembered the plot, guessed that he did this to avoid scaring away the coward Voldemort. Who in the entire wizarding world doesn't know that the Philosopher's Stone is in the hands of Nicholas Flamel? Why didn't Voldemort just go and take it from Nicholas Flamel? On the one hand, it was because Nicholas Flamel lived in a relatively secret place and few people knew about it. On the other hand, this is because, never try to attack the alchemist's lair unless you are tired of living. As the most powerful alchemist in the wizarding world, Nicholas Flamel might not be the strongest if he were outside, but in his home, even Dumbledore could not defeat him, there was not even the slightest chance. Following Dumbledore out of the station, Remy learned about the general destruction of the Ministry of Magic from Dumbledore on the way. Remy was completely relieved when he learned that there were no casualties. "I'm glad there are no casualties. By the way, what was that big fish that swallowed me?" "No, what was it that I caught? Did you catch it and refrigerate it?" Remy asked. "It's a giant squid that lives in the Black Lake. You blew it up so badly that only a few of its tentacles were left intact. Professor Snape took it for research." Dumbledore said, "By the way, you have a potions class today, remember to go to class. Oh, by the way, Principal Dumbledore, please help arrange a separate room for Soul Bomb. Although it is not a real female, it will not have a good influence if it lives with me in the boys' dormitory," Remy said. Dumbledore thought for a moment and nodded. "I will ask Mr. Filch to clear out a room. Mr. Filch will notify you when it is finished." "Okay, thank you very much." As they walked and talked, the two soon walked out of the station and came to a main road. There were several carriages there, each pulled by a skinny, black horse with bat-like wings. "We even have thestrals in Hogwarts. The biodiversity is quite great," Remy praised. As a time traveler who had died once and witnessed his own death, Remy could naturally see the thestrals. "Not only can you see it, you can see it very clearly. Can you see the thestrals?" Dumbledore was a little surprised, then his face changed. "Don't, thestral. Pull out." Bang! The corner of his mouth twitched. Dumbledore sighed and helplessly put down his raised hand, then turned his head to look at Remy, who was kicked away by the thestral and stuck on the branch. The thestral's tail feathers can only be obtained after they fall off naturally. They cannot be plucked directly. The same is true for unicorn tail hairs. Dumbledore explained tiredly. "Who said that? Didn't I just pull it off?" Remy said, shaking the black feather in his hand. Dumbledore rolled his eyes at Remy in annoyance. "That was you. If it were anyone else, they would have been in the hospital by now, or even lying in the cemetery." "That's not necessarily true. I think Hagrid will be fine if he gets kicked." After loading the spoils and jumping down from the tree, Remy got on the thestral. However, after waiting for a long time, the bus did not leave. "Is this car closed today?" Remy asked. "No, it just doesn't want to take you. How about you get off?" Dumbledore asked. "Go down? Walk? What a joke." He scratched his head and just happened to scratch off a leaf. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Remy put the leaves in the air. In about 3 seconds, the leaves disappeared and a set of fishing gear appeared in the air. Fishing rods and fishing lines are all available. Dumbledore watched curiously, not understanding what Remy was trying to do. At this moment, Remy started alchemy again, and this time he made magic crystals. As soon as the magic crystal appeared, Yechi immediately turned his head and stared at the magic crystal with his 2 empty eyes. Remy grinned, tied the magic crystal to the fishing line, and then cast the fishing rod. The straight pole was placed right on the night thestral's head, and the magic crystal was not far in front of it. "You're welcome. As long as you can catch up with it, it's yours," said Remy. The hollow eyes suddenly burst into a blazing light, and the next moment, whoosh! "I'm boiling." Remy, who was almost shaken off, quickly grabbed the railing, and Dumbledore next to him was also almost shaken off. "Ha ha ha ha! I didn't expect that Yechi, who is so skinny, could run so fast. It's just a little silly. But I like it so much. It's decided. From today on, you will be Yizi Mod Banli Lai Kylan. I am Yuan Bali. Someone, bring up my Legu Wanjin Chui." Remy laughed as he controlled the fishing rod to jump left and right, and moved serpentinely on the road with the thestral that was chasing the magic crystal, making Dumbledore behind him turn pale. He never expected that Remy could have so much fun just riding in a carriage to Hogwarts Castle. At the same time, in Azkaban, Minister Fudge severely reprimanded the 5 Dementors and then helplessly let the Dementors do what they were supposed to do without any punishment. Although the Dementors listened to the Ministry of Magic, they are after all very different from real Ministry of Magic employees. The Dementors only have a cooperative relationship with the Ministry of Magic. The Ministry of Magic provides food for the Dementors, and the Dementors help the Ministry of Magic guard and punish extremely vicious criminals. This partnership may seem simple, but it is actually very complex. It is difficult to distinguish between them who is Party A and who is Party B. In theory, providing food is equivalent to paying compensation, and the Ministry of Magic should be Party A. But if the Ministry of Magic does not provide food, the extremely hungry Dementors are likely to cause trouble. It's more of a compromise than a cooperation. Therefore, after being severely reprimanded by Minister Fudge, the 5 Dementors did not care at all, and even ignored Fudge during the reprimand. After Minister Fudge left, the Dementor with the number 1 written on his face pointed and instructed the remaining 4 Dementors to move away everything Remy had made, and then floated forward along the passage. It floated all the way to the door of a cell and opened it. With a click, a disheveled man in the cell looked at the Dementor that appeared at the door, screamed in fear, and crawled towards the corner using his hands and feet. He huddled in a corner, holding his head tightly with his arms, shaking all over, looking extremely frightened. Click. Another sound was heard, and the man felt something was wrong. He quietly raised his head and took a look. The Dementor closed the cell door, then floated in front of him and bent down. The man suddenly let out another scream of terror. Just when he thought he was going to suffer torture again today, he suddenly saw a letter in front of him, a letter handed to him by a Dementor. He stared at the letter blankly, completely confused for a moment. How could anyone write to him? Or was it sent by the Dementors? Could it be that? Chapter 46. This letter is, for me, the man asked in a trembling voice. The Dementor nodded and held the letter forward again, which startled the man again. Seeing that the Dementors did not attack, he no longer hesitated, snatched the letter at an extremely fast speed and opened it immediately. If it is a blessing, it will not be a disaster. If it is a disaster, it cannot be avoided. He has been imprisoned in Azkaban. What is there to be afraid of? Maybe, someone is coming to rescue him. I opened the envelope and took out the letter. As soon as I saw the beginning, this man started crying. Dear Mr. Black, hello, I am Harry Potter's classmate. I have been interested in him for a long time, so I have investigated his past. During the investigation, I found many suspicious points, among which the most suspicious point is you, Sirius Black, who was directly imprisoned in Azkaban prison without trial. I have investigated your past. You were born into the Black family, which is the most fanatical about bloodline theory. You were born into a noble family and have the pride and arrogance of an old noble. But you betrayed your family's ideals a long time ago and became enemies with other family members. It's impossible for someone like you to change your ways and join Voldemort. Finally someone is willing to believe me. Someone is willing to believe me. And it has the ability to deliver the letter to Azkaban, to me. I can finally go out. Excitedly wiping away the tears that were blocking his vision, Sirius continued to watch with full anticipation, and then he was dumbfounded. But as a law-abiding citizen, if I help you escape from prison, I will become your accomplice, and I will also be breaking the law. Therefore, I can't help you escape from prison, not in this life. Sirius? But I'm happy to use legal loopholes to help you improve your living conditions in Azkaban. The Dementors with white words on their faces are my recently recruited younger brothers. With them around, you don't have to worry about being kissed by Dementors anymore. Of course, if you like being kissed by Dementors, you can tell them or hint to them, and they will satisfy your request. Sirius' mouth twitched and he almost tore up the letter. Holy shit, what kind of pervert would like to be kissed by a Dementor? And it was a Dementor's kiss. Not a Dementor's kiss. I was just ravaged by Dementors, not ruined by them. I will have the Dementors deliver some daily necessities to you in a while. I wish you a happy life in Azkaban. Live. Happy. Happy. In Azkaban. Sirius' eyes were red and he was breathing heavily. For a moment he couldn't tell whether the person who wrote to him was really trying to help him or was just mocking him. Click. Hearing the sound of the cell door opening, Sirius was startled, turned around quickly and stuffed the letter and envelope into his mouth. He swallowed a large ball of paper with great effort. Just after swallowing, he suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Sirius turned his head with a stern face. Looking at the fruit plate brought to him by the Dementors, Sirius started crying again. What the hell is going on here? On the other hand, because he accidentally had too much fun and wasted some time, after temporarily entrusting the soul bullet to the care of Headmaster Dumbledore, Remy trotted all the way to the potions class. What? You ask, why not bring the soul bomb with you to class? Please, your question is very tricky. If Remy goes to class dressed in a wedding dress and is misunderstood by female classmates, how will he pick up girls in the future? I can't live with ghosts for the rest of my life, right? That would be no different from dying alone. Walking through the East Alley and the West Alley, after running in the wrong direction 3 times, Remy finally arrived at the potions class in the basement with the help of the portrait. Report. Bang. Professor Snape, who was patrolling back and forth, was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly walked to Neville, who had fallen to the ground. After an inspection, Professor Snape breathed a sigh of relief at first, but his face immediately turned stern the next moment. I will send Mr. Longbottom to the school hospital for treatment first. You guys continue, but don't make the same mistake as Mr. Longbottom. Potions is a very precise subject. Even if the sky falls, you must not tremble when administering the potion. After warning everyone in a deep voice, Professor Snape picked up Neville. As he passed by Remy, Professor Snape suddenly spoke again. Remy Barrett, Gryffindor House will be deducted 2 points for your tardiness, and 3 more points for your loud noises that caused Mr. Longbottom to injure himself by mistake, for a total of 5 points. Professor Snape said. Remy, who was originally looking at the blushing Neville with curiosity, suddenly became unhappy after hearing this. Are you kidding me? I just got released from Azkaban. It's not easy for me to come to class. And you still want to count me as late? Remy said indignantly. That's your business, not my business, Snape said. What do you mean it's my business? Do you have the ethics of a teacher? Is someone like you who is looking for trouble qualified to be a teacher? Questioning the teacher will result in another 5 points deduction. Hey, you little hot-tempered one. Say that to me again. Talk back to the teacher and lose another 5 points. Can you be a human being? If you really can't learn, why don't you go back to school and be retrained? Another 5 points will be deducted for insulting the teacher. Let me go, I want to fight him one-on-one. Harry and Ronald appeared beside Remy at some point and covered Remy's mouth to stop him from speaking, while at the same time holding down Remy's middle finger, which was about to be raised in anxiety. If he keeps talking, Gryffindor's house score might actually become negative. Snort. With a sneer, Professor Snape shook his shiny hair. Finish your potions before I return. That includes you, Mr. Barrett. After leaving a few words, Professor Snape carried Neville out of the classroom, while Remy was forcibly dragged to the table by Harry and Ronald. Remy, I've heard from my brothers that Snape is unreasonable, and he had deliberately made things difficult for Harry before you came. That's right, hurry up and brew the potion, otherwise our house points will be deducted when Professor Snape comes back to check the homework. Hey, don't you care about how I got out of Azkaban? How else could you get out of prison? It must be that Headmaster Dumbledore helped you, so the Ministry of Magic didn't convict you. Although we are all very curious about the legendary Azkaban, the most urgent task now is to brew the potion. If we don't brew it now, it will be too late. Who said I was acquitted? Remy struggled to break free from the 2 men, then threw his wizard robe away handsomely. I escaped from prison. Everyone. Chapter 47. Jailbroken? All the little wizards subconsciously moved away from Remy, as if this would allow them to sever their ties with Remy. Harry and Ronald stared at Remy in disbelief, especially Ronald, whose expression at the moment was unclear whether he was crying or laughing. Although he was crying, the corners of his mouth were raised. It's called a smile, but it looks uglier than crying. Remy, you have to be kidding me. Harry asked. How come? When have I ever joked? After saying that, Remy lowered his head, thought for a moment, and spread his hands. Oh, I think I was joking the whole time. Well, I was joking. Call. Ronald was the first to breathe a sigh of relief, but then his heart began to lift again. But what do you want me to use to make the potion? Remy looked around. Don't pots are provided in potions class? Well. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and saw deep despair in each other's eyes. It's over. It looks like I'm going to lose this point today. Since you're here for class, why don't you bring your crucible with you? Ronald muttered, his expression sounding more like a complaint than a question. Look at what you said. I didn't bring my textbooks either. How could I bring those things here if I didn't go back to the dormitory? Remy said. Harry. Ronald. What you said makes a lot of sense, no wonder you are so confident. The two people who were already numb decided to give up the possibility of Remy not being deducted points, and instead discussed how to reduce the number of points deducted from Remy. In the end, Harry gave Remy his notebook. His notebook and the potions textbook both had black covers and were similar in size, in an attempt to help Remy get away with it. After all, it was Harry's good intention. Remy took the notebook and stood aside to watch the two of them prepare the potion. I thought maybe you could use Neville's cauldron. You're in the same dormitory, and he's in the hospital now, so he probably won't be able to use it again, said Hermione, who was brewing potion diagonally opposite them. Oh, Hermione, you're a genius. Harry was overjoyed at the sudden change and hurried over with Ronald to move Neville's cauldron for Remy to use. Looking at the dirty cauldron, Remy was a little disgusted, but under Harry and Ronald's repeated urging, he finally reluctantly agreed to use Neville's cauldron to prepare the potion. I really can't understand why the potion class has to be held in a basement with poor ventilation. Remy covered his nose while brewing the potion. The pungent smell of the potion lingered for a long time, and there is no place to wash the cauldron. I can't figure it out either, but now is not the time to complain, we have to. Wait a minute, Remy, what did you just put in there? Harry suddenly asked with his eyes wide open. Remy looked at the pot in front of him and thought for a moment. Narcissus root powder, what's wrong? Why did you put narcissus root powder? You should put porcupine quills. Harry said anxiously. Remy blinked. Why do you need to put porcupine quills? Of course, porcupine quills are needed to prepare boil-removing medicine. Do you read books? Ronald asked. I just followed the book. Remy pointed speechlessly at the potion book that Harry had placed on the table. The right half of the page closer to Remy contained the water of life and death, but the left half of the book closer to Harry contained the boil-eliminating potion. Harry and Ronald were speechless. Well, I hope your water of life and death can be brewed successfully and is strong enough. When Snape comes back to taste the potion, maybe we can directly drug him. That way we don't have to worry about losing house points. Ronald complained. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. After hearing what Ronald said, Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, I can pour the potion out for Snape. Since you just deducted points from me, I have to teach you a lesson and let you know who is the king of Hogwarts. While boiling the water of life and death, Remy secretly looked at the boil-removing medicine that others were about to boil, observing the color, consistency, and taste of the real boil-removing medicine. Well, I need to adjust the color and add some thickener. I'm not going to eat it anyway, so I'll just use some industrial-grade strong pigments and strong thickeners. It shouldn't kill the wizard. Thinking of this, Remy picked up a piece of licorice from the shelf next to him and started alchemy. Harry and Ronald on the side looked at Remy with empty eyes. Although they didn't know what he was doing, after looking at each other, they stood silently beside Remy to help Remy block other people's sight, especially the sight from the Slytherin college next door. Especially the gaze of a certain platinum-haired male student. After a while, Remy successfully refined the necessary pigments and thickeners, and added them into the water of life and death little by little. He added it, stirring as he went, until it was about the same color and consistency as the paste in Harry's cauldron next to him. After sniffing back and forth, Remy once again started alchemy to refine the essence. When everything was done, Remy clapped his hands happily. It's done. I'm 100% sure it's the boil remover, said Remy. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and saw joy and a hint of mischievous anticipation in each other's eyes. Hermione, who was sitting diagonally opposite, was both worried and speechless. If Professor Snape finds out about this, it will be a huge problem. But there was no other way to get away with it now. Professor Snape might come back at any time, and it was simply unrealistic to brew a new pot of potion. At this moment, Hermione could only pray that Professor Snape would not taste Remy's potion. If so, Remy's potion might be able to pass muster with its appearance. Just as Hermione kept praying in her heart, Professor Snape really came back, perhaps because he heard her inner call. As soon as he entered the classroom, Professor Snape looked around the classroom and went straight to Remy, and Harry next to him. This made Remy feel a little unhappy. You were targeting me just now, but now you don't even look at me and are only staring at Harry. What do you mean? Who do you think I am? Thinking of this, while everyone's attention was on Harry and Snape, who was tasting the potion Harry made with a silver spoon, Remy quietly put a magic crystal into the pot. Mr. Potter, although you have successfully brewed the potion, it has become a little mushy. The potency has been reduced by at least 30%. I guess you must not have stirred it throughout the process. Therefore, you fail. Gryffindor House will deduct. Sniv. What's this? Boil medicine? Why does boil removal medicine smell so good? Turning to look at the cauldron in front of Remy, Professor Snape's eyes widened slightly. A pot of magic potion, with bright colors and fragrant aroma, makes one's appetite grow at first sight. After hesitating for a moment, Snape swallowed unnoticeably, quickly said that Gryffindor would deduct 1 point, then threw away the spoon and walked over to Remy. Next, let me taste the potion brewed by Mr. Barrett. Snape said in a deep voice. Completion. Chapter 48. Hermione turned her head away in despair. Ronald and Harry were observing Snape quietly, wanting to see him but not daring to do so openly. In comparison, Remy was much more frank. He stared at Snape like someone in love with a rooftop, openly and aboveboard. As this was unusual, Snape scooped up a small spoonful of the potion and placed it in front of him to observe it for a while. Well, although the color is bright, it is indeed the color of the boil-removing medicine. It is a little thick, and it is obviously overboiled. But why is it that after being overcooked and having a slightly burnt smell, it still has such bright color? With doubt, I carefully put the spoon to my lips and licked it lightly. A refreshing magic immediately rushed from the tip of my tongue to my brain. In a moment of excitement, Snape drank the potion from the spoon in one gulp. Mr. Barrett, your potion is, with Potter. Before he could finish his sentence, Snape suddenly felt as if his brain was under a dementia spell, and his body was shaking and out of control. He quickly held onto the table with his hands, but his hand was only halfway out when he pressed it down hard. The press missed and Snape fell to the ground with a thud. It was as if God had pressed the pause button in the classroom, and everyone was stunned. Remy picked up a porcupine quill, squatted down and poked Snape. After confirming that Snape had really fainted, Remy kicked Snape hard with a bang. It's your due. I let you deduct points from me randomly, now I am getting my retribution, right? Deduct points from him? There has to be a price to pay for that. Remy stood up and looked at all the classmates, who took a step back in fear, feeling a little puzzled. Why are you looking at me? He's not dead, he just drank the water of life and death. After explaining casually, Remy straightened his clothes and waved to Harry and Ronald. Don't stand there like an idiot. Are you going to wait here for him to wake up? Let's go. Get out of class is over. Remy said. Oh, wait for me. When they heard the get out of class was over and looked at Snape lying on the ground, most of the young wizards, led by Remy, packed up their things and left. Only some Slytherin students discussed whether they should find a way to send their headmaster to the school hospital. Hey, you're really amazing. You actually created the water of life and death. It's so satisfying. Snape has lost all his face now. That's right, being poisoned by a student's potion in potions class is so embarrassing. I guarantee that it won't be long before word of Snape's potion skills spreads throughout Hogwarts, and even the entire wizarding world. Maybe other potion masters will use me as a negative example. The little Gryffindor wizards were chatting excitedly around Remy, when suddenly, a very unsociable voice poured cold water on them. You are just kidding. He is the head of Slytherin House. When he wakes up, he will definitely deduct even more points from our house. Hermione said with a cold face. The little wizards calmed down immediately and realized how serious the consequences of Remy's actions today would be. However, Remy, the person involved, shook his head disapprovingly. It's as if he won't deduct points from us if we behave ourselves. If we will be found guilty and deducted points no matter what we do, why should we put ourselves in such a difficult position? The little wizard's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh yes. Since they will be deducted points no matter how well they perform, why not take it easy? However, Hermione disagreed. At least that way we can reduce the points deducted and we still have a chance to win the house cup. If you keep making trouble like this, our house will have no chance of winning the house cup, said Hermione. That makes sense, but... Remy looked at Hermione and spread his hands. So what if you win the house cup? Honor? There are many kinds of honor, not just the house cup. For example, you can strive for the title of the top student in the grade. First in the grade? Hermione's eyes lit up, and she was immediately distracted by Remy. It was getting late, so after leaving the potions classroom, the group went to the dining hall to eat. The house elves had already prepared a sumptuous meal for them. While eating, Remy shared with the people around him his holiday experience in Azkaban and his interesting experience of teaching the Dementors to play musical instruments. Some people didn't believe what Remy said and thought he was bragging. They even used the legends about Dementors they heard from their parents to refute Remy. Remy didn't argue but just laughed it off. Facts speak louder than words. When the Dementors come to Hogwarts Castle one day, the cruel facts will slap them in the face. Even if Sirius doesn't escape from prison or the Ministry of Magic doesn't send Dementors to Hogwarts, he can command the Dementors to come and show up himself. As they were chatting, there was a sudden silence around them, and then a big skinny hand pressed on Remy's shoulder. Remy turned around and saw that it was Mr. Filch, the castle manager. Mr. Filch, what do you want from me? I don't need a massage right now. Even if I did, I wouldn't ask you, let alone extend the time, said Remy. Mr. Filch grinned in a frightening way. Principal Dumbledore wants to see you. I think it's about Professor Snape's admission to the hospital. You seem very happy. Do you have a grudge against Professor Snape? Remy asked. Don't thank me. I didn't do anything. He brought this upon himself. Humph. I'm just excited that the chains in the cell can finally be put to use. Come with me, said Filch. Just go, it's no big deal. I just got out of Azkaban. Do you think you can scare me? Giving Filch a blank look, Remy signaled to Harry and the others not to worry about him, then wiped his mouth, stood up, and followed Filch out of the cafeteria and into the headmaster's office. After taking Remy into the headmaster's office, Filch left, but said he would wait outside the door. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had been writing with his head down. He didn't even look at Remy or say a word the whole time. Seeing that Dumbledore ignored him, Remy was neither anxious nor reserved. After teasing Fawkes until he became so impatient that he flew out of the principal's office, Remy walked leisurely to the bookshelf to choose a magic book. After waiting for a while, Dumbledore heard only the sound of flipping pages. He raised his head slightly and glanced at Remy, then his mouth twitched suddenly. He saw Remy reading a book with great interest. The name of the book was The Complete Book of Ancient Black Magic. Damn it, I kept silent in order to create an atmosphere and put pressure on you, but you turned the tables and put pressure on me? Cough cough. Clearing his throat hastily, Dumbledore put down the pen in his hand. That's not the book you should be reading right now, Remy, said Dumbledore. Yeah, that's right. Remy thought about it for a moment before nodding and putting the book back on the shelf. Just when Dumbledore was wondering in surprise whether the sun rose from the west today, he saw Remy pick up another book and start reading. The book was called, A Complete Guide to Modern New Black Magic. Dumbledore. It seems that I was overthinking it. The sun rose as usual today. Chapter 49. Put the book down and tell me why you poisoned Professor Snape today. Who poisoned him? Students from Slytherin House told Madame Pomfrey that Professor Snape fell into a coma after drinking your water of life and death. Are you going to deny it? No, I simply refuse to admit that I poisoned Professor Snape. Remy held up a finger and shook it. I didn't put the water of life and death into Professor Snape's water. He used his own spoon to scoop a spoonful from the cauldron I used to brew the potion and drank it on his own initiative. So it can't be said that I poisoned him. It can only be said that Professor Snape's arrogance and illegal operation led to his own failure. Dumbledore. Was Snape under the Imperious Curse? Why would he try the water of life and death, a potion that is so easily recognizable? Wait, today should be the first potions class. When did the first potions class become a lesson on how to make the water of life and death? What potions did you learn today? Dumbledore asked. How would I know? When I arrived at the classroom, the class had already ended and the practical phase had already begun, said Remy. How did you make the potion if you don't know what you're studying? Dumbledore asked. Harry gave me the textbook and asked me to follow the steps in the textbook, so I did. At this point, Remy felt that it was not a good idea to continue the conversation, so he decisively changed the subject. Professor Snape is so unreasonable. I went to his class right after returning from Azkaban. Not only did he not show any gratitude, he even deducted 5 points from Gryffindor House for being late. I explained to him, but he said I contradicted him and deducted 5 credits from me. Then I argued with him calmly, but he still deducted 5 credits from me. This is really outrageous. I suggest that he be expelled. Dumbledore glanced sideways at Remy. If you deliberately emphasize being calm, it is enough to show that you are definitely not arguing with him in a calm manner. But I'll talk to him about the point deduction. You can go back first. Oh, by the way, Mr. Filch has already arranged a place for the soul bomb to stay. You can rest assured. At this point, Dumbledore hesitated for a moment, sighed, walked up to Remy and patted Remy on the shoulder. Can you please stop getting into trouble in the future? Can't you just study hard? If that doesn't work, you can also study magic items that can defend against firearms. I specially asked Mr. Filch to clean a big house for you. Oh no, it turns out my little thoughts were seen through long ago. Remy was a little surprised. He proposed to let Soul Bomb live alone just so that he could have a laboratory of his own. He thought he was a smart guy, but he didn't expect that he was seen through early on. But it doesn't matter if you see through it, at least the house has been approved. I don't really want to cause trouble, but what Professor Snape did was really too much. Why can the dean of a college deduct other people's points at will? Then why set up the house cup? Wouldn't it be better to just compare which dean of a college is more shameless? Remy pouted indignantly, then continued in a solemn and rich baritone. Gryffindor deducts 10,000 points, Ravenclaw deducts 10,000 points, Hufflepuff deducts 10,000 points, and Slytherin adds 100 million points. I declare that the winner of this school year's House Cup is Slytherin. Dumbledore looked at Remy speechlessly, thinking that Snape was not so shameless as to be this way. Just as he was about to say something nice to Snape in order to prevent Remy from targeting him, Remy's next words made his eyes light up. I propose a reform of the College Cup. Each of the 4 major colleges can add or deduct a maximum of 100 points to one college per academic year, and the details of the points added or deducted by each dean to each college must be announced at the College Cup Awards ceremony. It must be fair, just and open. If anyone shamelessly targets us, he will be completely disgraced in Hogwarts, said Remy. Set a maximum limit for bonus points and deduction points and make the scoring details public at the end? It seems feasible. Your suggestion is very good. I think it is feasible, but the upper limit of 100 points is a bit low. After all, the House Cup is not just a matter for you first-year students. It is the result of the joint efforts of students from all grades. Headmaster Dumbledore said. You go back first. I will discuss the credit limit with the 4 deans. We should be able to implement the new rules next week. Remy was moved and asked quickly, since the new scoring rules are to be implemented, shouldn't the scores of the 4 major colleges be reset to 0 for the sake of fairness? Giving Remy an amused look, Headmaster Dumbledore nodded. He knew that Remy's real intention was to reduce the points he had been deducted to 0. But it is indeed fairer this way. Yes, they will all be cleared, you can rest assured. Dumbledore said. That's great. Remy nodded vigorously, then I won't bother you anymore, you can discuss it with the deans, bye. Seeing Remy's mood suddenly brighten up, Dumbledore shook his head with amusement, and then really thought about Remy's suggestion seriously. Remy's suggestion is feasible, but it needs to be further improved in details and also needs to be proposed by a suitable person. As the principal, he should have the final say rather than be the initiator of a proposal. On the other side, when Filch, who had been waiting at the door of the principal's office, saw Remy walking out of the principal's office happily alone, he snorted in disappointment. He understood that he might not be able to lock Remy in his beloved little dark room today. Principal Dumbledore said you found a big room for me. Could you please show me? Remy said. Humph, come with me. Despite his bad mood, Filch was still prepared to do his job well. As for Remy, if he continues to seek death this way, he will fall into my hands sooner or later. Filch is confident of this. The detention cell has been abandoned for too long. There hasn't been a student worthy of using that detention cell in a long time. I have great confidence in you, Mr. Barrett. Please don't let me down. Filch said meaningfully. Remy smiled when he heard Filch's hidden meaning. I feel relieved when you say that. If I get into trouble again, I will say that you instigated and encouraged me to do it. Snort. With another cold snort, Filch stopped talking to Remy and continued walking forward with Remy in silence. After walking up 2 moving staircases and passing through 3 secret passages, Filch finally took Remy up a spiral staircase to a tower. At the top of the tower there was a room of decent size with excellent lighting and ventilation. It's just a bit too good. Looks like I need to install a window here first, Remy commented. That's your business, I'm not responsible for these things. Filch sneered. Remy glanced at Filch and felt very amused. Do you think this kind of thing can stump me? Just kidding, I'm really good at pretending. Chapter 50. In the empty room, only the bride in her wedding dress was standing quietly in front of the window. It was a picturesque scene, but Remy felt uncomfortable when he thought of the bride's face. No, it was constant awkwardness. Do you need anything? A bed? A table, chair, or bench? Remy asked. Soul Bomb thought for a moment, shook her head, and wrote in the air that she didn't need anything. It was fine that the furniture was not needed, but the food gave Remy a headache. The food needed for soul bombs is too special and cannot be bought with money, especially in Hogwarts. Fortunately, it will not die even if it does not eat or drink, but Remy is not Brother Crow. How can he let his little brother who follows him go hungry for 9 meals in 3 days? Or maybe my little sister. As for food, I'll find a way. You'll have to bear with it for now. Oh, I also have to prepare food for the inmate in Azkaban. Remy patted his head, remembering that in the letter he wrote to the cellmate before he was released, he mentioned preparing food for him. The food was easy to prepare, but how was it to be sent to Azkaban? We couldn't use an owl, could we? After thinking it over, Remy turned his gaze to the soul bomb again. Do you know the way to Azkaban? Remy asked. The soul bomb lowered its head as if thinking, then shook its head and nodded and wrote in the air, I don't know the way to Azkaban, but I can sense the location of my compatriots. Fellow countrymen? You are their natural enemy now. Remy nodded with amusement and breathed a sigh of relief, help me deliver something to Azkaban later. I'll pay you for your service. How about 5 magic crystals per trip? Soul Bullet was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly. After finishing one thing temporarily, Remy looked carefully at the circular room and made plans in his mind. First of all, of course, you need to install glass windows on all the windows, and they must be movable. To save trouble, Remy decided to abandon the more modern sliding windows with rollers or grooves and use a simpler, retro-style window that can be lifted up as a whole. After deciding on the shape of the window, Remy took out the magic crystals and gave 3 of them to the soul bullet for it to eat first. Then Remy picked up the remaining magic crystals and started alchemy using them as raw materials. Only. Boom. Bang. Ping pong. Ouch. Oh my god. Damn. Oh my god. With a loud bang, Remy crashed through the door and flew out, rolling along the spiral staircase all the way to Mrs. Norris. Mr. Filch looked at Remy in surprise, then looked up the stairs, with an excited smile on his face as if he had won the lottery. Mr. Barrett, it seems that you can't wait to visit the detention room, right? As he spoke, Filch stretched out his skinny but extremely strong hand, grabbed Remy's arm and lifted Remy up. Remy, who hadn't recovered yet and hadn't heard Filch's words clearly, was about to say thank you, but something felt wrong. Why are you pulling me? Where are you taking me? Remy asked puzzledly. Take you to a good place. Oh? What good place? You'll know when you get there. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Out of curiosity, Remy followed Filch out of the tower and headed for an unknown good place. On the way, Remy impatiently urged Filch to walk faster several times. Filch was very understanding, increasing his speed several times, even though he was already out of breath. What a nice person. Remy thought so. After a quick march, Remy discovered that Filch had brought him to a basement area that should be underground. The light here was very poor, and the humidity in the air increased as he walked forward. Where is this? The bottom of the Black Lake? Remy asked curiously. That's right, said Filch. Remy frowned when he got a positive answer. Are you going to take me to the Slytherin dormitory? Is there anything fun there? How is that possible? Why would I take you to the Slytherin dormitory? I was taking you to, here we are. Stopping in front of a room, looking at the mottled oak door full of history, Remy was full of curiosity about what was inside the door. However, when Filch opened the door, Remy's heart suddenly tightened. My goodness, tiger benches, pepper spray, and cupping with pliers, are these really what schools should have? Interrogating spies is just like this. As he was sighing, Filch suddenly pushed Remy's back into the room and immediately turned around to close the door. After closing the door, Filch turned to look at Remy with a sinister smile, and then was stunned. Suddenly, a pair of handcuffs were put on his hands, and he was dragged to the regret chair. Filch? Something seems to be wrong, right? Shouldn't I be the one interrogating you? How come you are the one interrogating me? Is my memory wrong? What exactly went wrong? Click. With the sound of a door closing, Remy showed the same sinister smile as Filch just now, and there was nothing but ill intention in his eyes. In less than 5 seconds, the identities of the two people underwent a drastic reversal. It was not until then that Filch came to his senses. Facing Remy, he was not at all panicked, and even had a sarcastic sneer on his face. Do you know what you are doing? Wait until I tell Headmaster Dumbledore and you will be expelled, said Filch. What am I doing? Remy stood up and touched his chin with a smile. Didn't you say you would take me to a nice place to play? I brought you here so that I can play with you, not so that you can play with me. Filch glared at Remy. I brought you here to punish you for breaking the school rules. And now not only do you refuse to accept the punishment, you also tie me up. It seems that you can't wait to be expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. No 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 no. Remy held up a finger and shook it. Even though I'm late for class, blow things up after class, and tie up the castle administrator, I'm still a good student. Ahem, sorry for interrupting. What I want to say is that even if I violated the school rules, it should be Principal Dumbledore or Vice Principal McGonagall who should convict me. It is definitely not your turn to convict me, right? You are at best an executor of the punishment, but now you want to be a judge. You are so bold. The sudden shout scared Filch, and after Remy's reminder, he also reacted. Oh, I was so excited just now that I forgot to find Headmaster Dumbledore to convict this kid. It's really... Wait. What do you want to do? Filch's eyes suddenly widened and he looked at Remy in horror. No, don't do this to my cat. Chapter 51. Back to the original place. Standing in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore was even more helpless than Remy. Remy, if I remember correctly, you should have been away from me less than 10 minutes ago. Can you give me an explanation? Dumbledore asked. Principal Dumbledore, I would like to apply to go to the school hospital for treatment first. I am currently an injured person. Remy raised his hand slightly embarrassedly. There were several scratches on his hand, all of which were caused by Mrs. Norris when he was scratching her. Not only his hands, but his face was also bruised. As for why he returned to Headmaster Dumbledore's office, it was a sad story that began with an experimental accident in his own laboratory. At that time, Remy was preparing to make top-grade windows that could withstand explosions, but because he was not clear enough when constructing the finished product in his mind, the alchemy failed and eventually an explosion occurred. After that, he was sent to the prison cell. Since he couldn't catch Mrs. Loris, Remy once again practiced alchemy to make a chain that could move as fast as a snake and on its own. But in order to have enough magic power to continue the experiment later, Remy saved a little. As a result, the alchemy failed again because the magic power paid was insufficient. Then Remy was blown away again, and happened to be seen by a group of Slytherin students who were passing by and returning to the dormitory. Originally Remy wanted to run away, but the students who bumped into him were members of the Slytherin House Quidditch team. Not only were they all tall and strong, they all had flying brooms. And then Remy was taken to the principal's office. Injured. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses. I don't think you are injured, you are a patient. Do you need me to find a psychologist for you? Or a psychiatrist, or should I call a neurologist? Remy. Who do you take me for? I'm not crazy, why should I see a psychiatrist and a neurologist? Wait, a psychiatrist? Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, I think I really need a psychiatrist. Remy said thoughtfully. Yo-huh? Dumbledore was visibly stunned, as if he had not expected Remy to be so self-aware. Then, he heard Remy say, but my condition is quite complicated. I'm afraid that ordinary psychologists won't be able to give me effective psychological treatment. Only a blonde, blue-eyed beauty psychologist between the ages of 25 and 30 with an intellectual beauty and a C cup or above can treat me. Dumbledore. I shouldn't have had any hope in you. Well. Sighing heavily, Dumbledore didn't even want to continue asking. In fact, he had already learned the whole story from Mr. Filch before asking Remy, and Mr. Filch even apologized for exceeding his authority. I will hire the psychiatrist you want if I have time. Now, Mr. Filch, take him to the detention room and lock him up for 3 days. Dumbledore waved his hand and said. Filch, who was standing nearby, was immediately delighted, but Remy's eyes suddenly widened. Why do you want me to be in trouble? Remy yelled. Principal Dumbledore, you haven't even asked me yet, and you're listening to my excuses. Listen to my defense. Don't believe their slander, they are simply colluding to frame me. Especially those Slytherin students, they are clearly deliberately framing me because I poisoned their headmaster Snape and sent him to the hospital. And they chased me on broomsticks. Not only did they use broomsticks in the castle, but they also used broomsticks in the basement, in dangerous areas. And a group of people used broomsticks. They committed a crime in a group. They violated school rules in a group. The nature of this is extremely bad. I suggest arresting them first, because I suspect they have colluded to subvert Principal Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, an attempt to... Don't pull me, I haven't finished yet. I don't accept it. I want to see Professor McGonagall. I want to see the headmaster of Gryffindor House. I deducted too many points for Gryffindor. I held Gryffindor back. She should be the one to decide on the punishment, you can't set up a punishment hall privately. No matter how Remy screamed, Dumbledore just waved his hand impatiently to signal Mr. Filch to drag Remy out quickly. The moment the door closed, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. The world is finally quiet. Albus, although what he did was indeed absurd, he is still young after all. Isn't it too harsh to lock him up in the detention room for 3 days, said the portrait of the 4th headmaster hanging on the wall. This child is too wild. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly and said, we must dampen his spirit, otherwise he will become more and more lawless in the future. That makes sense, but you need to remind Filch to just lock Remy up, otherwise it would be too much. Don't worry, Senior, I know this very well. Besides, Remy is not afraid of punishment, so it's better to just lock him up and let him be quiet for a few days. With his personality, letting him stay quiet should be the biggest punishment for him. Oh, Albus, I don't think so. Have you forgotten that he knows alchemy? I don't think he will be bored in the detention room. This will require Mr. Filch to work harder. As long as all the items Remy refines are confiscated, I think he will eventually get bored. Hearing Dumbledore's words, the headmaster's portraits on the wall all smiled knowingly. On the other hand, Filch had just taken Remy to a new detention room when he received a handwritten letter from Headmaster Dumbledore, delivered by Fawkes. Seeing the tedious requirements for guarding Remy in the letter, Filch was not surprised but delighted. He immediately opened the door of the detention room and rushed in to clean out everything inside. He even swept the room several times with a broom and mopped it several times. He dragged the stone floor to the point where it was almost reflective. Do you need me to make some floor wax for you? Remy asked curiously. Thank you, no thanks, just stay here. After mopping the floor one last time, Filch picked up the bucket and mop and left the detention room. He left with an oil lamp to provide lighting. Really? You think you can stump me like this? How naive. Remy pulled out a strand of hair and used it as raw material to make an oil lamp. He then used another strand of hair to make a box of matches. Snap! Just as I lit the oil lamp, suddenly, the door opened with a click. Filch walked to Remy with a smile on his face, picked up the oil lamp and the matches next to it, and then left. Remy! What is this? Playing a war of attrition with me? Who is afraid of who? Move to the door, start alchemy, think of something random, and pay the magic power which is definitely not enough. Then. Bang! Chapter 52. With a loud bang, Filch, who was just about to return to his lounge, turned back subconsciously. When he turned around, he just witnessed Remy crashing through the door and hitting the wall of the passage with a bang, scaring a portrait on the wall so much that it ran away and disappeared. Remy was like a pile of batter, hanging on the wall, slowly sliding down, and then jumping up. Oops, sorry, I accidentally escaped. Could you please change the door of the detention room? I need privacy, thank you. As he spoke, Remy brushed off the non-existent dust on his clothes, then swaggered into the confinement room. After coming to his senses, Filch gritted his teeth and was so angry that he almost crushed the oil lamp in his hand, if he had that much strength. After a while, Remy was surprised to see Filch and Professor Snape coming to the door of the detention room together. He has been discharged from the hospital. I thought Professor Snape would sneer and use a repairing spell to fix the wooden door. Remy was even ready to set off another explosion to tire them out as soon as they were 100 meters away. But who would have thought that Snape did not sneer or use a repairing spell? Tell me, how did you manage to create a water of life and death that was so potent and tasted, well, so? Snape asked. Remy blinked, give me extra points. Snape was silent for a moment and then nodded, if you can replicate the exact same water of life and death, yes. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up, oh. How many points? Snape was silent for a while. It depends. What do you mean by it depends on the situation? Remy suddenly felt unhappy. This is the super powerful water of life and death. It's the only one of its kind in the entire magic world. Professor Snape, as a potion master, you certainly don't want to study such a magical potion without understanding it, right? Wait, why does this sentence sound weird? Realizing what was wrong, Remy coughed twice, ahem, I mean, you have to give me a minimum price before I decide whether to tell you the formula. Snape's expression suddenly turned ugly, but he finally nodded, as long as it works, I can give Gryffindor a minimum of 5 points. Only 5 points? Remy raised his eyebrows. You deducted 50 points from me today. 50 points deducted from you? Snape frowned, and became deeply concerned about the teaching ability of primary schools in the Muggle world. I haven't submitted the points deducted from you to Headmaster Dumbledore yet. If your formula is indeed effective, I can cancel the points I deducted from you and give you an extra 5 points, Snape said. Oh, isn't this going back and forth equivalent to, wait, Headmaster Dumbledore seems to have agreed to reform the scoring rules of the House Cup, and the previous deductions and bonuses will be cleared at that time. Judging from the time, Snape should not have met Headmaster Dumbledore yet. You said you would just cancel out the deducted points? How do I make up for the face I lost? Remy said with his head held high and chest puffed out, looking dissatisfied. I don't want you to clear the deducted points. I want you to give me at least 55 points. And you have to give me the points at the last moment before the College Cup award ceremony, so that I can save face in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Remy said. At least 25 points, since I only deducted 20 points from you, Snape said. What do you mean you only deducted 20 points from me? Is 20 points too little? If you think it's too little, then at least give me 45 points. Remy said. Snape snorted, it's only 25 points, so forget it. All right. Remy sighed and lowered his head to show his surrender. But we agreed that it's at least 25 points, and you have to sign a written agreement. Well, go ahead. Why are you in such a hurry? Sign the document first. As he spoke, Remy used alchemy to create a quill and parchment and handed them to Professor Snape. Taking the paper and pen, Snape carefully examined each feather on the quill and was very surprised. He had heard about Remy's talent from Headmaster Dumbledore before, but he didn't expect that seeing it with his own eyes would be even more amazing than what Headmaster Dumbledore had said. Why haven't you written it yet? Are you going to break your promise? If you break your promise, you will become a fat man. Remy said. Rolling his eyes, Snape took the quill and wrote the document. He not only signed his name, but also pressed his fingerprint at Remy's strong request. Although this document does not have any magical binding force, it is enough for Remy. After receiving the receipt, Remy did not delay any longer and wrote down the recipe without hesitation. Looking at the formula, Professor Snape frowned. What is this last magical ingredient called magic crystal? I don't remember there being a sub-ingredient with this name in the magic world. Did you not recognize the name you gave it? It seems that you are really interested in academic matters. Well, today I will let you broaden your horizons. Remy chuckled, rolled up his sleeves, and then used alchemy to create a magic crystal on the spot. This is the magic crystal. I am the only one in the entire wizarding world who can make it. It belongs to Scorpion Gigi, one and only. Remy said proudly, throwing the magic crystal to Snape, who had been staring at it with shining eyes. Ignoring Remy's strange metaphor, Snape took the magic crystal, swallowed subconsciously, and then observed the magic crystal carefully. However, after watching for a long time, Snape could not see any other characteristics except feeling the huge magical power and the strong attraction that was getting stronger and stronger. After a moment's hesitation, Snape took out a pair of very small scissors from his pocket and carefully scraped the surface of the magic crystal. Then he dipped his little finger in the magic crystal powder and put it into his mouth. As soon as the magic crystal powder entered his mouth, Snape's eyes lit up first, and then his brows frowned even more tightly. He felt that just a little bit of powder replenished him with a large amount of magic power, but he didn't taste any medicinal properties at all. Can the effectiveness of a potion be improved simply by increasing the magic power it contains? What a joke! If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that the more precious and powerful the materials, the stronger the potions that can be made? Then what is the point of studying potions? Wait! No medicinal properties at all. Snape suddenly had an idea and he seemed to understand something. Other materials that contain a lot of magic power have different medicinal properties. If you add them randomly when brewing a potion, it will not only fail to enhance the effect of the potion, but may even destroy the original medicinal properties of the potion, causing the potion to fail. But this magic crystal does not have any medicinal properties at all. How many more magic crystals can you make? I need some to experiment and verify the rationality of your formula. Snape said. Remy's eyes lit up. 1 magic crystal is 5 credits, I'll give you as many as you want. Snape's face suddenly darkened. 5 credits? I only accept 5 credits and 5 magic crystals. Oh, okay then, 10 credits for 1 magic crystal. Snape. Is there anyone who bargains like you? Chapter 53. After some bargaining, Remy reluctantly agreed to sell 5 magic crystals to Professor Snape at the price of 2 credits each. This price is very low. After all, apart from gaining some honors by winning the college cup, the college points do not add any practical attributes. But Remy sold it anyway. Because Remy felt that since he could enhance the effect of the water of life and death by just randomly placing magic crystals, and it was officially certified by Professor Snape, then the magic crystals should also have a strengthening effect on other potions. As a potion master, Professor Snape must have at least dozens of potions, if not hundreds or thousands, right? With such a magic crystal, he must experiment with all of it, right? That's a huge sum of money. Only by casting a long line can you catch a big fish. Professor Snape, let me make it clear first. This time I agreed to sell it to you at such a low price because I poisoned you before. If you need magic crystals in the future, the price will not be the same, and you may not be able to buy them with school points. Remy said. The credits trading and other things would definitely not be able to go on after Snape knew about the reforms to the college cup. Besides, Remy had long coveted Snape's exclusive magic, Shadowless. To be exact, Remy was eager for any magic. Snape snorted lightly, carefully put all the magic crystals into a bottle, then turned hostile and took out his wand to repair the door. Being locked up again, Remy was in a good mood and started humming a song. He also used alchemy to create a large piece of obsidian at the door to block it tightly. This time it's not that Remy was locked up in the detention room of Hogwarts Castle, but that Remy put Hogwarts Castle in detention. This is the legendary theory of relativity, also known as the method of spiritual victory. This is the perspective from which foreign kids observe the world. In the meantime, Professor McGonagall came over and used transfiguration to remove the obsidian blocking the door several times, but each time he did it, Remy would seal it again. After 3 times, Professor McGonagall was too lazy to care about him anymore. Maybe because Remy was detained on Friday, or maybe because Remy behaved well, he was released on Monday of the 2nd week near noon after serving his sentence. Just in time not to delay the new week's classes. When Filch informed Remy in an indignant voice that he could leave, and when Headmaster Dumbledore personally used transfiguration to remove the huge stone blocking the door, and looked at Remy lying in the rocking chair rocking a glass of red wine inside, both of them fell silent. "Oh, Headmaster Dumbledore, you're here." Remy jumped up and placed the wine glass on the table, waving at Headmaster Dumbledore. "You've come at the right time. I have a brand new invention and I want to show it to you," Remy said. "A brand new invention? It was invented without any explosion?" Surprise and curiosity overcame speechlessness. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and walked into the detention room, looking at the 2 oil lamps on the table. The 2 oil lamps are exactly the same, the only difference is that one is brighter and the other is dimmer. "Are these 2 oil lamps?" Dumbledore asked curiously. "That's right." Remy nodded vigorously, then walked to the door and sealed it again with a stone, then moved closer to the oil lamps and blew them out in one breath. As the oil lamp was blown out, the confinement room suddenly fell into darkness, without even a trace of light. "Principal Dumbledore, you may use the illuminating charm now," said Remy. Dumbledore nodded. He didn't even take out his wand. Instead, he demonstrated wandless casting plus silent casting. He just raised his hand and held up a ball of light. As the light appeared, one of the oil lamps on the table suddenly burned up, painting the room with a warm orange-red color. This is my latest invention, the light-sensing oil lamp." Remy picked up the burning oil lamp with a proud look on his face. "This oil lamp can light up as long as there is light. No matter whether it is light from other oil lamps, illumination spells, or sunlight, as long as it is light, as long as there is light within its sensing range, it will light up. It is fully automated. Very humane. Dumbledore blinked and thought for a moment. It sounds magical, but why does it always feel like something is wrong? What if there's no light? Will it still work? Asked Filch. Good question. Principal Dumbledore, could you please turn off the lights? When Dumbledore turned off the lighting charm, the room was suddenly dark. See? If there's no light, it won't light up at all, said Remy. Dumbledore. Blanche. I told you something was not right. But it can be activated in other ways, such as... Remy lit a match with a click and used it to light another oil lamp. When the match burned, the oil lamp lit up. That lamp continued to burn as the other lamp was lit. Only, why do I feel that the brightness of this sensor oil lamp is not as good as the ordinary oil lamp next to it? Am I confused? Dumbledore asked. It's a light-sensing oil lamp. Remy corrected him, you're not mistaken. Its brightness is only 50% of the nearby light source, which is half. After all, there is a loss in energy transfer, right? Dumbledore. You are really scientific, but why did you design such an unscientific thing? And this is a magical world. No need to talk about science. Remy, I can't quite understand. It would be fine if it could enhance the light source, but since it is only half the brightness of nearby light sources, and it seems that its sensing range is also very small, what is its use? Dumbledore asked in confusion. Remy scratched his head and looked puzzled. I didn't say it was useful, did I? Dumbledore. In other words, it really is of no use? Then you invented it to dry wool. If I have to say what it is used for, I think it can be used as a teaching tool to convey some ideas more intuitively, although I haven't thought of any ideas that it can convey. Shaking his head, Remy pointed to the 2 oil lamps on the table. This is for you, my dear principal. Also, please open the door for me. I can't move that stone. Remy said. Well. Sighing, Dumbledore waved his hand and cast a spell without a wand again, but this time he used the levitation charm. Remy was so envious. Just as he walked out the door, Remy suddenly looked into the room again. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce that this light-sensing oil lamp does not need light to shine directly on it. It only needs a light source within a spherical range with a radius of 1 meter to light up. It's also okay to have light, but the brightness is not ideal. Remy said. Is that so? Dumbledore picked up the oil lamp on the table and fell into deep thought. If that's the case, then it does have some use, it seems. It can be put in a secret room. Chapter 54. Everybody, cheer up. Your king is back. First you hear the sound, and then Remy makes a stunning appearance in front of the restaurant door, posing as if he's taking off. However, the deathly silence told Remy that his way of appearance was not only not handsome at all, but also very awkward. Humph, a bunch of mortals who don't know how to appreciate. Remy stood up straight and shook his wizard robe, then raised his chin slightly at a 45-degree angle and looked up at the ceiling. His eyes revealed an indescribable melancholy. If being misunderstood is the fate of the expressor, then I accept it. Remy glanced at the classmates around him quietly and found that they were successfully stunned by his protein-rich words, so he breathed a sigh of relief. With a snort and a toss of his hair, Remy strode over and sat down next to Harry. The food is good, give me a sandwich. Remy said. Here, are you okay these 2 days? I heard Filch put you in detention. Harry asked. It's okay. I'm just a little bored. By the way, I want to eat a round sandwich with a beef patty in the middle that sizzles and oozes oil when you bite into it. Remy said. Harry. Isn't that a burger? I speechlessly changed a burger for Remy, who thanked me and started eating it in big mouthfuls. Didn't Filch punish you? I heard from my brothers that the detention cell is very scary, and there are even torture instruments used to interrogate prisoners. Ronald said. Indeed. Remy nodded. But Filch cleared all those things away after I went in. Not even a cat hair was left for me. That's good, but being locked up in a room with nothing in it. If it were me, I would probably go crazy in a day unless there were books, said Hermione. If I don't have a book, I think I can only last a day at most. If I have a book, I can fall asleep in an hour. Ronald said vaguely while stuffing something into his mouth. Speaking of books, I suddenly remembered something. Remy touched his chin, then stood up and hooked his finger to signal everyone to lean their heads over. What is it? Harry asked curiously, unconsciously lowering his voice. Let me tell you, before I was put in detention, I went to Headmaster Dumbledore's office. There were a lot of magic books in the office, including some that recorded dark magic. I bet they must be banned books that are not even in the banned section of the school library, said Remy. Ronald was a little confused. So, when Principal Dumbledore is not around, we'll find a way to sneak into the principal's office and steal them, said Remy. 3 people. Are you crazy? You are interested in the dark arts? Harry asked doubtfully. Why don't you understand? Remy looked around at the 3 of them and said, those magic books contain the most powerful magic. As long as we steal 3 or 5 of them and learn the magic in them, we can become the most powerful wizards in the magic world. Then we will punch Albus, kick Voldemort, suppress the Death Eaters, and destroy the Ministry of Magic. How is it? Are you excited? If you are excited, then take action. Now we are forming a team to start the principal's office dungeon. We are short of 3 people. Will you 3 join me? A beautiful tomorrow is waiting for us. The 3 of them looked at each other, shook their heads wildly, and looked at Remy with an extremely strange look, which made Remy feel uncomfortable. Remy, I think you may have been locked up for too long and are feeling bored. How about we go out for a walk and get some fresh air after class? Ronald suggested. Oh, it seems that it is not impossible. Hulala. As they were talking, a large group of owls flew in from the skylight, each of them carrying packages or letters of varying sizes in their beaks or legs. The most eye-catching among them is the long johns, which are the largest in size and carry the most things, with the mouth and legs wrapped in wraps. You have so many things. Harry said enviously after seeing that Hedwig only brought him a letter. Ronald and Hermione looked at Harry enviously, thinking that at least he received a letter, but they got nothing. You only see the things, but not the trouble behind them. Remy said with a bitter face as he looked at the letter on a package. What's wrong? Harry asked. My father sent me a package saying that he had researched the legal loopholes in the wizarding world and asked me to find a way to open up sales channels in the wizarding world. Remy said. Sales? What sales? Ronald asked. Remy rolled his eyes at Ronald and asked, what kind of business is my family in? Your home? I remember you said before that your home is, this package can't contain. You guessed it, and it's the latest model. 3 people. Why is your father less reliable than you? How could a father teach his children to exploit legal loopholes and encourage them to bring guns into school? Isn't your father a muggle? How come he uses owls to send you packages? Hermione asked with a frown. The package was sent from my teacher. I think my dad sent it to my teacher first, and then my teacher helped to send it over. Remy said. 3 people. Well, your teacher is not reliable either. Putting down the letter and the package, Remy was not going to open it now. The legal loophole his father mentioned in the letter was actually the same loophole Remy had discovered before, which required separate storage of guns and bullets and continuous possession for a conviction, but his father explained it more clearly. It's useless. If I open the package now, the professors will definitely confiscate it. As we all know, school rules can control things that the law cannot control. For example, in the past, some schools confiscated students' mobile phones and smashed them directly, completely ignoring that they were personal property protected by law and belonged to the students. The law is just a younger brother in front of school rules. School rules YYDS. Oh, my teacher also sent the magic card that Hagrid wanted. It's pretty good. Remy said. Really? That's a great coincidence. Hagrid just wrote to me and invited us to have tea with him in the afternoons. You can give him the magic card then, and go out for some fresh air. Harry said. That's a good idea. If Hagrid has time, we can ask him to take us to Happy Forest. Let's go to the Forbidden Forest to play. I heard there are all kinds of Pokémon in there. Remy said. I'm afraid Hagrid won't agree to this. Ronald shook his head and said, Hagrid is the forest ranger. His duty is to drive away students who intend to enter the Forbidden Forest. George, Fred, and others are often chased around by Hagrid. They are them, and I am me. Remy raised his head and shook his hair. To paraphrase my father's life motto, as long as you cater to the interests of the people, there is no business that is difficult to do. Excuse me, does this mean selling something to people that they like, or does it mean a bribe? Of course. Harry. Ronald. Hermione. I knew it must be like this. Chapter 55. After dinner, Remy followed Harry and the others back to the dormitory to rest and put his package away properly. Then Remy returned to the cafeteria to pack a large box of food. He planned to deliver the food to Sirius in Azkaban. Do what you say. Since you have promised him, you still have to do it even if it is a little late. Be sure to be safe when you go out. Keep this bag. There are things in it that can protect you. When you encounter danger, don't worry about anything else. Just point this end at the enemy, pull this trigger, and then turn around and run. Don't worry about things. It doesn't matter if you lose them. At this moment, Remy chattered like an old father who was sending his daughter on a long journey. Fortunately, Soul Bullet was not a rebellious girl. She listened quietly without any impatience. After giving all the precautions, Remy watched the Soul Bullet leave. He kept watching the Soul Bullet until it disappeared from his sight. Back in the dormitory, Remy used the magic crystal to make a pot of water and added a cup each for Kyoku and Hedwig. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Remy feels that the feathers of the Autumn Johns seem to be softer and more lustrous than when they first met, almost like they had eaten dove. Wait, dove? Great! I suddenly have an idea for an invention. Thanks for the ad. Remy happily wrote down his inspiration in a small notebook and asked Harry and Ronald to continue to improve the previous gloves. Things have to be done one by one, not haphazardly, even when hitting people. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, several people left the dormitory together to go to class. When Remy followed Harry and Ronald out of the main building of the castle, he realized belatedly that the class he was going to take today was a flying class. Madame Hooch had been waiting in the flying square for a long time. After confirming that everyone was present, the lady with eagle-like sharp eyes immediately announced that the students from the 2 colleges should line up in 2 lines to get her flying broomsticks. The brooms provided for the flying class are old and worn. The top part of the handle of each broom is unusually round, and you can tell at a glance that they have been rubbed for a long time and have been polished to a patina. But other parts are a bit horrible. The lower and middle parts of the handle are mottled with large patches of paint peeling like an old city wall, and the broom head is even more sparse, like the top of a middle-aged man's head. It makes people doubt whether this broom can still sweep the floor, let alone fly. I can't understand why I'm so happy about getting such a broken broom. Remy muttered. Come on, it's a broomstick. Don't you think it's super cool? I don't think so. That's because you've never flown before. Believe me, once you successfully fly on a broomstick even once, you'll love the feeling. Okay, I'll try my best. Line up and stand straight, with each person about 1 meter apart, and place the broom horizontally on the ground in front of them under the command of Mrs. Hooch. Hermione seemed a little nervous, she kept breathing in and out. Even more exaggerated was Neville, this guy clenched his fists. I wonder if he wanted to have a real man's duel with the flying broom. Put your dominant hand just above the broom handle and say, up. Mrs. Hooch said as she demonstrated, and the broom in front of her flew into her hand. At first Remy thought this instruction was ridiculous and stupid, but after thinking about it, he understood. Up means pigeon, and pigeons can fly, so when you use the up command, you can control the flying broom to take off. After figuring this out, Remy stretched out his hand and placed it just above the broomstick in front of him like everyone else. Before he could give any instructions to the broomstick, there was a sudden bang from the side. It turned out that Ronald was hit by his broomstick. This scene immediately made everyone laugh, except Hermione, who became even more anxious because her broom did not respond. Fortunately, she finally succeeded after the 6th experiment. Seeing that others, including students from Slytherin College across the street, had successfully passed the test one after another, Remy officially began to give commands to his broomstick. Up! Whoosh! The flying broom took off vertically like a rocket and went straight into the sky. Its flight path was so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Then it burned and disintegrated in midair. Well! Remy looked away and blinked. Mrs. Hooch, there must be something wrong with the broomstick we were using. Can you give me another one? Mrs. Hooch retracted her gaze and looked at Remy strangely for a long time before nodding and giving Remy another one. This time Remy did not give it any orders, but took it directly in his hand. As the teaching had moved on to the next stage, Mrs. Hooch was teaching them how to ride their broomsticks without falling off. But the teaching content was a little far-fetched. Mrs. Hooch actually taught them to hold the broom handle tightly with their legs and then lower their body center of gravity as much as possible. If you say it is useless, it is actually useful. But if you say it is useful, it seems useless. What's more, Mrs. Hooch, I have to remind you that I am a man. I am not born with grooves that can catch a broom handle. Instead, I have ridges that interfere with catching a broom handle. Remy said this when Madame Hooch came over to correct the way he was holding his broom, and Madame Hooch was dumbfounded. Is this really something a kid in his early teens should say? What are you thinking about at such a young age? Madame Hooch glared at Remy with eagle-like sharp eyes. Her face did not look good. Mr. Barrett, if you feel that the method I teach is not suitable for you, you can do it your own way, but I can't guarantee that you will not fall from the sky. Follow my method? Then I won't be polite. With a light flashing in his eyes, Remy nodded vigorously, then squatted down, grabbed a handful of grass and started alchemy. Harry looked at Remy curiously, with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He also felt that the posture of riding a broomstick taught by Madame Hooch was not very comfortable. At the same time, many male classmates looked at Remy. In their eyes, they saw that Remy used grass as the raw material to make a leather seat similar to an electric car seat with a depression in the middle, as well as a pair of stirrup-like footrests and some strange things. Soon they understood what those strange things were used for. It turned out that they were used to fix the seats and footrests. After roughly estimating the distance, Remy installed the seat and footrests, then jumped on the broom. Very good, the sitting feeling is excellent, not uncomfortable at all, and there is a place for feet, it is perfect. As he spoke, Remy looked towards Mrs. Hooch excitedly. Can it fly next? How do we control it? Take off. Wait. It's not yet. Fly. Boom. Chapter 56. Asking Remy where he was going, Harry pointed to the principal's office. Looking at Remy, who suddenly broke the glass and flew in, Dumbledore was silent for a moment, then silently put down the quill in his hand, picked up the chocolate on the plate and ate a piece to calm himself down. Tell me, what happened? Dumbledore asked. I don't know. Remy patted his head. I was riding on a broomstick and said take off, and then the broomstick exploded. Are those antiques out of date and have quality problems? The brooms used for teaching are indeed a bit old, but there is no problem with the quality. Madame Hooch will carefully check them before each use. Dumbledore shook his head and said, I have a general understanding of your situation. You don't need to take flying lessons in the future. Really? Remy was stunned for a moment. What about charms? You won't let me take it, right? Then I can only study boring subjects like potions and history of magic. You can take the charms class if you want, but you can't use a wand to practice magic. You should be aware of your problem, right? Ollivander mentioned what happened to you in his shop in the letter he wrote to me. Dumbledore said. Ollivander wrote to Dumbledore? Remy nodded thoughtfully, and as soon as he looked up, he found that the glass he had broken through had been restored to its original state. Outside the window, Mrs. Hooch, who was riding on a flying broom, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Remy was okay. After saying hello to Dumbledore, Madame Hooch left on her broomstick, probably to continue her class. Principal Dumbledore, now that you know my situation, do you have any good ideas? I can't just not cast spells forever, right? Would I still be called a wizard if I did that? Remy asked. There is no good solution for now. The magic power in your body is still growing rapidly. Only when the growth rate slows down can you carry out effective magic control training. Otherwise, it will be in vain. You should have a deep understanding of this, right? Dumbledore said. All right. Remy nodded helplessly, but the next moment, when he noticed the wand on the table, Remy's eyes lit up. Principal Dumbledore, how about you give me your wand to try? Maybe it can help me use magic normally. Remy asked with shining eyes. Dumbledore's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately put the wand on the table into the drawer. Impossible. This wand means so much to me, there can't be any mistakes. Dumbledore said firmly. Tisk, you stingy guy. Pursing his lips, Remy suddenly felt that his future was bleak. He can't use a wand to practice magic, and it's unlikely that he'll be able to just skip the wand and learn wandless casting. So can he still be considered a wizard? I think you can ask your teacher for help to make you something to suppress the magic in your body, or you can do some research on your own. Dumbledore said. This was a feasible suggestion, but what Dumbledore did not expect was that Remy instantly became furious like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Why should I put shackles on myself? Just because I'm strong? Is there something wrong with being strong? Is being strong the original sin? Remy jumped up and down. Dumbledore. No wonder Nicholas Flamel tampered with the magic cards without telling you. It turns out that there is something wrong with your concept. There's nothing wrong with being strong. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses. But you can't control the magic in your body. Shouldn't you find a way to suppress it? Remy immediately shook his head. It is impossible to suppress magic power, not in this lifetime. If nothing works, I will research a wand that I can use. Dumbledore frowned when he heard Remy's words. He couldn't understand why Remy was so resistant to suppressing his magic. Based on his current understanding of Remy, Remy was not a reckless man. He was a man of rough but meticulous thinking and actually had a very useful brain. Could it be the influence of the magic treasure? Dumbledore suddenly thought. According to Nicholas Flamel's previous statement, Mobos are magical creatures that are the opposite of obscurus and are born from the excessive use of magic power, and they already have instincts. In theory, such a special creature would instinctively resist living habits that are not beneficial to itself. Remy, come here, I'll check you out. Dumbledore said solemnly. Remy's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Dumbledore inexplicably. You don't have any special hobbies, do you? Special hobbies? What's special? Meeting Remy's wary eyes, Dumbledore realized what was happening and immediately felt a toothache. What's going on in this kid's head? You, forget it, how about I take you to your teacher's house and let him check your body? I mean the magic treasure in your body. Dumbledore said helplessly. Remy breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you mean Mabeo, it's fine, nothing happened. The more you say this, the more worried I become. Seeing that the misunderstanding had been resolved, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Remy's body immediately floated up and floated next to Dumbledore. After observing Remy carefully for a long time with a frown, Dumbledore suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed it on Remy's head. The next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Remy in disbelief. Remy's eyes were wandering, and he seemed a little guilty, and he didn't even look Dumbledore in the eye. Remy. Dumbledore said in a deep voice, why didn't you tell me that the magic treasure in your body has undergone such a big change? Before Remy entered school, Dumbledore talked with Nicholas Flamel and learned that the magic treasure in Remy's body was white at first, then became bluer and bluer, and had turned slightly purple when he entered school. Dumbledore also saw the magic treasure in Remy's body after Remy entered school. At that time, he could directly sense it and its state. But now, without contact with Remy, he has no way to sense the specific state of the magic treasure, and he is shocked to find that the magic treasure has completely turned purple. Mabeo has grown again, and the magnitude is huge. You didn't ask. I'm not the kind of person who likes to show off. Remy said righteously. Dumbledore's breath hitched and he almost choked to death on Remy's words, but fortunately he didn't. So how do you feel now? Dumbledore continued after taking a deep breath. Feeling? I don't feel anything. Really? Absolutely not, it's the same as before, except that the magic power has increased a little bit. Its magic power has increased more than just a little bit, it's at least 5 times as much as before. Dumbledore glared at Remy, and his mind instantly recalled what happened in the Ministry of Magic. At that time, Dumbledore thought that Mobo was being cunning and pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger to launch a sneak attack. Now that he thinks about it, Mobo must have just made a breakthrough at that time. Recalling what happened in the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore suddenly remembered Remy's extreme resistance to suppressing magic. He seemed to understand something. Chapter 57. After carefully examining Remy from head to toe, Dumbledore found nothing abnormal, so he changed his approach, using his own magic to invade Remy. This immediately caused a violent reaction from Mabeo. Dumbledore's magic had just entered Remy's body when a terrifyingly huge magic emanated from Remy's body, not only instantly repelling Dumbledore's magic, but also overflowing to form a protective shield 1 foot thick on Remy's body surface. Dumbledore's hand was immediately bounced away, and his palm even felt a little painful. It seems that this magic treasure has a strong sense of sovereignty. This is not a good sign. Dumbledore frowned and thought. Although this would provide Remy with more comprehensive protection, and even mental magic would not be able to affect Remy, it also meant that the magic treasure really had its own consciousness, and it was already somewhat beyond the scope of instinct. But it cannot be considered autonomous consciousness, it is still just a passive reaction. Are you done with the inspection? I still have to go back to class. Remy said. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to take flying lessons anymore? How can that be? I love studying. Studying loves me too. If I don't study for a day, I will feel uncomfortable all over. Excuse me, but I really don't see how you look like a student who loves studying. So it's time for you to change your glasses. Do you want me to make you a brand new pair of glasses with built-in telescope function? No, well, if you want to go to class first. Oh huh? You're letting me go so easily. Remy was overjoyed and quickly said goodbye to Dumbledore and left the headmaster's office. He also felt very pressured to be in front of Dumbledore, especially when Dumbledore was always looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. What Remy didn't know was that Dumbledore also left the headmaster's office shortly after he left. He went to see Nicholas Flamel to inquire further about the situation. Leaving the principal's office and heading for the flying class, Remy was stunned as soon as he turned a corner. Filch opposite him was also stunned, and Mrs. Norris at his feet was even more stunned and then quickly hid behind Filch's legs. What a coincidence, Mr. Filch, on patrol again. Remy greeted. Yes, but it should be class time now, right? It seems that you have brought honor to Gryffindor House again. Filch said. You can't say that. Gryffindor has so many points, it's not that easy for me to deduct all of them. Remy smiled and said, it just so happens that I need your help with something. Humph, I don't have time to play house with you. Filch snorted coldly and walked past Remy. Just as he was about to pass by. Don't you want to have the ability to cast spells? Filch's pupils shrank suddenly and he stopped immediately. Gudong. Filch swallowed subconsciously, a look of panic suddenly appeared on his face, and his hand involuntarily reached for his pocket. I don't understand what you're saying, said Filch. Yeah. Remy took 2 steps back and looked at Filch with a half-smile, which made Filch feel uncomfortable and he didn't dare to look at him. He was even a little annoyed. Filch was about to explode, but before he could, Remy took the initiative to interrupt his spell. My teacher invented a magic card that can release magic without waving a wand or chanting a spell. As long as you have magic power, you can release magic. And I invented a glove that can autonomously absorb the wearer's magic power and transfer it to a designated target. With the two working together, as long as you have magic power in your body, you can use them to cast magic even if you can't control or even sense the magic power. Hearing Remy's words, Filch was stunned at first, and then his Adam's apple kept moving up and down. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt dry before he could speak. He spoke in a hoarse and slow voice, "So, please ask, Oh, look, Mr. Filch, I'm in some trouble now and need a little help. I wonder if you would be willing to be the blue fat man and lend me a hand?" Remy asked. "Hi." Filch let out a long sigh, a look of deep confusion appearing on his face. "Well, Mr. Barrett, I'm afraid I can't convince the professors not to deduct points. I'm just the castle manager and a servant," Filch said. "Deduction? What deduction?" Remy blinked in realization. "I'm not asking you to help me plead with the professor. In fact, I just came from the headmaster's office. Headmaster Dumbledore has approved that I don't have to go to flying, charms, and transfiguration classes. I don't have to go to the classes they need to go to, and I won't be penalized for actions that would penalize them. Free to skip classes, special permission from the principal. If you don't believe me, you can go to the headmaster's office and ask Headmaster Dumbledore." Seeing Remy's arrogant look, Filch was stunned and immediately had many doubts. The biggest doubt was, "What can I do for you?" Filch asked. "It's like this. My auxiliary spellcasting gloves need further improvement. Right now I need to solve the power problem urgently, that is, the speed of absorbing magic power. I'm not sure whether people like you have as much magic power as real adult wizards, so I need people like you to conduct experiments to collect data and further improve it," Remy said. After hearing Remy's words, Filch's eyes suddenly lit up. "I do. Mr. Barrett. You wanna FK me?" Remy rolled his eyes, but understood what Filch really wanted. "That's fine as long as you're willing. Once the product is perfected and goes into mass production, I'll put your name in the list of RD personnel, and then you'll be remembered in history," Remy said. No need." Filch was flattered and waved his hands quickly. "As long as you can sell me one when the time comes, I'll be willing to pay any price." "Hey, I feel relieved when you say this." Remy's eyes lit up. He hadn't even taken out the product yet, let alone let Filch try it out. Under such circumstances, Filch agreed without hesitation and said he was willing to pay any price. This was enough to show the appeal of the assisted casting gloves to Squib. The sales channel is clear and there is enough room for premium. It would be unreasonable not to mass-produce such a product. In that case, follow me. Let's first test the most suitable magic extraction speed, and then I will study how to reduce costs, I mean how to mass-produce high-quality and low-cost finished products. That's it." After 2 dry coughs, Remy quickly changed the subject and explained to him the process and precautions of the experiment, and took Filch to his laboratory. To be exact, it was Filch who took him there. Filch was much more familiar with the layout of Hogwarts Castle than he was. Chapter 58. It was still the same empty room, except there was one less bride and one more slovenly Filch. The moment Filch put the condom on, he cried. This feeling, I feel a warm current leaving my body, this feeling is so good. I feel the magic. It must be magic. I can finally feel the magic too." After hearing what Filch said, Remy's heart moved, and he was sure that Filch was not just unable to control magic before, but he could not feel magic at all. Looking at Filch, who was so excited that tears were streaming down his face, although Remy felt a little bit reluctant, he still had to interrupt him in order to prevent any experimental accidents. "Mr. Filch, come back to your senses. Can you feel the total amount of magic power now? What is the current rate of magic loss per second?" Remy shook Filch and asked. This. Filch came back to his senses from the excitement and frowned, then his eyes dimmed. "I don't know. I can just feel something leaving my body, but I can't tell how much I have left," said Filch. "Oh, well, it seems I need to create a tool to help measure the amount of magic power in other people's bodies. I also need to measure it myself." As he spoke, Remy held out his hand to Filch, motioning him to take off his gloves. Filch's face showed a struggle, and he reluctantly took off the gloves and returned them to Remy. Seeing his expression, Remy praised himself for having the foresight to install the minimum power absorption module on this glove, otherwise an accident might have happened by now. Let me think about what kind of measuring tool I can make. Got it. I'll use crystal balls as the raw materials. I happen to have bought some in Diagon Alley and they're all in my suitcase. Remy muttered. Hearing Remy mumbling to himself, Filch's eyes lit up. I have quite a few confiscated crystal balls in my common room. I'll go get them. After saying that, Filch rushed out the door before Remy could react. Well, when he was going out, he accidentally broke a piece of the already broken door. You're really positive, but I still have to go back to the dormitory. I still have some magic crystals in my box. Shaking his head helplessly, Remy left the laboratory and returned to the Gryffindor College dormitory. There was no one in the dormitory, not even in the common room. In the dormitory, 2 owls were taking a nap. After hearing the door open, the 2 owls simultaneously turned their heads more than 200 degrees to look at Remy. If it happened late at night, it would definitely make people feel a little bit weird. Remy pulled the suitcase out from under the bed, picked and chose for a long time, then took out some things and walked out of the dormitory carrying the suitcase. When Remy returned to the laboratory, Filch had already arrived. He was pacing anxiously with 3 crystal balls of different sizes in his arms, and he only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Remy. Don't be so anxious, Mr. Filch. Our experiment has just begun, and it will definitely take a long time before we can have a finished product. Oh, sorry, I was in a hurry. Can you look at these crystal balls? I have some more. Sure, I have quite a few here. You should go out first. If the alchemy fails, it will explode. I don't have the ability to protect you. Oh, okay. I'll be on guard outside. Just call me if you need anything. After sending Filch away, Remy took out a crystal ball as big as his head from his suitcase, and then took out a box of magic crystals. Let's try to succeed once, it shouldn't be difficult. Remy took a deep breath and rehearsed the desired effect in his mind. The first thing is naturally to detect the total amount of magic power. Remy plans to design it so that as long as the wizard puts his hand on the crystal ball can detect the total amount of magic power of the other party. Since it is a detection device, it must have a display screen to show information, which can be displayed directly in the crystal ball. Quantifying the total amount of magic power requires a reference system. Remy thought about it and finally decided to use the magic power in a magic crystal as the basic unit, 1000 magic points. Although the teacher told me that each of the magic crystals I made now has about the same magic power as an ordinary adult wizard, how much magic power does an ordinary adult wizard have? How big is the gap between wizards? How big is the gap between my magic power and that of Headmaster Dumbledore? The answer will be revealed soon. Taking a deep breath, Remy activated his innate alchemy and placed the crystal ball on the right side of the scale, then continuously injected magic power into the left side of the scale. When Remy felt that his magic power was less than half, he picked up the magic crystal and stuffed it into his mouth. If it is not mass production, there is no need to consider cost issues. As long as it is successful, everything is worth it. After eating more than 30 magic crystals in one breath and almost exhausting the magic power in his body, Remy stopped injecting magic power and started alchemy. Seeing a golden light coming out of the crystal ball, Remy's face lit up with joy. He knew that this meant he succeeded. He quickly reached out to catch the crystal ball. It had taken so much magic power to make it. If it broke, he would cry to death. As soon as he caught the crystal ball, a circle of golden rolling numbers appeared in the crystal ball, rotating at a constant speed around the surface of the crystal ball, 233,333. Oh my god, is it so auspicious? But isn't 230,000 a bit exaggerated? My magic power is 233.303 times that of an ordinary adult wizard? Could there be something wrong? Or does the magic crystal not actually have that much magic power? After thinking for a moment, Remy put the crystal ball into the suitcase, then ate some magic crystals to make a table and a soft black cushion with silver edges. Putting the mat on the table, and then placing the crystal ball that had been named Magic Detection Crystal Ball on the mat, Remy coughed twice to clear his throat. Mr. Filch, come in, I need a little help from you. Remy said. Here I come. Filch ran into the laboratory in a hurry, and accidentally broke a small piece of the door panel when he entered. What can I do for you? Filch asked. Remy moved aside to reveal the table behind him, then pointed to the crystal ball on the table. It's very simple, just put your hand on the crystal ball. Okay, no problem. While rubbing his hands on his clothes, Filch walked to the table, took a deep breath, rolled up his sleeves, and resolutely placed his hand on the crystal ball. If you didn't know, you might think Remy was going to chop off his hands. As Filch placed his hand on the crystal ball, numbers immediately appeared on the crystal ball, rotating at the same speed as before, but now they were white and displayed, 326. Seeing this number, Remy curled his lips in disdain. Only 326, not even a fraction of his. Trash. Spicy chicken. Chapter 59. 326 Magic points less than 1/3 of the preset standard unit. This total amount of magic can only be described as appalling, especially since Filch is already old and it is estimated that it is impossible to increase it further. However, the premise of this evaluation is that the magic power contained in the magic crystal is not outrageously much. If the magic power contained in the magic crystal is outrageously much, then Remy's magic power value will only be even more outrageous. In order to verify this, Remy brought a magic power detection crystal ball to the flying class venue and measured the magic power of every classmate he met on the way. Some students were very uncooperative, but the vast majority of them cooperated with Remy to complete the test out of curiosity. More than 10 people were tested along the way, and no one's magic value exceeded 1000. The one with the highest magic value was a 5th grade senior, who had more than 800 points of magic value. This made Remy more confident in the accuracy of the magic detection crystal ball. Just as they were about to leave the main building of the castle, Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Professor McGonagall! Remy yelled. Professor McGonagall, who was walking hurriedly forward, stopped and turned to look at Remy when she heard someone calling her. Oh, it's you, you. Professor McGonagall looked outside and then frowned. Shouldn't you be taking flying lessons with Harry now? Are you skipping class? How could that be? I just had a talk with Headmaster Dumbledore. After explaining, Remy trotted over to Professor McGonagall and handed over the crystal ball on a cushion. Please help me and press it. Remy said. What is this? A crystal ball? For divination? Professor McGonagall asked. No, it's just to detect the total amount of magic power in the wizard's body. Remy said. Oh. Professor McGonagall pushed up his glasses, a hint of interest in his eyes. How? Professor McGonagall asked. Just put your hands on it, and don't do anything else, said Remy. So. As he spoke, Professor McGonagall placed his hand on the crystal ball, which quickly displayed numbers. Professor McGonagall tilted her head and read the number clearly, 10,010. At the same time, Remy also saw it clearly, and couldn't help but admire in his heart that he was worthy of being the vice president. He actually possessed the legendary binary magic. No, he actually possessed so much magic power. Of course, it's still a little bit behind me. What does this number mean? Professor McGonagall asked curiously. I set the magic power of an average adult wizard to 1000 as the basic unit, but I'm not sure if it's accurate, so I'm doing experiments now, Remy explained. Professor McGonagall nodded. Oh, it should be about the same. Some average adult wizards may not have more magical power than the outstanding students in Hogwarts, especially those who are good at transfiguration. Especially students who are good at transfiguration? Remy was stunned for a moment. Is there a spell in transfiguration that can increase magic power? Armanagus? Remy asked with a frown. It's animagus. Professor McGonagall corrected and then shook his head. It's not this magic, but, well, that magic is too far away from you, and strictly speaking it is actually a very dangerous black magic. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Black magic. It's still a black magic that can increase magic power. I like. No wonder the principal and vice principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry are both professors of transfiguration. It turns out there is such an inside story. Oh, and there's Voldemort. That guy made himself look like neither human nor ghost. Could he also use that trick? Noticing the light in Remy's eyes, Professor McGonagall's heart suddenly trembled. Mr. Barrett, I advise you not to try that magic. It requires extremely high attainments in transfiguration and extremely superb magic control ability, plus a more complicated ritual than Animagus, with less than a third chance of success. Once it fails, you have to wait at least another year before you can try it again. You don't meet the conditions at all, and your magic power should be no less than mine now, right? Well, of course the more magic the better. But don't worry, Professor. I know my own level of magic. Now I can't even learn the levitation spell, let alone the high-level or even top-level magic. Remy said. Professor McGonagall nodded, feeling relieved, and when he looked at Remy again, he found him much more pleasing to the eye. I'm glad you think so. Come with me. I have something to do with Mr. Potter, so I'll just take you to class. Are you sending me to class or escorting me? You can think whatever you want about that. Professor McGonagall continued to walk very fast with Remy. When the two arrived at the square, Gryffindor students were surrounding Harry and talking excitedly about something. Harry, who was surrounded in the middle, was holding a small crystal ball smaller than his fist. Remy remembers that it should be called the memory ball, but Remy thinks it should actually be called the amnesia ball. Because instead of helping people remember anything, it will always remind people that they have forgotten things, but it doesn't say what they have forgotten. Hey, it's just fun. If this thing were in Remy's hands, Remy felt that it would not survive more than 3 days before he would have to smash it. Mr. Potter, come with me for a moment. Professor McGonagall said sternly. The students who were originally surrounding Harry scattered instantly, truly living up to the old saying, husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. On the contrary, the Slytherin students nearby all had expressions of gloating, especially a certain yellow-haired boy who was holding the broom handle tightly and taking out his anger on the flying broom. Remy, what's going on? Ronald came over and asked. I don't know. I just met Professor McGonagall at the door, but it should be a good thing. Remy said. Do you have any misunderstanding about good things? Professor McGonagall looked so scary just now, how could it be a good thing? Seamus complained. I'm a master of fortune-telling. How can I not predict good or bad things? Come on, put your hand on this crystal ball, I'll tell your fortune for you. Remy said. Is this true or false? Simo reached out his hand doubtfully and pressed it on the crystal ball, which immediately displayed his magic power, 404. Remy. What does this mean, no detection? Or is it really just 404 mana points? It shouldn't be like this. With Simo's extraordinary talent for blasting, how could he have only this little magic power? Could it be that the essence is concentrated? Or is it because he has not yet awakened his talent? Seeing Remy's expression change, Simo suddenly became nervous. What happened? Ah? Oh, nothing. Remy came back to his senses. Actually, this crystal ball is used to detect the magic power in a wizard's body. Your current magic power is 404 points, which is equivalent to 40.4% of an ordinary adult wizard. Oh, that scared me. But is my magic power too much or too little? Asked Seamus. But if we test them all we should be able to compare them. Who else wants to test their magic power? I'll do it. I'll try. I'm sure I'm better than Simodo. Me. It looks like a lot of fun, I want to play too. Chapter 60. After some testing, the results surprised Remy. The person with the most magic power is actually Ronald, and he is nearly 200 points ahead of the second place, reaching an astonishing 985 magic points. This amount of magic power is almost the same as the standard unit, which means that Ronald's magic power is now almost the same as that of an ordinary adult wizard. Hermione looked at Ronald with a complicated expression. She couldn't understand why Ronald, who looked ordinary and even a little silly, had magical powers far exceeding hers. Could it be that the dumber a person is, the more magical power they have? It seems that wizards of pure-blooded origin do have a certain first-mover advantage. Of course, it may also be related to the food you have eaten since childhood and the environment you live in. Remy glanced at Hermione before continuing. But everyone has their limits. Maybe you can reach your limit faster than Muggle-born wizards, but that doesn't mean your limit is higher than Muggle-born wizards. This requires more data to draw a final conclusion. Remy said. Ronald chuckled with a slightly smug smile, then stretched out his arms and put them around Remy's neck. Come on, Remy, pure-blood families still have a little advantage, probably in terms of magical power, but I don't have any special talent in learning magic. Maybe you can surpass me in this aspect. Ronald said. Remy glanced at Ronald calmly, then reached out and pressed on the crystal ball, and lifted the crystal ball in front of Ronald. Looking at the numbers rolling on the crystal ball, Ronald counted them carefully. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000? You cheated, right? 230,000? How is that possible? Ronald asked in disbelief with his eyes wide open. How many? 230,000. How is this possible? We all only have 400 or 500, and Remy has 230,000. It must be cheating. After all, this crystal ball belongs to Remy. That's right, wait, isn't this a prank toy? Maybe. The sudden questioning did not make Remy angry, but it aroused his competitive spirit. It would be fine if you didn't say it out loud and only questioned it in your heart, but now that you have said it out loud, and in front of me, I have to prove it to you today. As he spoke, Remy stuffed the crystal ball into his pocket and rolled up his sleeves. Today I will show you a kind of magic that is probably only wielded by me. As he spoke, Remy raised his hand and made a boxer's starting gesture. Waves of magic power surged into Remy's fist and condensed on Remy's fist. At first, the students around could only feel the magic, but soon, they were shocked to find that they could not only feel the magic, but could even see the magic on Remy's fist. As if wearing a pair of purple boxing gloves, Remy Duan bumped his fists. This move was simple and unpretentious, it simply used the magic power gathered in the fist. Remy has always felt that it is a physical move rather than real magic, so he rarely uses it. But today, in order to prove that he has enough magic, Remy chose to use it. Which kid wants to try my magic gloves? Come forward. Remy raised his eyebrows and said. Gudong. Ronald swallowed in fear, then was startled. Why are you staring at me? I didn't say anything. As if he thought of something, Ronald quickly turned around and his expression changed. He saw that the classmates who were originally very close to him had moved away from him at some point, and now there were only him and Remy within a radius of 2 meters. With a twitch of his mouth, Ronald quickly retracted his arm and took a step back. I didn't go forward, you. According to the theory of relativity, you are still moving forward, Ronald. You can't be serious. What do you think? Wow, Boyle. Ronald quickly turned around and ran away. He ran and he chased, and soon the two disappeared in the square. Remy chased Ronald all the way into the castle, and followed behind him, making a threatening gesture to scare Ronald. Suddenly, there was a bang and a scream that scared both of them. Ah! Remy quickly stopped and turned to look. He thought he had accidentally hit someone and was about to apologize, but when Remy saw clearly who was hit, he suddenly laughed. Hey, isn't this Peeves? Remy said with a smile. Peeves was floating in the air, holding his nose. He looked at Remy's fist and suddenly let out a scream, then his body suddenly disappeared. This startled Remy, and he subconsciously looked at his fist. What happened? Why did it run away? Ronald walked over and said, but you have to be careful, Peeves is very vindictive. Oh, okay, I get it. Remy came back to his senses and dissipated the magic on his fist. This action made Ronald breathe a sigh of relief. Let's go back to the dormitory and wait for Harry, and then we'll go find Hagrid together. Remy said. Oh, yes, I had almost forgotten about that. Taking one last look at the place where Peeves disappeared, Remy returned to the Gryffindor dormitory with Ronald. Before they returned to the dormitory, they met Harry and Hermione on the way. I don't know how they met each other. I guess Harry went back to look for them. How's it going, Harry? Professor McGonagall didn't deduct any points from you, did he? Ronald asked worriedly. No. Harry smiled and shook his head. Not only was there no point deduction, Professor McGonagall even took me to meet the captain of the Gryffindor house team. House team? Quidditch team. Yes, Professor McGonagall intends for me to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team and serve as a seeker, although I don't know what a seeker does yet. Oh my god! They let you be the seeker? That's the most glamorous position on the Quidditch team. Tell me, what did Professor McGonagall tell you? As they walked and talked along the way, Harry shared with the three what he had just experienced in his mental journey. You don't know, I was so nervous after being called away by Professor McGonagall, until Professor McGonagall took me to the dark arts classroom and called out a senior named Wood from the classroom. Oh, Wood. I know him, he's the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and he's the goalkeeper. Really? I don't know about that. He said he would give me a detailed introduction to the rules of Quidditch on Wednesday night, and then officially start training. That's so cool. Can I come along and see it? Well. I'll ask Captain Wood later. I'm not sure if he would agree. Listening to the two people chatting, Remy felt something in his heart. Now that Harry has successfully joined the Quidditch team, as Harry's friend, he should provide Harry with some help. Harry, I think you don't have your own broomstick. Remy asked. Oh, yes, Wood said I need a Nimbus 2000 or a cross sweep, but I can't go to Diagon Alley to buy these things now, and they may not sell them to me, after all, I'm a first-year student. Harry scratched his hair and said. Oh, my dear friend, have you forgotten what my profession is? Just leave the flying broom to me without any worries. Chapter 61. After hearing Remy's suggestion and recalling the magical gloves Remy invented, Harry's eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly, saying that he would leave the matter of the flying broom to Remy, and he could let Remy set any reward he wanted. Remy was very satisfied with this. This was the first time he took the initiative to get an order, and he succeeded at the first try. Moreover, the client gave him full authority to do his best without making any requirements. With such a lovely client, Remy decided to complete this order with all his heart. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a squeak interrupted Remy's thoughts and attracted the attention of the other three. The four of them looked up together, and saw a Eurasian red squirrel on a branch of a tree, barking at them and waving its little paws, looking very cute. Ronald, I think this squirrel is much cuter than your mouse. Do you want to change your pet? I can help you catch it. Remy said. This. Ronald's eyes flashed with a hint of desire, but after hesitating for a long time, he finally shook his head. It's better not to. Banban has been with me since I was born. If I abandon it now that I'm old, it will definitely be very sad, and my parents will definitely not agree. I didn't realize you were so affectionate. But what kind of rat is your Scabbers? How did he survive so long? This. I'm not sure. Maybe he has some special bloodline. I'll ask my parents later. Looking at the four people below chatting as they walked, the squirrel in the tree suddenly became anxious. It barked even louder, even rubbing its teeth against the tree trunk, making a teeth-grinding sound, as if it was trying to attract the attention of the four people below. But no one paid attention to it. Seeing that the four people were about to leave, the little squirrel moved quickly between the branches and rushed into a tree hole. Then, it grabbed an iron box with its teeth, rushed out, jumped onto the branch in front of the four people, and knocked on the box with its little paws. What is it doing? Is it charging us a toll? This box seems to be a sugar cube box from the Muggle world. I remember my mother bought it. Is it asking for sugar cubes from us? Or is it going to give us sugar cubes? It shouldn't be given, right? I feel like the box is empty. Compared to the three people he guessed, Remy felt that the box in the squirrel's hand looked familiar, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it looked. After getting closer and taking a closer look, Remy was immediately amused. Wasn't this exactly what was left after he had taken out the pine nuts from the squirrel's nest? So the squirrel nest I dug out that day was yours. What a pity that the pine nuts in that nest were blown to ashes before I could even eat them. Remy said as he reached out his hand, but before he could touch the box, the squirrel suddenly picked it up and walked away. Jumping onto another branch, the squirrel stopped and turned to look at Remy, then pointed at Remy and then at himself with its paw, and then knocked on the box. It seems to want you to go somewhere with it, maybe it's its nest. Ronald said. Such a cute little squirrel, and you actually robbed its nest? The poor little creature must have no food to survive the winter and is asking you for compensation. Hermione said. That shouldn't be the case. Squirrels are creatures that store a lot of food. And there are so many pine trees around, so they won't lack pine nuts to eat. Although he said this, Remy was still a little uncertain. Forget it, I'll go over and take a look. You guys go to Hagrid first, I'll be there soon. Remy said. Why rush? Let's go together. I'm also curious about what it wants to do. Harry said. Harry's words were immediately agreed by Ronald and Hermione. Hermione even said that she must supervise Remy to replenish the squirrel's food reserves for the winter. Following the squirrel all the way to a tree, the squirrel gestured to Remy and kept climbing up and down the tree trunk. You want me to climb a tree with you? Remy asked. The squirrel nodded, squeak. Looking back at Harry and Hermione, Remy shrugged helplessly and began to climb the tree. Fortunately, the tree is not tall and has many horizontal branches, so it is easy to climb. When Remy followed the squirrel up the tree and saw a tree hole and the things inside, he was stunned. I saw that the tree hole was full of pine nuts, so many that they were almost overflowing. The squirrel seemed very happy. It pointed at the tree hole, then at the box that it had opened, and then made some gestures again. Let me guess, you mean to say that you can give me all the pine nuts in there as long as I give you what's in this box? Remy asked after coming to his senses. Squeak. The squirrel nodded quickly and even jumped up excitedly. Remy was a little surprised, and tentatively created a magic crystal. As soon as the little squirrel saw the magic crystal, it stopped jumping. Its two black little eyes stared at the magic crystal without blinking. It turned its head to wherever Remy took the magic crystal. Do you really want magic crystal? This squirrel has eaten the magic crystal? And it's still alive? With suspicion and confusion, Remy handed the magic crystal to the squirrel. The next moment, the squirrel quickly grabbed the magic crystal and put it directly to its mouth. Under Remy's inquiring gaze, he saw it open its mouth and use its protruding front teeth to scrape some magic crystal powder. After just a scratch, the little squirrel squinted his eyes in ecstasy and satisfaction, and put the remaining almost complete magic crystal into the box. After pointing at the tree hole again, it jumped to another branch with the box in its mouth and rubbed the box against it again and again. It can be seen that it likes this box, and the magic crystal inside it very much. No wonder you're still alive. It turns out you have such strong self-control that you even know to only scrape a little powder at a time. With a slight smile, Remy grabbed a handful of pine nuts from the tree hole and shook them in front of the squirrel. The little squirrel didn't react at all, just glanced at it and continued to rub the box. After grabbing 3 handfuls of pine nuts, Remy created 2 more magic crystals and handed them to the squirrel. I'll give you these 2 magic crystals as well, but don't be greedy. Also, I'll give you magic crystals regularly in the future, if I haven't forgotten. As he said this, Remy rubbed its little head, and then jumped down from the tree in his unique way. This scared Harry and the others so much that they didn't even have time to catch Remy. Fortunately, Remy was fine, except that his clothes got a little dirty while he was getting up. It just wants magic crystals. It's not that it doesn't have food reserves. There are still plenty of pine nuts in the tree hole. I estimate there are enough for it to eat for a whole year. Remy said while patting his clothes. Harry and Ronald nodded. They had seen and heard what happened in the tree. Only Hermione was confused. Magic crystal? What is that? Hermione asked. It's used to replenish magic power, usually for making tea. If you are interested, I can give you some when you get to Hagrid. Remy said. Hermione nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but she glanced curiously at Remy from time to time. Chapter 62. Although Hagrid looked rough and honest, he received them very warmly. He not only made tea for them, but also brought out rock cakes to treat them. Remy can guarantee that this is the most hardcore food he has ever eaten. In order to taste this delicacy, Remy almost sacrificed his teeth, but in the end only a row of teeth marks were left on it. Faced with this reality, Remy had to ask for a saw for help, and finally he was able to saw a whole piece of rock cake that was bigger than his palm into small pieces. Oh, I forgot to tell you that it's best to eat this cake with tea. It will become much softer after coming into contact with water. Although I think it will not be chewy, it may be just right for you. Hagrid took the kettle from the stove and turned around to say. Harry and Ronald's faces suddenly turned dark, thinking, why didn't you tell us earlier, our teeth are almost worn out. Looking at the huge kettle that Hagrid brought down, everything here is large-sized, Remy was about to put a magic crystal in it when he suddenly had an idea. First stopping Hagrid from pouring tea for them, Remy took out the crystal ball and invited him and Harry to test their magic power. As expected, Harry's magic power far exceeded Ronald's, reaching a staggering 2,500. However, what Remy did not expect was that Hagrid actually had a magic power of over 7,000. Considering his body size, this result is not unacceptable. As for Harry, he's the savior who defeated Voldemort at the age of 1, so what's wrong with being a little special? Okay, let's have some of Remy's special magic drink. As he spoke, Remy put a magic crystal into the kettle, and after thinking for a moment, he put another one in. This kettle is really too big. With the addition of magic crystals, the ordinary tea suddenly exuded a strong aroma. This aroma not only attracted Hagrid's dog, but even some boxes in the room became restless. This made Hagrid suddenly feel a little uneasy. He wanted to say something but didn't dare to. As the noise grew louder, Hagrid sighed in frustration. Okay, okay. I don't know why, but I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Hagrid walked to a crooked cabinet against the wall that was obviously handmade, and took out a few small bowls from it. This small bowl is only small relative to Hagrid's hand, in fact, it is not small at all. After pouring a few bowls with the kettle, Hagrid remembered that this pot of tea now belonged to more than just him. Oh, by the way, what did you put there? Is it very precious? Hagrid asked a little nervously. It's not precious to me, please feel free to do as you please. Remy said. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, picked up the bowls and put them into the box one by one, but each time he used his body to block them from seeing, which made them feel itchy. Ronald did ask, but Hagrid not only hesitated and refused to explain what was inside, but also warned them not to tell anyone else. It's obvious that there are contraband inside. At the critical moment, Remy used the magic card to change the subject. Hagrid was very excited and happily gave Remy 2 more rock cakes. He then took out a box and said that this was all his belongings. If Remy felt that it was not enough, he would find a way to make up for it later. Remy didn't refuse, but he didn't take it all either. He just grabbed a handful symbolically, most of which were nat and a small amount of sickle. This touched Hagrid so much that he gave Remy 3 more rock cakes, even though Remy didn't even finish half of them. I have to say that rock cakes are ridiculously hard. Not to mention eating them directly, even if they are soaked in water, they are still very hard. So hard that Remy doubts it's bulletproof. Then. I'm so angry. Remy, what are you doing? Oh my god. Puff. What is this? A gun? It's quite pretty. The 4 of them widened their eyes instantly, and looked at Remy in disbelief as he took out a small and exquisite pistol from his pocket. The pink gun body is covered with irregularly distributed silver spots, which looks very beautiful. Let me introduce you to this gun. It's called the Pavna Witness. Theoretically, it will take many years for it to be released, but because it's so beautiful, I got it in advance. This gun is not only beautiful in appearance, but also very lightweight. In addition, it uses 9mm bullets, so the recoil is relatively small. It is a very suitable female pistol for women. When Remy introduced it, Hermione had already stared at the pistol in Remy's hand with shining eyes. She was completely fascinated by this pistol. Especially this pink one. I gave it a nickname, the Pink Fluffy Bunny. As he spoke, Remy took out a silencer from his pocket and installed it on the pistol. This silencer was obviously matched with the Pink Fluffy Bunny, because not only was it pink, it also had two furry decorations that looked like bunny ears. This is a gun that is not very powerful but extremely insulting, because no one can stand the humiliation of being defeated by a pink furry rabbit. Grinning, Remy picked up the rock cake and placed it on the windowsill, then began to reload the magazine. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce it just now. This gun can hold 13 rounds of 9mm bullets. It is the women's pistol with the largest ammunition capacity, said Remy. Wait a minute. Harry stood up quickly. You don't want to shoot here. Why not? Why do you need a gun? There are no enemies here. Although there are no enemies, I want to study whether rock cakes can be bulletproof. But don't worry, didn't you see I installed a silencer? It won't make much noise, and it won't cause any trouble for you. After successfully convincing Harry, Remy loaded the bullets and motioned Harry to stand aside. Harry and Ronald quickly hid in the corner. Instead, Hagrid and Hermione sat there watching carefree, especially Hagrid. There was no fear in his eyes at all. Aim, hold your breath for 3 seconds, pull the trigger, and fire. Whoosh! The sound was indeed not loud, and the rock cake that was hit really blocked the bullet. Although it did not send the bullet flying, it successfully stuck the bullet in the middle, with no damage on the back but only a bulge. It's simply perfect. After picking up the rock biscuit and examining it carefully for a while, Remy handed it to the curious Harry and Ronald, and then handed the pistol to Hermione, who had been staring at the gun. There are no bullets in it anymore. I'll give it to you. If you like, I can give you a magic pistol that can replace the magic wand, or should I call it a magic gun? Remy said. Hermione's eyes lit up, but after a moment's hesitation she did not take the gun. Forget it. I just like the look of this gun. I have no interest in guns, not at all. Hermione said. Yeah? Remy looked at Hermione suspiciously. If you are really not interested, why emphasize it? You are exposed. Chapter 63. After finishing the bulletproof experiment on the rock cake, Remy turned to study the changes in the magic power of the 4 people after they drank the magic crystal tea, measuring them every 5 minutes. Through research, it was found that everyone's magic power increased by 5% to 20% after drinking magic crystal tea, but after half an hour, it returned to the previous level and did not really break through the upper limit. This discovery made Remy very unhappy. He thought that he could increase the magic value limit by 1 or 2 points. Maybe it needs to be taken for a long time to be effective. It seems that long-term experiments are still needed. Harry and the other 2 are still growing up, so we probably won't be able to find out anything from the test, Hagrid. Remy glanced at Hagrid and felt that it was not reliable to ask Hagrid because he lived a little far from the castle and it would be troublesome if he came here every day for testing. After much thought, Remy decided to ask Filch for help. Filch's magic power is relatively low, so if the magic crystal really has an effect, it should be able to show up on him more quickly. Oh, and there are also Long Johns and Hedwig, but they are owls, not humans. Even if it works on them, it may not be suitable for humans. But it can be used as a control experiment. As he was thinking, Harry suddenly found a newspaper on a cabinet and was immediately attracted by the content of the newspaper. Remy, look, isn't this the vault we went to? Harry patted Remy's arm anxiously. Let me see. Well, it seems so. Remy nodded. Why aren't you surprised at all? Why should I be surprised? It's been hacked. That means someone, a dark wizard, wants to get the contents of that vault. Didn't he get it? We took everything out of it a long time ago. But there are not so many buts. That's the adults' business, not ours. I have more important things to do now. What's up? I don't know, but I've felt since I came here that there are something more here than in the castle, and these things are what the castle should have but lacks. What? I told you, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Waving his hand to signal Harry to go play, Remy really had no interest in Voldemort now. He was only interested in the mysterious intuition that just flashed through his mind, and was trying his best to grasp it. Seeing Remy in a trance, Harry had to go to Hagrid to discuss the matter. However, Hagrid didn't want to talk to him about it, and even refused to admit that the stolen vault mentioned in the newspaper was the vault they entered. This made Harry a little depressed, and he could only drink his tea in silence. 3 of the 5 people were not in the mood to talk. Hermione looked out the window and suggested that they should go back. This suggestion was immediately supported by Harry and Hagrid. Under Harry's constant questioning, Hagrid didn't know what to say and now just felt extremely embarrassed. As everyone stood up and walked out of the door one by one, when they heard a buzzing sound, Remy, who had been frowning and thinking with his head down, suddenly had a dazzling light in his eyes. He understood. Bang! Remy slapped his thigh excitedly and waved his fist vigorously again. That's it. I was wondering if Hogwarts Castle was missing something. I have an idea. Remy said excitedly. What's missing? Hermione asked curiously. You will understand later. When I succeed, it will definitely shock the entire magic world. Not just the magic world of Ying Country. As he spoke, Remy quickened his pace and walked towards the castle. The others looked at each other and hurried to catch up. I went back to the dormitory to think about it first, and measured the magic points of Kyoku and Hedwig by the way. As expected, these 2 owls both have magic points, but they are very little, less than 100. After recording their magic values in the notebook, Remy officially began to conceive his big plan. During this time, Harry and Ronald tried to peek several times, but Remy discovered them in advance and closed the notebook, so they didn't see any information. The more Remy acted like this, the more curious Harry and Ronald became. They even hid in a corner and plotted to wait until Remy went to bed at night to steal his notebook. However, they were soon disappointed because Remy left the dormitory not long after and disappeared. They didn't know that Remy had a laboratory, and they didn't know that Filch, whom they feared, had been recruited by Remy. This night was particularly long for Harry and Ronald. The 2 curious students waited until they could no longer hold on and fell on the bed, but Remy still did not come back. It was not until the next morning that the 2 were woken up by the other 2 people in the dormitory and told to have breakfast together and prepare to go to class. Remy didn't come back yesterday? Harry asked, trying hard to keep his eyes open. Seamus shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, he wasn't in the dormitory when we woke up. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the door was pushed open and Remy walked in with a bright look on his face. Oh, Remy, we were just talking about you. Where were you last night? Were you caught by Filch and put in detention again? Seamus asked. No, are you getting ready to go to class? Let's go to class together. Remy said. Harry stared at Remy with a strange look for a while, and felt that Remy was not normal today. It's not just a little abnormal, it's extremely abnormal. What classes do you have today? Harry asked. This morning we have Professor Flitwick's Charms class. I heard that this class will start teaching real magic. I don't know if I can learn it. Neville said weakly. Charms class? Want to teach magic? Harry shuddered suddenly and became much more energetic. Remy, you don't want to perform magic in the classroom, do you? Have you forgotten about the wand shop? You are now. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I was before. I feel like I've made rapid progress in the past few days. What the hell is fast? It's only been a week, okay? No matter how fast you are, what can you do? Harry hung his head, just praying that Remy would really improve rapidly, or at least not cause an explosion in class, otherwise Gryffindor House would definitely be deducted points again. The others didn't know about Remy, and asked Harry why he was so worried about Remy using magic, and Harry patiently explained it to them. After the explanation, everyone looked at Remy with a strange look. After dinner, they came to the classroom together. Remy found that all his roommates were very far away from him, and they were even about to invade the Slytherin College area where they were taking classes together. Only Hermione, who didn't know the truth, didn't stay away on purpose. She even asked Remy if he knew what magic he was going to learn today, and talked about some small magic tricks in daily life that she had learned. Remy just smiled in response, and waited quietly for Professor Flitwick's arrival with great anticipation. Chapter 64. Professor Flitwick has a unique advantage in class, which is that when he catches students who are not paying attention, most people will not notice him approaching. For example, no one noticed when Professor Flitwick entered the classroom until he used the levitation spell to send feathers to each student, and then the students realized that Professor Flitwick had arrived. And they were all stunned and attracted by Professor Flitwick's magical ability. Today, I will formally teach you the first and simplest magic, the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick said as he stepped on a thick stack of books. The feather you were given is a practice prop. Your goal in this class is to make it fly, Professor Flitwick continued. Upon hearing that it was a practice prop, some students who had already received the feather and were ready to study it carefully hurriedly put it down for fear of damaging it. Seeing that all the students remained quiet and looked at him expectantly, Professor Flitwick nodded with satisfaction and then took out his wand. I have already taught you the spell and the movements of waving the wand in the last class, but we practiced them separately before. Now, let's do the spell and waving the wand at the same time. Let me demonstrate first. Wingardium Leviosa. As Professor Flitwick chanted the spell and waved his wand, the feathers on the desk next to him suddenly floated in the air. After controlling the feather to dance in the air, Professor Flitwick explained the key points again, and emphasized in particular that one must not forget the final action of shaking the magic wand, and then announced that everyone could practice freely. Remy, who had been listening attentively, smiled confidently, then opened his wizard robe and took out a wand from his inner pocket, then another wand, then another wand, and then another wand. He took out 10 magic wands in one breath, and the students next to him were so stunned that they even forgot to practice. Why, do you have so many wands? Hermione asked, eyes wide. Haven't you heard a saying? What? Poor students have more stationery. With a slight smile, Remy lined up the wands and selected them, then picked up the chosen wand. God, please help me become a real wizard. Remy stroked the wand with his sword finger, and stared at the feather on the table with fixed eyes. A powerful aura rushed up into the sky and even blew his wizard robe and hair. 1 second, 2 seconds. Not to mention the classmates around, even Professor Flitwick was dumbfounded. Now! Remy suddenly let out a loud shout and waved his wand vigorously. Wingardium Leviosa. As Remy chanted the spell and waved the magic wand, the next moment, everyone was shocked to find their bodies flying uncontrollably. Not only Remy's classmates, but the entire classroom, including Professor Flitwick, was floating, including people and objects, except Remy. But the next moment... boom! Bang! Crackling! Ouch! I'll go! Ah! Depend on! A large group of people and objects fell down with a crackling sound, the classroom was suddenly in chaos, and the ground was a mess. Only Remy was giggling. He 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 he. I was able to improve the levitation charm into the weightlessness charm the first time I used it. I'm really a magic genius. It's just that this magic wand isn't very powerful. It seems I have to DIY one myself. Remy muttered to himself happily and then looked at Professor Flitwick, who had just gotten up and smiled brightly. Professor Flitwick, is this considered a success? After all, you all floated up. Can you give me some extra points? Remy asked. Ah? This? Professor Flitwick looked confused. Say it failed, but it did succeed. But if we talk about success, it doesn't seem to be a success. It was successful, but not completely successful. Just barely, 5 points for Gryffindor, but don't practice anymore, or the other students won't be able to practice properly. Professor Flitwick said. Okay, no problem. Remy agreed immediately. He succeeded in his first try, why should he practice any more? A genius like him has raised his attainments in the levitation spell to an unprecedented and unparalleled level without any practice. If you practice this diligently, will you let others survive? Be good at giving others a way out so that you can meet again in the future. Give young people a chance to catch up. Hypnotizing himself constantly in his mind, Remy happily half lying on the table at the back, watching others practice calmly. Glancing furtively at Remy, Hermione took a deep breath and began to practice. She performed the magic very smoothly, and it was obvious that it was not her first time performing it. It was obvious that she had mastered this magic long before the class. Only she wasn't happy at the moment, and seemed to be trying to make other things on the table fly, not just the feathers. But she didn't succeed until an explosion was heard in the distance. Looking at Seamus's charred face and Feather's corpse, Harry sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands. At this moment, he was full of worries about his future. It's over, Seamus has also been infected by Remy, will I be the next one? Harry thought desperately. He didn't want it to explode when he waved his wand. You have to know that he is different from Seamus and Remy, he wears glasses. If an explosion occurred and the glasses were to shatter and the lenses were to get stuck in the eyes. Oh my god, that would be too horrible. Shivering, Harry hesitated for a long time holding the wand, and finally put it down and decided to take it slow. He was really afraid that he had been infected by Remy. Compared to Harry's worry, Remy whistled at Seamus. Whoosh! Seamus, congratulations on opening the door to a new world. From now on you are the explosive genius of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, said Remy. Seamus came back to his senses and exhaled a breath of black air. If I'm a blasting genius, then what are you? A blasting master. No, I'm the outlaw. The two of us can work together as Mid and Jungle to defeat all enemies, said Remy. Simo rolled his eyes. You know what? At that moment, his teeth and the whites of his eyes looked particularly white because of his dark face. The farce ended. Although Professor Flitwick said he could give Seamus another feather, Seamus firmly refused. It can be seen that he also has some shadows at this moment. By the end of the get out of class, less than a quarter of the students had successfully cast the levitation spell, but Professor Flitwick seemed very satisfied with the result and happily gave Hermione 10 points for perfectly casting the levitation spell. 15 points were added to a class, which made Remy suddenly realize that adding points was actually quite easy, although it was still a little more difficult than deducting points. After all, deducting points is a technical job. If it is just for causing trouble, it is the lowest reason for deducting points. Remy is too disdainful to do those unskilled jobs. If you want to play, play big. Chapter 65. In the morning, he blew up a wand in the spells class and successfully cast a 99% success rate levitation spell. In the afternoon, Remy once again successfully performed transfiguration and turned a needle into a match at the cost of a wand. But just after it turned into a match, the match also exploded. But at least it can be considered 50% successful. After that, Remy was also blacklisted by Professor McGonagall, who forbade him to continue practicing magic in the classroom. Overall, Remy had a great time in both classes today. He even ate 2 more chicken legs during dinner because of his good mood. It's a pity that he still can't beat Ronald. This guy never stops talking even when he is chatting. He is definitely a master at free meals and eating buffets. In the following time, Remy's life suddenly became extremely busy. He has many things to study, some of which are already in the final stages and some of which are just beginning. Thanks to the magic detection crystal ball, Remy suddenly had the idea to make another crystal ball that can detect the magic value in real time. In this way, Remy can clearly know the magic consumption each time when using alchemy, which greatly makes up for Remy's lack of a clear concept of magic power and greatly improves the progress of perfect alchemy. In addition to alchemy, Remy also took the time to renovate the laboratory and built a stone wall to partition the quarter near the gate. Behind the wall is the actual experimental area, while the area in front of the wall near the door is the dining area that Remy designed for Soul Bomb. Remy plans to open a psychological counseling center here in the name of helping students relieve stress, and the attending doctor is Hunden. It can eat up other people's negative emotions. There is no one more suitable to be a psychologist than it, and it can also provide them with food to eat. Remy definitely cannot do such a thing without approval. The application has been submitted to Headmaster Dumbledore, who said that he would personally experience and study it with the 4 deans before giving Remy a reply. Remy felt that this was a sure thing, so he decorated the room early, made the sign, and even printed the flyers. He could open the business immediately after the approval. These did not take up too much of Remy's time. Instead, the class assignments assigned by the professors gave Remy a headache. He felt overwhelmed just by reading the theoretical knowledge, let alone solving the problems. Remy, let me say it again, I can't possibly give you your homework to copy. Can't you do it yourself? You're so smart. After class, Hermione said as she walked quickly forward. I'm not smart at all. I'm the dumbest in Hogwarts, okay? Just copy the homework for me, please. Remy said. Hermione shook her head vigorously, her face tense the whole time, and no matter what Remy said, she refused to lend her homework to Remy to copy. Don't say anything more. I will never lend it to you to copy. You are so smart and know so much, why do you pretend to know nothing and copy my homework? I don't need you to do this to me. Hermione said. Remy. Who let you on purpose? I really can't do it. And you, Harry, Ronald, don't even think about copying my homework. Go back and do your homework well, otherwise how are you going to increase the house points for Gryffindor? Look at Remy, you're in the same dormitory, and he alone has added more points than the rest of you 4 combined, said Hermione. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, wanting to retort but having no reason, and finally could only lower their heads in shame. Remy's teeth suddenly ached even more after hearing what Hermione said. He did add more than 40 house points to Gryffindor during this period, but these points were all because he asked questions to the professor, and the professor thought that the questions raised by Remy were very good and important, so he gave him extra points. They were not obtained by answering questions at all. Okay, it seems that Hermione thinks I'm hiding my abilities because I keep adding extra points. I wonder if I can copy Gryffindor's homework if I deduct points from them in the future. Just as they were thinking about it, suddenly, Hermione, who was leading the way, let out a scream, and then the 4 of them felt the ground shaking at the same time. They quickly reached out to hold the guardrail, and then they found that the moving stairs under their feet suddenly moved, and the speed was unusually fast, at least 50% faster than usual, and the amplitude was also particularly large. What's going on? Hermione, where are you taking us? Harry asked. Where am I taking you? I'm going to the library. How would I know where you are going if you follow me? Hermione said speechlessly. But this direction doesn't lead to the library. What's going on with this staircase? How can it move such a long distance continuously? Ronald asked. Look back. Harry exclaimed, there is no way back for us. Really? And the stairs aren't moving. What's going on? Isn't it broken? It's possible, what should we do now? Wait for the professor to come. While the 3 were discussing, Remy looked back, then back to the platform in front of him, with a puzzled look on his face. This room. Could it be that Dumbledore is annoyed that Harry never comes here to take risks, so he controls the moving staircase to send him here directly? Thinking of this possibility, Remy suddenly felt a toothache. It would be fine to send Harry, and it would even make sense to send Ronald and Hermione together, but why bring him along as well? He had no interest in the Philosopher's Stone inside. He had long been tired of playing with that thing. To be frank, he had almost worn out the Philosopher's Stone by polishing it. Noticing Remy's strange gaze, the 3 of them stopped discussing and looked at the small platform above, and then their expressions became a little strange. This room seems to be... Ronald swallowed. It's the room that Principal Dumbledore mentioned at the banquet that must not be approached. It seems so. What should we do? Go up? Or continue to wait here? How about, wait a little longer? But the question is, if Filch or the professors find us at the door of this room, will they think we came here on purpose? Oh my god, if they really think that, we're doomed. We might actually be fired. Then now that we are here, what are we hesitating about? Remy interrupted their conversation and straightened his wizard robe, then walked towards the platform first. Remy's idea was simple, since he was already here, he might as well take a look inside to see if it was the same as he remembered, so that he wouldn't be sent back again next time after he left this time. Wait a minute, Remy, Headmaster Dumbledore said this place is very dangerous. If you don't want to die miserably. Don't worry, a disaster of my level can live for at least 10,000 years. As he was talking, Remy had already reached the platform and kicked the door open violently. With a bang, the three people behind sighed helplessly and hurriedly took a few quick steps to catch up with Remy. Now, there is no retreat. Chapter 66. The dim, gloomy room was filled with a smell of decay. There were a lot of messy things on the ground, and there were many strange statues, each of which was covered with cobwebs and dust. This appears to be a utility room, Harry whispered. Nodding, Remy looked around and walked to the right where there was a not very long corridor. There were statues on both sides of the corridor, each of them had claws and fangs, and it was obvious that they were not good statues. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, and shoe prints were left wherever you walked on it. Remy ignored the fact that this would leave traces and walked straight to the door at the end of the corridor. The door was a bit shabby and looked like a broken door that could be broken down by a push after being ravaged by time. However, when Remy pushed it, he couldn't move it no matter what. It looks like we need a key. We might be able to find it if we look around. I think there's something strange about the statues near the entrance. Maybe the key is in one of them. Harry said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. No need, just stand back a bit. He waved his hand to signal the three to step back. In the eyes of the three people and a Mr. Dumbledore who was hiding in the distance and observing and did not want to reveal his name, Remy took out a square object that looked like a lunchbox from his crotch pocket. But at this moment no one would think that Remy took out a lunchbox, especially Harry and Hermione who grew up in the Muggle world. It's because what Remy took out was so classic that they had seen it in many TV shows and movies. Remy, what you're holding is a time bomb, right? Harry asked, swallowing. I guess so. It's just an ordinary C4 plastic bomb, but it does have a timed detonation function. Remy said without turning his head, and took out a roll of black duct tape without any delay. Harry. Really? But why would you be so dangerous? Well, even if you can get it because of family reasons, aren't you a little too calm? Just as Remy was about to attach the bomb to the door, Hermione suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Remy's arm. Are you crazy? Using a bomb to blow up the door may open it, but I guarantee that in less than a minute, all the teachers and even the principal will rush over. Then we will all be expelled. Before Remy could retort, Hermione pulled Remy away. Isn't it just opening a door? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? I'll do it. With that, Hermione took out her wand, took a deep breath, and pointed it at the keyhole on the door. Alaho hole open. As Hermione chanted the spell, the door lock clicked and then slowly opened. Okay, the door is open. Go in if you want, but there are some things I must make clear. I won't go in with you, and if you get caught, don't say I opened the door for you. Hermione turned around and looked at the three useless or unreliable men. But she didn't get the admiring look she wanted. Harry and Ronald both stared at her with wide eyes, while Remy stepped forward and held her shoulders to make her turn around. Turning around, Hermione saw a dog head that was bigger than her, baring its teeth and drooling at her. Hermione was stunned for a second, then, "Eh?" Looking at Hermione who was running away screaming, Remy smiled slightly, thinking that Hermione was quite brave and didn't faint from the fright. What a pity! After visually estimating the size of the dog's head, Remy took out a tape measure and walked to the huge grinning dog's head to start measuring. He even lifted its mouth to measure the length of its canine teeth. Not to mention Harry and the others, even I, the big dog, was stunned by Remy's behavior. What followed was endless rage, and it felt humiliated. At this moment, its true appearance was revealed. Its three heads took turns attacking the door frame and kept showing its mouth full of sharp teeth. Woof 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 woof. Harry and Ronald were so scared that they stepped back to look for Hermione, but Remy looked at the three-headed dog calmly, and even squatted in front of it, then used alchemy to create a piece of chalk and drew a slightly curved line on the ground. The attack range has been determined. Come over here. It's safe. Remy said. At first, the three of them still didn't dare to move forward, until they saw Remy slap the big dog and yell at it to be quiet, and the big dog couldn't attack Remy. Then the three of them approached cautiously. Oh my god, what kind of animal is this? Why does it have 3 heads? The legendary 3-headed dog? Why is it imprisoned here? Oh, its mouth stinks. Hermione frowned and fanned her face with her hands. If my dad were here, maybe he could have treated its teeth, if it hadn't frightened my dad. If my mother were here, she would have washed it thoroughly. It's so dirty, said Ronald. If my dad was here, he would have shot it, or used a man-portable rocket launcher, Remy said. Harry. Ronald. Hermione. Why do your parents have such a big difference in style from ours? Woo woo woo. Faced with the pointing and criticizing of the 3 little brats, the 3-headed dog shrank back with a whimper of grievance, and even hooked the door with its claws to close it. However, it was of no use. As soon as it closed the door, Remy opened it again. The 3-headed dog was about to rush forward angrily to fight for its own face, but the next moment, it suddenly froze, and its 3 heads and 6 eyes all stared at the magic crystal in Remy's hand. It seems to be working. Remy smiled slightly and drew circles in the air with the magic crystal. Little dog, do you want to eat this magic crystal? Remy asked. Crash. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet straight down. It turns out to be saliva falling from the sky. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog nodded vigorously. If you want to eat, that's easy. Here you go. Remy threw the magic crystal high up, and while the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog were fighting for the magic crystal, he created another magic crystal. No need to fight, I have plenty here. Come here and lie down, and I will give you this magic crystal. Remy pointed to the door and said. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog hesitated for a moment, and while they looked at each other, its body ran to the door very quickly and lay down. At this moment, the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog exploded instantly. Head number 1 in the middle, woof 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 woof. Old man, is this the body you control? You spineless dog. Head number 2 on the left, woof woof woof, woof woof. You stinky dog that gave you the food. I think it was you, the vicious dog, who complained first. Head number 3 on the right, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. You ate the magic crystal just now. We didn't even taste anything. You must have sold us out after tasting the sweetness. Head number 1 in the middle, woof 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 woof. Chapter 67. When dogs bite each other, both get a mouthful of fur. It wasn't until today that Remy truly felt how sweet and true this sentence was. After just watching for a while, Remy felt it was too noisy. Bang bang bang. For 3 consecutive times, Remy used a combination of positive and negative yin-yang slaps and head slaps, giving them a slap on the head. Be quiet. Do you hear me? Remy yelled. The 3 heads fell silent at the same time, and then, they became even noisier. Middle head number 1, woof 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 woof. He still said you 2 didn't betray me? Why did you listen to him? Head number 2 on the left, woof woof woof, woof woof. You dog, don't you listen to him just as well? We only listen to him because we see you are obedient. Head number 3 on the right, woof woof, woof 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 woof. That's right, we all keep quiet because you are quiet, boss. Middle head number 1, woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Bullshit. I'm only quiet to appease you. Right head number 3, woof woof, woof woof. Is there a possibility, possibility, that all 3 of us have betrayed? Left head number 2, woof woof. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If all 3 of us betrayed, would it still be called betrayal? Middle head number 1, woof woof. Woof 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 woof. Yes, number 2 is right, none of us have betrayed. Just when Remy couldn't stand the noise anymore and was about to beat up the 3 dog heads again, the dog head in the middle barked twice, and the 3 heads became quiet at the same time and stared at Remy, at the magic crystal in his hand. Did the argument produce any results? Remy raised his eyebrows and drew circles in the air again with the magic crystal. So who should I give it to first? As soon as Remy finished speaking, the three heads immediately began to compete frantically in front of the narrow door. The door is too small and their heads are too big. Sometimes the middle head occupies most of the space, with the remaining two heads revealing a little bit of their mouths. Sometimes the left and right heads each reveal half of their faces, squeezing the middle head on top with only the chin exposed. Three heads were playing with permutations and combinations behind the small door frame. Stop snatching! Everyone, step back! Remy shouted, and the three heads of the three-headed dog stopped at the same time, and then the body retreated. What Remy did next completely shocked Harry and the other two. Remy actually walked directly into the room where the three-headed dog was locked up. It wasn't until Remy went in and commanded the three-headed dog to lie down that Harry and the other two came to their senses. Godong! Harry swallowed to calm himself, licked his lips, and suddenly felt extremely complicated. Terror, fear, envy, desire. For some reason at this moment, Harry suddenly wanted to be as unrestrained as Remy. But the remaining rationality in his heart kept telling him, no. Harry, this little dog seems to be guarding the trapdoor here. Are you interested in coming down with me to take a look? Remy patted the dog's head and pointed to the trapdoor on the ground and said to Harry. Before Harry could reply, the three-headed dog suddenly whined twice, then ran to the trapdoor and completely covered it with its body. This act of self-incrimination immediately made Harry and the other two, who had not thought much of it, become extremely curious about the world beneath the trapdoor. What? You want to stop me from entering the trapdoor? Remy turned around and looked at the three-headed dog and asked. Three heads nodded at the same time and barked twice. But Remy doesn't speak in a dog accent, so I can't understand what it is saying at all. But the impact is not significant. So you do have a lot of professional ethics, but I want to see how many magic crystals your integrity is worth. With a scornful smile, Remy raised his hand to create a magic crystal and waved it in front of the three-headed dog, then threw it into the innermost corner. The three heads of the three-headed dog turned at the same time, and even bumped into each other because they turned too fast, but the body did not move with it. Okay, I'll add one more. As he spoke, Remy created another magic crystal and threw it into the corner. Then, another one. Another one. Ding ding dong dong. Listening to the sound of magic crystals falling to the ground, watching them rolling on the ground, and smelling the ultimate fragrance they emitted, the three-headed dog let out a whimpering sound. Its three heads were buried tightly together, and its body was shaking constantly. Seeing it like this, Remy smiled slightly. Oh, there are so many magic crystals. Since you don't want them, I'll take them back. I'll use them to make tea later. As he spoke, Remy stretched, moved his arms and legs, and then slowly walked to the corner. The three-headed dog suddenly raised its head, and then suddenly created a gust of wind and rushed in front of Remy to stop Remy, and then bang! 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 There were three consecutive sounds. It seemed that the three-headed dog was rushing too fast, and its three heads hit the wall one after another. Staggering and swaying, the three-headed dog fell to the corner with a thud, just crushing all the magic crystals under its body. Yo-ha! Did you faint? Remy took out a magic wand from his pocket and poked the three-headed dog's butt. The three-headed dog didn't react at all, probably because Remy didn't poke its vital parts. Witnessing everything that happened in the room, Harry walked into the room without waiting for Remy to call him, followed by Hermione and Ronald. After observing the three-headed dog carefully for a while, with Harry even reaching out to touch its tail, the four of them opened the trapdoor in the middle of the room. There was no staircase under the trapdoor, only a dark, bottomless hole that looked like a shaft. It seems very deep. Harry was about to say something when he found that Remy had already taken out a bundle of ropes and tied one end around the three-headed dog's neck. Are you really going down? Ronald asked. Since we're here now, it would be a waste if we don't go down. But I have nothing to lose, do I? It's not a big deal, but I've lost, Principal Dumbledore, why are you here? Remy was stunned for a moment, then continued to tie the rope. The work is only half done, how can we give up halfway? Dumbledore glanced at Remy helplessly, then looked at Harry and the other two who were so nervous that they were speechless. This is not the place you should be. Are you lost? Or, were you called here by Remy? I saw he even prepared the rope in advance. Dumbledore asked. I have prepared a lot of things. Remy said first, do you believe that even if I were thrown into the Forbidden Forest to survive in the wilderness, I could build a modern city with my own hands? And very quickly. Dumbledore. I don't even know how to refute what you said. In desperation, Dumbledore had to change the subject. You may not remember what I said at the entrance ceremony. I can forgive you this time. Now, go back to your dormitory and have a good rest. It's very dangerous here. Dumbledore said. Harry and the other two breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't expect Remy to sabotage Dumbledore again. What's the danger here? This little dog? Can't you see I already took care of it? Chapter 68. Remy was very angry, because Dumbledore's sudden appearance reminded Remy of a classic line from a certain emergency reserve ration, the area ahead is too dangerous, let's explore it later. Besides, the spare ration has a cute voice and looks adorable too. What does Dumbledore have? He lost too much. I have helped the school solve the danger here. You don't need to thank me too much. Just give me a 180-point bonus. Remy said. Dumbledore looked at Remy speechlessly, thinking, if I wasn't worried about scaring Harry and causing him to not come again, I would have deducted 180 points from you. But Remy seems a little different today. Does he know something? Thinking of this, Dumbledore decided to shut Remy up first. I am considering your application carefully, said Dumbledore. Apply? What application? When will I? Oh, okay, I get it. Remy suddenly realized what he had submitted and quickly shut up. He untied the rope and walked obediently to stand beside Ronald. You can go back, but remember, if I see you coming here again next time, you will be committing a crime knowingly and I will definitely deduct points from you, said Dumbledore. Yes, we'll go back now. Actually, Headmaster Dumbledore, we were forced to come in because the portable staircase was broken. Yes, the moving staircase suddenly moved and brought us here, and then it stopped moving. Listening to the explanations of several people, Dumbledore nodded calmly, is that so? I will have someone inspect it later. Those stairs are antiques, and it is indeed time for a comprehensive inspection. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Principal, leave this job to me. I can definitely design and create a set of cool and fun passages, said Remy. Leave it to you? If I leave it to you, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will be history tomorrow. Glancing at Remy, Dumbledore drove them out. This time the moving stairs did not cause them any more trouble, and the four of them quickly left and returned to the Gryffindor dormitory building. Entering the common room, Harry and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and then began a heated discussion about the world below the trapdoor. Remy, whose interest was dampened by Dumbledore, did not participate. He just chatted briefly and then went back to the dormitory to feed the birds. He had lost interest in the secret room. It was as if the happy time was suddenly interrupted and one entered directly into a state of saintliness like a Buddha. After that, life returned to normal again. Every day I went to class, ate, and slept. It was simple and boring. In order to complete several difficult experiments, Remy even stopped his daily experiments in order to stockpile magic crystals. There were two small incidents in the middle. First of all, the Psychological Counseling Center was officially opened for business, and it was directly promoted by the principal, but it is currently only open to students in grade 3 and above. The response was quite good, especially from the single seniors, who all wanted to go there every day, which made Remy seriously suspect that they were treating the Psychological Counseling Center as a foot massage parlor. Although Headmaster Dumbledore said that the Psychological Counseling Center was only open to students in the third year and above, Harry and the other two often came to play under the leadership of Remy. When they first saw the soul bomb, the three of them were very nervous, especially Harry and Ronald, who were not only nervous but also a little shy. When the soul bomb was treating them, perhaps because the soul bomb in a wedding dress was too close to them, their faces turned red like red apples. And since then, the two of them would often suddenly complain that they were troubled recently and under too much pressure from studying, and clearly hinted to Remy to take them to a psychological counseling center for psychological counseling. Remy was too lazy to expose their little thoughts, and was even looking forward to their expressions when they saw the complete soul bullet. It was a pity that Remy didn't stop them. Headmaster Dumbledore stopped them. Perhaps it was because Remy saw Harry being obsessed with psychological counseling and being so happy all day long without any sense of crisis or urgency, that when Remy took them to the psychological counseling center for the 5th time, he saw Principal Dumbledore as soon as he entered the door. As a result, the 3 people were deducted 10 points each, and were told that if they came again next time, 20 points would be deducted each. This scared Harry and Ronald, and they never asked Remy for help again. The other thing is more embarrassing. Because Hermione wouldn't lend him their homework, and he hated the poor writing of Harry and the others, he found a top student from Ravenclaw College to copy their homework. It was the first time Remy copied homework. In a moment of excitement, he copied his name on it. It happened to be the homework assigned by Professor McGonagall. As a result, Remy was exposed by Professor McGonagall in class and was deducted 20 house points at once. Since then, Remy has learned his lesson, reflected deeply, turned over a new leaf, and never copied the homework of that Ravenclaw nerd again. Change to copying the homework of 5 top students at the same time. After patching up the 5 materials, even Professor McGonagall couldn't tell that they were plagiarized. Very nice. Occasionally I would walk out of the castle to feed the little squirrel and go fishing. My life was so comfortable. It wasn't until Harry received a package containing the latest model of flying broom, the Nimbus 2000, that Remy decided to stop hoarding rats for the time being and make the flying broom that he had promised Harry before. It needs to be able to fly, control it freely, be fast and flexible, and be comfortable to ride. This is a big challenge for Remy, and its difficulty is definitely higher than that of the magic gloves. It took Remy 3 full days just to come up with the module functions, and then he spent a full week considering the appearance before finalizing the first version. This is just the preliminary preparation work. When we officially start refining, there are endless troubles, with problems appearing here or there. What's even worse is that after finally manufacturing all the modules, they failed when using alchemy to fuse them into the finished product. Remy was in a very bad mood at that time. Fortunately, he had the help of the soul bomb, otherwise he would have been sulking for many days. Starting from scratch again, this time Remy made 10 of each module in one go, enough for 9 failures. Sweetly, it worked on the first try, and Remy was almost mad to death. Fortunately, it was finally successful. Remy had no plans to mass-produce this product, so he did not continue experimenting with reducing costs. It happened to be the weekend, and Harry was training on the field with other Quidditch players. Remy came to the tallest tower of Hogwarts Castle with a brand new flying broom, ready to give Harry and the others a huge surprise that fell from the sky. Southwest wind level 2, good visibility, everything is ready for takeoff. Mumbling to himself some incomprehensible words, Remy put on his goggles, mounted his homemade flying broom, and aimed at the Quidditch pitch in the distance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Emission. Boom. Chapter 69. Harry, you have to remember that you are the Seeker. You only need to keep an eye on the snitch. We will take care of the other balls. But, if this happens, won't I be left with nothing to do for a long time after the game starts? Can't I get a few more points by helping out during this time? If the golden snitch appears between you and the opponent's Seeker, or even right next to him, by the time you react, the opponent may have already caught the golden snitch and the game is over. You know, you only get 10 points for helping to score 1 goal, but you can get 150 points for catching the golden snitch. Can you help to score 15 goals in such a short time? Don't lose the big picture for the small. Okay, I get it. From now on I will do as you say and just keep an eye on. Boom. Before Harry could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the Quidditch pitch, which was paved with fine sand, suddenly started to blow up into the sky. Captain Wood quickly protected Harry behind him, but unfortunately he didn't have a wand with him at the moment, so he could only hold the broom across his body, which looked a little funny. A broomstick can't cast spells, nor can it prevent dust, but it can stir up sand. What happened? An air raid? Harry asked, eyes wide. The glasses he was wearing at the moment actually blocked a lot of wind and sand for him, and with Wood blocking in front of him, Harry was still able to keep his eyes open freely. Probably. Be careful, Wood said. What should we do then? Should we go and inform Headmaster Dumbledore right now? Notify Headmaster Dumbledore? This is not the first time that such a small matter does not need to be reported to Headmaster Dumbledore. What? Didn't Voldemort disappear a long time ago? What do you mean by Volt? Oh, I think you misunderstood. I just meant that the Slytherin team has competed with us for the court more than once. Harry. Chow, I thought it was Voldemort calling. If it was just the Slytherin team. Harry tightened his grip on the broom, his blood boiling as he prepared to fight at any moment. While the two were talking, the sand gradually fell back to the ground, and then they saw a man struggling to climb out of the sand pit. But the sand pit was a little deep, and the man would slide down again every time he poked his head out. Remy. Harry was stunned for a moment and ran over quickly. Arriving at the edge of the pit, Harry was about to say something, but when he saw what Remy was using as a trekking pole, his heart skipped a beat. Remy was holding a white, elongated cylindrical pillar in his hand, with protruding flying wings at the bottom. Looking at this thing, Harry couldn't help but think of a weapon he had seen on TV, a missile. Remy, you, grunt, what is that in your hand? Harry asked. Ah? You mean this? This is the broom I specially made for you. Remy shook the flying broom in his hand and said happily. Did you see how I came here just now? You must not have seen it, right? Let me tell you, this thing is super fast. Harry. I sure didn't see how you came, but now I know how you landed. This is not a flying broom, it's clearly a mobile coffin. And who plays Quidditch on this thing? Ouch! Accidentally slipping again, Remy had to hand the broom to Harry and asked for help. Give me a hand, pull me up. Didn't you say this was a broom? Can't you just fly up? It doesn't look broken to me. Wood walked over and looked at the broom in Remy's hand curiously. Oh yes. This is a flying broom in my hand. Remy suddenly realized what was going on and quickly got on his broomstick. Under the shocked gazes of Harry and Wood, they saw an extremely exaggerated ball of fire spurting out from the tail of the broom that Remy was riding. But the sand that came into contact with the flames was not harmed at all. Remy was seen riding a broomstick and slowly rising into the air. About a second later. Whoosh! Bang! Harry and Wood shuddered at the same time and turned around to look back, just in time to see Remy falling from the goal post. Wood reacted quickly and immediately got on the flying broom. The next moment, a gust of wind blew past him. Wood was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned his head, only to see a long, deep trench plowed out on the sand of the court leading straight to the edge of the court, and Remy was on the wall at the edge of the court, using a broomstick as a crowbar to pry himself out in a weird posture. Your friend is really resistant to collisions. Wood looked at Harry with shining eyes. I think he is a perfect candidate to be a goalkeeper. How is his flying skill? If his flying skill is good, he can also be a batsman. Harry. Have you also been assimilated and become unreliable? With Remy's current performance, aren't you worried that he might knock the referee to death? I don't know, but Remy doesn't seem to have any interest in Quidditch. Harry said, shaking his head. How is this possible? Wood stared at Harry with eyes wide open in disbelief. How can there be a wizard who is not interested in Quidditch? Remy said that Quidditch without wands and spells is meaningless. Real wizards should ride on brooms and cast spells. Harry said. Well, okay, but that would be a bit too dangerous, said Wood. While they were discussing, Remy came jogging over with his broomstick. Coming in front of the two, Remy stuck his broom into the ground and shook his hair vigorously. How is it? Quick? Are you excited? Remy asked. Harry and Wood exchanged a glance. Wood thought for a moment, don't you think it's a little too fast? You probably can't control it at all. Oh, I'm not a genius seeker, I can't do it, but Harry can, said Remy. No, no, no. Harry quickly waved his hand to refuse, I can't do that either. I'm not as resistant to collisions as you. My goodness, with the speed this broom just demonstrated, if he really used this broom, if he made even one mistake he would definitely be reunited with his parents. He hasn't lived enough. What's more, he didn't think this thing was a flying broom. Don't worry, the speed of this flying broom can be adjusted. Remy reached out and patted the flying broom standing next to him, his face becoming serious. Let me formally introduce to you my latest invention, the super flying broom, Skyrocket 1, said Remy. Harry. Why does this name sound a bit strange? Its overall weight is 10 kilograms. Although it sounds a bit heavy, it's not slow at all. The top speed is as high as Mach 5. Harry. How many? Chapter 70. Mach 5. Harry, who only had an elementary school education, didn't know how fast the unit Mach was, but he remembered that when he saw this word on TV, it was usually used to describe the speed of missiles. That must be pretty fast. So this is still a missile, right? It must be. Just as Harry was about to ask the question in his mind, he heard Remy continue his introduction. The skyrocketing Monkey 1 is not only fast, it also has many other very unique functions, such as... As he said that, Remy pulled out the Skyrocket 1 and rode on it. They hadn't noticed Remy when he was at the bottom of the pit, but now that they were closer, they immediately noticed something unusual. When Remy rode on the Skyrocket 1, a seat suddenly appeared where Remy's butt was, and at the same time, a space for legs was formed on both sides of the back half. For example, this hidden broom stand can not only be hidden at ordinary times, but the material is also very exquisite. Its surface is made of fake cowhide imported from the Netherlands, and it is filled with very soft and comfortable memory foam that can automatically change its shape according to the shape of the buttocks, providing an excellent riding experience. Fake leather imported from the Netherlands? Butt shape? Harry, who was originally very curious about this seat, had a lot of complaints to express after listening to Remy's introduction. And this, after pressing this button, you can turn on the automatic avoidance function, which can effectively avoid all obstacles. I seem to have forgotten to turn it on just now. Remy scratched his head and said a little depressed. It's not just looks, you definitely didn't open it. Harry complained in his mind. And this is my most proud feature. As he spoke, Remy pressed the button above, and a ball of white light suddenly appeared on the top of Skyrocket number 1. This is the automatic search function. You just need to put the object you want to track in this light ball and record it. It will automatically chase the target. It uses magic guidance, with an error of no more than half a meter, and an effective killing radius of 1 kilometer. Ahem, no, I said it wrong, the search radius is 1 kilometer. As long as the golden snitch is recorded and appears within a kilometer of it, it will automatically catch up with the golden snitch and fly parallel to the golden snitch at the same speed and half a meter away. The seeker only needs to hold on tight and don't fall off, then just reach out to the right and the golden snitch will be caught. How about it? Harry, do you want to try it? With it, I guarantee that as long as the golden snitch appears on the court, it will take less than 0.01 seconds for you to appear next to the golden snitch. Then, as long as you stretch your hand fast enough, you can end the whole game in 1 second and become the most handsome guy on the court. Harry's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Will this thing be considered cheating? Harry looked at Wood and asked. Wood thought about it for a moment, shook his head, and then nodded. If it really has this function, even if you can use it to win a game now, it will be banned soon because its function affects fairness too much, said Wood. Fair? What is that? Can you eat it? Remy curled his lips in disdain. Some people are born taller than others, and some are born faster than others. Wizards of noble birth have been exposed to Quidditch since childhood, not to mention that it affects fairness. How can it affect fairness if a peasant like me makes a super flying broom by myself? Come on, Harry, try it first to see if it works. As he said that, Remy put the Skyrocket number 1 into Harry's hand, and Harry hesitated. "You better turn on that automatic avoidance function for me first, otherwise I won't dare to try it," Harry said. If there was no automatic avoidance function, Harry would have refused the experiment without a second thought. But now, he really wanted to experience this flying broom that Remy had blown up into the sky, which did not look like a flying broom either in appearance or function. "Okay, automatic avoidance has been turned on. Look, the indicator light is on. By the way, do you want to try the automatic search function together?" Remy asked after pressing the button. "This." Harry looked at Wood. "Captain, can you give me a golden snitch to use? I want to help Remy experiment." Wood thought for a moment and nodded, then walked to a box not far away, opened the box and took out a golden snitch from it. After registering the golden snitch in the enemy detection system, Remy nodded to Harry. "Its basic functions are the same as those of a normal broomstick. Now you can try it out." Remy casually released the golden snitch and walked over to Wood and waited for Harry to start his performance. Harry took a deep breath and controlled Skyrocket 1 to ignite and take off. Harry felt it was magical. Although the flames were clearly emitted from the tail of Skyrocket 1, it could still hover in the air horizontally like an ordinary flying broom. It's just because the tail flame of Rocket number 1 is fake, it's just a special effect, not real flame. Slowly rising into the air, Harry looked at the golden snitch flying quickly in the air, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the automatic search button. The next moment, whoosh! I only hear the voice but don't see the person. One could just barely see a black shadow sticking closely to the golden snitch and moving quickly with it, up and down, left and right. About 10 seconds later, a black shadow was suddenly thrown out and fell rapidly. Seeing this, Wood hurriedly rode on his flying broom to catch it. "How is it? Is it always half a meter away from the golden snitch?" Remy asked. "I don't know. I'm vomiting now." Before he could finish his words, Harry fell to the ground and vomited violently. Not to mention the overnight meal, he was even about to vomit out his gallbladder. Ahem. It was really too fast, and it was shaking all the time, I didn't even open my eyes. After that, Harry lowered his head and began to retch again. "It's okay. It's your first time. It's inevitable that you can't adapt to the fast speed and feel a little uncomfortable. You will get used to it after a few times," Remy said. Wood on the side. "I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof." He walked to the box speechlessly to recall the golden snitch. The next moment Wood was shocked to see that not only the golden snitch came back, but also a tracking missile following the golden snitch closely. Fortunately, Remy snapped his fingers at this time, and Monkey King number 1 instantly changed direction and rushed towards Remy and returned to Remy's side. "It seems that I have to give it an automatic explosion after the man-machine separation within 10 meters, I mean the automatic return function, to prevent it from accidentally dropping when in use and forgetting to actively summon it due to panic," Remy said, looking at the Skyrocket Monkey number 1 in his hand. Hearing Remy's words, Wood looked hesitant. After putting the golden snitch back into the box, Wood walked up to Remy. "Remy, I'm really impressed by the speed and agility your Skyrocket 1 just demonstrated. I wonder if you can. You want it?" "No way, I made this specially for Harry." No, I mean, can you remove all other functions and only keep speed and flexibility?" "Remy. Just speed and flexibility? Don't want automatic enemy tracking anymore? What kind of behavior is this of buying the box and returning the pearl?" Chapter 71. Harry and Wood tried their best to persuade Remy, and Wood even took out a 20-centimeter thick Quidditch rules book for Remy to read. Finally, Remy reluctantly agreed to make Harry a Rocket 2 with only high speed and high flexibility. However, Remy flatly rejected Harry's suggestion to change the appearance to that of a normal flying broom. "Do you know what aerodynamic shape is? Do you know what air resistance is? Do you know what fluid mechanics is? Do you understand science? Without this shape, there would be no such speed," said Remy. Even though he wanted to say that this was a magical world and there was no need to talk about science, and Harry was also 80% sure that Remy was talking nonsense, but seeing Remy was so persistent, Harry had no choice but to give in order to get a super fast flying broom. After confirming all the requirements, Remy returned to the laboratory and produced the Rocketeer No. 2 in a short time. After helping Harry adjust the maximum speed, Harry, who had already been bruised and battered in the test drive, finally smiled. Although he got a new flying broom, Harry still used the Nimbus 2000 for more training afterwards, allegedly for the sake of confidentiality. But this has nothing to do with Remy. After making a flying broom for Harry, Remy once again turned on the hoarding mode and accumulated the magic crystals needed for his big plan. As time went by, the weather became colder and colder, and soon turned from cool to cold. Along with the cold air come pumpkin lanterns and dinners. Halloween is here. In the auditorium where the entrance ceremony was held, many students gathered together again. When Headmaster Dumbledore announced that the new house statistical system would be officially implemented from tomorrow, some were happy while others were sad. The happiest class was undoubtedly Gryffindor, because they had been deducted quite a lot of points, but few people remembered that they had also received a lot of extra points. People are always like this. They can't remember much of the happy times, but they can remember the pain and regrets for a lifetime. This is also the sadness of human beings. But soon, when the food was served, all the students put aside their worries and joined the eating team, happily enjoying the sumptuous meal. Looking at Hermione, who was also on the list, Remy suddenly became curious whether the troll would arrive as promised. As promised is a beautiful word. Seeing this word will make people involuntarily recall beautiful scenes, such as a man in a headscarf singing "I stumble towards you" and running into the auditorium door in a panic like a girl with a fluttering heart. Troll. In the basement, thought you ought to know. After saying that, Professor Quirrell fell to the ground with a thud, and coincidentally fell right next to Remy. Remy was stunned at first, then he stood up with a serious face and squatted next to Professor Quirrell. The young wizards, who had been frightened by Professor Quirrell's words, calmed down after seeing Remy's strange behavior and looked at Remy curiously, not knowing what Remy was going to do. Turning Professor Quirrell over, Remy stroked his eyelids, felt his breath, and lifted his wrist to feel his pulse. After the whole process was completed, Remy nodded in satisfaction, then stood up, snapped to attention and saluted Dumbledore in the professor's chair. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, after my preliminary diagnosis, he is dead. Please allow me to take him out for cremation, even on the spot. Remy said loudly. Dumbledore on the stage, Quirrell on the ground, and Voldemort behind the head all twitched their mouths at the same time. Remy, I think Professor Quirrell just fainted. Help him to his seat and let him rest. Dumbledore had just finished speaking when Remy raised his foot and kicked Professor Quirrell in the back of the head. With a scream, Professor Quirrell jumped up. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell has come back to life after my treatment. Remy said with a serious face. The whole auditorium suddenly fell into an eerie silence until a pop sound was heard from somewhere, and the auditorium was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Dumbledore came to his senses and speechlessly covered his face with his hands, while at the same time hiding the corners of his mouth that were rising uncontrollably. After about 2 seconds, Dumbledore tapped the large gold Ivco cup on the table with his spoon, sending up a cloud of ashes. Be quiet. The presidents and prefects of each college, take your classmates back to the dormitories first. Other professors. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, I think students should not be allowed to leave the auditorium without knowing the exact location of the troll, so as to avoid a head-on collision with the troll. Students should stay in the auditorium now, and professors are also required to stay here to protect the students. I will deal with the troll. Remy said loudly. Dumbledore was stunned at first, then he thought about it and felt that what Remy said made sense, except for the last sentence. But, glancing at Professor Quirrell, who was looking down pitifully, Dumbledore thought for a moment and then looked at Remy. It's very courageous of you to volunteer to deal with the troll, but the troll is not something you students can deal with. Let me put it this way, Professor Quirrell, are you feeling better now? Can you go and deal with the troll? Dumbledore turned to look at Professor Quirrell and asked. Before Quirrell could answer, Remy spoke first, reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, it is obvious that if Professor Quirrell was capable of dealing with the troll, he would not have come here in such a panic to report. By the way, from which underwater sewer did you recruit such a poor defense against the dark arts professor? You can't even deal with a troll, and you have the nerve to teach the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It teaches defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore corrected, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, the two of you go deal with the troll, is that okay? Deal with the troll? Okay, no problem, said Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape nodded coolly, stood up, threw his wizard robe handsomely, and walked towards the door of the auditorium. Oh, Severus, don't walk so fast. Professor Flitwick said this while twiddling his short legs quickly, his wand in his hand itching to strike Snape. Remy, where are you going? Dumbledore suddenly said. Remy, who was crouching towards the door, stopped and smiled awkwardly. Close the door, I'll go close it to prevent the giant monster from rushing in. Well, this is indeed a point I have not considered carefully. 10 points for Gryffindor, and 10 points for the suggestion just now. Mr. Filch, close the door, shut it shut, said Dumbledore. Snort. Remy curled his lips and thought, you want to bribe me with just 20 points? You have to pay more. Principal Dumbledore, I just brought Professor Quirrell back to life after he died. I saved a professor's life. Won't you give me extra points? Remy asked. Quirrell's mouth twitched suddenly. Are you saving me? I think you are clearly taking the opportunity to do something dirty to me, Foot. Chapter 72. Quirrell couldn't figure out how he had offended Remy, he only knew that his plan today had failed. Not only did his plan fail, but he was also hit on the back of his head. Oh my god, he didn't even dare to think about how his master would punish him when he returned. This made Quirrell look very listless and confused. But the students around him were more tactless than the other. Seeing him like this, no one comforted him or even offered him a glass of water. Instead, they all looked at him with scrutiny. Especially Harry next to him. Harry was not stupid, he was very sharp to realize that Remy seemed to be deliberately targeting Quirrell. Because although Remy is usually unreliable and often does some weird things, he would never be so rude as to hit someone directly. Harry wondered why Remy was targeting Professor Quirrell, who looked so bad. Yes, it's really bad. Look at Professor Flitwick. Even though he was less than 5 feet tall, he not only did not refuse to deal with the troll, but was very happy. Professor Snape also set off without hesitation. Look at the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts class. He was so frightened that he was almost scared to death. If it weren't for Remy's timely treatment, he might still be lying there. Not to mention the strong garlic smell on him, sitting next to him was like sitting in a gas chamber. Remy even exaggeratedly wore a gas mask. When seeing Remy selling gas masks to people around him, Headmaster Dumbledore couldn't bear to watch it anymore and called Professor Quirrell up to let him have a good rest in the professor's seat. This made Quirrell feel even worse. He didn't think he had any chance of doing anything under Dumbledore's nose. The dinner continued. The young wizards ate and drank, and even had a heated discussion and bet on which of the two professors who were away could defeat the troll first. Although the young wizards didn't know how powerful the two professors were, no one doubted that they could not defeat the troll because they were so confident before they left. Among the 4 major houses, Gryffindor House had the most heated discussions. On the one hand, the little lions, who generally love adventure, are very interested in fighting giant monsters. On the other hand, the new College Cup has just begun, and they have already received 25 extra points. Well, for saving Professor Quirrell in time, Dumbledore gave Remy 5 extra points, after obtaining Professor Quirrell's consent. A momum villisum pig heart belongs to. The second most heated discussion was from Slytherin House, who believed that their head of house would definitely defeat the troll in the end. This made the students of Ravenclaw House, who always focused on studying and didn't join in the quarrel, very unhappy. They felt that Slytherin was belittling their head of house, so the students of the two houses had a friendly exchange across the Gryffindor house table. About half an hour later, Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick opened the door and returned to the Great Hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two simply nodded to Headmaster Dumbledore without saying a word to indicate that their mission was accomplished, and then returned to their seats to eat and drink. Who defeated the giant monster? Nobody knows. Maybe Dumbledore and the other professors knew, but no professor ever gave an answer afterwards. This question has also become an unsolved mystery of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The weather becomes colder as November approaches, but it also brings romance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When the first snowflake fell, Remy changed his job again and stopped being a hoarder. He spent every day writing, drawing, and arranging experimental plans. This made his roommates very curious, but no matter how they asked, Remy just wouldn't say. After entering November, Harry became extremely busy and had to go out for training almost every day. Others were just as busy, except they were doing their homework. Maybe it was because it was near the end of the semester, the professors were assigning assignments one after another, one more difficult than the other, as if they were rushing to achieve performance, making the little wizards miserable. After another heavy snowfall, Hogwarts Castle was dressed in thick white winter clothes, and the Quidditch game officially began. The young wizards, who had been depressed by heavy homework for a long time, happily rushed to the Quidditch field to watch the game, and many of them even made their own cheering flags. Remy also arrived at the auditorium early with the students of Gryffindor College and occupied a favorable position. Unlike others who were looking forward to Gryffindor House's ranking moving up one place, Remy just wanted to see Harry riding on the skyrocketer too and killing people. It's a pity that Harry is unwilling to use Monkey King 1, otherwise Harry would only need to be responsible for GAGA, and Monkey King 1 can kill indiscriminately on its own. This made Remy feel deeply regretful. But when Harry appeared on the stage riding on the Skyrocket 2 and heard the lively discussions among the people around him, Remy instantly forgot about that regret. I'm Chow. Missiles. Are you kidding me? Harry is riding that thing. Isn't he afraid of it exploding? What is that? Is that a broomstick too? Harry's broomstick can actually breathe fire. It's just so cool. What model of broomstick is this? Is it the latest model? I must buy one next year. What a beautiful design, simple and elegant, I love it. As the discussion went on, suddenly, everyone's eyes shifted from Harry to Remy. Their intuition told them that Remy was probably the only person in the entire Hogwarts who could come up with such an unreliable thing. Then, everyone looked towards the teaching desk. They wanted to know what Headmaster Dumbledore thought about this matter. In the teacher's seat, even though Dumbledore had heard that Remy had made a brand new flying broom for Harry, his eyes still jumped when he saw the flying broom with his own eyes. It was really outrageous. Even if it didn't explode, its shape alone was a huge deterrent to Muggle-born wizards. Fortunately, Gryffindor's opponent this time was Slytherin, where there were almost no Muggle-born wizards, and most of them were half-blood. It seems that we need to add a rule to the rules of Quidditch games in the future to restrict the shape of flying brooms. Otherwise, who knows? Remy might come up with some weird-looking flying brooms. Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall beside him. Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head. It would be better to just stipulate that only a certain type of broomstick can be used. But I think there will be many people who disagree, especially those wealthy pure-blood families. Dumbledore thought about it and agreed. Since there were no regulations or restrictions on the performance of a broomstick, what did it matter if it was just a shape? Besides, at least for now, the flying broom made by Remy is still a thin and long stick as a whole. This must be strongly supported, lest one day Remy suddenly makes an idea and makes an airplane and insists that it is also a flying broom. That's what we call disrupting the balance. Chapter 73. In the teachers' seats on the Quidditch field, Quirrell's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he watched Harry hovering in the air like an eagle, surveying the entire field. Last time, because he acted on his own and failed, he was severely punished by Voldemort. This time, he must take the opportunity to restore his image in Voldemort's heart. If I can interfere with Harry's broomstick and make him fall and get hurt or even die, Lord Voldemort will definitely look upon me with new eyes. When the time comes, Lord Voldemort will surely. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, a scream woke Quirrell up from his YY. Suddenly the golden snitch appeared. The location where the golden snitch appeared was closer to the Slytherin Seeker. The Slytherin Seeker was delighted and quickly drove his broomstick to chase the golden snitch. Shortly after he started, he heard a whoosh and a red figure flashed past him. When the red figure stopped, he raised one hand high, holding a golden snitch in his hand. The entire Quidditch field suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After 3 full seconds of silence, the stadium was filled with cheers. "It's Harry! Harry did it! Oh my god, this is too fast, isn't it? Cheating! It must be cheating! How can a broomstick be so fast? That's amazing! I must buy the same broomstick as Harry. Can anyone tell me the model number? The shape and color scheme look a bit like a Patriot missile." Patriot missile? Why doesn't this name sound like a flying broom? It wasn't meant to be, right? So cool! Harry is so amazing! How long has it been since the show started? Gryffindor wins! We win! Marvelous! Quirrell looked at Harry, who was enjoying the warm applause in the field with a confused look on his face, thinking, "I haven't even started yet, the game is already over? Give up? What about my image in Voldemort's eyes? No! I have to act today." Quirrell gritted his teeth and looked around, suddenly feeling that now was actually a good opportunity to take action, or even a better opportunity. Everyone's attention was on Harry, and Harry was hovering in the air without moving. It was a godsend. With his eyes fixed on the broomstick Harry was riding, Quirrell took a deep breath and began to cast a curse while mumbling something. As Quirrell began to cast the evil spell, Harry was seen riding his broom, circling the field and landing smoothly. Quirrell lowered his head and stared at his hands in disbelief. "What's wrong with me? Can't even cast a curse? Could it be that because I played dumb all day long, I actually integrated into the segment?" At this moment, Quirrell fell into deep self-doubt and even pondered the meaning of life. "Great! Harry, you caught the snitch so quickly. You must not have seen the expressions on the faces of the Slytherin students. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Congratulations, Harry, you really did it. Well done, Harry." Amidst the praises from everyone, Harry happily came to Remy. "Remy, thank you for my skyrocket too, it's awesome," said Harry. Remy curled his lips and said, "Too bad. If it was Monkey King 1, it would only take 1/5 of the time to finish the game. Harry, you have really high requirements. But you should enjoy the skyrocketing monkey number 1 by yourself, I am not destined to use it." After exchanging pleasantries with the people around him, Harry returned to the locker room to change back into his school uniform, and then returned to the castle with everyone else. There was already a celebration party waiting for him. Not only him, but all students will participate. After all, Quidditch is a big competition that happens once a year. Although Remy thought this game was very boring because it ended too quickly, it was obvious that everyone else thought it was very exciting. Everyone was discussing heatedly, discussing Harry's superb flying skills while also discussing Harry's incredibly fast flying broom. In fact, they were discussing that special flying broom more than Harry himself. Harry didn't care about this, because that flying broom was not something that could be bought casually, and even if they asked Remy to buy it, Remy would not sell it to them. Because Remy has been busy with other things recently, let alone making a new flying broom, even helping him debug his flying broom required an appointment. "By the way, Remy, what are you busy with recently? Can't you tell me?" Harry asked curiously. "It's okay now, I'm done," Remy said. "Oh." Harry perked up, "What good stuff is it? Can you show it to me?" The people around, especially those who knew something about the situation, looked at Remy expectantly. "Sure." Nodding, Remy pulled a glass bottle the size of a water glass from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Taking the bottle, Harry looked at it curiously. The bottle seemed to be just ordinary glass, and inside it was a mass of white oval spheres that looked like rice but were only 1/5 the size of rice. Apart from that, nothing else could be seen. "What is this?" Harry asked curiously. "Eggs," Remy said. "Egg? Right. What eggs? Eggs? Insect eggs?" Harry and everyone else's eyes suddenly became a little strange. They couldn't understand why Remy's new invention, which took so long to develop, turned out to be insect eggs. And did you create these eggs using magic? Harry asked. Yes. Remy nodded. These are not ordinary insect eggs, they are rich in nutrients, and the protein content is 6 times that of beef. Is this something edible? Ronald stopped eating and asked with wide eyes, will it not hatch in my stomach after I eat it? Of course not, how could I make such a low-level mistake? Remy said. May I ask, what kind of insect eggs are these? Harry asked. You'll know when you open it. Remy said. Just open it and you will know? Harry thought about it, nodded and started to open the bottle cap. As the bottle cap was opened, the top layer of insect eggs in the bottle hatched quickly, and then the insects spread their wings and flew out of the bottle quickly. Looking at the little black bugs in the air and listening to the buzzing sounds they made when flying, everyone's eyes changed. Mosquitoes? Why do you use magic to create mosquitoes? Harry asked in confusion. No, these are not ordinary mosquitoes, they are super mosquitoes. Remy said with a smug look on his face. Being bitten by a super mosquito not only makes it itchier and lasts longer, but they are also heat resistant and cold resistant. They can survive even in an environment of -100 degrees. They can even reproduce and have a super strong reproductive capacity. This is an epoch-making invention. It not only perfectly fills the gap of no mosquitoes in Hogwarts Castle, but also fills the gap of no mosquitoes in the entire wizarding world in winter. Everyone! Where is the gun? Take this BD out and shoot him. 5 minutes. Chapter 74. After listening to Remy's introduction, Harry was speechless. He really couldn't understand why Remy would go to so much trouble to invent something so evil and boring, but it seemed that Remy didn't find it boring. Super mosquitoes can reproduce both sexually and asexually. As long as there is one left, it can give birth to 1,000 babies in less than a week. You have already released 200 at this moment, said Remy. More than 200? I let it out? I blanch. Harry shuddered and quickly closed the lid, but to his horror the lids disappeared. Meeting Remy's half-smiley gaze again, Harry's heart stopped. Got cheated. Just as he was in a daze, suddenly, a mosquito landed on Harry's hand and stayed there for a moment. In an instant, an intense itching sensation came from his hand. Subconsciously, Harry loosened his grip. Snap! When the glass bottle fell to the ground, a dense buzzing sound followed the crisp sound of breaking. Seeing the swarm of mosquitoes rising up like a puff of black smoke, everyone's face changed. Some little girls were so scared that they screamed. The people around tried to move away, but it was no use because the mosquitoes ran much faster than them. Moreover, mosquitoes are very small and can be easily seen when they gather together, but when they are scattered, they cannot be seen clearly under the yellow light provided by the magic candle. Soon, there were groans and friction sounds all over the auditorium, and everyone was scratching themselves with crazy scratching skills. Even Remy, the creator of the super mosquito, was not spared, and his hands and neck were covered with small red spots. Remy suppressed the itch and didn't scratch like others because he knew very well the consequences of being bitten. Taking advantage of the chaos, Remy quietly mixed in with the fleeing crowd and left the auditorium. He was afraid that if he waited any longer he would not be able to leave, and he also needed to find a deserted place to apply the antidote on himself. It's such a sweet itch. It's worthy of being my masterpiece. After returning to the laboratory, Remy first praised himself, took out the anti-itch medicine and applied it on himself, and then took out the mosquito repellent and sprayed it on himself. Both drugs are colorless and odorless, so no one can tell that Remy has applied the drugs unless they know in advance. We can enjoy the show from now on. I hope you can have a good sleep. Remy thought gloatingly. There were thousands of mosquito eggs in that bottle. Now they have all hatched. Their number is enough to attack every student at night. Remy stayed in his laboratory until late at night, and returned to the dormitory to rest when he felt it was about time. I thought my roommates had all gone to bed, but when Remy gently pushed open the door in the dark, I was greeted by 8 green eyes. You scared me. What happened to you? Cosplaying as werewolves. Remy asked guiltily, taking a step back without leaving a trace. Of course we are, waiting. For you. Ah. Go. Catch. Before Harry could finish his words, Remy, who was on guard, turned around and ran away. Run? You can't run. Ronald gritted his teeth, scratched his neck and then shouted loudly. Remy is back. Everyone catch him. Click, click, click. Remy's heart skipped a beat when he heard the sound of a door opening. I blanch. So many people want to arrest me? Giving up on running towards the common room, Remy turned around and ran up the stairs. After running for only 2 steps, a large group of strong men appeared in front of Remy and blocked his way. They were all senior students, and they looked at Remy with very friendly eyes. Hi, what a coincidence, you guys are here for a night run too. Remy greeted. Yeah, and we're also planning on practicing fighting. Really? Then I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Turning around, jumping up, and dodging Ronald's boar charge, Remy used the wall to gain momentum and flew directly over Neville's head and landed not very smoothly. Bang! Ouch! I'll go. Boil! With a clang, Remy rolled smoothly to the end of the spiral staircase. Without daring to stop for a moment, Remy quickly got up and opened the door. There are always surprises when you open the door. You will see a large group of disheveled female ghosts blocking the door and looking at him affectionately with friendly smiles. Hello. Well, you big head ghost. Catch him. Bang. A large cloud of smoke appeared along with a pungent smell. Taking advantage of their obstructed vision, Remy slipped through the group of female classmates like a slippery loach. Because there was no female anchor in the team, Remy was not caught. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If I run out now, I will definitely have to face students from other colleges, so I might as well. Glancing at the door leading to the girls' dormitory, Remy dashed in while the smoke bomb was still in effect. Remy found a dormitory and crawled under the bed, then heaved a sigh of relief. Go ahead and look for me. If you can find me, I'll... Plop. Quack. Meow meow. With the sound of flapping wings, Remy saw 4 owls and a cat land in front of him, screaming wildly. Who is so wicked to keep an owl and a cat in the dormitory? Can I sleep well? Cursing silently, Remy quickly crawled out from under the bed. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached quickly, and many people shouted in a delicate voice to catch him. Meow. Just wait for me. I will take revenge on you. After saying some harsh words to the owl and the cat, Remy gritted his teeth, rushed to the window and jumped. Remy! You can't run away! Snap! Crash! The girls were shocked to see Remy shattering the glass and jumping out. Ha 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 ha, you can't catch me, right? I'm just that powerful. Hearing Remy's wild laughter coming from outside, the female ghosts who were originally a little worried suddenly became furious. Anyone who has a flying broom, go back and get one. We must catch him today, one person said, gritting his teeth. That's right. Not only did this guy release so many mosquitoes, he even dared to break into the girls' dormitory and mocked us. It's really abominable. We must catch him and give him a good beating, otherwise there will definitely be more men breaking into the girls' dormitory in the future. Yes, I must teach him a lesson he will never forget. On the other side, after the boys of Gryffindor College learned that Remy had run away, those who had broomsticks went to get their broomsticks, while those who didn't have broomsticks rushed out directly. The huge commotion attracted the attention of students from other colleges who were out at night. After learning about the situation, they rushed back to their own dormitories to call for help and joined the team to capture Remy. In the early morning of Halloween, a unique battle royale unfolded at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry amidst heavy snow. Chapter 75. Where is he? Just now I saw that he should be running in this direction. Search. He definitely can't get far. That's right, a carpet search. Friends above, please fly higher and watch carefully. We will use the lighting spell to illuminate you from below. No problem, we'll keep a close eye on it. As a group of wizards holding magic wands left, a snowman with a carrot nose blinked and the corners of his big mouth curled up wildly. You want to catch me with this level? Dream on! Who can spot me in this ghillie suit? Not only will I be standing right next to you, I will also be shooting you. He took out a white gun from his back and aimed it at the person in front of him. The smile on the snowman's face became even wider. Whoosh whoosh! 3 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The 3 people who had just left were startled and hurriedly turned back. Bang, bang, bang! Shit! What is this? It's so sticky. I can't move my arms. What is this green slime? It must have been Remy. He must be nearby. Someone come. Remy is over here. Someone come quickly, don't let Remy get away. How immoral. They're already eliminated but they're still reporting points. You are a bunch of little losers, you can't afford to play with me. Remy, who had already moved to a corner, made an international friendly gesture to the 3 people and continued to run away. Fire one shot and move to another place. Remy, who is well versed in guerrilla warfare, used the cover of the heavy snow in the sky and his own snowman suit to roam around the square and the castle, having a lot of fun shooting from behind. Bayou. 13 heads. 26 heads will be eating chicken in no time. After blowing the muzzle of the gun, Remy moved again with his short legs and ran to the door of a passage. He squatted next to a pillar and waited quietly for the next prey. At this moment, he was more LYB than LYB, more Voldemort than Voldemort. Even Voldemort himself would have to admit defeat. Strange, the map shows it should be nearby, why can't I find it? Could it be overhead? No. Did you use an invisibility cloak? Well, it's possible. Be careful. I heard that Remy has made another very interesting prank toy. Remy was startled when he saw the Weasley twins discussing in a low voice while holding a map next to him. Oh my god, these 2 guys actually turned on the full map perspective hack, and they did it right in front of him. Can this be tolerated? This is absolutely intolerable. Pulling out his gun, Remy fired at both of them. BB. In one breath, he covered their bodies with mucus, even blocking their mouths with mucus. Remy walked over and snatched the map from their hands in front of their shocked eyes. I declare that both of you have been banned for cheating, and your cheats have been confiscated. Remy said proudly. It's no use. I said I would confiscate it, so I will confiscate it. Bye. Ignoring the Weasley twins whose eyes were shining with excitement, Remy moved again. This time he ran to a very conspicuous position, right in the middle of the square. It turns out that the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Little wizards ran past him waving their wands, and broomsticks flew over his head. No one noticed him, and no one even looked at him twice. The only pity was that the flying broom in the sky did not drop any airdrop supply boxes for him. This is a bit boring, do you want to increase the difficulty? When the 100th classmate ran past him and still ignored him, Remy decided to add some difficulty to himself to make the game more interesting. Wait a little longer. When there are more people in the square, I will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Thinking this way, Remy quietly moved to the edge of the square. As he was walking, suddenly, Remy felt a violent impact. Bang! Shit! Which BD bumped into me? Remy climbed out of the snow and looked around angrily. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the air. Remy is in the central square. He's disguised as a snowman. I've got him, come on everyone. You're holding on to that thing. Get down. Hold the gun, aim, and pull the trigger. Bibababayoo. Although he failed to knock the opponent down with 3 consecutive shots, he successfully stuck his hands to the broom, making him lose the ability to cast spells. Remy, don't even think about running away. Fainted. Hanging Fuchsia. Expelliarmus. Magical spells flew over one after another, and Remy was so scared that his neck shrank and he quickly used a trick to escape, throwing down a smoke bomb. Bang! When the smoke cleared, only a collapsed snowman suit was left on the scene, and Remy himself had already disappeared. Where are the people? Damn it, this guy is too good at running. Notify everyone, no matter what it is, if you see anything abnormal, hit it and make it faint. I agree. I just learned the disarming spell and this is a good opportunity to practice it. I will burn with fire. I'll be torn into pieces. I know the killing curse. Stare. Just, are you kidding me? There's no way I can do that kind of dark magic. Just as everyone was discussing how to punish Remy after catching him, suddenly, a loud laugh came from a distance. Ha 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 ha, you little brats think you can catch me. Today, I will introduce my latest invention to you. As a few stars twinkled in the sky, when everyone saw the so-called latest invention in Remy's hand, some students who recognized it were dumbfounded. This is Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. Great compassion saves the world, 6 senses are purified by slime bombs. Wizards, tremble under the muzzle of my gun. Ha 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 ha. With another burst of wild laughter, Remy pulled the trigger, and the next moment, the 12-barreled Gatling gun began to rotate, and one green slime bullet after another formed a line and shot towards the crowd in the square below. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boil. Hide in cover. Expelliarmus. The flames are blazing. Fainted. Protect everyone. All of a sudden, colorful lights rose up from all over the square, some formed shields to protect the crowd, and some flew straight towards Remy. However, their range was far from enough to hit Remy, and some were even blocked by slime bullets as soon as they appeared. With every collision, the slime bomb will be broken into raindrops all over the sky, and these raindrops will still be very sticky when they fall to the ground. Fortunately, there is snow on the ground, otherwise someone's shoes would definitely be stuck to the ground. But after being covered in a large amount of snow, their movement speed was greatly reduced, and they were soon hit by the dense rain of slime bullets from behind and stuck in place. Remy laughed wildly, continuing to fire while freeing up one hand to throw slime grenades downwards. Looking at the students running away frantically below, Remy's smile gradually turned into fire. Chapter 76. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang. Boom. Boom. Looking at the students who were running around in the square but were bound by the slime on the ground and had nowhere to escape, and at the more than a dozen Air Force and Marines who were surrounding Remy from inside and outside but could not capture him after a long time, Professor McGonagall, who was watching the battle on another tower, could not help but smile bitterly. I never thought that weapons in the Muggle world are so powerful. This is just a slime bullet used for pranks. If Remy used real bullets, the consequences would be disastrous. Professor McGonagall sighed. He fought against hundreds of people alone and dealt with nearly 100 of them. What's more important is that the weapon used by Remy is not only capable of exerting such terrifying combat power by him, but anyone who gets it can exert the same power. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but gasp at this. Yes. Headmaster Dumbledore nodded. It seems that Nicholas Flamel is right. The wizarding world cannot remain so closed. Otherwise, the gap between the wizarding world and the Muggle world will only grow wider. Can't it be closed anymore? Professor McGonagall was shocked. What do you mean, Albus? Do you and Nicholas Flamel both believe that the wizarding world should be open to Muggles? Professor McGonagall asked. It's not that we need to open it up, but we need to increase exchanges. It depends on Remy. If he can really invent a magical item that can effectively defend against thermal weapons, it won't be too late to talk about opening it up then. Dumbledore said. Remy. Professor McGonagall glanced at Remy, who was throwing grenades crazily in the distance, and shook his head helplessly. I don't think he looks like someone who would invent something defensive. I think he would first invent a magical gun that even Muggles could use, said Professor McGonagall. If he is not guided, I think so. Dumbledore pushed his glasses, that's why we have to guide him well. The magic gloves he invented are very good. According to Filch, Remy is currently trying to mass-produce magic gloves and magic cards. Once successful, the wizarding world will surely be shocked. Remy may even become the greatest wizard in the world. Wouldn't that steal your reputation? Don't you mind? Professor McGonagall asked with a smile. Why should I mind it? If he succeeds, his contribution to the wizarding world will be greater than mine, and it is only natural for him to get that title. Dumbledore said calmly. Okay, but what should we do now? Don't we stop him? If we don't stop him, he will probably become more and more lawless in the future, right? Professor McGonagall asked. Filch told me that Remy's biggest difficulty now is that he doesn't have enough magic crystals. He probably wasted a lot today, and the holiday is coming soon. I have already notified Fudge to bring people here. Let him have fun for a while before Fudge comes. Dumbledore said with a smile. Have you informed Fudge? Professor McGonagall's mind moved. You mean? Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Yes, I plan to let him stay in prison during the holidays, save some magic crystals, and make the magic gloves as soon as possible. Okay, let him have some fun. Hiss, the place bitten by this mosquito is really itchy. Yeah, I don't know if Severus has prepared the antidote yet. I'm afraid not. When I saw him just now, I saw several bloody marks on his neck. It seemed that he scratched himself. His office is in the basement, which is where there are the most mosquitoes. Really? I hope he can prepare an antidote as soon as possible. I can't help but want to scratch them. They're so itchy. A male principal and a female vice principal, two peerless masters, shared their inner desires with each other in a romantic tower. On another tower far away from them, Remy was firing wildly with a submachine gun in each hand, his left hand firing into the sky and his right hand pointing the gun at the stairs. After repelling the enemy's attacks for who knows how many times, Remy finally got a precious chance to catch his breath. There was an expression of dejection on his face that he could hardly conceal, as he realized that he had run out of ammunition. Even if I am surrounded, even if I am the only one left, even if I have very little ammunition left, I will fight to the last moment. I will never surrender. With fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes, Remy took out the last slime grenade and pulled it open resolutely. Come on! If you dare to come up, I will die with you. We will perish together. Remy shouted. Behind the corner of the spiral staircase, a group of seniors who were clinging to the wall were speechless after hearing Remy's words. Why are you pretending to be a hero? You are obviously the villain, okay? We are the righteous side. Martin, throw the quaffle again to disturb him later. Jin, Jace, the two of you use the blazing fire, and make sure to burn all the slime. Don't let the slime get on us. Others use stunning spell or disarming spell. Those who don't know either can use stunning spell. Luther, go inform the team members that at 3:05 sharp, we will launch another charge against Remy together. Clear. Receive. I'll go inform them right away. We must take down Remy this time. This guy is so abominable. After formulating the battle plan, several people continued to wait against the wall, waiting for the time for the general attack. Just when they were on guard against Remy throwing grenades, suddenly, Remy's surprised cry came from above. What the hell? What is this? Remy stared at the ropes wrapped around him with wide eyes in disbelief, totally unable to understand where these ropes came from. But Remy soon knew the answer. The entire tower suddenly transformed into a large ball of wool, instantly binding Remy tightly with only his head sticking out. Then, Dumbledore appeared in front of Remy, holding the arm of a man whom Remy also knew. It was the Minister of Magic Fudge, who Remy had met several times before and had a certain relationship with. Oh, you haven't been arrested yet? I thought you had been impeached and thrown into prison. Remy said. Minister Fudge's face suddenly turned dark, and he thought to himself, how dare you bring this up? Mr. Barrett, the Ministry of Magic is now officially arresting you for endangering public safety by dangerous means and illegal possession of firearms. Come with us. Fudge said coldly. This is not a gun, this is a magic firearm, 200% made in the magic world, said Remy. If you have any objections, you can wait until you get to the court to defend yourself. Now, please cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, Fudge waved his hand, and two aurors on broomsticks landed in front of Remy. They each grabbed a line and took off again with Remy in their hands. Fly to the Ministry of Magic? Isn't that too slow? I suggest that you, the Minister of Magic, take me to the Ministry of Magic by apparition. Remy said. Hearing Remy's words, Fudge's face suddenly became darker. Chapter 77. Ever since Remy was taken away by the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has suddenly fallen into an eerie calm. When walking in the castle, one can often see students thinking about life. Especially those students who grew up in the magical world. That night, the scene of Remy unilaterally crushing a group of students with a gun in hand lingered in their minds for a long time and shocked them greatly. Many young wizards seriously thought for the first time about the superiority of wizards over muggles, but this question was too profound for them and they could not think of an answer. Even the advanced students could only vaguely see the answer, but when they tried to grasp it, they could not grasp it. Dullness has become the main theme of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The only consolation was that after Remy left, the super annoying mosquitoes created by Remy disappeared not long after, which made everyone, including Harry, breathe a sigh of relief. The Weasley twins called it the greatest prank ever perpetrated at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and even planned to make a statue of Remy and place it in the square where he had fought. But Harry didn't think it was a good idea. As the end of the semester approaches, homework for various subjects is coming in like crazy, and everyone has to bury their heads in homework every day. It seems that nothing has changed. However, one day when I went to Hagrid's cabin to drink tea and relax, Hagrid inadvertently revealed that the things in the vault were related to Nicholas Flamel. This aroused Harry's great interest, and at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. His intuition told him that the person who robbed the vault was most likely related to Voldemort, or even Voldemort himself. Harry wanted to stop him, even though he had no idea how to stop him, but he wanted to investigate, and the breakthrough was Nicholas Flamel. The name Nicholas Flamel sounded very familiar to Harry, but neither he, Hermione nor Ronald searched through all the information they could find and could not find any information related to Nicholas Flamel. It would be great if Remy was here. This Nicholas Flamel must be Remy's teacher. Remy must know about his teacher. Ronald closed the thick alchemy encyclopedia in his hand and said, "This is really weird. Could it be that Nicholas Flamel is not an alchemist? Why is there no clue at all? Maybe, he is not an alchemist from Yingguo." Harry scratched his head and looked very distressed. "I remember Remy told me that he had stayed in France for a period of time before. Maybe his teacher Nicholas Flamel is from the French magic world. If that's the case, then we're done for. We need to look up celebrities in the European wizarding world, and we may not be able to find them," said Ronald. "Yeah, let's take our time looking for it. We have a whole vacation ahead of us. I'll use my invisibility cloak to go to the restricted area tonight to see if I can find any clues. Do you want to come with me?" Harry said. "How late? If it's too late, I might not be able to get up. But do you really not know who gave you the invisibility cloak on Christmas?" Ronald asked. If Remy hadn't gone in, I would have suspected that Remy was playing a prank, but now that he has gone in, it is obvious that he can't give me this gift. Harry rubbed his forehead and said, "Yeah, I don't know how he is doing in Azkaban. It must be extremely miserable. I heard from my father that Azkaban is not a place for human beings to stay. Even a person with a strong will suffer a mental breakdown after entering Azkaban. God, I really can't understand what the Ministry of Magic is thinking to lock up an underage student." When Ronald mentioned Azkaban, there was obvious fear on his face, as if he was recalling some bad experience. If you didn't know him, you would think he had been there before. Who knows? But you seem to have forgotten that Remy has been in there once. Wasn't he fine when he came back that time? Harry said. "Yeah, I really don't know how he managed to get through it," Ronald said. "It doesn't necessarily mean that I can just get through it," Harry said with empty eyes. Although he didn't know what Remy had experienced in Azkaban, and Remy had never talked to him about it, but looking at Remy's spirit after returning, he didn't look like he had been tortured. After dinner, the two went to the library to look up famous European wizards, but still found nothing. After returning to the dormitory in vain, Harry gave Hedwig and Long John some water and food, then washed up and went to bed. It was late at night when he woke up. Looking at Ronald, who was sleeping soundly, Harry hesitated for a moment and did not wake him up. He took out the invisibility cloak he received at Christmas from under the bed, put it on himself and left the dormitory alone. The Hogwarts castle was deserted during the winter vacation, not to mention that it was late at night, with only the cooing of owls coming from outside the window from time to time. Wearing his invisibility cloak and holding a lantern, Harry made his way to the library. The library was not locked. Not only the main door of the library was not locked, but even the door leading to the restricted area was not locked. This made Harry feel relieved, as he did not know how to perform unlocking spells. After successfully entering the restricted area, Harry had to take off his invisibility cloak to make it easier to search for the books on the bookshelf filled with magic books. Putting the lantern aside, Harry picked up a thick spell book. I don't know if it's just Doinch or if all the magic books here are like this. I just picked up a book at random, but I ended up getting a Facebook book. A human face suddenly appeared on the open page of the book, which scared Harry to death. The face also made a shrill scream. Oh no! This might attract Filch. Harry quickly closed the book, thinking something was wrong, and quickly put on his invisibility cloak. Just as Harry was about to get the lantern, a cat's meow suddenly sounded in the quiet library, startling Harry again. Without giving it a second thought, Harry hurriedly fled the scene, but didn't get too far away. He still held out a glimmer of hope, hoping that Filch wouldn't notice anything unusual and that Filch would leave. However, Filch spotted the lantern next to the bookshelf immediately and began searching the surroundings, while his cat, Mrs. Norris, shook her ears and meowed directly towards Harry. His hope was shattered. Harry sighed and hurried away. But the invisibility cloak can only hide his body and not the sounds he makes. Whether it is the subtle sound of his walking, breathing or even heartbeat, they are all pointing Mrs. Norris in the direction. Harry could only retreat again and again, and after getting away from Filch, he ran away as fast as he could, while Mrs. Norris was chasing him from behind. After finally getting rid of Mrs. Norris, Harry sadly found himself lost. After wandering around the castle for a while, a door suddenly caught Harry's attention. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Harry opened the door and walked in. Chapter 78. It was an empty, dusty, decayed room, but it had many windows and did not look like a storage room. There was no debris inside, only an unidentified object covered with grey cloth in the corner. After thinking for a while, Harry walked over and pulled off the cloth. There was no dust on the cloth, but it stirred up a lot of dust when it fell to the ground. Just like seeing a bride with her veil lifted, when the cloth was pulled off, Harry cried out in excitement, tears welling up in his eyes instantly. It was a mirror that looked no different from the mirror on an ordinary wardrobe, except that it looked a little older. But in the mirror, Harry saw his parents, and saw them looking at him lovingly. "Dad, Mom!" Mumbling, Harry walked to the mirror and put his hand on it, as if he wanted to touch the person in the mirror. Of course he didn't succeed, but the person in the mirror actually reached out and pressed his hand. Although there was only a cold mirror surface when he touched it, looking at the person in the mirror, Harry felt that his hands were unusually warm at this moment. He just stared at it blankly for a long time. It wasn't until a breeze blew that Harry shuddered and tightened his clothes to come back to his senses. With one more glance in the mirror, Harry put on his invisibility cloak and left the room. He was going back to the dormitory. He couldn't wait to share this great discovery with his friends and share his joy. In case he lost his way back, Harry even marked every corner. After going around in circles, they finally returned to the dormitory. Harry shook Ronald hard to wake him up despite the fact that he was sleeping soundly. Then, he pulled Ronald and ran away amid Ronald's puzzled complaints. In his haste, he even forgot to put on his invisibility cloak. Luckily they didn't run into Filch on the way. They returned to the room smoothly. To Harry's surprise, Ronald did not see his parents in the mirror. Ronald said he saw himself becoming the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and becoming a Gryffindor prefect, and also said he led Gryffindor to win the House Cup. This puzzled Harry greatly. He did not understand why the images the two saw were so different. He had wanted to share his joy of meeting his parents with Ronald and introduce his parents to Ronald, but now it seems impossible because Ronald can't see them at all. But seeing that Ronald seemed very happy with what he saw, Harry did not disturb him. He just quietly looked at his parents in the mirror, just as his parents in the mirror were also looking at him affectionately. Ever since he accidentally discovered the mirror that night, Harry has changed. He no longer thinks about the treasures in the vault, Nicholas Flamel, Voldemort and other trivial things. He just wants to stay by the mirror every day and spend more time with his parents. Ronald said that Harry's condition was not right and very dangerous, and advised Harry not to go again. Harry agreed, but every night he would sneak out of the dormitory and go to the room alone. That night, Harry came to the mirror wearing an invisibility cloak as he did in the previous few days. The originally dusty floor had already been cleaned by him. He sat in front of the mirror and stared at it blankly. Suddenly, an inopportune voice sounded from behind him, scaring him so much that he jumped up instantly. "It seems you have discovered the joys of the Mirror of Erist, Harry." "Principal Dumbledore? Remy." Harry turned around and his eyes widened. "You're out of prison again." "Yeah, why, are you disappointed?" Remy said, half leaning on a long stick. "How could that be?" "I'm so happy to see you back," said Harry. "How happy are you?" Remy tilted his head. "Are you happier to see me or to watch the Mirror of Erist indulge in the virtual world?" "The Mirror of Erist." Harry looked from Remy to Dumbledore. "I saw my parents in the mirror, but when I brought Ronald here, during the day, of course, he saw something very different from me." "So, what special power does this magic mirror have?" Harry asked. "You already have a rough answer in your mind, don't you?" Remy said with a smile, "The Mirror of Erist is an outstanding alchemical product from ancient times. It allows anyone who looks into the mirror to see their deepest desires." "Inner desire?" Harry's eyes dimmed. Just as Remy said, he had actually guessed something a long time ago, but he just didn't want to face the answer. "So what about you, what did you see? What do you desire?" Harry asked, changing the subject. "I saw I received a for Christmas. I long for Naoko." Dumbledore was so shocked that he almost gasped. After receiving a glare from Dumbledore, Remy shrugged, "It was just a joke, but I was actually looking at myself." "Yourself?" Harry asked. Dumbledore was also stunned. "Yes, myself." Remy nodded and said, "I don't have anything I desire. Of course, I do have my own goals and wishes, but I am a realist. I will do what I want to achieve instead of just daydreaming." Although the Mirror of Erist can reflect the inner desires of the person looking in the mirror, what it can reflect are unrealistic fantasies, or empty fantasies that are only thought about but not acted upon, Remy explained. "An unrealistic fantasy? Is it just an empty fantasy that you want to think about but don't do?" Harry and Dumbledore were both stunned, and then they sighed at the same time. "By the way, Principal Dumbledore, you haven't finished speaking yet. What did you see?" Remy asked. Dumbledore came to his senses. "I see I received a pair of wool socks for Christmas. No one ever gives me socks. People always give me books. No one asks me whether I am cold or warm, and no one stands with me at dusk." Remy said, "It seems that what you, Headmaster Dumbledore, long for is family affection. My teacher told me about your past and the complicated relationships. I heard that it is still unknown who caused your sister's death." Dumbledore's mouth twitched, thinking that Nicholas Flamel was really unreliable for telling Remy all those things. Sighing, Dumbledore nodded helplessly, "Yes, I have been blaming myself ever since my sister died. I loved her deeply, but she left me long ago." SS. Remy's eyes suddenly burst into two bright lights. "Are you deeply in love with your sister?" Remy asked. "Yes. No wonder you're still single." "Ah." Dumbledore sighed heavily, "Yes, after what happened I can't forgive myself, nor can I face him. What is there to be afraid of? People should live in the present and look to the future, but they should not dwell on the past." As he spoke, Remy pulled out a strand of his hair and used alchemy to create a guitar. "Let me sing you a song." Chapter 79. Under the puzzled and expectant gazes of Dumbledore and Harry, Remy cleared his throat and began to sing with the brisk sound of guitar. Meeting another taboo brings a new excitement. Relationships change, but the love remains the same. True love is everywhere. The door of orthopedics is always open to welcome brothers and sisters. Repair the fracture and keep the love, you will never leave each other. No matter how others doubt you, please don't give up. We have made an appointment to be together and we bless you. When Remy sang the lyrics to the tune of Welcome to the North Crystal, Dumbledore squinted his eyes and tried to enjoy the music at first, but when he heard Remy sing Brothers and Sisters, Welcome, Dumbledore suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Remy in disbelief. He felt that Remy might have misunderstood something. Dumbledore moved his lips slightly and hesitated for a moment before deciding that it would be better not to interrupt Remy's singing. On the one hand, it was impolite to interrupt, on the other hand, it was just a misunderstanding. Compared to a misunderstanding, the truth of the matter was even more difficult for Dumbledore to tell, at least in front of two students, Remy and Harry. Sighing, Dumbledore heard Remy continue to sing. The orthopedic department has planted evergreens and witnessed many miracles. Escort the forbidden love and leave you with memories. Strangers and friends are all patients, please don't be polite. It doesn't matter how many times you come, there are too many topics to talk about. Orthopedics welcomes you to dispel your concerns. The ward is full of poetry and painting. Orthopedics welcomes you to share your breath on the bed. We believe that true love is invincible. Is true love invincible? Dumbledore heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that the song seemed to be quite well written. Although the theme had nothing to do with him, the content made him feel somewhat relatable. More importantly, he felt inspired. Pa pa pa! Dumbledore clapped his hands. Very good song. Who wrote this song? Who created it? Remy blinked. Stars. The Stars? Is that a group? I must visit them if I have the chance. Dumbledore said. Remy smiled and said nothing, thinking to himself, if you can find the other person, I lose. You should know that Kungsing is known as the most mysterious and talented person among flower growers together with Anonymous. No one knows who they are, and no one can find them. Harry, who was standing by, was listening to the two people chatting with an awkward look on his face. He felt that he should not be in the room, he should be at the bottom of the room. He felt like he should say something, but he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, Harry decided to change the subject. By the way, Remy, how were you released? Was it because of the Underage Wizarding Protection Act? Harry asked. Remy made such a big fuss, but he was released so soon. Harry thought this was a little unusual. According to Ronald, no one in Azkaban had been released yet. I guess so. Remy curled his lips. I originally thought I would be imprisoned in Azkaban, and was still thinking about playing with Dementors, but who would have thought that BD Fudge would actually lock me up in the detention room of the Ministry of Magic and send someone to watch me 24 hours a day, so that I can't do anything. It turns out he wasn't imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry suddenly realized. But what does the regret and indignation on your face mean? Do you really want to be imprisoned in Azkaban? After being locked up for a while, I was so bored that I had no choice but to hand over the insecticide that killed super mosquitoes in order to get a reduction in sentence. I also paid a large sum of money to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal Dumbledore didn't speak for me, at least he could have reduced the sentence a little. Remy said indignantly. Are you short of money? Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, some parts of Hogwarts Castle need to be renovated, and your compensation is just right. Why do you have to compensate Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? You didn't destroy anything this time. Harry asked puzzled. It is said that it disrupted the public order of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, delayed students' studies, and caused serious psychological and physical harm to students and professors, more than a dozen random reasons. Remy said helplessly. Recalling the pain he felt after being bitten before, Harry nodded silently, thinking that it was indeed a great torture. It deserves punishment, and it's a good punishment. Okay, but who asked you to make that kind of mosquito? I really don't know what you were thinking. What good will it do you to make that kind of thing? Harry said. Because, it's fun. As a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Remy shook her hair. People can do different things at different ages, just like rolling on the grass in public. If a child does this, there is definitely no problem, and others will just say that the child is cute, but if an adult does this, others will definitely look at him with strange eyes. There are some ridiculous things that you can no longer do once you are too old, so I want to do all the things I want to do but won't be able to do in the future while I am still young. Even if some things may seem a little childish to elementary school students, they are just right for me as a college student. Because only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it. They don't know that the childish things they can do at any time are actually regrets that many people will never be able to do again. At this point, looking at Harry who looked confused, Remy hesitated. You too, do more of the things you want to do, don't leave any regrets for your future self, and don't indulge in the illusions brought about by the mirror of Arist all day long. You said you saw your parents, so have you ever thought that your parents would like to see you staring at them all day long without doing anything? Don't forget that your parents are both students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If I were you, I would walk around the school and look for traces of their time there. There might even be gifts they left somewhere. For example, a windowsill may seem ordinary at first glance, but perhaps your parents once admired the scenery outside the window there together. Don't you want to see the scenery your parents once saw? People today cannot see the moon of the past, but this moon once shone on the ancients. Dumbledore looked at Remy in surprise, as if he didn't expect Remy to be able to say such philosophical words. Harry was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously and looked at Dumbledore. I want to see it. Dumbledore nodded. You can ask Professor McGonagall tomorrow. Both your parents are her students. Now, you should go back and rest. Harry nodded, and looked back at the mirror of Arist one last time. He clenched his fists, as if he had made a decision. Leaving the room, Harry returned to the dormitory with Remy. On the way, Harry suddenly became curious about the long stick that Remy had been holding. This black stick was estimated to be nearly 2 meters long and appeared to be made of some kind of wood. By the way, Remy, what is that stick in your hand for? Is it a new invention? Harry asked. You mean this? Remy lifted the stick and danced with it. This is a wand I made for myself. It's perfect for using a stunning spell. Harry. Are you sure that the casting you are talking about is the same as the casting I understand? Chapter 80. Maybe it was because he received too much information that night, or maybe he was really sleepy. Harry fell asleep as soon as he returned to the dormitory. Remy also went to bed after checking the long johns and Hedwig's sink. The next morning, Remy slept until noon. After washing up, he carried his wand and saw Harry and Ronald playing chess in the restaurant. Oh, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Ronald said. Wait for me to eat? Remy asked. No, I want to see your wand. Are you sure it can really cast spells? Ronald said, staring at Remy's wand. Even if it can't cast spells, I can still use it to defeat you, believe it or not. Remy said. I definitely believe this. If you hit me on the head with it, I will definitely pass out, Ronald said. Handing the wand to Ronald to play with, Remy went to the house elf to order 2 burgers, 1 beef and 1 chicken, and also ordered a cup of hot cocoa. The house elf was very fast. As soon as Remy walked to the seat next to Ronald and sat down, the house elf brought the food. By the way, Remy, is your teacher called Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked after Remy finished a burger and took a sip from his cup. Yeah, what's wrong? Remy asked. Well, we heard the name from Hagrid, so we wanted to find out what's in the vault based on the name. Do you know? Harry asked. Why do you insist on keeping on with this matter? Remy asked curiously. Harry chuckled. You said yesterday that you should do everything you want to do while you are young, and don't leave any regrets for your future self. Remy nodded. That's exactly what I said, but I want to know why you're interested in this. Because I always feel that the person who broke into the vault may be related to Voldemort, or even Voldemort himself, said Harry. Well, although I don't understand why you concluded that it was Voldemort who did it without knowing what was inside, but since you have found out so much, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Remy shrugged and took the wand that Ronald returned. My teacher is the greatest alchemist. The vault contains the Philosopher's Stone, which can turn stone into gold and can also be used to make the elixir of life, said Remy. Elixir of immortality. A stone-hewn tycoon. Harry and Ronald opened their eyes wide and exclaimed at the same time, but their focus was completely different. It must be this. Harry said excitedly, the elixir of immortality. This must be what Voldemort wants. He must have been seriously hurt after disappearing for so long. Maybe it was caused by my parents. He must want to get the Philosopher's Stone to heal his injuries now. Oh, you know what, even though the process was completely wrong, the result was guessed quite accurately. Remy raised an eyebrow, thinking that Harry would be good at math. Although he didn't get any process points, his answer was correct. And there was also the process of solving the problem. Maybe the examiner was too old and his eyes were blurry and he counted all the answers as correct. But why would your teacher give such a precious thing to Headmaster Dumbledore? Could it be that Dumbledore also wanted? Oh, he seems to be very old. Ronald said. I don't know about that, but you don't need to worry so much about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. With the strength of that little jerk, he wouldn't be able to snatch things from my teacher even in his prime. Remy said. But the Philosopher's Stone is not in your teacher's hands now. Ronald said. But it's in the hands of Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy said, Headmaster Dumbledore's attainments in magic are even greater than my teacher's, and Headmaster Dumbledore has defeated Voldemort before, and there is a real record. Ronald nodded, then suddenly frowned again. Do you think it's possible that Voldemort was hiding because he couldn't defeat Headmaster Dumbledore, intending to wear him down? Of course, maybe he was injured too. I mean, he hid for 2 reasons instead of just 1. Ronald said. Remy shook his head speechlessly, thinking that if Voldemort had this much forbearance, he would have successfully ruled the wizarding world long ago, and would not have ended up like this. But Harry's pupils shrank suddenly after hearing Ronald's words. Yes. That must be it. With a loud slap on the table, Harry stood up excitedly. Principal Dumbledore must have noticed Voldemort's plot, so he asked Nicholas Flamel for the Philosopher's Stone to make an elixir of immortality to slow down his own aging. Voldemort may have also sensed Dumbledore's intention, so he may not have stolen the Philosopher's Stone to heal himself. It is very likely that his injuries have already healed. He wanted to prevent Headmaster Dumbledore from extending his life. Remy. It's so sweet that it makes you sweeter? After complaining a few sweet words with a very high sugar content in his heart, Remy lowered his head speechlessly and continued to eat. As he ate, he listened to Harry and Ronald having a heated discussion along a path he had not expected. It is very likely that Voldemort was not injured. He just felt that he could not beat Dumbledore, so he took the initiative to endure it. What Voldemort is now most likely in his prime, plotting a shocking conspiracy. Now Dumbledore is in the light and Voldemort is in the dark. The situation is very unfavorable for Dumbledore. It was a mess, and Remy even doubted whether Harry and Ronald were just bragging about Voldemort. After all, even the most fanatical Death Eater wouldn't dare to brag about Voldemort like that, right? Judging from the image of Voldemort that they described, even the real Voldemort would be stunned after hearing it. Maybe he would even shed tears of gratitude and reward them each with a big watermelon. After dinner, the two went straight into the library to look up the life of Nicholas Flamel and detailed information about the Philosopher's Stone. It's not that Remy didn't want to tell them, but Remy didn't have enough knowledge about the Philosopher's Stone. He used to just play with it like a walnut and didn't study it in depth. Nicholas Flamel didn't let him play around. As for Nicholas Flamel's life, Remy knew even less about it. He only liked to read unofficial history and anecdotes, and never read serious history books or biographies. Remy didn't go to the library with Harry and Ronald either. He had a lot to do recently. So far, apart from making a bunch of small toys for pranks, he has not yet made the serious invention he really wants to make. Seeing that half a year had passed, Remy felt a sense of urgency. Before the end of the first grade, we must mass-produce magic gloves and magic cards. The first batch of magic guns must be mass-produced before the 3rd grade. I have to prove my strength. Putting some pressure on himself, Remy picked up a pen and paper and began to plan the props needed for mass production. Chapter 81. After the new semester started, Harry's days did not become easier. Instead, they were even busier than before the holiday. Because the next Quidditch match is about to begin, the next one is against Hufflepuff House. As long as Gryffindor can win this game, the total points will surpass Slytherin House and win the House Cup. Gryffindor hadn't won the House Cup for 7 years, and everyone was training very hard. Even though Hufflepuff's team was always at the bottom of the league, the lion would still use all its strength to fight the rabbit, not to mention the badger, which was much stronger than the rabbit. Maybe it's just a flat-headed badger in sheep's clothing. Remy was even busier than Harry. His magic gloves had already been made successfully, and the next thing he needed to do was to find a way to mass-produce them. If there is no profit, mass production will be meaningless. Therefore, Remy must do everything possible to cut costs. Mass production involves not only cost issues, but also subsequent upgrade issues. If a product is perfect when it is launched, it will become a one-time deal and there will be no way to continue to reap the profits. Therefore, Remy also needs to castrate the functions of the existing samples to buy himself enough time for subsequent research and development, so that he can continue to launch different versions of the magic gloves and continue to reap profits. In addition to working on the magic gloves, Remy also plans to castrate the magic cards. It is not convenient to castrate the function, but the durability can be castrated. Originally, a magic card could be used for a lifetime as long as it was properly preserved, but Remy planned to modify it so that it would become scrapped after being used 30 times. In this way, if you want to continue using the magic gloves, you need to continue to buy magic cards, which is very unscrupulous. In addition to the product itself, Remy also needs to design and manufacture machines for making magic gloves and magic cards. Mass production, mass production. If Remy needs to use alchemy himself to make it every time, what kind of mass production is that? Remy roughly calculated that after adding up all the factors, he needed to manufacture nearly 100 parts. This was a huge project that would keep him busy for half a year. It may not even be finished. Compared to the alchemy business that made Remy frown, the new semester's courses made Remy very happy. He can finally perform real magic in its entirety. Although the effect was still a bit excessive, it no longer failed halfway through. When Remy used his wand to perform transfiguration for the first time in class, not only his classmates, but even Professor McGonagall did not believe that the fire stick in Remy's hand was a wand. He even said that if Remy could not use this fire stick to perform magic, he would deduct points from him. However, Remy not only used that fire stick to perform magic, but the magic was very powerful. This put Remy at the center of public opinion once again, and the alternative magic wand he owned became more and more legendary, with many people even believing that it was more powerful than the most powerful magic wand in the legend. But in fact, this magic wand is indeed very powerful. This magic wand was designed and made by Remy himself, and the original intention was naturally to solve his own dilemma of not having a magic wand. During the initial experiment, after consuming 20 magic wands, Remy determined that the defect of ordinary magic wands was in the core. Whether it was the dragon nerves, phoenix tail feathers or unicorn tail hair, they were too thin and could not withstand excessive magic power. So Remy's idea for improvement was very simple: big force makes bricks fly. Since the cores of ordinary magic wands are too thin to withstand excessive amounts of magic power, wouldn't it be enough to make them thicker and stronger? The size of natural materials is limited by the objective laws of nature. Ollivander does not have the ability to perfectly blend multiple raw materials together, so he can only compromise on the size of the wand core and the final performance of the wand. But Remy has no such concerns. He has the ability to blend multiple raw materials together perfectly. Initially, Remy just made the wand thicker and stronger. The improved wand can indeed withstand excessive magic power, but the appearance is just. As a magic wand, it is not okay for it to be just thick but short. Absolutely not. So Remy disassembled 10 more wands, analyzed the proportions of their various parts, and finally made this 1.7 meter long super long wand. The material of the magic wand core is also very exquisite. Remy uses a mixed core made of 4 materials: phoenix tail feathers, dragon nerves, unicorn tail hair, and thestral tail feathers. It may seem incredible at first, but Remy actually conducted a theoretical analysis before the experiment. The phoenix can be reborn from the ashes, representing life. The thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, and they represent death. The dragon has great power but is often destructive and is an evil creature, while the unicorn is the most holy creature. It is impossible to combine the materials of the two opposing groups of magical creatures using the black and white bipolar thinking, and it is not even worth thinking about. But Remy believes in mutual growth and mutual restraint. The dragon, phoenix, thestral, and unicorn not only counteract each other, but also promote each other. The phoenix's nirvana is first death and then rebirth. The thestrals are first alive, and then seen by someone who has witnessed their death, that is, they are alive first and then die. The commonality between the phoenix and the thestral can be called the cycle of life and death. Although the dragon is a powerful, destructive, and evil creature, it is full of treasures and can take whatever it wants. As long as it is strong enough, it can get raw materials in any way it wants. It is very generous. Although the unicorn is known as the most holy creature, it is very stingy and will not give a penny. Not only will you be cursed if you drink its blood, but you will also be cursed if you wait for its tail hair to fall off naturally before you can collect it to make a magic wand. The commonality between dragons and unicorns can be called a misnomer. At the same time, unicorns and thestrals are both horse-shaped magical creatures, while dragons and phoenixes are both fire magical creatures that are very good at fighting and can use fire. Although they are in serious opposition to each other, they do not lack commonalities, just like the four symbols that promote and restrain each other. Therefore, Remy very boldly combined them together, and even the material ratio was very simple and direct 1:1:1:1. As a result, he really refined a blended oil, a blending wand core. Compared with the complex core of the staff, Remy's choice of material for the staff body was more casual. He used ebony, but refined it again to reinforce it and reduce its weight. The ebony wood, which is very hard in itself, is not only harder after being processed by Remy, but its weight is also greatly reduced, so it is not too tiring to swing. Even Headmaster Dumbledore praised this wand, but he was not used to holding the wand with both hands to cast spells, which made him look a little funny when using it. The only drawback is that its surface is not shiny and looks a bit rough. It needs someone to take care of it. Chapter 82. When they heard that Snape would be the referee of the next Quidditch match, Harry and Ronald became a little annoyed. They were worried that Snape would make things difficult for them and deliberately decide that Gryffindor would lose. However, in fact, Gryffindor not only won the game, but also set a new record for the fastest game ending. Harry caught the golden snitch just 3 minutes after the start. The game was over before either team even scored a goal. This made Remy, who took time out of his busy schedule to watch the game, feel unlucky, because the time he spent watching the game was far less than the time he spent on the journey. The game was over and it was still early in the semester. Bored and restless, Harry, after recovering from the joy of his Quidditch victory, once again focused on the Philosopher's Stone. Almost every day he discussed the safety of the Philosopher's Stone with Remy and Ronald, and what Remy couldn't understand was that he had identified Snape as the suspect. Snape was not injured on Halloween, and he did not cast any spells on the Quidditch field, but Harry still thought Snape was a suspect. The reason was simply that Snape was once a Death Eater and had always been targeting Gryffindor College. Harry thought this was proof enough that Snape had not changed his evil intentions. "Harry, can you please use your brain a little more? Although I don't like Snape either, because he deducted my marks randomly, he has been a professor at Hogwarts for many years. Now you find out that he is a person with ulterior motives as soon as you come. How come you are so much better than Headmaster Dumbledore? Or do you think Headmaster Dumbledore is an old fool?" Remy asked. Harry was choked and stammered for a long time without saying a word. Ronald, who was the most dissatisfied with Snape, was immediately unhappy when he heard Remy say that. He felt that Remy was making excuses for Snape. Who else could it be if not Snape? Could it be that our speculation is wrong, and the you-know-who or his men never entered Hogwarts? Ronald asked. If you have to single out a suspect, why don't you suspect Professor Quirrell? Remy said playfully as he twirled his wand. Professor Quirrell? Harry and Ronald thought about it for a moment, looked at each other and then looked at each other. It's impossible that Professor Quirrell is here? Isn't he a joke in school? He doesn't know anything and can't even explain the knowledge in the textbooks clearly. He can't deal with the trolls. How could such a person be a subordinate of the mysterious man? Ronald said. Bang! Remy snapped his fingers. This is exactly the problem. Don't you find it strange? Remy asked. What's weird? Harry asked. You should have heard about it, right? Voldemort once cast a curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which resulted in no one daring to apply for the position, and even if they did apply, they would not work for more than a year. Remy said. Harry and Ronald nodded. They had certainly heard of this legend, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, they were students, not teachers. So why would a good-for-nothing like Professor Quirrell apply for such a dangerous position? Remy asked. Hi! Blind monk, you found the flower shop. Harry and Ronald's eyes lit up and they both reacted at the same time. Oh, right, why did Professor Quirrell come to Hogwarts to be the professor of defense against the dark arts? He doesn't look like someone who is short of money. Ronald said. Professor Quirrell, he should have been a student of Hogwarts before, right? If so, it shouldn't be so bad to graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, right? Harry asked. Of course. He is pretending. This guy definitely has other intentions. Ronald said. Harry nodded vigorously. Let's ask Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick later. I don't think Professor Quirrell is that simple. Seeing that Harry and Ronald were easily brainwashed by him and changed their targets, Remy couldn't believe it for a moment. But it's a good thing after all. Remy is looking forward to whether Harry can get to the bottom of the matter, whether he can truly become a reasoning expert. Because of his interest, Remy even accompanied Harry and Ronald to find Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall to inquire about Professor Quirrell's situation. After questioning, the two professors had surprisingly consistent evaluations of Quirrell and both felt sorry for Professor Quirrell. According to the two professors, Quirrell was originally an excellent student with very good theoretical and practical performance. During his school years, he even took a year off to do experiments and went to Romania to obtain first-hand information. He is a master in both theory and practice. Both professors felt it was a pity that such an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had now become such a horrible state. But Harry and Ronald were extremely excited after hearing about it. It must be him. There's definitely something wrong with him. Harry said excitedly on the way back to the dorm. What reason could make an excellent wizard suddenly become incompetent? Even if he was injured, it is impossible for him to forget all the theoretical knowledge. Harry said. Ronald nodded vigorously. Yes, the decline in strength can be said to be due to injuries, and his personality can also be said to have suffered a serious blow, but his memory is fine. How could he not be able to teach the knowledge in the book? We must keep a close eye on Professor Quirrell and find out what he is trying to do, whether it is for the Philosopher's Stone, said Harry. Just as Harry and Ronald were discussing how to arrange the surveillance plan, Hagrid happened to come from another passage, and the four of them met at the intersection. Hi, Hagrid, why are you here? Ronald asked. Hagrid is a forest ranger, and normally he would not enter the castle. Of course, the castle did not prohibit Hagrid from entering, it was just that he lived a little far away. Oh, I just went to the library to check out some books. What were you discussing? I heard you seemed to be talking about Professor Quirrell, is that right? Hagrid asked. Harry, Ronald, and Remy looked at each other, and confusion appeared in their eyes. Hagrid, library, reading? Can these three words really be put together? And we were just chatting casually. Hagrid, what's that behind you? Harry asked, glancing at Hagrid's left hand that was awkwardly protected behind his back. Ah? Oh, nothing, I just have a little, waist pain, my waist hurts a little. I won't chat with you anymore, I just looked up the potion for treating waist pain, and I have to go back to brew the potion now. Bye, you guys continue chatting," Hagrid said. The reason was perfect, but it was not difficult to tell from the crazy look in his eyes when he spoke that he was definitely lying. "Do you think Hagrid's abnormality may be related to the Philosopher's Stone?" Ronald asked. "Maybe. Let's go and see." Chapter 83. Hagrid was very large, which made it very easy for the three to follow him. They didn't even need to follow him specifically, they could just look out the window and see where Hagrid was going when he left the castle. Looking at the direction Hagrid is heading, he should be going back to his cabin. "I don't think we need to follow him. Since we don't have classes right now, we can just go visit him directly," Harry said. "Good idea, I think it will scare him when we knock on the door," said Remy. "That's for sure, let's go." Leaving the castle, the three of them headed to Hagrid's cabin. On the way, Remy saw the red squirrel again. It had been a while since they last saw it. The squirrel seemed very enthusiastic and kept jumping around Remy. Its fur is brighter and redder, and its eyes appear more lively and energetic. Remy joked that it might be a distant relative of the Weasleys, causing Ronald to roll his eyes. After playing with the red squirrel for a while and giving it a few magic crystals, the three of them continued on their journey. "By the way, where is Hermione? I haven't seen her after class recently. What is she busy with?" Remy asked. "What else can I do? I'm busy preparing for the exam," Harry said. "Preparing for an exam? What exam?" "It's the final exam. Aren't there still early days for the final exams?" "Yeah, but Hermione doesn't think so. Maybe this is the difference between the top students and us." "So how are you doing in school? You can copy homework, but what will you do during the exams? Isn't this easy? Just cheat." "Harry." Ronald. Glancing at Remy speechlessly, Harry thought about it and gave up lecturing Remy, because he wanted to cheat too. They walked and talked along the way, and soon the three of them arrived near Hagrid's cabin. Something seemed very wrong with Hagrid's cabin today. It was broad daylight, and there was no rain, snow, or strong wind, but the doors and windows of the cabin were all tightly closed. You know, normally Hagrid wouldn't close the windows even when he went out, but now that he's back, the doors and windows are still tightly closed. There is a problem at first glance. The three of them looked at each other. Harry took a deep breath, walked to the door and knocked. Hagrid's slightly panicked voice soon came from inside. "Who is it?" Hagrid asked. Harry said nothing, but knocked again. Coming right up." Through the door, the three of them could clearly hear the sound of ping-pong balls coming from inside. After a while, a heavy footsteps came in and the door. Bang! Ouch! Seeing Harry being slapped away by the door in an instant, Remy looked at Hagrid with a forced smile. "Hagrid, have you considered changing to an inward opening door? The current one is a bit inconvenient for visitors." "Are you a visitor?" Hagrid showed a puzzled expression. It seemed to be Harry's voice just now. Where did he hide? "I'm here." As he said that, Harry walked out of the door, holding his nose. At this moment, not only did his nose turn red, but his body was also covered in dust. It was obvious that what he had just experienced was not good. "Oh, why are you so dirty? Are you trying to scare me by hiding behind the door?" Hagrid asked. "Harry." Ronald and Remy couldn't help laughing out loud, which made Hagrid even more confused. Not knowing what was going on, he scratched his head and started laughing too. "Okay, come in, it's still quite cold outside," Hagrid said. Following Hagrid into the house, I was greeted by a wave of heat, which formed a stark contrast with the cold outside. Not only was it hot and stuffy, but Hagrid had been boiling a pot of water on the stove for who knows how long. The air above the room was full of steam, and from time to time condensed water droplets dripped from above. "Like a sauna. Would you like anything to eat?" Hagrid asked. "No, thank you. We just had dinner." "Then have some tea." With that, Hagrid walked to the stove and picked up the kettle to pour tea. Harry didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Hagrid seemed to be deliberately blocking the stove, which made him even more curious. While Hagrid turned to hand Remy the tea, Harry craned his neck to look at the stove. This time, he really discovered something unusual. Hagrid, what did you put in the oven? An egg? Is this some special cooking method? Harry asked. Before Hagrid could speak, Remy suddenly became excited. He hadn't reacted before, but now he remembered. If I'm not mistaken, Hagrid must have obtained a dragon egg. Where is it? Let me see. Remy said as he stood up. Hagrid looked conflicted, but finally sighed and gave way. Okay, come and take a look, but don't get too close, or you'll scare it, said Hagrid. The three of them nodded repeatedly, but their bodies all moved closer to the stove. It's okay to roast it in the fire? Could it be a dragon egg? Ronald asked. Hagrid nodded, yes, it is a dragon egg. That's great. Remy said, I've never eaten a dragon egg before. How are you going to cook it? Salt and pepper or hot and spicy? Remy asked. Hagrid's eyes fixed and he quickly used his body to push Remy aside and block Remy's sight. Oh, Remy, this is not for eating, I want to hatch it, said Hagrid. It doesn't taste good after it's hatched. Dragon meat is very tough and has a weird smell, said Remy. No, 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 I'm not coming here to eat it. I want to be its mother. Hagrid said somewhat unhappily. Looking at Hagrid's expression, Remy felt that it was a bit impolite to talk about food in front of a male mother who liked to raise magical animals. Okay, sorry, I just said something out of turn, but where are you from? Oh, never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything. Sighing, Remy returned to his seat and sat down again. A dragon egg that couldn't be eaten or even discussed how to cook had no appeal to him. Next to him, Ronald asked Hagrid the question that Remy had not finished asking Hagrid how he obtained the dragon egg, and also gave Hagrid some legal advice. Remy, who was sitting nearby, couldn't control his thoughts. He was wondering how he could get a dragon egg to taste. Dragons are not companions of humans. Dragon blood, dragon meat, and dragon liver are sold in Diagon Alley. Even people who particularly like dragons will occasionally buy raw materials from dragons in order to prepare potions or do experiments. In other words, in theory there is no moral problem with eating dragon eggs. But the problem is that dragons are protected and controlled creatures. Not only do they basically live in protected areas, but the people responsible for guarding the protected areas are also people who like dragons. Wanting to get dragon eggs from them is not only wishful thinking, but also a foolish dream. Not to mention that if they knew he took the dragon eggs to eat, they would probably chase him thousands of miles away. It seems we still have to find a way from the black market. What's the name of the commercial street next to Diagon Alley? We can go check it out later. Chapter 84. During the chat, Hagrid told the three about how he obtained the dragon egg. It was similar to what Remy remembered, and he still lost it to a mysterious man in a bet. But the strange thing is that dragon eggs are rare items, and Remy can't figure out where Quirrell got them. If it's a dead egg, that's not a big deal, maybe it was obtained by Quirrell before. A living dragon egg that can hatch a dragon must have been obtained recently, but Quirrell usually does not leave Hogwarts Castle. Could it be that he found out about Hagrid's hobbies and got a dragon egg in just one holiday? If this is true, this business ability can definitely crush 99.999% of wizards. If only I had such a capable assistant. Remy thought with a slightly sour taste. He would definitely open a store once the magic gloves were mass-produced, but he was a student now and it was impossible for him to run the store in Diagon Alley all day. If his products were only for students, he could just open for business during holidays, but his products were not only not for students, they were not even for students at all. Until leaving Hagrid's cabin, Remy was still daydreaming about the issue of acting store manager. It would be nice if the soul bullet could talk. With its shape, it should attract a lot of customers. Its IQ is also not a problem. What a pity. It's only suitable as a mascot to attract business. The real person in charge should be a friendly person. It's not just about affinity, but also about having a strong interest in Muggle items. After all, I'll have to put a lot of products based on Muggle items on the shelves in the future, and it will be troublesome to change the store manager by then. It would be best if they were strong enough to control the situation, to prevent any dark wizards from causing trouble. Remy kept thinking about the issue of selecting the store manager. The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Ronald. That look made Ronald feel uneasy. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? Ronald asked, shrinking his neck. Your sister, no, is it your mother who has a job? Remy asked. My mother? My mother is a full-time housewife. She is busy enough with housework, especially during holidays. After all, we have a big family. What's wrong? Ronald asked. Didn't your mother ever look for a job? Remy asked. Why haven't you looked for one? Ronald shook his head. It's just that even the Ministry of Magic is busier during the student holidays, and my mother has to take care of us, so she can't balance work and family at the same time. My mother has complained to my father about this more than once. She said that if she went to work, she would definitely be promoted faster than my father, and then she could get more salary, and our family wouldn't have to be so, well, you know. Oh no. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want to find a job, but you can't spare the energy to take care of your family? But the store manager he needs is someone who can help him look after the store during non-holiday periods. This is just the right amount of sweet. And Ronald's mother, Molly Weasley, perfectly meets all of Remy's requirements. She is not only very friendly, but also very powerful. In Remy's memory, Molly and Professor McGonagall are the two strongest female wizards. Molly's record is even better. She killed Bella. It's not just defeating, it's killing. That's great. Remy patted Ronald's shoulder hard. I'm planning to open a store in Diagon Alley. It will be open during the summer vacation at the earliest. Can you ask your mother if she is willing to be the acting store manager? I'll be in charge during holidays, and she only needs to help look after the store during non-holidays. The daily business hours can be adjusted freely as long as it's open every day. Salary is easy to negotiate. I can offer the highest hourly wage in all of Diagon Alley. Ronald's eyes suddenly lit up, but soon turned into hesitation. There will be no problem being a store manager. My mother can keep all of our rooms tidy by herself. But what are you going to sell in the store? Don't tell me you're selling guns. Selling that kind of thing is absolutely illegal. Ronald said. No, I'm not selling guns, at least not now. Remy shook his head and said, I've been busy with the mass production of magic gloves recently. I remember telling you about it, right? The first batch of products is the magic gloves. This is a super welfare product that will benefit billions of squibs in the magic world. It's definitely not illegal. Are there so many squibs in the wizarding world? Harry asked curiously. Ronald shook his head vigorously. You can't sell guns in the future. My father works in the Ministry of Magic. If they investigate, it won't be a problem. Even if I sell guns in the future, they will definitely be magical firearms that are 100% made in the wizarding world. And believe me, before officially selling the guns, I will definitely get in touch with the Ministry of Magic to obtain sales permission. If I'm going to sell them, I will definitely sell them in large quantities, and there's no way to do it secretly. Remy said. If that's the case, there's definitely no problem, but are you sure you're serious? Don't let the time pass and you suddenly change your mind and not want to open the store, Ronald said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Remy waved his hand, slammed the wand into the ground, and raised his chin slightly to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Opening a store has always been my dream. I had already thought of the store name 5 years ago. Oh. Harry's eyes showed a strong curiosity. What's the name of the store? Remy's Help. Remy's Aid? Why is it called that? I noticed that Diagon Alley directly states what the store is, but I can't tell what your store sells. Who said I couldn't hear it? Remy raised an eyebrow and glared. Aid, don't you think the appearance of the magic gloves is a kind of aid to the squibs? Remy asked. So this is the kind of aid, it sounds reasonable. Harry nodded, agreeing with Remy's words. Since you are serious, I will write to my mother and ask her when I get back. You have to lend me the owl. Ronald said. No problem. By the way, can you please ask your mother if she has time to help me find a store? I can pay the agency fee. Remy said. That's easy. I'll ask my mother to ask for you when she goes to Diagon Alley to buy something. What kind of store do you want? What are your requirements for location and size? Ronald asked. Of course, the bigger the better. If one store is not enough, just buy the adjacent ones and connect them together, said Remy. You are really rich. What about the location? There are a lot of empty houses in Diagon Alley. Ronald asked after sighing. Location? Remy frowned and thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. It's right across from Gringotts. You can buy a gun from my store and then go out and rob Gringotts. I want to snipe at the middle gate of Gringotts. Ronald. Harry. Chapter 85. Even though he was speechless about Remy's outspokenness, after thinking it over again and again, Ronald still wrote a letter to his mother after returning to the dormitory. If a customer buys something and then does something bad with it, what does that have to do with the store being open? It's not a big problem. Even if there is a problem, it is only a punishment for Remy, the real store manager. That night Ronald's mother asked Long Johns to bring a reply letter to Ronald. In the letter, Mrs. Weasley first praised Long Johns, and then said that she needed to discuss the work with Mr. Weasley first, but she could help inquire about the store's matters. This reply seemed to Remy to be a very normal reaction. After all, the change from being a full-time housewife to working outside would have a significant impact on the Weasley family even during non-holiday periods. If nothing else, Mr. Weasley would have a big problem eating in the future, and he might need to learn to cook for himself if he didn't know how to cook before. The store's business has been settled for the time being, and Remy is also working hard to meet the deadline. But this matter cannot be rushed. When Remy is not busy, he spends most of his time studying textbooks. With his intelligence, he doesn't find studying difficult. It's not that he suddenly wanted to become a real academic master, but he didn't want to be a poor student who couldn't even pass the exams. He didn't want to embarrass himself as a time traveler, and even less did he want to embarrass his teacher. Ever since returning from Hagrid, Remy would reflect on himself from time to time, wondering if he had been too arrogant since entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Looking back now, what I said in Hagrid's cabin that day was not funny at all, and was quite excessive. At the same time, Remy also remembered the song he sang for Headmaster Dumbledore during the holidays. The content of the song was quite excessive. If it was the young Dumbledore, he might have turned against him on the spot. Let's find a chance to apologize to Headmaster Dumbledore later. Well, maybe I can find a way to get Grindelwald out, so that both the apology and the compensation will appear more sincere. I have already apologized to Hagrid, but, how about trying to redress Hagrid? That's a bit difficult. Remy took off his homemade glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Remy still remembered some of Hagrid's past, and that was why he felt a headache. Hagrid was framed for allowing dangerous magical animals to hurt people. Although he was not locked up in the end due to insufficient evidence and Dumbledore's guarantee, he did bring the dangerous eight-eyed spider into Hogwarts and was therefore restricted from using a wand. Where can we find evidence to exonerate Hagrid in this old and rotten matter? It's not realistic to find evidence, and even if we find evidence or even trick Voldemort into telling the truth, it will be useless. Hagrid was punished because he brought an eight-eyed spider into Hogwarts. It still doesn't count as overturning his case, it can only be regarded as clearing him of suspicion of another crime. In this case, if we want to overturn Hagrid's case, we can't start from the incident itself. We have to find another way, another way. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Remy suddenly had an idea. The eight-eyed spider is a protected animal because it is too dangerous and rare. Hagrid was punished by the Ministry of Magic for secretly raising a protected animal in Hogwarts. So wouldn't it be okay if the eight-eyed spider was removed from the list of protected animals? Oh, right. There are also high-value magical creatures like dragons. Dragons are obviously precious, but they must be strictly protected and cannot be bred or slaughtered at will. It's such a waste of resources. We have the breeding methods and technology, but we don't do large-scale breeding, which leads to a shortage of raw materials and restricts the development of the magic world. This is simply a heinous crime. It's time for me, the true savior of the wizarding world, to save the wizarding world. Remy used divergent thinking to come up with a plausible reason to convince himself and had a clear understanding of his next goal. It's just that it's a little difficult to achieve, and it's not something that a little kid like him can accomplish alone. To achieve this goal would require a major change, but those old-timers in the Ministry of Magic would definitely not be willing to do so, even if Remy could create foolproof breeding equipment. This involves too many twists and turns, interests and uncertainties. Leaders from anywhere will not like this kind of uncertainty, let alone agree to it easily. If we apply using the normal method, I'm afraid those gentlemen won't even consider it for more than 10 or 20 years, so we must use extraordinary means. A gleam flashed in Remy's eyes, and he felt that he needed to ask his father for help. Although his father was never reliable when it came to serious matters, he was an expert at doing crooked things. He made a living by doing this. Absolutely professional counterparts. It's a pity that my father is not a wizard, not even a squib. If I want to come to the magic world. Thinking of this, Remy's eyes couldn't help but glance at a book on the simple bookshelf, The Code of the Magical World, 1990 edition. Cough. Remy coughed lightly, glanced at his roommates who were playing their own games, then stood up, walked casually to the bookshelf, took out the book, and then walked out of the dormitory as if nothing had happened. Click. As soon as the door was opened, the sound of it opening immediately attracted the attention of others. "Where are you going, Remy?" Harry asked, looking up. "Well, let's go to the library to read." "Do you want to go together?" Remy asked. "Why do you have to bring your own books when you go to the library to read? What books are not available in the library?" Ronald looked at Remy puzzledly and asked with a pouty mouth. He was eating snacks. "I'm lazy and don't want to spend time looking for books after I get there," said Remy. "Then isn't it the same if you read in the dormitory? We didn't disturb you, did we?" Seamus asked doubtfully, putting down the wand in his hand, thinking to himself that I obviously haven't experimented with the explosion, experimented with the spell yet. It's your fault that you don't read books. It would be such a boring atmosphere if I'm the only one reading in the dormitory," Remy said. Harry looked at Remy suspiciously. His intuition told him that Remy was hiding something from him, especially since he always felt that Remy was deliberately hiding the book in his hand. "Oh, okay." Harry nodded. "Wait for me, I'll go to the library with you after I change my clothes." As he said this, Harry gave Ronald a look, but Ronald had already lowered his head to continue eating snacks and did not receive the signal Harry sent at all. Remy looked at Harry speechlessly, thinking, "Am I really that guilty? Or did Harry really suddenly want to go to the library to read?" Whatever the reason, Remy felt that he had very bad luck. "Okay, I'll wait for you in the common room," Remy said. "Okay." After walking out of the dormitory and closing the door, Remy let out a long sigh and then ran away. Waiting for Harry? Wait for the hammer. Chapter 86. Hogwarts in early summer, water follows the sky and spring is endless. The distant mountains are far away, offering sorrow and hatred, and the black staff is empty. At sunset, on the top of the building, in the sound of the fishing owl, the Muggle wanderer. I read the law code and patted the railings, but no one understood my intention to climb up. Remy raised his arm to catch the fallen autumn johns and placed them on the wand, looking at the afterglow of the sunset with a feeling of deep emotion in his heart. "If it doesn't work, I can save up some magic crystals to make a boiled egg that can give ordinary people magic power. Forget about getting drunk on purpose. It's unnecessary. Don't think about those messy things, just enjoy your life, and the magic gloves. This holiday season, let's give the wizarding world a little surprise." Remy let out a long sigh, opened his arms and stretched his muscles, and suddenly felt indescribably relaxed. I clearly didn't do anything particularly big, nor did I have any major change in my thinking, but I just felt relaxed for no reason. He returned to the dormitory wearing long johns. His roommates were preparing for the exam seriously. Every one of them was reading, without exception. Putting the long johns into the little nest built for it, Remy also picked up the textbook and joined them, occasionally giving them questions to test them. You don't seem nervous at all, are you so confident? Harry asked. Remy nodded, of course, I have memorized all the books. How is that possible? You've only been reading for a few days. Ronald said. Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you can try it. Remy said. Okay, what's on page 3, line 7? Ronald asked. Which book? A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Using transfiguration to transform dead objects into living things does not last forever and does not change the nature of the object. For example, if you transform a stone into a piece of cheese, even if the texture and taste are the same as cheese when you eat it, the human body cannot digest the cheese, and when the magic effect disappears, it will turn back into stone in your stomach. Remy shrugged, I'm giving you a few extra words, no need to thank me. Just a coincidence, right? Seamus looked at Remy suspiciously and then at the book. Tell me what's written on the 6th line of page 17 of Magical Pharmacy and Potions. There is no text on page 17. The entire page is filled with images of the water of life and death, Remy said. Giving Remy a suspicious look, Seamus lowered his head and turned to page 17, his eyes suddenly widened. Really? You really memorized the whole book? How is that possible? Harry stared at Remy with eyes wide open in disbelief. I know Hermione can do it, but she spent a lot of time reading books. How did you do it? Because I have a gift of photographic memory, this kind of thing is just child's play for me, just sprinkle some water. Remy shook his hair and said arrogantly. Do you think I believe it? Harry asked. I guess you must be envious and jealous of me now. I understand. After all, I have always been the child of other parents since I was a child. Remy said. Hee, you were sneaking around the past few days. Tell me, have you invented something that can greatly improve memory? Harry asked. As Harry asked the question, the eyes of the remaining 3 people all lit up, and then they looked straight at Remy. Especially Neville. To improve memory, it doesn't need to be a drastic improvement, even just a little bit is good for him. Is it difficult to admit that others are excellent? Remy asked. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment and turned their heads away. Yes, is it difficult to admit that others are excellent? Remy had clearly proven that he had memorized the information, so why did they suspect that Remy had cheated? And it was an unfounded suspicion. Just as Harry lowered his head in shame and thought about what to say to apologize to Remy, suddenly, a pair of glasses was thrown on the bed next to him. Harry picked up the glasses in confusion, feeling surprised but also more ashamed. So Remy has been preparing gifts for me these days. Isn't it a Christmas gift? I was so suspicious of him. By the way, what gift should I give in return? With mixed emotions and a confused mind, Harry didn't dare to look up at Remy. At this time, Remy said, these are memory glasses. Everything you see when you wear them will be directly transmitted to your brain. It can be considered a memory enhancer. But it can only help the user remember what they see. If you are forgetful or your thoughts are confused, you will still not be able to remember. Harry. Blanche. You still cheated after all. And it wasn't a gift for me. Damn it. Give me back my feelings. Giving Remy a hard glare, Harry was quickly attracted by the memory glasses in his hand. He took off his own myopia glasses and put on the memory glasses. Suddenly he found that he could see things more clearly with these glasses than with his own myopia glasses. This made the suspicious Harry feel uncertain again. Is this a pair of myopic glasses? Can the degree be adjusted by yourself? Or, did you custom make it for me? Harry asked, trying hard to suppress his excitement. Didn't I just say that? What you see through these glasses will be transmitted directly to the wearer's brain, so of course it will be clear. Remy said. Harry. Well, it seems that I am self-touching again. Damn my paranoia. Sighing, Harry focused his attention on studying his newly acquired memory glasses. Not only is reading through these glasses extremely clear, but Harry can also remember a page of a book after just one glance. This magical experience makes Harry unable to stop. It's amazing. With it, I think I can memorize the whole book. Harry said excitedly. Is it true? Let me try it too. Ronald said. Okay, you try it. Remy is such a genius. He can invent such a great thing. With it, I think our results will definitely surpass Hermione, said Harry. That's not necessarily true. Hermione has always scored full marks in previous class tests. Neville muttered to Harry's relief, looking at Ronald eagerly. Then at least I can tie with Hermione. Ronald, what do you think? Let me try too. Seamus said. Wait a minute, I just put it on and haven't read a book yet. Which book should I read first? Ronald said. How about you take your time and let me try it first? Neville said weakly. Don't worry, everyone has a share, right, Remy? You don't need it now. Ronald asked. You won't need it for now, just go and have fun. If you study hard, the remaining time will be enough for each of you to memorize all the textbook contents. I have a few notebooks of the top students at Ravenclaw Academy, you can also take a look at them. Remy said. After getting Remy's answer, the remaining 4 people's eyes lit up like light bulbs, as if they saw themselves getting first place in the grade. Chapter 87. After a full day of exams, Professor McGonagall sat in his office grading papers, feeling both excited and anxious. As a teacher, she hopes that all her students can get good grades, but she also knows that this is impossible. For this purpose, she even prepared a cup of tea and corrected the test papers while drinking the tea, so as not to be angry about the test papers of individual students. After taking a sip of tea and picking up a test paper, Professor McGonagall's eyes suddenly lit up. This test paper, oh, it's Harry's. Harry has made obvious progress recently. It seems that he has been studying hard for some time. After taking a sip of tea with satisfaction, Professor McGonagall picked up the next test paper and frowned. This test paper? When did Remy become so amazing? Although he often asks questions, his scores on all the in-class tests are always low. Could it be that he has been hiding his incompetence? Thinking of Remy's teacher and Remy's strength, Professor McGonagall's brows relaxed slightly. If Remy had been hiding his incompetence, she could accept it. After all, Remy had always been unfathomable in aspects other than studying. After putting down Remy's test paper, when Professor McGonagall picked up the next test paper, his brows, which had just relaxed, instantly frowned even tighter. Why is the answer to this question so similar to Harry's? Wait, it seems to be similar to Remy's answer too. As if he had thought of something, Professor McGonagall quickly took Remy and Harry's test papers and put the 3 papers side by side. With an inadvertent glance, Professor McGonagall picked up another test paper and took a look at it, then picked up another test paper. Putting the 5 test papers side by side, Professor McGonagall's eyes quickly swept back and forth over the 5 test papers, his expression becoming increasingly unsightly. Humph! That's really too much. Bang! Professor McGonagall slammed the table, stood up with a grim face, and picked up the 5 test papers on the table. After leaving the office, Professor McGonagall walked quickly to the principal's office and rushed directly into it. Before Headmaster Dumbledore could finish his greetings, Professor McGonagall threw 5 test papers in front of Headmaster Dumbledore. Look, he really went too far this time. Not only did he cheat on the exam himself, he also got everyone in the dormitory to cheat as well. Albus, even though he is Nicholas Flamel's student, he really went too far this time. The nature of his behavior is so bad. He must be given the most severe punishment. Professor McGonagall said, trying not to get angry. Oh, really? Have a cup of tea first, and let me look at these papers. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and picked up the test paper on the table and looked at it. With just one glance, he came to the same conclusion as Professor McGonagall: the students in this dormitory must have cheated collectively. It's not that Dumbledore is very knowledgeable about cheating, but the cheating is too obvious. Of the 5 test papers, except for Remy and Harry's, the remaining 3 papers cannot be said to be exactly the same, but they can be said to be exactly the same. Apart from the handwriting, everything else, including the wording and punctuation, is exactly the same, not to mention the content of the text. Although the answers on Remy and Harry's test papers are different from the other 3, when the 2 are put together, it can be seen that they are in the same vein. The only difference is that both of them added some personal understandings to the standard answers. Tisk Remy's answer to the third question must have been deliberately wrong. The answer is completely different from the answers to the other questions. Dumbledore said. Yes, if their test papers had not been placed together, he might have gotten away with it, said Professor McGonagall. I understand what you mean, Minerva, but this paper alone does not prove that they cheated, said Headmaster Dumbledore. What did you say? This is... Professor McGonagall's face suddenly turned anxious. I'm not trying to excuse him. Headmaster Dumbledore waved his hand. What I mean is that I can only confirm whether he cheated or not after I call him over and ask him face to face. Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and looked much more relaxed. Yes, it is indeed necessary for him to admit in person what he has done. Professor McGonagall nodded. Having reached an agreement with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore did not delay any longer and immediately wrote a small note and handed it to Fawkes beside him, asking him to give the note to Remy. About half an hour after Fawkes flew away with the note in his mouth, Remy finally came to the principal's office yawning and listlessly. What is it, Headmaster Dumbledore? Remy asked. You seem to be very tired. Did you sleep very late last night? Dumbledore asked. I had a great time with Harry and the others last night, and just as I fell asleep I was woken up by your phoenix, whose feathers were almost all gone and looked like it was dying. Is it about to be reborn? Does it need a little help? The feathers of my owl are much more beautiful than its phoenix. Remy said. Thank you, but no, this is a process that Phoenix must go through. Dumbledore said, are you celebrating the exam? Of course. Oh, Professor McGonagall is here too. I wonder if you have started grading the exams? The average grade of our dormitory will definitely surprise you. Remy said proudly. Professor McGonagall, who already looked unhappy, looked even more unhappy after hearing what Remy said. How dare you mention your dormitory's test scores? Hi, Headmaster Dumbledore called you here just for your dormitory exam. Professor McGonagall said with a stern face. Oh. Remy's eyes lit up. Is it because of our outstanding performance that we want to give our college extra points? Professor McGonagall's breath hitched, and he rolled his eyes before motioning to Dumbledore. That look seemed to say, I am speechless about him, so you should speak. Remy looked at Dumbledore in confusion. Cough. On the contrary, we suspect that everyone in your dormitory cheated. With a light cough, Dumbledore lightly tapped his fingers and used the levitation spell to float 5 test papers in front of Remy without using a wand. Can you explain to us why your answers are so similar or even exactly the same? Dumbledore asked. Remy was stunned at first, then quickly looked at the test paper. Bang! After reading the entire test paper, Remy reached out and suddenly slapped his forehead. These people are too outrageous. They don't even know how to make some changes. Remy said speechlessly. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. He admitted it. Now it's confirmed. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to punish Remy, he heard Remy say again. But we didn't cheat. We just memorized the textbooks and took notes from the same top student, so our answers were almost the same. I, Remy, didn't cheat. Chapter 88. Did the 5 of you memorize all the textbooks and the top students' notes? If you could memorize it, you would have been a top student long ago. Why would you need to memorize other top students' notes? How dare you, with your pig brains, say you have memorized it all? Who are you fooling? Do you think you are Hermione? Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore both looked at Remy with a "Are you kidding me" sweetly expression until Remy slowly took out the memory glasses and explained their functions to them clearly. Professor McGonagall took the memory glasses with some doubt, looked at them again and again, and finally put them on. Professor McGonagall didn't even pick up the book to read, but just looked around the office with his memory glasses, and was immediately shocked. These glasses are amazing. If all students can have a pair of memory glasses, I believe everyone's grades can reach O. Professor McGonagall said excitedly. Is it really that amazing? Dumbledore raised his hand suspiciously, and the memory glasses flew out of Professor McGonagall's hand and fell into Dumbledore's hand. He put on the glasses and took a look, and immediately realized the magic of the glasses. Implanting memories? What a great invention! Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, with these glasses, all the theoretical knowledge that needs to be memorized will become extremely easy. Now that we can prove that we didn't cheat, can I go back to sleep? Remy asked. Oh, of course. Professor McGonagall said, Mr. Barrett, I apologize for what I said before. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's just a small matter. Just make sure the scores are fair. You guys chat. I'll go back first. I'm so sleepy. Remy waved his hand and said. Wait a minute, Remy. Dumbledore suddenly called out to Remy. Anything else? Want to give me extra points? Remy asked confusedly. Dumbledore shook his head, the life of magic lies in understanding and creation. Your glasses can only help people remember some dead knowledge, but cannot help people understand that knowledge. Remy looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding what Dumbledore meant by saying this. Could it be that he wanted him to improve his memory glasses? But aren't the proposed improvements too demanding? The function of assisting memory is easy to implement, but assisting understanding, what the hell is that function? I have no idea. Seeing that Remy didn't say anything, Dumbledore thought for a moment before continuing. Although your glasses can help people remember the contents of books faster and easier, it is also easy for users to become dependent on them and lose the motivation to understand knowledge. This has a very significant negative impact on a person's future development. Dumbledore said. Remy. So I invented this magical learning tool, but it turned out to be a mistake? Remy suddenly laughed in frustration. So? Principal Dumbledore, what exactly do you want to say? Are you going to confiscate my glasses for this reason? Remy asked. It was meant to be a rhetorical remark, but what Remy didn't expect was that Dumbledore actually nodded. Yes, not only will I confiscate the glasses, I will also be deducting 5 points from you and giving you detention, said Dumbledore. Remy WTF. Not to mention Remy, even Professor McGonagall beside him was very puzzled and didn't understand why Dumbledore did this. Dumbledore, I think this invention of his. I hope you stay in the detention room during this period before the holidays start, don't run around, and don't cause trouble. Dumbledore said. After hearing Dumbledore's words and receiving a meaningful look from Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall immediately understood something. She stopped talking and just watched quietly. Okay. Remy rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say you're worried that I'll cause trouble again, so you want to lock me up for a while? Why are you talking about all that nonsense? Of course it's to make it easier for you to accept it psychologically. Dumbledore said with a smile. Thank you. Remy rolled his eyes at Dumbledore in annoyance. Forget it, you are the headmaster after all. You have the final say at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You're welcome. I should thank you for your understanding. Dumbledore pushed his glasses up and realized that these were not his original glasses, but after thinking about it, he did not take them off. Regardless of other things, these glasses at least allow you to see things clearly when you wear them. After reaching a consensus, Dumbledore personally took Remy to the detention room. Remy kept rolling his eyes along the way. He probably guessed why Dumbledore did this, simply to prevent him from ruining the plan. I didn't really want to change the plot, otherwise wouldn't I have changed it long ago? In the confinement room, Remy looked at the bluestone floor with a depressed look on his face, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Since arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has he disrupted Dumbledore's plans? Not at all. He clearly didn't do anything bad, but Dumbledore still locked him up at this critical moment, which really hurt Remy's heart. It would be better to just intervene directly. If you have the guts, lock me up for life and don't let me out. As long as you let me out, I will definitely give this world a big surprise. With a few hums, Remy used alchemy to create a bed and went to sleep. Filch was still in charge of guarding, but unlike the previous time, this time Filch was very easy to talk to. Not only did he not disturb Remy, but he would also ask Remy what he wanted to eat before delivering food to her, just like a caring butler. The solitary confinement room was dark and only had oil lamps for lighting. Remy stayed quietly in the solitary confinement room. Every day, he spent his time sleeping and hoarding magic crystals. His life was extremely boring. I don't know how long it took, but just when Remy couldn't hold it in any longer, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. Remy, are you in there? Remy. Yo-ha? Remy jumped out of bed. Is that Harry? What are you doing here? Remy asked. We're here to get you out. Ronald said. You two get out of the way, don't block me. Hermione said, Alaho. Click. As the door opened, Remy blinked and saw nothing. Until Harry lifted the invisibility cloak. Seeing all three people there, Remy immediately understood something. Let me guess, it's not as simple as just rescuing me and going out to play together, right? Remy asked. Yes, we need your help. Harry nodded vigorously. We have found some clues, but Principal Dumbledore happened to leave Hogwarts today. We suspect that the man is likely to steal the Philosopher's Stone today. We must stop him. Your analysis is correct. Remy nodded. Let's go back to the dormitory first. When I get the magic wand, I will take you to quickly clear the magic stone copy. No need to go back, I brought it to you. As he spoke, Ronald half showed his body from the invisibility cloak, and in his hand was Remy's wand. A super magic wand that is 1.7 meters long. Chapter 89. Time was short and the task was heavy. Remy, who had already announced that he would take Harry and the others to quickly clear the Philosopher's Stone copy, ran all the way without even putting on his invisibility cloak. With such arrogance and domineering behavior, if nothing unexpected happens, he will run into Filch around the corner. Looking at Filch with wide eyes, Remy smiled awkwardly, and the wand in his hand was ready to move. Just as Remy was about to hit Filch with a stick, Filch came to his senses. This is really hell. I can't stay up any longer. I'm already having hallucinations, Mrs. Norris, let's go back and get some rest. Muttering something, Filch walked past Remy without even looking at him, startling Harry and the others who had just caught up. It wasn't until Filch disappeared at the end of the passage that Harry and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, what's going on? Filch can't see you? Remy, what great thing have you invented? Ronald asked. Ah, well, let's not talk about that for now, business is more important. Oh, yes, we have to hurry to that room, since Filch has gone there, do we not need to wear the invisibility cloak? How is that possible? Even without Filch, there are still other professors. We'd be dead if we ran into Professor McGonagall. Yes, hurry up. Remy, why did you come in too? Stop talking nonsense and leave now. After a short while of noise, everyone returned to silence and continued to move towards the target room. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing, and the four of them arrived at the target room very smoothly. Before entering the door, everyone heard melodious music. Oh no! Hagrid said that the three-headed dog named Fluffy would fall asleep whenever he listened to music. Someone must have got here first. Ronald said. Hermione, open the door. Okay, get out of the way. Alaho-hole. Click. After opening the door, Remy walked into the room where the three-headed dog was locked up. He immediately saw a harp playing music and the three-headed dog sleeping soundly. It seems that someone did come in first. Fortunately, the trapdoor is not covered. I hope there are other protective facilities set up by other professors below that can hold that person back for some time. Just as Harry was analyzing the situation calmly, he saw Remy walk up to the sleeping three-headed dog and slap him 3 times. The three-headed dog, which was instantly awakened, looked at Remy in confusion, and remained silent and motionless for a while. You loser, is this how you guard the door? Hi! Remy pointed at the trapdoor and scolded. The three-headed dog looked at the trapdoor, then at the harp that was playing music, and his whole being was stunned. Woof woof woof! Woof woof! Bang! Another slap! Woof! Shut up! Go get down next to the trapdoor! Remy said. After hearing Remy's order, the three-headed dog whimpered softly and actually walked to the trapdoor and lay down obediently. Harry and the other two stared at it for a long time, unable to recover. He walked to the trapdoor, squatted down and opened it. The three-headed dog wanted to stop him, but was glared back by Remy. "Don't mess around, we are going to catch that person and fix the mistakes you made at work." As Remy spoke, he opened the trapdoor. Glancing at the dark shaft below, Remy pulled out 3 round objects from his pocket, unzipped the rings one by one, threw them down and closed the trapdoor as Harry and the other two looked at them in shock. 1, 2, 3, dong! Boom! Following the loud noise, Harry and the other two felt the entire room shake. "Potential danger has been cleared, you can go down now." As he spoke, Remy used alchemy to create a large bundle of rope. After tying one end to Lu Wei's leg, Remy opened the trapdoor again and threw the rest of the rope in. "I'll go down first, you guys follow." Harry swallowed and was about to tell Remy to be careful, but he saw Remy pick up his wand and jump down. Is this rope only for us?" Ronald asked with a puzzled look. "It seems so. Why do I feel like he can stop that guy on his own without any help from us? How about, we wait for him here? It seems like we asked him to help." "Oh, yes, let's go down then." The 3 people were unable to accept the fact that the external aid they invited was too powerful. After they recovered, they lined up and went down to the bottom of the shaft along the rope. "Where's Remy?" Ronald, who was the last to land, looked around and asked. "I don't know, probably before going." Boom! Bang! Hermione was startled by the loud noise and the sudden flying object. When they saw clearly what was flying towards them, the 3 people were instantly frightened more than 10 times. "Remy! Are you okay?" Harry hurriedly ran to Remy and asked, helping Remy up while asking. "Ahem. It's okay, I've already opened the door to the next level. I just used the wrong equivalent, I hope the passage wasn't damaged," Remy said. 3 people. "Hey man, you used the bomb again?" "No, you were blown out and you're still okay." The 3 people were so shocked that they barely came to their senses after Remy stood up and asked them to move forward together. Following Remy through a passage of about 30 meters, everyone came to a small but very tall room. Opposite them was a tattered flying broom, above them were a bunch of winged keys, and opposite them was a charred door frame. From the layout of the room, Harry guessed that there should have been a locked door in the door frame, and that the door was probably enchanted so that it could only be opened with one of the many keys in the sky. But now, don't look at it anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities to watch it in the future. "We need to hurry up and catch up now," said Remy. "Oh, okay. I'll follow right away. Slow down and be careful." Passing through the door frame, the 4 entered another passage. The passage was very dark, with only an oil lamp placed on a pillar in the middle providing lighting. Through the dim light, one could barely see 2 pillars next to the door at the end of the passage, each with an identical but unlit oil lamp on it. "Another door." Remy raised an eyebrow. "You guys stand back, I'll deal with it." "Wait a minute." Hermione grabbed Remy. "This should be decipherable, and it's very simple. We should just need to use the lit lamp to light up the 2 lights at the door. No violence is needed." "Yes, that's definitely the case. Remy, you take a break, we can handle this step." Harry nodded vigorously, then walked to the middle pillar. After carefully observing the surface of the pillar to make sure there were no signs of mechanisms, Harry took a deep breath and picked up the oil lamp. Nothing happened. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and gestured to the 3 people, then walked slowly forward with the oil lamp in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, like the pace of a devil. When I took the 7th step, suddenly, the lights went out. Chapter 90. The sudden extinction of the light startled everyone except Remy, who recognized that the light was made by him as soon as he saw it. "How is it? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Let's use my method." Hermione shuddered when she could barely see what Remy was holding in his hand with the dim light from behind her. "No need. Let me do it." Refusal. Remy. Hermione took out her wand and waved it vigorously. Lumos. As the spell was recited, when a ball of white light emerged from the tip of Hermione's wand, Remy sighed helplessly. He knew that there was no chance of him showing off his skills. Sure enough, under Hermione's illumination spell, the oil lamp lit up again. Huh? It's on again, what's going on? Could it be that this light is voice-controlled? Harry said. It's possible. Just keep going forward and try. Hermione said. After taking a few more steps until he reached the door, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The lights are still on. He successfully used the oil lamp in his hand to light the oil lamp on the pillar in front of the door. With a click, the thick oak door opened. Really? Since you used my stuff to set up a level, you should be more careful, Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy pouted and put away the things in his hand, feeling a little dissatisfied, but under Harry's call, he could only temporarily put aside his little emotions and move on. After passing through 4 levels, running through a crooked passage, and walking down a not-so-long staircase, the 4 of them arrived at a huge hall. There is no lack of lighting in this hall. As soon as you enter, you can see a huge chessboard and chess pieces that occupy nearly 1/3 of the hall, as well as a door behind the chessboard that seems a little small compared to the chess pieces. This level, isn't it going to be a game of wizard chess? Harry said uncertainly, and at the same time looked at Ronald involuntarily. Remy also glanced at Ronald. He knew that Ronald was quite good at wizard chess. He had played wizard chess with Ronald several times before and he always lost. He had not played much wizard chess before, neither he nor Nicholas Flamel were keen on the game. But he still knows how to play wizard chess, and he understands the difference in difficulty between protecting 3 chess pieces and protecting 4 chess pieces, which is a difference of several times. Based on the memory of Ronald's chess skills when he risked his life to save Harry and Hermione, he couldn't have the ability to keep 4 chess pieces. Unless, the professor or the principal lets us off. Yes, when Remy saw this chessboard for the first time, he realized that this chessboard was actually just an enlarged version of an ordinary wizard chess, and it was not fully automatic. This means that there is definitely at least one person on the field at this moment. It seems that I can't use my little tricks in this level. I'll leave it to you, Ronald. This level requires each of us to replace one of the chess pieces and win the game to pass. But you don't have to count me in, I can pass it by myself. Holding the wand horizontally, Remy put his hands on the wand and walked towards the chessboard with an unyielding step. Watching Remy approach the chessboard step by step, the 3 were very curious about how Remy could pass the chessboard. If Remy walked towards the chessboard without saying anything, they would definitely have to stop him in case Remy, the big bomber, blew up the whole place, but from what Remy said, it seemed that he had another way to get through this level. Under the curious gaze of the 3 people, they saw that when Remy walked onto the chessboard, the magic power on him became stronger and stronger, and soon it was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye even from a long distance. There was no wind but waves were rising. A strong sense of oppression shocked the pupils of Harry and the other 2. Oh my God, what kind of magic is this? Is Remy so strong? Isn't this too exaggerated? In the corner, Headmaster Dumbledore, who was hiding nearby, narrowed his eyes. His eyes were calm, but his expression was extremely serious, and he had already held the wand in his hand. Just when the 4 of them held their breath and stared at Remy intently, ready to witness an amazing magic, Remy suddenly waved his wand. AHH. Bang. Bang. Ouch. I'm boiling. AHH. Bang. Looking at Remy swinging his wand and engaging in a fierce battle with the giant chess piece as if he was going to fight for 300 rounds, Dumbledore covered his face with his hands in silence. As expected, we can't expect anything from this guy. On the other side, Harry and the other 2 looked at Remy speechlessly. Sometimes I'm really curious, can Remy really be considered a wizard? Aren't wizards supposed to be full of wisdom? Why does Remy seem more reckless than anyone else? Ronald complained. Maybe it's because he doesn't know what fear is. Harry said uncertainly. Yet, he seems to not get hurt no matter what he does. He wasn't hurt even by such a powerful explosion just now. Hermione said. He still gets hurt, but they're just minor injuries, like cutting his fingers with a fruit knife or something like that," Harry said. Hermione suddenly fell into deep thought. She didn't understand, but she really wanted to figure it out. While the three were talking, Remy had already successfully opened the door to the passage, and behind him was the chess piece being restored. "It seems that we can't follow the path opened up by Remy. Just listen to my instructions, is that okay?" Ronald asked. Harry and Hermione nodded and were about to say something when suddenly, a loud noise was heard in the passage ahead. Boom! Bang! 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 A figure flew out from the passage, crashed through the wooden wall, and smashed all the chess pieces along the way in one breath. Finally, he crashed into a stone pillar with a diameter of 2 meters, creating a big hole in the stone pillar and slowly slid down. In the passage, you can still faintly see a green light that has not yet dissipated. "Remy! ×3! The three of them shouted and hurried towards Remy. "Damn it! How dare you cast a green spell on my head? Are you tired of living?" With a roar, Remy stood up and took out a cylindrical object with a trigger from his pocket. Squeak! "I'm boiling!" Hurrying to the brakes, Harry grabbed Ronald and Hermione in one hand. In fact, he didn't need to catch them. When they saw what Remy took out, they stopped faster than Harry, and Ronald even turned around and ran. He didn't know what Remy took out, but from the size he knew it was definitely not a small toy. Hefting the cylinder over his shoulder and aiming it at the passage, Remy pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Boom! After firing the first shot, Remy took out what looked like an oversized bullet without any pause, loaded it into the cylinder, and then aimed it at the channel again and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! Godong! Ronald, who had already hidden behind a pillar, swallowed and looked at Harry who had just dodged. "What is that thing?" RPG. Chapter 91. Whoosh! Boom! Whoosh! Boom! After firing 7 missiles in one breath, Remy gasped and dropped the launcher on his shoulder to the ground. Remy took 3 deep breaths and patted his face with his hands. Calm down, I can't do this. I can already use magic. Yes, I am a wizard now, I should defeat him in a wizard's way." "Yes. Use magic." Looking around to find his wand, Remy swung the wand and rushed towards the passage, howling. The 3 people behind the pillar not far away were stunned. "Actually, I don't think the way he's fighting now is the right way for a wizard. I've never seen a wizard rush forward like this," Ronald said after he came to his senses. "How else should we rush?" Harry asked. "Come on, let's go and help." "Help?" Hermione's voice was a full 3 octaves higher than usual. "How can we help? With our current strength, will we be able to help or cause trouble? At least Remy is not injured now. What if he is distracted by us? Then we can't just wait here, can we? Let's go and ask Remy for a few guns. Remy will be in the front, and we will help Remy suppress the enemy with fire power from the back." A gleam of danger and excitement flashed in Harry's eyes. "This isn't good, is it?" Ronald licked his lips and said. "What's wrong with that?" Seeing Remy alone. Boom! Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a huge flame appeared in the passage, and along with the flame, Remy was blown out again. But this time he didn't hit anything, and even did 3 graceful backflips in the air before landing smoothly. But his face looked very unhappy. "Oh my god, how can he be so strong? He is stronger than what I saw in the movies. We don't even seem to be from the same dimension." Remy's eyes burned with fire. Such a world is more interesting. Just as Remy was about to rush in again, Harry couldn't hold back any longer. "Remy! Wait a minute!" Harry said, coming out from behind the pillar. "What? You can't help much with the opponent's strength right now, so just hide first," Remy said. "I know." Harry nodded. "The spells we know are too few and too weak, but, do you still have a gun? Or an RPG? Yo-ha?" Remy looked at Harry, as well as Harry and Hermione who also came out from behind the pillar, with some surprise. "What? Are you planning to use Muggle weapons too? Think carefully. If you get caught, it won't be as simple as being expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You'll probably be sent to Azkaban. Remy said. When Ronald heard the word Azkaban, he shrank his neck in fear, but soon he straightened his chest again. Isn't it just Azkaban? You've been there twice and nothing happened. This is enough to prove that Azkaban is not as scary as the legend says. Ronald said. That's right. Things have come to this point. I don't think the consequences of being caught now will be more serious than if we used guns. In that case, we might as well make a bigger fuss. It would be best if we could attract all the professors. Hermione said, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. What she said was echoed by Harry and Ronald. The three of them looked at Remy, waiting for Remy to make a decision. On the other side, in another hall at the end of the passage, a figure and two voices were communicating in a friendly manner. It's Quirrell. A hole. Who the hell is that little boy? He can't even die like this. Master, let's hurry to the next level. As long as we pass one more level, I can get the Philosopher's Stone for you. Shut up. You are not going anywhere. That little boy must be killed today. Right here. He must be killed. But Master, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid the professors will come, and even Headmaster Dumbledore will. Hey! Are you scared? Master, please spare me. I didn't. I'm not afraid. Mark my words. Kill that little boy. Right here. In this hall. Today. Ah. Yes. It's the Master. I will kill him. I will lend you more strength. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Yes, Master, I will do it. At any cost. Quirrell was trembling all over, half bending and nodding his head continuously. A stream of black air came out from the back of his head, wrapped around his body and slowly entered his body. Quirrell felt his strength increasing, but he just couldn't feel happy. He had a very bad feeling. We can't go on like this, we have to make a quick decision, otherwise we really won't be able to leave. Phew! He has gone crazy. Gritting his teeth, Quirrell suddenly put on a flattering expression. Master, can I take the initiative? Let me go over and kill those kids. Quirrell said. Go, kill them all. Voldemort, you little jerk. Your Grandpa Remy is back again. Take my magic and fall unconscious. With a loud shout, Remy jumped high, swung his wand and hit Quirrell on the back of the head. You call what you're doing magic? Also. Don't call me a little punk. Call me Lord Dark Lord. Quirrell. Kill him for me. Kill him with a real swoon. Yes, Master. Fainted. Bang. Remy flew backwards and hit the wall beside him. Just as Quirrell was about to continue waving his wand to attack Remy, suddenly, a series of tapping sounds came from the passage, and a strong sense of crisis made him quickly flee from the spot. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Accompanied by a burst of continuous gunfire, Harry was seen walking into the hall with a submachine gun in his hand with some difficulty, and the muzzle of the gun kept moving with Quirrell, who turned into a ball of black gas. Click! After emptying a whole magazine in one breath, Harry panicked and hurriedly changed the magazine. At this moment, Quirrell turned into a ball of black gas and rushed towards Harry in an instant. On the other side, Remy, who had just landed, narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Harry. Before he could get over there, another burst of gunfire rang out, and Hermione walked slowly towards Harry holding two Uzi submachine guns. Didn't Remy tell him not to come in? Let's take turns shooting and don't give him a chance to get close. Hermione said. That's right, you are too impulsive. Remy, give me a shotgun, I'll be responsible for defense. Ronald said after putting the sniper rifle on his back. Okay, be careful, let me add another debuff to him. Remy took out a shotgun and slid it on the ground to Ronald. He then took out 3 boxes of bullets and slid them on the ground to Harry and the other 3. Then he stood up and waved his wand vigorously, pointing it at Quirrell, who was fleeing. Voldemort, you are such a little punk. Don't you look down on muggles the most? Why do you run away in fear in front of muggle weapons and don't even have the courage to take them head on? Remy shouted. A hole. Don't call me a punk. Quirrell. Don't hide. Defeat them head on. Chapter 92. Da. Looking at Harry and Hermione, who were firing on all cylinders and had weird smiles on their faces, Remy felt that today was really amazing. I thought it was just a boring dungeon that I was speedrunning with low-level players, but first I ran into Quirrell unexpectedly, and now I have to use guns with Harry and the others to deal with Quirrell. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect Voldemort to actually order Quirrell to stop in the middle of the hall just because of his taunt. Voldemort is definitely out of his mind. This is too extreme and easy to fool, isn't it? But, the more extreme the better. You can be my target to test the power of firearms on wizards in actual combat. Remy's eyes flashed, and he took out a tripod and a camera from his pocket. Pointing the camera at Voldemort in the middle of the hall and starting filming, Remy walked over to Harry, who was enjoying the game. Without disturbing the three people who were having a great time, Remy squatted down and used alchemy to create several sandbags, building a tactical stronghold in front of the three people. Then, Remy took out a large number of parts and assembled them, and soon he assembled a classic Maxim heavy machine gun with a bracket. Click. After loading the ammunition belt, Remy patted the Maxim heavy machine gun. "Ronald, you try this big one," Remy said. "Okay." Ronald agreed immediately. He had been eager to try it when Remy was assembling it, so he naturally wouldn't be polite now. Ronald, who had been watching Harry and Hermione playing for a long time, immediately aimed at Quirrell in the hall and pulled the trigger after Remy taught him the operating essentials. With a burst of violent gunfire, dense bullets poured down on Quirrell's unfolded protective shield like a rainstorm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Snap! In less than 3 seconds, the shield that had taken all the damage was torn apart, and Quirrell hurriedly fled. "Oh my! I thought bullets were completely ineffective against magic shields, but it turns out they can break them." Remy narrowed his eyes and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before Quirrell could escape far, a hoarse voice rang out from him. "A hole! Who told you to run? Go back! Defeat them head on! Kill them! Master! Master, that gun is too powerful!" Shut up! That's just Muggle-made garbage! What's there to be afraid of? Go back! It's nothing to be afraid of, but I'm really scared." After replying, Quirrell continued to move around the hall without looking back to avoid the attacks. "A hole! I told you to go back! Didn't you hear me? Are you going to betray me? You're still running, aren't you? Fine! I'll do it myself!" Quirrell, who was fleeing, suddenly let out screams, and his body was wrapped in black air. The screams were so severe that the three little ones stopped pulling the triggers. But Remy was not intimidated. It is now obvious that the boss is about to transform and enter the second stage. Reality is not a game, and it does not have a transformation and invincibility period. If not now, when? He pulled out his favorite family gun, raised it, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! Quirrell's turban burst open instantly, revealing his shiny head and another face on the back of his head. His arms suddenly twisted strangely and covered the face behind his head. My nose! Nose! Remy _ What's going on? Hit it? It's bad enough that this idiot doesn't know how to hide, but he doesn't even defend himself? Are you being too arrogant because you think you can't die because of the Horcrux? Blinking, Remy didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Avada eats Big Melon. Boom! A dazzling green light instantly emitted from the wand in Quirrell's hand, disintegrating the bullet in just an instant, and continued to rush towards Remy without slowing down. Boom! Bang! The Barrett sniper rifle that Remy was holding in front of was instantly shattered, and Remy himself was blasted against the wall by the huge force. Although he was not injured, Remy looked very unhappy. "Damn it! You little jerk! I remember I told you not to point the green light at me. I hate green light! Damn it! I told you not to call me a punk! I am the Dark Lord! The Dark Lord Voldemort! Avada eats Big Melon!" Fainted. He raised his wand and thrust it forward. A bright white light that was more than 10 times brighter than Voldemort's green light came out from Remy's wand, and the two collided instantly. Despite the huge difference in size, the two beams of light actually fell into a brief stalemate after colliding. Countless lightning-like energies appeared, and Voldemort stared at Remy in shock with wide eyes. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Remy could actually wrestle with him, and even used such a crude and low-level magic as to make the ground faint. Damn it! I wanted to save some face for you by not defeating you with magic, but you little jerk really didn't know how to be ashamed. With a loud shout, Remy held the wand as if it were a gun and moved forward step by step. Voldemort came back to his senses from the shock. He slowly lowered the hand that was covering his face, revealing his sunken nose. His face was terribly dark. Call him a little punk again. And she said it so casually, and what's even more disgusting is that what she said later seemed like she was considering him. Would defeating him with Muggle weapons be saving his face? Not to mention defeating him with Muggle weapons, even injuring him would be a great humiliation for him. But he has been wounded. I will definitely kill you today. Even if I will kill you. Raising his hand and holding his wand slightly back, Voldemort stared at Remy intently, and then swung it vigorously. Avada eats a big melon. Boom! The green light, which originally seemed very small compared to the white light, suddenly increased rapidly, from less than 1/5 of the white light to 1/3 of the white light. Squeak! Bang! Remy, who was pushed back a lot, stomped his feet hard to steady himself. Humph! Do you have the capital to compete with me in magical power? With a cold snort, Remy gripped the wand tightly with both hands and moved forward again with the wand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, the color of the white light changed a little, gradually turning into a light sky blue. Continuing to move forward, when Remy had walked 1/3 of the way, the white light had completely turned into sky blue and began to turn into purple. Voldemort stared at Remy intently. At first there was shock in his eyes, but then they were completely filled with murderous intent and greed. He wanted to kill Remy, and even more wanted to obtain Remy's power. 10 steps, 15 steps, 20 steps. Remy approached Voldemort little by little, and when there was less than 2 meters between him and Voldemort, not only did the color of his wand turn purple, but his wand and his body were all covered with purple magic lightning. Even his eyes were filled with purple thunderstorms. Their eyes met for a moment, and suddenly, Remy raised his wand and let Voldemort's killing curse hit him. At the same time, Remy swung his wand vigorously. You make me faint on the ground. Bang! Boom! Chapter 93. When the wand gently stroked Voldemort's face, a huge amount of energy exploded instantly, and countless purple lightning instantly set off a thunderstorm in the hall. The wind was blowing hard and the purple snake was dancing wildly. The 3 little ones who were hiding behind the trench and looking at the hall through the gap swallowed their saliva subconsciously, staring blankly at the companion in the middle of the hall who was like a devil, both familiar and unfamiliar. In the corner of the hall, Dumbledore, who was observing from stealth with his wand in hand, had a gleam in his eyes. He didn't expect that Remy, who had just learned magic, could confront Voldemort head-on and win. Although Voldemort is weaker now than in his prime, and although Voldemort can move around and fight gorillas, how old is Remy? And Remy is using entry-level magic. Not to mention that Remy had wasted a lot of magic power when fighting Voldemort due to his lack of control. Dumbledore saw it clearly just now. When the two of them were fighting, Voldemort concentrated all his magic power in his hands and converted it into a killing curse through his wand to attack Remy. And Remy, there wasn't a single pore in his body that didn't ooze magic, especially when he was close to Voldemort, his whole body leaked magic like a sieve. But even so, Remy still won the direct confrontation with Voldemort. It seems I need to adjust my subsequent plans. Dumbledore thought. Remy can suppress Voldemort head-on now, let alone in the future. Why would he train Harry when Remy was around? Even if we haven't figured out why Voldemort won't die, and even if Remy can't kill Voldemort, as long as we keep beating Voldemort to death, he will eventually die after a few decades, right? If decades aren't enough, then hundreds of years will be enough. Remy is Nicholas Flamel's apprentice. The Philosopher's Stone will definitely be his in the future, and he can even create the Philosopher's Stone himself. Just as Dumbledore was imagining the future with a mysterious smile on his face, in the corner of the hall, black air emerged from Quirrell, who was lying on the ground, and gathered into a vague figure. He looked at Remy deeply, then turned into black gas and rushed into the wall and disappeared. Remy calmly looked at the place where Voldemort disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the area between the shadow's eyes and mouth was a little sunken, which perfectly matched the area he had just hit with the stick. It's okay to be hit by an armor-piercing bullet, but he was actually hit by my knockout magic and still not in any serious trouble. This little jerk is really shameless. Dumbledore, who had just walked up to Remy, twitched his mouth when he heard Remy's mumbling. Your fainting is the most unlike magic I have ever seen in my life. I suggest you give it a new name and don't call it magic, said Dumbledore. What? Did it bring shame to magic? Remy raised an eyebrow and waved his wand. Did I use the wand to cast it? Did I use it to injure Voldemort? Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed imperceptibly and patted Remy on the shoulder. Can you tell me what happened here? When I first arrived, I saw you hitting Professor Quirrell with a stick. Was it the black energy that controlled Professor Quirrell? Do you think it is Voldemort? My impression of Voldemort is that he doesn't look like that. Did you find any interesting evidence? Wand. Remy corrected. Also, I don't believe you just arrived. With a light snort, Remy turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran happily towards the camera that was not damaged. It seems that they are not easy to fool, but these three should be fine. Looking at Harry and the other two who were walking towards him with their heads down and a guilty look on their faces, Dumbledore decided to get back at them. This carrot-and-stick approach not only affirmed the bravery of the three, but also gave them a warning. Looking at the three people who nodded obediently, Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Remy, come here, I will take you to see the treasure you want to protect, the Philosopher's Stone that originally belonged to your teacher. Dumbledore said. Remy sat on the ground and waved his hands without looking up. I'm watching a movie now. I'm not going. I'm tired of watching that stuff. Dumbledore. I've only seen the Philosopher's Stone a few times, and you say you're tired of it? Is it so, Versailles? Okay, you three come with me. But I won't help you solve the last puzzle. You need to solve it on your own. Dumbledore said as he led the three people into the passage. No one paid any attention to the dead troll in the corner of the hall. Died silently. It wasn't even necessarily killed by Quirrell, because its body was all charred from being struck by lightning. It might have still been alive but was killed by lightning. Click. After removing the videotape and carefully checking it for damage, Remy breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put it into a box and put it away. This thing has other uses, and they are very useful. After taking a look at the trenches and the criminal evidence in the trenches, just when Remy was hesitating whether to destroy them to get rid of the evidence, Dumbledore had already returned with Harry and the others, laughing and talking happily. Dumbledore glanced at Remy, whose confusion was clearly written on her face, and Harry, who was nervous again, and pushed his glasses with a smile. The situation this time is special. I will not hold you responsible for violating school rules, said Dumbledore. Harry and the other two immediately breathed a sigh of relief and smiles appeared on their faces again. This violates more than just school rules. It seems you don't have the authority, Headmaster Dumbledore, woo. Shut up. ×3. Covering Remy's mouth with his hands, Harry gave Dumbledore an awkward smile. Principal, is this matter completely over? Let's go back and rest first. Harry said. Well, it's really getting late. Go back and rest, if you can sleep. Dumbledore blinked and smiled, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Phew. I don't know who started it, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Remy. Someone had covered his nose with his hand just now. After a while, they looked at each other and smiled at each other. Let's go back too. Remy said. Ronald pointed hesitantly at the trench, then these things. These have been exposed. Do you still want to take them away? Besides, they are just ordinary firearms. There is nothing to worry about. Remy said. Oh, yes. I remember you said you wanted to make magic guns, right? Then can you? That's for sure. I'll definitely let you play first when the time comes. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 94. After returning to the dormitory building, the four did not return to the dormitory immediately, but instead quietly shared their feelings about the adventure in the common room. Harry and the other two were full of praise for the guns, and all of them approached Remy to pre-order their favorite models, hoping that Remy could manufacture the magic guns as soon as possible. Even Hermione felt the same way. Remy asked Harry about what happened during his detention. When he learned that he and Ronald were punished to enter the Forbidden Forest because of Hagrid's dragon and met a mysterious man, Remy realized that Dumbledore might not have put him in detention to prevent him from entering the Chamber of Secrets where the Philosopher's Stone was stored, but to prevent him from doing anything wrong and scaring away Voldemort. After chatting in the common room for more than half an hour, the four returned to the dormitory to rest. The next night, all the young wizards dressed up for the dinner in the hall and listened to Headmaster Dumbledore announce the final results of the previous year's House Cup. Surprisingly, Gryffindor still ranked first without Professor Snape having to fulfill his promise. But Remy still challenged Professor Snape at the last moment, making Professor Snape's face as black as the bottom of a pot, and allowing Gryffindor House to win the House Cup with a big lead. Slytherin House's winning streak was ended. The students of Slytherin House were very unhappy, but the students of the remaining three houses were happier than each other. There was constant laughter and joyful chatter. The food on the table went into the students' mouths one after another. Each of them looked like a starving ghost, as if there would be no next meal after this one. After the dinner, the students suddenly fell into an eerie silence. They returned to their dormitories to pack their luggage in silence, only occasionally talking to each other in low voices. Maybe it's because I said too much at the dinner party before. The next morning, everyone got up early. Some of them said good morning to each other listlessly and some in high spirits, and then went to the restaurant to have breakfast together. The restaurant today was both extremely lively and deserted. There were a lot of people, all sitting in dormitories, but few people were talking. After breakfast, they returned to the dormitory and picked up their own luggage. They walked out of Hogwarts Castle silently with the others and headed to the station via the carriage outside the gate. When the whistle sounded, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry slowly drove away, getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. Remember to write to me, okay? Otherwise I will be bored to death during the holidays. Harry said, if possible, I really don't want to go back to my aunt's house. Don't worry, I'll write to you as soon as I get home, Ronald said. Maybe you could give me the phone and I can call you, Hermione said. Forget it. If you call me, my aunt and uncle will scold me to death, and my cousin will definitely make trouble. It's better to write a letter. Harry said, looking at Remy. Since getting on the train, Remy has been staring out the window without saying a word. Remy, what's wrong with you? Harry asked. Ah? Nothing, I'm just thinking about something. I may not be able to write to you in the short term. I have to go to France first, and then maybe to the United States. I will be very busy in the short term. Remy said. Wow, you're going abroad? I really envy you. Ronald said. Remy smiled helplessly, what's there to envy? I'm not going on a trip. So what are you going to do? Hermione asked. There's something to do, something important. Remy said. Hermione pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking to herself, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? How long will it take to come back? What you mentioned before about opening a store? Ronald asked. Everything is ready for opening the store. I will definitely open the store before the holiday is over, don't worry, said Remy. That's great. I'm really looking forward to how the Daily Prophet will report on you. I guess it will definitely be the front page headline. Ronald said. The Daily Prophet? Remy curled his lips subconsciously. He never had a good impression of the Daily Prophet and always thought that the Daily Prophet was a third-rate tabloid. Maybe it was influenced by the performance of some individual reporters. But it cannot be said to be an isolated case. After all, a newspaper is more than just reporters. If a reporter wants to publish an article, the content will definitely be reviewed by layers of editors. The fact that she could send out those messy things at least shows that there are quite a number of people within the Daily Prophet who are loyal fans of the shock department. Judging from the time, maybe they are the founders of a certain shock department. I took a nap on the train, and when I woke up the train had already stopped. After saying goodbye to the three people, Remy pulled his suitcase along the platform and soon arrived at a cafe. There were not many people in the cafe, and Remy saw the white-haired old man at a glance, Nicholas Flamel. "Teacher." Remy walked over and said. "How is it, Remy? Have you gotten used to life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year? Do you want to consider transferring schools?" Nicholas Flamel asked with a smile. "Don't consider it for now. Have you read the letter I wrote? Do you think it's feasible?" Remy asked after complaining after sitting down. "It's okay." Nicholas Flamel put down the cup. "I have to see the specific content of the videotape you mentioned before I can make a final decision. Look, I've even made the projector." As he spoke, Remy took out a flat box with a screen and several buttons on it. When Remy pressed the red button above, the screen lit up and a video began to play on it. "It's amazing. Muggle items always brighten my eyes and provide me with a lot of inspiration." To compliment, Nicholas Flamel squinted and watched the video carefully. "No sound?" asked Nicholas Flamel. "I forgot to install the radio." "It was my mistake," said Remy. "What a pity. But it should be enough. No one else can cast such a powerful killing curse except that person. As for you, I didn't expect that your strength has reached this level." Nicholas Flamel said. "It's okay. I still know too few spells. Currently, the only trick I can use to attack is to make people fall unconscious. I haven't even learned the disarming spell. The teaching progress in school is too slow." Remy said. "Oh? Then do you want to transfer? The teaching progress there is very fast." Nicholas Flamel said. "Why do you keep thinking about this?" Remy asked speechlessly. "If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. You said this, have you forgotten?" Nicholas Flamel said with a smile, and he said it in Huxia. "I haven't forgotten, but I kind of regret telling you this. Can you give me some special lessons during this holiday and teach me some powerful magic?" Remy asked. Nicholas Flamel glanced at Remy and put the projector aside. He gracefully picked up the cup and took a sip of coffee, then nodded at Remy, and shook his head. Chapter 95. Whoosh! The space twisted and two figures, one old and one young, appeared outside a castle on the top of a mountain. "I have to say, I hate operating for long distances, it's really cold here." A gust of cold wind blew by, and Remy, who was complaining, instantly got goosebumps all over his body. "Just wait until you master it and get used to it," Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. Hearing this, Remy rolled his eyes immediately. "I would like to, but if you don't teach me, where can I learn? Am I supposed to figure it out on my own?" "It's not impossible. Let's go, don't you want to see him?" said Nicholas Flamel. As soon as Nicholas Flamel finished speaking, the iron gate in front of them suddenly creaked open by itself, as if to welcome their arrival. The two looked at each other, straightened their clothes, and walked into the door together. They walked through the large square-like courtyard and arrived at the door. The door opened automatically and the two entered the castle unhindered. It was much warmer in the hall than outside. There was a fireplace burning on each side. The flames were not big, but the temperature was just right. On the sofa in the middle of the hall, an old man with white hair and wrinkled face was holding an enameled teapot and pouring tea. He poured 3 cups. "What do you two want to see me, a prisoner?" he asked. "Hee, aren't you good at fortune-telling? Let's do the math." Remy chuckled and walked to the sofa next to the old man, sat down and asked. "Haha, even though I don't want to admit it, I really can't see through you. I only saw you and this old guy coming, but I couldn't see what you were doing." The old man said with a smile. "Yeah. Remy picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Nicholas Flamel first, then picked up another cup and took a sip. I said I'm here to kill you, what are you going to do? Remy asked. On the opposite side, Nicholas Flamel shook his head helplessly, picked up the teacup and drank it by himself. The old man looked at Remy with an unchanged expression, quietly looking at him with deep eyes, without saying a word. Okay, stop looking at me like that. I feel a little scared when you stare at me like that. Remy said, let me introduce myself. My name is Remy Barrett. I am a student of Mr. Nicholas Flamel and I am currently studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Youth is a formidable thing. The old man nodded and stretched out his hand to shake Remy's hand. Gellert Grindelwald. Hey, let's be frank. I came here this time to invite you out. Don't you feel bored here alone? The magical world is changing a lot now. How about going out to play? Remy asked. Grindelwald was visibly stunned, as if he had never expected that Remy would come for such a thing. Ha, do you know what you are saying? I am a prisoner in prison.